Xie Qingzhou harbored no affection for his wife, Jiang Nan, even though she was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating countless men. When he strolled hand in hand with others, she remained indifferent, and when he was absent, she laughed and chatted with other men. He began to lose his appetite, plagued by sleepless nights. Chapter 1. A Chance Encounter. Jiang Nan arrived at the jewelry auction in the art district. As she stepped out of the car, she spotted Xie Qingzhou at the entrance, engaged in conversation with his mistress. The woman was strikingly beautiful and radiantly pure, a rare sight, as flawless as the moon in the sky. Jiang Nan had always acknowledged her husband's high standards, but was taken aback by his discerning taste. She gazed for an extended period, her eyes growing weary. Concerned, her friend grasped her arm and said, "Don't go over there, I'll bid for you." Jiang Nan offered a faint smile. Encountering her husband in a tender moment with his mistress was hardly a monumental affair. Just as Xie Qingzhou regarded her, his wife, with a complete lack of embarrassment or awkwardness, casting her a disinterested glance as if she were a stranger. He had never held her in any regard. She had grown accustomed to this reality. Jiang Nan entered the venue with her friend and took her seat. By a twist of fate, Xie Qingzhou sat one row in front of her, the woman nestled against his shoulder. Jiang Nan's thoughts were not on the couple. She had come to bid on a brooch, having seen it twice during the preview, hoping to acquire it as a gift for her mother. The vintage brooch, shaped like overlapping feathers, one large and one small, crafted from gold, diamonds, and turquoise, was simple yet strikingly exquisite. The price had been raised several rounds, and the affluent socialites present, witnessing Jiang Nan's desire, refrained from competing, showing deference to the young CEO of the Foss Hein Group. As the price reached 6.2 million, just as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the hammer, the woman leaning on Xie Qingzhou's shoulder raised her paddle. Jiang Nan furrowed her brow, and her friend, unable to stand by, defiantly raised her paddle in response. The two engaged in a silent contest, causing the price to soar to 9 million. Whenever her friend raised her paddle, the other woman followed suit. Jiang Nan's gaze darkened as she retrieved her phone from her bag and sent a WeChat message to Xie Qingzhou. "I want this brooch." She took a deep breath and edited another message. "This brooch is of utmost importance to me." The messages were sent, yet Xie Qingzhou did not glance at his phone again. The hope within Jiang Nan withered with each passing second of anticipation. It was as if today, had she not encountered him, she would have believed he was abroad. Such a husband, indifferent to her existence, and she had the audacity to imagine he would assist her. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she switched WeChat contacts and sent another message. Jiang Nan disregarded the fact that this brooch was her father's heirloom. She had no other recourse but to contact her mother-in-law for pressure, hoping he would relinquish it to her. However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Her friend, incensed, wished to continue bidding, yet Jiang Nan, with reddened eyes, held her back. And Haicheng, who could outspend the third young master of the Xie family. Even though she had grown accustomed to his indifference, her heart still felt as though it had been violent. TLY torn. The auction concluded, and Jiang Nan approached Xie Qingzhou, lowering her posture significantly. "Would you allow me to have a brooch? I can pay double the price," she implored. Xie Qingzhou, tall and aloof, regarded her with an expression devoid of warmth. Jiang Nan was extraordinarily beautiful, her long hair cascading down, her skin fair. At that moment, she slightly raised her chin, gazing up at him with a look of pitiful desperation that easily evoked sympathy. It was with this very innocent demeanor that she had once beseeched his parents. "May I have Xie Qingzhou?" A deeper chill flickered in his eyes as he replied, "Such things should only be done once." Jiang Nan's complexion paled such matters. Xie Qingzhou perceived today's situation as akin to the time 3 years ago when he had to wrest her from another woman's grasp in order to marry her. "It's not like that." Xie Qingzhou, uninterested in her explanations, accepted the jewelry box handed to him by the organizer and turned to leave. Jiang Nan, growing anxious, grasped his arm. "This belongs to my father." His gaze was icy and filled with profound disdain as he regarded her fingers resting on his arm. "Release me." Jiang Nan recalled the day they received their marriage certificate. The moment she held it in her hands, she felt an overwhelming joy and wished to twirl thrice. But he had looked at her with that same frigid expression, stating, "Aside from this certificate, you shall receive nothing." Xie Qingzhou spoke with conviction. Jiang Nan yearned to let go, yet she had searched tirelessly for this brooch, a token to evoke memories of her mother. Suppressing her distress, she pleaded, "Xie Qingzhou, I beg you." Xie Qingzhou shook off her hand. "Have I not once implored you, Miss Jiang?" Chapter 2. Divorced Miss Jiang had been married for 3 years, yet he still refused to acknowledge her as his wife. Observing the disdain in Xie Qingzhou's eyes, Jiang Nan understood that no matter what she said or did, he would never bestow the brooch upon her. On the journey home, the vehicle halted at an intersection, where a colossal outdoor advertisement displayed the news of Xie Qingzhou acquiring the Master Dylan's brooch for a staggering 20 million, purportedly intended for his girlfriend, Feng Liyue. Jiang Nan turned her gaze just in time to see the ethereal woman embracing Xie Qingzhou, radiating joy like a child. Her dashing husband leaned in slightly, his hand resting gently on the woman's back, a faint smile gracing his lips, eyes filled with tenderness. The usually aloof and unfeeling Xie Qingzhou was capable of such warmth. Jiang Nan stared blankly at the strikingly handsome man she held dear on the screen. The brooch was evidently meant for a proposal. The very token her father had designed and gifted to her mother had now been used by Xie Qingzhou to propose to his mistress. "Jiang Nan, you are indeed the subject of a grand jest." She blinked softly, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, and dialed Xie Qingzhou's number. "What is it?" His tone was precisely as she anticipated, impatient and indifferent. "Xie Qingzhou, if you simply return the brooch to me, we can divorce." Without uttering a single word, he severed the call. Jiang Nan refrained from calling again. He found her bothersome. As he entered the foyer, the housekeeper approached him. "Madam sat in the living room all night yesterday and just went upstairs a short while ago." Xie Qingzhou acknowledged this, instructing the driver to place his luggage in the living room before ascending the stairs. The door to the guest room stood ajar, revealing a tidy and orderly space within. Jiang Nan was still clad in the attire from the previous day, methodically placing books from the shelf into a box. Upon seeing him, the surprise and joy that once filled her heart had dissipated. After marriage, they had become mere strangers under the same roof. Jiang Nan offered a self-deprecating smile. The scandal surrounding his affair with Feng Liyue had tarnished the reputation of the Jiang family, and he had not provided her with a single word of explanation. She was inconsequential. She was not the wife he desired. The Jiang family had rendered great favors to the Xie family, and her aspiration to marry Xie Qingzhou had led to the separation of him from his beloved. Jiang Nan mused that her current marital plight was perhaps a retribution for the emotional turmoil he had caused. 3 years prior, Xie Qingzhou had approached her, confessing, "There is someone in my heart." The Jiang family's kindness to the Xie family can be repaid in other ways. As Jiang Nan finished organizing her belongings and instructed the maid to transfer them to her car, Xie Qingzhou finally descended the stairs. He bypassed her and settled onto the sofa in the living room. "Where are you going?" Jiang Nan inquired with a glance. Xie Qingzhou was undeniably handsome, exuding an inexplicable charm that suited him well. However, the fragrance of Feng Liyue's perfume clung to him, sharpening her senses. "I will have the lawyer draft the divorce agreement." Xie Qingzhou, while fiddling with a cigarette, lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Haven't you made enough of a scene?" he asked. A scene? Did he believe she was causing a commotion? Jiang Nan chuckled softly, saying, "I truly empathize with your feelings from back then. I am sincerely sorry, Mr. Xie." Xie Qingzhou paused in his actions, looking up at her. The glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, combined with an unusual sense of fragility that did not seem to belong to her, momentarily took him aback. Without probing further, she had already turned and walked away. Chapter 3. As Jiang Nan entered the car, she received a call from her mother-in-law, requesting her to visit the old residence. After hanging up, she glanced outside to find Xie Qingzhou, dressed in different attire, waiting at the door, seemingly intending to accompany her. In the presence of his family, their marriage appeared to be one of mutual respect. This time, Jiang Nan remained resolute. Having decided on divorce, she no longer considered Xie Qingzhou's feelings. The tall man, having finished a cigarette, grew impatient and tapped on her car window. "I'll drive myself," Jiang Nan replied, her tone devoid of warmth. "My mother cannot be upset. She is scheduled for surgery soon, and if we separate, she will undoubtedly worry." Jiang Nan refrained from responding further. Even if her mother-in-law were to be upset, it was a consequence of Xie Qingzhou's actions, not hers. She raised the window, but he suddenly remarked, "The brooch, do you not want it anymore?" Jiang Nan gazed at him. One hand rested casually on the roof of the car, exuding a relaxed demeanor while simultaneously asserting control over her. She pressed her lips together and ultimately exited the vehicle. Sharing a car with Xie Qingzhou marked their first instance in 3 years of marriage. Once filled with anticipation, the moment now brought her no joy. The driver maneuvered the vehicle steadily, while Jiang Nan sat against the window, catching sight of his impeccably pressed trousers, devoid of any creases. Silence enveloped them. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Xie family's old residence. Xie Qingzhou fastened his suit jacket and exited the car, taking hold of her hand. Jiang Nan's fingers trembled as she observed their intertwined hands, feeling a discomfort greater than the night she had waited for him. Discontent surged within her as she forcefully attempted to shake him off, yet found it impossible to break free. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his demeanor devoid of emotion. Despite his gentle resistance, she found herself unable to break free. Jiang Nan, exasperated, laughed bitterly, remarking that his parents were astute enough to recognize their charade. All she needed was the brooch, and she would assist him in navigating the obstacle posed by his parents. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her steadily, skeptical of her genuine intention to pursue divorce. His silence led Jiang Nan to interpret it as acquiescence. After all, having proposed just the day before, how could he bear to let his beloved remain in the shadows? If she could not escape, then perhaps they should simply hold hands. Upon entering the living room, Mrs. Xie, pleased to see them hand in hand, cast a disapproving glance at her son, curtly instructing him to go upstairs, for his father awaited him. Immediately, her demeanor softened as she turned to Jiang Nan, saying, Jiang, the situation online has been utterly absurd. I owe you an apology. Mrs. Xie genuinely felt for her. The Xie family, aside from her husband, treated her quite well. I know you have suffered. Tell me what you wish, and I shall ensure that scoundrel receives his due. Jiang Nan appreciated her mother-in-law's support, yet the more she bolstered her, the more Xie Qingzhou seemed to resent her. Fatigued by this existence, she declared, Mother, I wish to divorce him. Mrs. Xie had anticipated Jiang Nan's anger, but did not foresee it escalating to the point of divorce. Recognizing the futility of the situation, she believed that it was wise to cut losses. Even if they were to part ways, she would still visit her often. Faced with Jiang Nan's resolute demeanor, Mrs. Xie found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Nan gently embraced her, stating, You are the finest mother-in-law in the world. Because of me, the bond between you and your son has grown distant. I shall ascend the stairs to speak with father and urge him to refrain from scolding you. Madame Xie accompanied her. Having spent these years abroad, distanced from the core management of the Xie family, it is no small feat for you to wish to take over the reins. Should news of a divorce emerge, even if it is a concealed marriage, it would be exceedingly detrimental, remarked Father Xie. If you both consent to my divorce from Jiang Nan, I would relinquish all claims to the Xie family's assets, he declared. As the two entered the study, they overheard this statement. Xie Qingzhou truly loved that woman. Previously, the Xie family had compelled him to choose between the heirship and her, and without a moment's hesitation, he had chosen her. 3 years had passed, and his resolve remained steadfast, stirring a mix of heartache and a touch of admiration within her. Madame Xie, upon hearing these words, felt her suppressed anger surge forth once more. Xie Qingzhou, if it were not for your father-in-law's intervention, you would not be here today. How can you utter such words? My survival is unrelated to her father. Chapter 4. Sister Madame Xie was brought to tears, unable to comprehend why her son refused to acknowledge the situation. Jiang Nan did not wish for him to perceive that this predicament was of her making. She gently embraced Madame Xie, offering comfort and whispering softly in her ear, causing her to suddenly smile. The tense atmosphere dissipated. Xie Qingzhou could not help but steal a glance at her. Clad in gray tailored trousers and a black knit top, she exuded a minimalist and efficient aura, complemented by her strikingly beautiful and distinctive face, making her stand out remarkably. Particularly, the smile gracing her lips was so dazzling that it became unforgettable. Xie Qingzhou's gaze turned heavy as he averted his eyes. After descending the stairs, she calmly remarked that marrying 3 years ago was a mistake. Xie Qingzhou studied her. Her tone was serene, her eyes unwavering, devoid of pretense. Was she truly yearning for a divorce? Sensing his scrutiny, Jiang Nan met his gaze with tranquility. No longer the shy, blushing girl she once was, Xie's mother genuinely cherished her, clasping her hand tightly, saying, After you divorce my foolish son, consider yourself my daughter. I have not forgotten the kindness your family has shown us. Xie's father also found merit in this proposition, inquiring what Jiang Nan desired in the event of a divorce. Taken aback by the unexpected situation, Jiang Nan felt awkward and at a loss for words until an urgent call from her assistant interrupted, stating that there was a critical issue at the company. Mom and Dad, there's a problem at the factory that I must attend to. The factory? Isn't that in the suburbs? It's over a 2-hour drive. Xie's mother remarked. Jiang didn't bring a driver, so you, as her elder brother, should accompany her. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, his long legs casually extended, yet his demeanor radiated an indifference that suggested he would not go. With the impending divorce, Jiang Nan was indifferent to such trivial matters. It's merely a small issue. I can handle it, she said, bidding farewell to Xie's mother. In a sudden move, Xie's mother kicked her son and leaned in to deliver a warning. Xie Qingzhou, if you continue to disregard your dignity, you may as well go live with that woman and abandon the Xie name. Allowing you to accompany her is our greatest concession. As Jiang Nan donned her coat in the foyer, Xie Qingzhou approached, draping his arm around her outerwear. Had it been in the past, such a gesture of compromise would have elated her beyond measure. However, at this moment, she found it rather dull. She did not wish to journey alongside him. Yet she required a driver. Without hesitation, she handed him the car keys. Once inside the vehicle, their interaction mirrored the silence of their earlier encounter. Jiang Nan remained engrossed in a business call for over 2 hours, leaving her no respite. Xie Qingzhou stole a glance at her. Strands of hair cascaded down her cheek. And from his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of her elegantly defined nose and her strikingly red lips. With a cold demeanor, Xie Qingzhou scoffed softly, quickly adapting to the role he assumed. He sat in the car, observing through the window as a throng of people gathered around her. Within a minute, a voice call from Xun Ke interrupted. Brother, your wife has turned into your sister. Is this true? Who told you? Xie Qingzhou's voice was frigid. It was our godmother. She wishes to host a matchmaking banquet for Jiang Nan at the ancestral home this Saturday, and asked me to find some reliable and attractive young men. Brother, Jiang Nan is so beautiful. You two have never been together. Don't you think that's a pity? Xie Qingzhou gritted his teeth. How did you come to know? It was our godmother who mentioned it. To have such a beautiful wife reduced to a sister, isn't that foolish of you? The entire circle is buzzing with rumors. Perhaps you are simply unable to handle it. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful wife remain unconsummated and merely be a sister? Xie Qingzhou ended the call, exhaling sharply. Xun Ke would arrive in 2 hours. He had intended to catch a nap in the car, but the constant flow of vehicles in the industrial park agitated him. Xun Ke observed the visibly troubled Xie Qingzhou, lost in contemplation for quite a while. Brother, the matter concerning sister-in-law's company is quite significant. It's already circulating in our circles, and everyone is waiting to see her embarrassment. Are we just going to walk away from this? Xie Qingzhou leaned against the passenger seat, lazily lifting his eyelids, and coldly replied, Are you suggesting that I should assist her? On a professional level, this is the Xie family's factory. On a personal level, Jiang Nan is your dear sister. Shouldn't we offer our help? Chapter 5. Divergence. The situation on Jiang Nan's side had grown urgent. She meticulously arranged matters one by one and communicated with clients. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou, she was taken aback for a moment. His handsome features were complemented by a tailored dark suit that accentuated his tall stature. Yet the sharp lines of his face and the piercing gaze directed at her extinguished any admiration she might have felt. Xun Ke approached, eager to take credit, and said, Sister-in-law, my brother has come to help you. Xie Qingzhou helping her? If he truly wished to assist her, he would have joined her upon her exit from the car. By now, perhaps his mother had scolded him again? His reluctant assistance was of no value to her. This was a matter she could resolve on her own. Jiang Nan's refusal caused Xie Qingzhou's brows to furrow deeply. This was a company issue. She could not afford to throw a tantrum. Throw a tantrum? She was merely a scheming woman, unable to distinguish between public and private matters. Jiang Nan, disinclined to explain herself, turned to leave. Xie Qingzhou, displeased, grasped her wrist and coldly remarked, What is this attitude of yours? She couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Attitude? For 3 years. This has been your attitude towards me, and after just one instance, you can no longer tolerate it? Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Nan forcefully wrenched her wrist free from his grasp, shaking her wrist, now marked with a red ring, as she entered the office. Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that his usually affectionate wife would confront him so eloquently. This left him feeling a tumult of frustration. Xun Ke was equally bewildered, rubbing his nose in disbelief. Was this truly my sister-in-law? She would typically come to him, asking, Xun Ke, could you possibly bring him some food? Her eyes would brim with a desire to please, reflecting her hope that her husband would understand her. But now, brother, what shall we do? This is a subsidiary of the Xie Corporation, concerning an export order worth a staggering 1 billion. Oh, then let us assist. To prevent a quarrel and ensure matters are resolved smoothly, Xie decided to mediate. Sister-in-law. This is an excellent opportunity for you to interact with him and for him to understand you better. Xie, in shock, leaned closer. Urging her further, it would indeed be a pity to part ways like this. You haven't even shared a bed with him yet, that exceptionally handsome man. Jiang Nan nodded. Indeed, exceptionally handsome was a description her friends had also used for Xie Qingzhou. He was undeniably a striking man. Xie. Imagine a beautiful apple coated in the saliva of others. Would you still have the appetite to take a bite? Xie. So, you find him unclean then. He wished to say more, but Jiang Nan's assistant entered, announcing, General Manager Jiang, everything that could be borrowed has been obtained, and we have already begun working. All right. I shall go take a look. As she stepped outside, her assistant remarked, everyone is saying that Feng Liyue has arrived. Xie replied. Feng Liyue's presence at this moment was utterly unwelcome. Jiang Nan encountered Xie Qingzhou at the entrance of the office building, just as he was about to leave. I have a matter of some importance. Allow Xie to assist you. Jiang Nan forced a smile, responding with a hollow agreement. All right. Xie seized Xie Qingzhou, raising his eyebrows in a conspiratorial gesture. Brother, didn't you mention that this is a subsidiary of the Xie family, concerning a 1 billion export order? Nothing is more urgent and significant than this, correct? Matters pertaining to Feng Liyue are always of paramount importance. As for Jiang Nan, she would never be deemed significant, and thus, she was never chosen. She felt fortunate that she had not been swayed by the opportunity Xie had described. Otherwise, how pained her face would be at this moment. Chapter 6. Blessing. Xie Qingzhou arrived home well past midnight. Thoughts of Jiang Nan lingered in his mind. He glanced at his phone, which displayed numerous missed calls, most of them from Xie, yet none from her. After a prolonged silence, he finally answered, Brother, I'm working overtime. Are you working overtime with Jiang Nan? Xie Qingzhou found this hard to believe. The issues at the factory were pressing but manageable. Yes, I'm still at the industrial park. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow, wondering why such a trivial matter had taken so long to resolve. Upon hearing this, Xie felt sympathetic towards Jiang Nan, asserting, this issue is not merely a mistake on the part of the material supplier. Reprinting a batch or, at worst, switching suppliers would suffice. This was all planned to ensure that the first batch of goods could not be dispatched. If it weren't for your sister-in-law, we would truly be at a loss. In Haicheng, there exists a traditional fruit preserve with a fixed annual export value of 2 billion to Japan and South Korea. This year, 1 billion of that has been entrusted to a trading company under the Xie family. Today marks the dispatch of the first batch of goods. However, the packaging materials for the 100,000 items do not meet the required standards. The designer has gone missing, the manufacturer claims ignorance, and other companies are inadequately stocked, rendering immediate replacements impossible. Upon arriving at the industrial park, Xie Qingzhou was met with Xun's outburst. Brother, can you imagine? Everyone in the industrial park is working overtime to label 100,000 pieces of packaging. I have never endured such hardship in my life. Xie Qingzhou pressed his lips tightly together and searched extensively before finally spotting Jiang Nan, who was removing her sterile gown. Her bone structure was exquisite, her porcelain white skin unadorned. And despite the biting chill of the early morning, she was wrapped in a gray cashmere blanket, exuding an alluring charm. Jiang Nan was conversing with the current general manager, a man in his 40s who towered over her yet held her in high regard. Brother. Jiang Nan did not ascend to her current position solely through the support of her adoptive parents, Xie reminded him, emphasizing his deep-seated bias against her. When Jiang Nan approached Xie Qingzhou, she pretended not to see him. It was not intentional. She had been awake all night and was utterly drained. Today's mishap was due to my misjudgment. I apologize, he stated. Jiang Nan was taken aback by Xie Qingzhou's apology. Momentarily stunned as she tilted her head to regard him. I heard from Xie that if it weren't for you, the company would be in serious trouble. Although the solution of printing and affixing the missing product labels was rather clumsy, it remained the only viable course of action at that moment. She remained composed in the face of adversity, swiftly making decisions. Indeed, she was a perceptive problem solver. Jiang Nan discerned admiration in his gaze rather than the cold disdain she had feared. Her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness. After 3 long years, It was only at the moment she resolved to divorce that he regarded her with warmth. Averted, she murmured, "It's my responsibility. I cannot accept a salary without fulfilling my duties." Following this, a profound silence enveloped them. Xie Qingzhou observed how the night breeze playfully tousled her hair, as she tucked her delicate, fair neck deeper into the blanket. "I may not know you well, but my parents genuinely appreciate you, which speaks volumes of your character. However, my heart belongs to someone else. I have promised to marry her, and I cannot go back on my word. Should any trouble arise, I will always protect you." He stood at the edge of the wind, the chill mingling with the scent of her perfume. Jiang Nan felt a deep, intricate ache in her heart, tears glimmering in her eyes as she choked out, "I wish you happiness with her." Chapter 7. Departure. Jiang Nan found herself unable to utter the word brother. Her affection for him ran deep, so deep that even when he regarded her with indifference, she chose to overlook it, as simply being in his presence brought her joy. Yet, he did not reciprocate her feelings. His heart was too anchored to another. He wouldn't even grant her the chance to connect or understand her. "You certainly have an eye for choosing men," she thought, and thus, she resolved to be magnanimous. Xie Qingzhou remarked that she could always retrieve the brooch from him, whether he delivered it or she collected it herself. In that moment of agreement, Jiang Nan felt an unprecedented lightness. She mused that she was indeed worthy, and in the future, someone would cherish her as a precious gem. Madame Xie, upon hearing that it was once again that Feng Liue who had taken her son away at a crucial moment, was infuriated and slammed the table. That woman is nowhere near the caliber of Jiang. How could Xie Qingzhou be so besotted? I must find an opportunity for the two to interact properly. A beauty like Jiang, with such a splendid temperament, is undoubtedly a perfect match for our son. Mother, there's no need for you to worry. I have already spoken with Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou, exhausted from carrying the weary Shun Ke into the house, glanced at his parents who were still awake at 3 in the morning, feeling somewhat speechless. "What did you discuss?" "Once I adjust to the time difference, I shall initiate the divorce." Xie Qingzhou loosened his collar and settled onto the sofa. Jiang agreed as well. Madame Xie expressed her disbelief, not having anticipated that the two had already reached an agreement. "You think that a flower-like girl would marry into this family, and after being a mere ornament for 3 years, you would simply part ways? Xie Qingzhou, are you certain you won't regret this?" "No regrets." Madame Xie, taken aback, could find no further words, and, dragging her husband upstairs, did not forget to scold. "To forsake someone as wonderful as Jiang for that sort of person, your eyesight may have improved, but your judgment has evidently faltered. What a foolish decision." Jiang Nan had endured 2 sleepless nights, and when she awoke, it was already afternoon. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air as she stepped out of her bedroom and saw her friend Ning preparing porridge, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted, "Hello, Lady Snail. Princess, shall we clean up and have a meal?" Jiang Nan, genuinely hungry, quickly washed up and took her place at the dining table, inquiring while eating, "Didn't you go to the South City to film? Your mother-in-law is worried about you, so she asked me to take care of you." Ning handed her the freshly prepared porridge. "Are you truly going to part ways with Xie Qingzhou? After waiting for him for 6 years, is this the conclusion we arrive at?" Ning defended her. "If it weren't for you, Xie Qingzhou would have perished long ago." Jiang Nan observed her friend, feeling a surge of indignation. "I am weary. To see him so resolute in choosing Feng Liue, I find it rather moving." "Moving? And what about you? So young and... Can you truly let go?" Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered. "She couldn't bear to part with my mother-in-law." Ning chuckled at her response. "Perhaps separation is for the best. There are far more admirable men in Haiqing than Xie Qingzhou. Would you like me to find a few for you when I go out with my sister tonight?" "Sure, I would like someone handsome." Jiang Nan was quite unreserved in her reply. No sooner had she spoken than her mother-in-law's call came in, asking her to come to the old residence for dinner and to discuss the division of assets regarding the divorce. Jiang Nan purchased the pastries that Mrs. Xie adored and made her way to the Xie family home. In the living room, besides Mr. and Mrs. Xie, there was also a lawyer present. Jiang, call that scoundrel down," Mrs. Xie instructed. Jiang Nan ascended the stairs and knocked on Xie Qingzhou's door, waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response. She entered his room. Finding it empty, she prepared to head to the study. Drenched from head to toe, his meticulously groomed hair cascaded over his forehead, droplets of water trickling down, cascading onto his shoulders and gliding along the well-defined contours of his chest and abdomen, disappearing beneath the towel wrapped around his lower abdomen. Chapter 8. The mole on the tip of the nose. Jiang Nan had always been aware of his admirable physique, slim in clothes, yet muscular when undraped, particularly his waist. So slender. Meeting the gaze of Xie Qingzhou, whose eyes were dampened with warmth, her heart involuntarily raced. Such exquisite features. It was indeed a pity that they had not shared a night together. Embarrassed, Jiang Nan averted her gaze, unwilling to appear like some sort of voyeur. "Hey, Mom." As she turned to leave, a cold, deep male voice called from behind, "Wait." Footsteps approached, and the thought of his bare skin made her spine tense. Xie Qingzhou stepped closer, observing the way her ears flushed a deeper shade, the nape of her neck also tinged with color, her jade-like skin radiating a tempting blush. Had she never encountered a man in his natural state? Xie Qingzhou spoke, moving to stand before her. Jiang Nan's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, her eyes brimming with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, his eyelids lowered. Confused, Jiang Nan touched her face, wondering if there was something amiss. "It's nothing, I'll continue." Jiang Nan was perplexed by his earlier actions. Was it merely to showcase his physique? Yet, she noted that ever since they resolved to regard each other as siblings, the atmosphere between them had grown significantly more harmonious. She descended the stairs, and Mrs. Xie grasped her hand. Jiang, our bond as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is truly too tenuous. However, rest assured, dear, I shall not treat you unfairly. You shall inherit half of the assets, properties, and shares under Xie Qingzhou's name." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Mother, no, please." Observing her refusal, Mrs. Xie began to persuade her. When a girl divorces, she should ask for nothing. Men will not only fail to appreciate it, but will also deem you foolish. Do not fall prey to romantic naivete. Jiang Nan remained silent. As Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs, Mrs. Xie continued, "Moreover, this money cannot begin to repay the great debt your family owes us. Years ago, when Mr. Xie and Xie Qingzhou encountered a misfortune, it was Jiang Nan's father who came to their rescue, ultimately leading to his own demise in the flames. Though it was Jiang's father who saved them, the foolish son insisted it was a woman who had done so. This thought enraged Mrs. Xie once more. Xie Qingzhou had been unfaithful during his marriage and should leave with nothing. Jiang Nan quietly reminded her, "Xie Qingzhou is your son. Had I known he was so dim-witted, I would have preferred to give birth to a piece of char-siu." Jiang Nan touched her nose gently, stealing a glance at Xie Qingzhou, whose cold gaze was fixed upon her, half smiling, yet menacing. "I have no desire for his wealth. It is your insistence that I accept it. My father saved lives of his own volition, and even had he encountered others, he would have acted similarly. As for gratitude, I believe it has been duly repaid." Jiang's father was a remarkably talented jewelry designer, successfully managing a fashionable company. Following his untimely death, the company fell into disarray and was gradually divided. It was Mr. Xie who purchased the seemingly worthless company, merging it with the Xie family business, awaiting her growth into maturity. 2 months ago, the company was handed over to her. In any case, after her divorce, she has undoubtedly become a wealthy woman. Xie Qingzhou's hands rested naturally on either side of the sofa, exuding a relaxed and nonchalant demeanor. "Your belongings are of no concern to me." Mrs. Xie was quite pleased with his attitude and instructed Jiang Nan to fetch the jewelry box from her room. Once Jiang Nan left, Mrs. Xie remarked to her son, "Isn't she beautiful? Absolutely stunning, isn't she? There's still time for regret." "Regret? What do I have to regret? I merely noticed she has a beauty mark on her nose." "Ah, a beauty mark on her nose, and you can't take your eyes off her? Aren't you being stubborn? She must know what kind of person has emerged from her womb." Chapter 9. Lost. Jiang Nan was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her hair, which had initially been tied up, cascaded down her shoulders like seaweed. Her complexion was fair, and her features were particularly exquisite. Sitting in the passenger seat, she used a powder compact to conceal the beauty mark on her nose, then applied a vivid red lipstick, making her appear both radiant and commanding. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her, questioning why she felt the need to hide it. Jiang Nan took a moment to comprehend that he was referring to the mark. How naive. Xie Qingzhou understood. A 26-year-old female executive should not possess such childlike innocence, and that beauty mark rendered her exceptionally alluring, difficult to resist. He chose not to speak further, focusing intently on driving. Jiang Nan had no small talk to engage in. Her gaze drifted out the window, and the atmosphere inside the car remained relatively comfortable. Yet, The thought that Xie Qingzhou was taking her to a blind date stirred an indescribable feeling within her. The situation had begun when, prior to dinner, she had prepared a dish in the Xie family kitchen, and a call from Ning, her mother-in-law, had come through on speakerphone. "Princess, I have arranged for a group of young gentlemen for you at the July Club, handsome and charming. Perfectly suited for a young affluent lady such as yourself." Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, the maid from the Xie household wearing an expression of disbelief and fear. It was the matriarch who spoke first, saying, "Very well, Ning. After dinner, let Qingzhou escort Jiang there." Her vehicle remained parked at the industrial park. And during the meal, Madame Xie had requested that Xie Qingzhou accompany her on this matchmaking endeavor, to which he readily agreed. Although the decision to divorce had been made, it takes time to unearth the feelings that reside within one's heart. Despite Xie Qingzhou's apparent indifference, her heart ached uncontrollably. Upon arriving at the July Club, Jiang Nan politely bid him farewell. He nodded slightly and drove away. Xie Qingzhou felt content with the state of their interaction. Jiang Nan's non-attachment had even garnered a measure of his affection. A few minutes later, while waiting at a traffic light, he opened a photo that Xun Ke had sent him. Jiang Nan was dressed in a backless sweater, speaking on the phone in the corridor outside the private room. The deep gray sweater appeared to be a standard design from the front, but it revealed her back starting from the shoulder blades, only to be adorned with a large bow at the waist. Her long, black hair cascaded over her porcelain-like back, creating a striking and vivid contrast that was neither jarring nor obtrusive, blending seamlessly into an atmosphere of subtle allure and intimacy. No wonder she had kept her coat on during dinner, seemingly unbothered by the heat. She must have been concerned about losing her virtuous image in front of his mother. Seated on the sofa in the private room, Jiang Nan surveyed the row of handsome men and frowned. Was none of them to her liking? They are all quite beautiful. Yet it is inappropriate for a man to be described as such. And Ning reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at her. In comparison to the extraordinary beauty of Xie Qingzhou, these indeed pale in comparison. Xie Qingzhou's brilliance emanated from within, his grace and demeanor truly exceptional, rendering mere physical beauty secondary. Jiang Nan, with discerning eyes, selected the exquisite Xie Qingzhou, perhaps precisely because everyone else appeared so lackluster by comparison. Jiang Nan perused the resumes in hand, selecting 4 and presenting them, stating that the artists for your studio's interview should be treated as if you were an emperor bestowing favors. Yet, even with such selections, he had never truly satisfied you. These 4 are meant to compensate for the losses of the past 3 years. Xun Ke lingered at the door for a moment, and only after Xie Qingzhou, his face dark as coal, departed did he enter, addressing her, "Sister-in-law, my brother seeks your attention." Chapter 10. Sleep in the largest private room of the July Club. The lighting was dim, and shadows danced within the confines. Yet, Jiang Nan instantly spotted Xie Qingzhou seated in the central position, not due to his striking appearance, but rather because in this opulent atmosphere, where every man had a lady nestled in his embrace, Xie Qingzhou sat alone, evoking a profound sense of detachment. As a wife, witnessing her husband maintain such integrity instilled a sense of pride. However, the fact that her husband refrained from even the slightest touch left her feeling a twinge of envy. In that moment, Jiang Nan genuinely envied Feng Liyue. As Jiang Nan entered, Xie Qingzhou's gaze immediately fell upon her waist. Dressed in a gray top and black high-waisted wide-leg trousers, her waist appeared delicate and inviting. "President Jiang, I could easily lift you with just one hand around your waist." In the bustling private room, someone jested with her and even whistled in her direction. Jiang Nan cast a glance at him, contemplating whether he would dare to try it later, hoping he could genuinely lift it. In the midst of their conversation, Xie Qingzhou rose from the sofa. As he approached her, Jiang Nan caught a faint whiff of his woody fragrance mingled with tobacco. Outside the room, he stood close to her, casting a shadow that enveloped her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Jiang Nan instinctively wanted to step back, but he spoke. "You're still married. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint." Jiang Nan gazed into his cold, piercing eyes, realizing he had misconstrued the situation within the room. She considered offering an explanation. Yet since the division of assets had already been amicably settled, such clarification seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel he exhibited a double standard. His entanglements with Feng Liyue had been indiscreet on all counts. Jiang Nan refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing the brooch still rested in his possession. Although he had promised to return it, should she provoke his displeasure, she might be left waiting for days. Fine, I won't cause you any trouble. Jiang Nan replied obediently. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, studying Jiang Nan's delicately made-up face. Vibrant yet not overly alluring, exquisite and unparalleled. Once shy and eager to please. She had been sharp-tongued yesterday, and now she was excessively compliant. He found it difficult to discern which version of her was the true essence. Hadn't she been considerate enough? They were divorced, yet she still wished to maintain a semblance of harmony. Jiang Nan felt he was truly challenging to engage with. Even when she assisted him, he offered her no warmth. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang Nan conversed with Ning in the most secluded corner. But Ning seemed distracted. Following her gaze, Jiang Nan looked over. Xie Qingzhou was smoking, the flame flickering at his fingertips. From her perspective, his profile was strikingly handsome, with a perfectly sculpted jawline and an impressive physique. The term sexual tension crossed her mind. How provocative. And Ning remarked, "You should sleep with him, otherwise. It would be such a loss." Just then, someone silenced the music, and the room caught the tail end of her comment. All eyes subtly shifted towards her, assuming she was scheming to seduce Xie Qingzhou. No, that wasn't it. Before Jiang Nan could clarify, Feng Liyue burst into the private room, sweetly calling out, "Qingzhou, I heard you were here." Most of the guests were aware that Feng Liyue was his official girlfriend, but only a few, including Xie, knew of their secret marriage, and she was not particularly liked. Thus, everyone instinctively made way for Feng Liyue. Jiang Nan watched as she settled beside Xie Qingzhou, affectionately linking her arm through his. Sensing her gaze, Xie Qingzhou's eyes turned icy as they fell upon her. Jiang Nan thought, is this a warning? Is he worried about her being uncomfortable with Feng Liyue? How protective. Chapter 11. Possessiveness. At 7 o'clock, Jiang Nan finally received a call from Xie Qingzhou. "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters." His voice was cold and devoid of warmth, lacking any semblance of sincerity. Jiang Nan felt a surge of anger. His indifference translated into a lack of respect, leaving her to wait at the Civil Affairs Bureau all afternoon. She wanted to explode, but found it unnecessary. Letting out a sigh, she asked, "Can you make it tomorrow morning? I'm out of town. Let's do Monday." "I'm busy on Monday," Jiang Nan replied, promptly hanging up the phone. The following day, as Jiang Nan headed to work, she soon realized that the matter which Xie Qingzhou had referred to as a delay was indeed related to Feng Liyue. Feng Liyue, the spokesperson appointed by the previous president, had been uncooperative regarding the filming, leaving the head of the marketing department in a state of frenzy. Although she acknowledged the situation, she simply would not show up for the shoot. What was to be done? The assistant, upon checking Feng Liyue's Weibo account, discovered that she was in Qiqing. The latest photo posted this morning depicted a breathtaking scene. The rising sun casting a warm glow through a large floor-to-ceiling window, alongside the striking silhouette of a man. In essence, the two were elegantly flaunting their affection, enveloped in a serene moment of life. If she remained uncooperative for another 3 days, they would have to replace her. After work on Friday, Jiang Nan visited the Xie family's old residence. Her mother-in-law discussed the preparations for the upcoming banquet. Jiang Nan understood that Mrs. Xie genuinely cared for her and was creatively providing her and Xie Qingzhou with opportunities, hoping they could reconcile. However, the relationship between them seemed irreparable, and the idea of a matchmaking banquet was altogether inappropriate. Should she agree, it would be a grave misjudgment, considering they were mother and son. "Mother, you know I dislike such social gatherings. I prefer tranquility. But I have made all the arrangements and invited many guests," Mrs. Xie replied. "He is unworthy," she declared, appreciating Jiang Nan's temperament and her sense of propriety. Holding Jiang Nan's hand tightly, Mrs. Xie expressed, "I truly do not wish for your divorce. I understand. Perhaps we simply lack the fate of being a couple. I have considered that being like siblings might not be so bad." Xie Qingzhou stood at the doorway of the living room, observing her composed demeanor and the gentle curve of her eyes. He recalled the words spoken by Song Yunji at the club. "Has she truly loved you for 3 years?" At that time, Jiang Nan was being mocked by Zhou Qian, and even the dimly lit private room could not conceal her radiant beauty. In that moment, he finally realized that she genuinely intended to divorce him, rather than merely engaging in a game of manipulation. However, he did not feel the sense of liberation he had envisioned. Instead, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him. This discomfort led him to stand her up that afternoon. During the days he spent away, he reflected profoundly, considering the myriad gestures Jiang Nan had performed for him over the past 3 years. Ultimately, He discerned that the source of his unease stemmed from the stark contrast in her shifting attitudes and the possessiveness evoked by her identity as his wife. Xie Qingzhou could not forsake his promises merely due to these subtle changes in sentiment and choose Jiang Nan. Mother, now that we are like siblings, the awkwardness between us will dissipate. Xie Qingzhou spoke aloud. Jiang Nan turned to him as he settled into the solitary armchair, continuing. She will find someone more suitable than me. Zhou Qian is quite fond of her, isn't he? Zhou Qian, with his vivacious personality, came from a respectable family and possessed commendable character. Jiang, do you have feelings for him? Chapter 12. Don't move. Jiang Nan observed her mother-in-law winking at her, seemingly attempting to provoke Xie Qingzhou through Zhou Qian. Yet, she deemed such tactics unnecessary. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke candidly. I am uncertain, after all. My understanding of him is rather limited. However, he possesses a delightful sense of humor, and conversing with him brings me joy. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xie recognized that there was no hope for the two and ceased her comments, consenting to the divorce set for Monday. Following dinner, Mrs. Xie insisted that Jiang Nan stay at the ancestral home, from which she could not extricate herself. Before drifting off to sleep, she warmed a glass of milk and brought it to Madame Xie's room. Upon reaching the door, she overheard Madame Xie conversing. You intend to divorce. We cannot agree. Setting aside the Jiang family's kindness, let us consider Jiang. Besides marrying you out of affection, what heinous acts has she committed? You are abroad, and your second brother is not in Haiqing. Whenever I felt unwell, who was it that rushed about for me? Could you not afford to treat her with a modicum more kindness? Madame Xie's words struck a chord in Jiang Nan, causing her nose to tingle. She knocked gently before entering the room. Jiang Nan had removed her makeup and donned white wide-leg trousers paired with a loose, light gray knit sweater, the little mole on her nose peeking out, giving her an air of lazy playfulness. Xie Qingzhou cast a fleeting glance her way before departing. Jiang Nan didn't engage in much conversation with Madame Xie. Exiting the room, she found Xie Qingzhou leaning against the wall, smoking. She closed the door behind her and inquired, Is there something you need from me? My mother is right. I have treated you poorly in these past years. I shall endeavor to be kinder to you henceforth. He replied. Jiang Nan did not harbor expectations but smiled nonetheless, responding, All right. On Saturday evening, the Xie family's villa was abuzz with the presence of luxury cars, exuding an air of festivity. The most conspicuous of all was Zhou Qian, clutching an enormous bouquet of princess rose, searching high and low for Jiang Nan. Brother, where is Nan Nan? Xie Qingzhou had not seen her that afternoon and assumed she was getting ready. Yet, the banquet had commenced, and the guest of honor remained conspicuously absent. Brother, you must help me find her. Zhou Qian tugged at Xie Qingzhou, who was aimlessly wandering the courtyard, appearing somewhat awkward. Xie Qingzhou thought to himself, does he truly not know where she is? After an extensive search, he caught sight of Jiang Nan and his second brother's daughter making pastries in the parlor through the large floor-to-ceiling window in the backyard. I have completely fallen in love. Utterly enchanted. How can someone be such a treasure? Zhou Qian abandoned Xie Qingzhou and entered the room. A sweet aroma of oranges wafted through the parlor. Jiang Nan, holding a large bouquet of flowers, smiled at Zhou Qian and said, Thank you, I really like it. The notorious scoundrel in matters of the heart suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Lifting his gaze to Jiang Nan, he noticed the mole on her nose, and he was momentarily entranced. How are you so beautiful? That mole makes you utterly unique. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words and placed the flowers down. Zhou Qian realized his bluntness and shifted the conversation, glancing at the dried oranges and orange cake on the table. Did you make these? Xie Xiangxiang, feeling displeased, interjected. Who are you? Why are you being so attentive to my aunt? Zhou Qian was taken aback, only to hear Jiang Nan clarify. Xie Xiangxiang, I am your aunt. Xie Qingzhou frowned. He had always found it jarring when Xie Xiangxiang referred to her as aunt, but today, hearing her say aunt from Jiang Nan's lips felt even more grating. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had glutinous rice steaming on the stove, preparing to make orange wine, which should be ready by now. Zhou Qian, have something to eat while you wait for me. She headed to the kitchen, scattering the cooled glutinous rice, only to have her hair tie fall off. Xiangxiang, could you help me tie my hair, please? Seeing Xie Xiangxiang approach, Jiang Nan crouched down with her back to the doorway, asking her to secure it a bit tighter. Warm fingers inadvertently brushed against the delicate skin on her neck, sending a shiver of sensation through Jiang Nan. She mistakenly assumed it was Zhou Qian and instinctively recoiled, only to feel a firm hand grasp her waist, accompanied by the hushed command, Do not move. Chapter 13. Boundaries. Xie Qingzhou's voice was deep and cool, yet his breath was warm, almost imperceptibly cascading down upon her, prompting Jiang Nan to instinctively draw her neck in. He seemed somewhat clumsy with the task of tying her hair, as he took an unusually long time to complete it. The heat of his chest pressed against her back, though not directly touching, was impossible to ignore. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, removing her hands from the sticky rice-covered gloves. "I'll do it myself." Xie Qingzhou's gaze shifted from her flushed nape as he remarked, "Not accustomed to my kindness?" Jiang Nan held his gaze steadily, feeling relieved yet hoping he would be more mindful of boundaries in the future. She had severed ties with him, and there would be no ambiguity henceforth. Xie Qingzhou felt the familiar discomfort pressing against his heart once more. He fell silent but continued to watch her. Jiang Nan was busy placing the glutinous rice into a glass jar, the dappled light casting a stunning glow upon her face. Nan, let me help you. I wish to learn as well," Zhou Qian chimed in, peering over. "Sure," she replied. Xie Qingzhou turned to leave, but could still hear their conversation. She instructed Zhou Qian to compress the packed rice firmly, puncture a hole, and set it on the rack to ferment. She also shared with Zhou Qian that the orange wine they were currently making would taste best during the New Year celebrations. The two were engaged in crafting orange wine. "Then I'll ask my sister-in-law to save me a few extra bottles. It will never be enough to drink," Shen Ke exclaimed as he ventured off. "Be sure to bring me 2 more boxes of orange sorghum candy," Song Yunji added, calling out. Xie Qingzhou took a sip from his glass, detecting a slight astringency. It turned out to be orange sorghum syrup, not orange cake. What he had once deemed unappealing was, in fact, favored by many. The banquet at the Xie residence was alive with the fragrance of fine garments and the clinking of goblets, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had truly evaded the hustle and bustle all night, remaining unseen, and had successfully orchestrated his welcome feast. Xie Qingzhou pinched a piece of the delicacy. Placing it in his mouth, it was soft, bouncy, and imbued with a rich orange flavor, sweet yet not cloying. Today, he discovered her surprising culinary skills. Without her, perhaps he would not have resisted Jiang Nan so vehemently. Yet, life unfolds in a manner where the order of appearances bears great significance. Some individuals arrive too late, and that delay is irrevocable. After finishing his bath, he heard a knock at the door. Aunt Zhang stood at the entrance, holding a glass of honey water. "You've had quite a bit to drink. Miss Jiang specifically prepared this for you. It will prevent a headache tomorrow." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. She hadn't gone to sleep? Not yet. "Would you like to drink it?" He gazed at the glass of honey water for a moment, ultimately deciding to accept it. He could not disdain her kindness, especially after their impending divorce. Jiang Nan, still in a drowsy haze, heard the knock. After a brief moment of lucidity, she rose from her bed and opened the door, finding Aunt Zhang waiting. "Do you need something? The young master is looking for you." Jiang Nan felt extremely groggy, struggling to keep her eyes open. "At this hour he seeks me? There may be something of great importance." Jiang Nan glanced down at her pajamas and found them acceptable, yet she wrapped herself in a shawl for modesty. Xie Qingzhou's room was on the 3rd floor, the door firmly shut, which caused her to pause in confusion. Wasn't he seeking her? She gently tapped on the door, but there was no response for a long while. She wished to avoid a repetition of the previous awkward incident and knocked once more. "Xie Qingzhou, are you in the room?" The door swung open, revealing a man with reddened eyes, his dark gaze cold and sharp as if tempered by ice. Jiang Nan sensed something was amiss. As she attempted to turn away, he pulled her into the room. Chapter 14. Acknowledgement. The sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, her eyes so dry that no tears could flow. Xie Qingzhou donned a bathrobe, scarcely glancing at her, as he moved to open the door. Jiang Nan understood that her mother-in-law had arrived. Xie Qingzhou opened the door wide, deliberately allowing his mother to witness her disgrace. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, and the sight of the person on the bed nearly caused Madame Xie to faint. She sharply questioned her son. "Xie Qingzhou, what are you doing?" "Fulfilling your daughter-in-law's needs," he replied, a tone of derision lacing his words. She had grown numb to such taunts. Last night, Xie Qingzhou had bitten her neck and proclaimed, "Jiang Nan, you are the most shameless woman I have ever encountered." He then forced her into a humiliating position with her back turned to him. "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel." Madame Xie berated him, shutting the door and shielding her from further humiliation. She did not weep but struggled to rise from the bed. Her clothes were no longer wearable, and she could only wrap herself in a blanket. Outside, the mother and son continued their quarrel. "It's not me who's the scoundrel, it's her who is despicable." Xie Qingzhou was truly furious. Throughout his life, he had never stumbled at the hands of a woman. She, while feigning indifference and demanding a divorce, had conspired to drug him. What patience and cunning she possessed. Jiang Nan opened the door, her voice frigid as she declared, "It was not me." This statement had been uttered to him the previous night, yet he had not believed a single word. Today, she was not defending herself. She would not acknowledge actions she had not committed. Hearing her words, Xie Qingzhou felt an even greater sense of frustration. The most cultured and refined young gentleman of Haiqing found himself compelled to associate with someone as shameless as her. How could there be any tenderness in such a bond? Jiang Nan glanced at the crimson stains on her attire, exhaling softly as she contemplated a visit to the hospital. As she descended the stairs, she overheard Madame Xie defending her. "I believe Jiang. She is not that kind of person and would never act in such a manner. Aunt Zhang had just stated that it was she who had orchestrated everything. You still defend her, yet if it is not her, then it must be you." Xie Qingzhou remarked that the one who least desired their divorce was his mother. 3 years ago, you forced me to marry her. Now that we are divorced, you expect me to sleep with her? His eyes were bloodshot, grappling with the notion of feeling sullied. Yet he could still consume food without repulsion. His fury intensified, and Jiang Nan's fingers clenched tightly. At that moment, she felt an unexpected wave of discomfort. It was as if a sour plum was lodged in her throat, unable to rise or descend. Did he believe himself to be tainted? Had he wronged the one he truly held dear? "Xie Qingzhou, this matter will forever haunt your heart. Will it not?" Madame Xie wept, lamenting that for that woman, he had forsaken his own parents. "For 3 years you have been away, and now you blame us for such matters. I care for Jiang, but I would never stoop to such depths as to degrade her. Since her marriage, there has indeed been a rift between the Xie family and her in-laws, leading to a growing estrangement." She descended the stairs, and upon seeing her, Xie Qingzhou's gaze was icy, filled with an intensity that suggested he wished to tear her apart. Jiang Nan approached him and boldly declared, "This is my doing. Are you satisfied now?" His uproar was merely a ploy to compel her acknowledgement, to confirm that she was precisely the type of person he believed her to be. It was not a difficult task. Chapter 15. No more divorce. The sky began to lighten with the first hues of dawn. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, her eyes so parched that tears could no longer flow. Xie Qingzhou donned a bathrobe, casting not a glance in her direction as he moved to open the door. Jiang Nan understood that her mother-in-law had arrived. Xie Qingzhou opened the door without any concealment, deliberately allowing his mother to witness her disgrace. Clothes were strewn haphazardly across the floor, and the sight of the person on the bed nearly caused Madame Xie to faint. She sternly questioned her son, "Xie Qingzhou, what on earth are you doing?" "Fulfilling your esteemed daughter-in-law's desires," Xie Qingzhou remarked, laced with humiliation and derision. These words had become a dull echo in her ears. Last night, Xie Qingzhou had bitten her neck, stating, "Jiang Nan, you are the most shameless woman I have ever encountered." He then forced her into a humiliating position, facing away from him against the door. "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel." Madame Xie chastised him, slamming the door shut, thus shielding her own dignity. She did not weep. Instead, she struggled to rise from the bed, her clothes rendered unwearable, and could only wrap herself in a blanket. Outside the door, the mother and son continued their quarrel. "It is not I who am the scoundrel, but her who is despicable." Xie Qingzhou was utterly enraged. Throughout his life, he had never stumbled at the hands of a woman. She feigned indifference, demanding a divorce, while simultaneously orchestrating his downfall with cunning deceit. Such patience and ingenuity. Jiang Nan opened the door, her voice frigid as she declared, "It was not me." She had conveyed this very sentiment to him the night prior. Yet he had chosen not to believe a single word. Today, she was not defending herself. She would not acknowledge actions she had not committed. Upon hearing her words, Xie Qingzhou was even more infuriated. Xie Qingzhou treated her with great harshness. The most cultured and refined young gentleman of Haiqing found himself forced to associate with someone as shameless as her, devoid of any tenderness or affection. Jiang Nan gazed at the crimson stains left on her body from the water, exhaling deeply as she contemplated a visit to the hospital. As she descended the stairs, Jiang Nan overheard Madame Xie defending her. "I believe Jiang. She is not that kind of person and would never engage in such actions. And Jiang had just stated that she was the mastermind behind it all, yet you still defend her. If it is not her, then it must be you." Xie Qingzhou retorted, for it was his mother who least desired their divorce. 3 years ago, you compelled me to marry her, and now you expect me to sleep with her after the divorce?" His eyes burned crimson, feeling neither sullied nor unable to consume food. His fury was palpable, and Jiang Nan's fingers clenched tightly. At that moment, an unusual discomfort washed over her. It felt as though a sour plum was lodged in her throat. Neither able to rise nor descend. Did he believe himself to be tarnished? Was he apologetic to the one he held dear? Xie Qingzhou, this matter will forever remain unresolved in your heart, will it not? Madame Xie wept, lamenting, for that woman, you have forsaken your parents. For 3 years, you have been outside, and aside from such matters, you cast blame upon us. I may have affection for Jiang, yet I would never stoop to such depths to demean her. Since her marriage, a rift has undeniably formed between the Xie family and his parents, leading to a growing estrangement. Descending the stairs, Xie Qingzhou's gaze upon her was chillingly indifferent, as if he wished to tear her apart. Jiang Nan approached him, declaring, "It was my doing. Are you satisfied now?" His uproar was merely an attempt to compel her acknowledgement of her identity, the very one he had designated for her. This was hardly a daunting task. Chapter 16. Concerned Xie Qingzhou's expression remained unchanged by her deliberate provocation. His eyes merely brushed past her outstretched hand, as he donned a smile while speaking into the phone, inquiring if she wished to continue her endorsement. On the other end, Feng Liyue paused momentarily before replying. "Not for now. I do not wish to trouble you." It wasn't that she was unwilling to continue. Rather, the reality of their superficial marriage deterred her from imposing upon him. Such words were exceedingly considerate and displayed the poise of a legitimate wife. In contrast, her own recent remarks seemed rather trivial and reminiscent of a mistress's demeanor. This marked the second occasion Jiang Nan had engaged with Feng Liyue. The first was on the night of the auction when she sought to discuss divorce with Xie Qingzhou. Feng Liyue had answered the call, saying, "Miss Jiang, I apologize, but Qingzhou is currently unavailable. I will promptly inform him of your call." Her tone was polite and measured, evoking the presence of a diligent secretary rather than a lover. Yet, the implication of intimacy was evident. Either her husband was asleep beside her or occupied in the shower. This unspoken closeness kept her awake throughout the night. This time, Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to see her disappointed and remarked regarding the endorsement, "I will speak with her. I will come find you shortly." Jiang Nan let out a cold snort, attempting to rise, but Xie Qingzhou's hand encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. He leisurely tucked away his phone, gently grasped her chin, and murmured, "Be good." It was as if he had not just been conversing with a lover. Jiang Nan thought to herself, "What a lunatic. Does he take her for a dog?" After Xie Qingzhou departed from the Xie family residence, she too prepared to leave. As she did, she took with her all her personal belongings from the Xie household. No matter what Xie Qingzhou intended, he meant nothing to her anymore. Madame Xie did not intervene. Instead, she advised Jiang Nan to take good care of herself and mentioned that she would visit her. This tumultuous affair had deeply wounded Madame Xie, leaving her eyes red-rimmed. "As for Aunt Zhang, rest assured, Mother will provide you with an explanation, no matter what." "All right," Jiang Nan replied, not wanting Madame Xie to know that her situation with Xie Qingzhou had deteriorated further. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan received a notification on her phone regarding the news of Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue retreating to their love nest. She refrained from opening it. Feng Liyue observed Xie Qingzhou, who sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, wearing an expression devoid of emotion, not even glancing at her upon her entrance. Xie Qingzhou paid her no mind, lost in his thoughts as he scrolled through his device. Eventually, he set his phone aside, turned his gaze toward her, and inquired, "Where's the brooch?" He tilted his head, his eyes lacking any warmth. "Deliver it to Qiao Zheng in an hour." Feng Liyue replied, her complexion paling. "Understood." He then turned and departed, leaving Feng Liyue to close the door and lean against it, feeling the weight of the moment. Moments ago, she inadvertently brushed against Xie Qingzhou's mobile phone. His WeChat contact was Jiang Nan, and she found herself lost in contemplation as she lingered on their previous conversation. Had he begun to care for Jiang Nan? When did this sentiment take root? Had he relinquished hope? Did he no longer intend to seek the girl who could save him? Chapter 17. The Rouge Princess at July Club. Upon learning that Xie Qingzhou had decided against divorce for the time being, Song Yunji and Shin Ke were entirely unsurprised. "Mr. Xie has finally discovered a reason to remain married," Song Yunji jested. Seated at the mahjong table, Xie Qingzhou, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "Do you think it's possible? Can one last all night?" Xie Qingzhou remained silent, engrossed in the game. "Brother, do cherish the life you share with your sister-in-law," She truly is a remarkable person. Xie Qingzhou, whether in irritation or amusement, raised an eyebrow slightly, a derisive snicker escaping his lips. She feigns indifference towards divorce while simultaneously plotting against me. Is such a person truly admirable? Earlier that day at home, she had resorted to her old tactics of feigned withdrawal. He found himself genuinely curious about how she maintained such an untroubled demeanor. I doubt she is capable of such actions, Xie Qingzhou asserted, expressing confidence in Jiang Nan's character. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding. What does it matter, misunderstanding or not? If she wishes to play, then let her play. Xie Qingzhou lingered at the July Club until 10:30, having imbibed a few drinks. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he sent Jiang Nan a message. Come and pick me up. As Jiang Nan prepared for bed and saw this message, she promptly dismissed it. Though he lacked a profound understanding of her, at that moment, it seemed as if he could foresee her sentiments. Jiang Nan. If I were in your shoes, I would certainly come. Jiang Nan gazed at the message, realizing he was using the brooch as a means of intimidation. However, Xie Qingzhou had proven to be untrustworthy. He had promised to assist her in obtaining a divorce, but had stood her up, and now he was reneging on that promise. Even if she were to go, there was no guarantee he would honor his commitment. She refused to let him manipulate her in this manner and promptly switched off her phone. Jiang Nan found the situation rather intriguing. The following day, Shou Qian arrived early at Jiang Nan's building, carrying 2 portions of breakfast. And Ning nudged her friend gently in the side, noting Shou Qian's attentiveness. She thought Shou Qian was quite admirable. Nan, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just bought a few simple things, Shou Qian remarked. I'm not particularly picky, Jiang Nan replied. This morning, upon awakening and turning her phone back on, she saw that Shou Qian had sent a message at 5 o'clock, inquiring about her breakfast preferences. It was indeed a thoughtful gesture. And Ning sipped her pumpkin juice and added, Shou Qian, just avoid giving her anything with pork filling. Shou Qian acknowledged her request and ushered them into the car. Upon arriving at the pier, the crowd was sparse. Shou Qian handed them prepared hats and scarves, saying, I've checked the weather. The sea breeze is quite strong today. Wait for me while I go park the car. He was certainly a refreshing contrast to Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Due to the weather conditions, flocks of seagulls were flying low around the pier, seemingly unafraid of people. They circled about. Just as Shou Qian had described, seagulls in a state of delightful chaos. However, it was quite amusing. Shou Qian offered her some breadcrumbs, which she held in her palm, and the bolder seagulls would even alight in her hand. Jiang Nan, clad in a long white down jacket and adorned with the rabbit-shaped hat gifted by Shou Qian, looked exceptionally charming. While she was feeding the seagulls, Shou Qian captured the moment with his camera. Although the pier was somewhat chilly, Jiang Nan continued to smile, much to Shou Qian's relief. During lunch, Xie Qingzhou stumbled upon Shou Qian's post, and indeed, Jiang Nan was stunning, captivatingly beautiful in any attire. However, Shou Qian had inscribed 6 words beneath the 2 photos. My blush princess. Chapter 18. Warning. After enjoying the sight of the seagulls, Shou Qian arranged for a table at a private restaurant that was notoriously difficult to book. You are quite the photographer, Shou Qian, and Ning remarked, liking the post and showing it to Jiang Nan. Nan, I'm sending you this photo. We should have discussed it first. Shou Qian hesitated, then candidly admitted, I have my own little thoughts. That day in the private room, I wasn't the only one who liked you, so I did it intentionally. If it displeases you, I can delete it. Displeasure was not the sentiment. Rather, she was still married to Xie Qingzhou and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. As she contemplated how to convey this to Shou Qian, she noticed that Xie Qingzhou had liked the post, and Ning's expression darkened instantly. Jiang Nan managed to maintain her composure, yet the feelings stirring within were far from pleasant, regardless of whether it was marriage or impending divorce. Xie Qingzhou's actions were rather hurtful, akin to a thorn from a cactus pricking her finger, not overly painful, yet profoundly uncomfortable. Observing Jiang Nan's distressed demeanor, Shou Qian felt a pang of anxiety. I'll delete it right away. She was overthinking things. In his eyes, she was merely a plaything, so how could he possibly care? Jiang Nan did not dwell on it further, as she did not wish to miss out on the delights of gastronomy. In the days that followed, Xie Qingzhou ceased all communication with her and did not trouble her. He also refrained from mentioning the endorsement matter concerning Feng Liyue. Jiang Nan relished the tranquility, contemplating that his earlier declaration of not divorcing was likely just a ruse to frighten her. In a few days, he would undoubtedly accompany her to obtain the divorce certificate, bestowing upon Feng Liyue a legitimate status. Due to an unexpected company issue, she concluded her work at 9 o'clock. Since her father's passing, her mother had occasionally become disoriented, but was essentially a kind-hearted soul when not provoked. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nan inquired with the caregiver and learned that her mother had gone in search of a brooch. What brooch? Wasn't it in Xie Qingzhou's possession? Tears brimmed in her eyes. How could he do this? She vaguely comprehended that her recent like on Zhou Qian's social media post had served as a warning. He had previously mentioned his impatience and urged her to behave. It appeared he had been waiting for her here. Did he know that the brooch was her father's keepsake? Jiang Nan exhaled. Such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was locating her mother. Over the past 2 years, her mother's condition had been stable, and the tracking watch she wore had not been removed. The weather in Haicheng today was dismal, with forecasts predicting rain mixed with snow. Though the snow did not fall, a light, drizzling rain persisted, chilling to the bone during the night. Ultimately, Jiang Nan found her mother, drenched, in the cemetery atop the mountain. Qin Shuang, her mother, was in a state of confusion, lamenting, "Darling, that brooch, why did you give it to someone else?" Hearing those words pierced Jiang Nan's heart. Jiang, your father was killed by someone," Qin Shuang added. Jiang Nan was aware that those who once sought to harm the Xie family had learned of her father's rescue and were now bent on revenge. After bringing her mother to the hospital, it was already past midnight. Alone on a bench in the hospital, Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before dialing Xie Qingzhou's number. Chapter 19. Why cry? She attempted to reach him 3 times, yet her calls went unanswered. A wave of helplessness engulfed her as she rested her elbow on her knee. Her forehead pressed against her clasped hands, striving to quell her emotions. After 3 years of marriage, she realized just how formidable Xie Qingzhou could be. Exhaling slowly, she instructed Aunt Li to take good care of her sleeping mother before setting out to find Xie Qingzhou. The car smoothly approached the villa at number 6 Wudong Road. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Nan spotted Xie Qingzhou. He lounged on a light brown sofa, exuding a sense of languor, his legs splayed carelessly, his expression stern and imbued with an unmistakable air of aggression, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Nan noticed his phone resting beside him and wondered, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" "Such a petty grudge," she remarked, hearing her words. Xie Qingzhou propped his palm against the back of his head, scrutinizing her with evident amusement. "You see, dealing with an intelligent person is quite effortless." He said nothing further, yet she effortlessly grasped his intentions. However, she was left wondering what he had been up to. As her makeup had smudged to the point where even her beauty mark was barely concealed, her complexion paled to the point of transparency, appearing pitifully delicate. "First, make me happy, then we can talk," she stated. Their gazes locked for a moment. Jiang Nan asked, "How do you intend to cheer me up? What do you think?" He countered, assessing her from head to toe, a hint of danger glimmering in his eyes. The outcome was anticipated by her, yet when it came time to act, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her coat lay discarded on the floor as she approached him. Xie Qingzhou's expression remained indifferent, his lightly furrowed brow indicating his dissatisfaction. However, she found herself unable to undress and placate him. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Jiang Nan bit her lip and bent over the coffee table before him, reminiscent of that fateful night. From the immense television screen across from her, Jiang Nan beheld her own disarray, while he maintained a steady posture, observing her like a detached spectator. As seconds ticked by, just as she felt on the verge of collapse, he drew closer, his fingers brazenly slipping beneath her clothing. Jiang Nan trembled uncontrollably. Today, she wore a simple black sweater, now discarded on the floor. He, akin to that previous night, nibbled at her neck and played with her earlobe, yet refrained from kissing her. On that night, he had left deep marks upon her shoulder. He traced the small, scabbed circle with his lips, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Jiang Nan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. The man grasped her chin, questioning her tears. "Why are you crying, my little princess?" Jiang Nan gazed at him in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with a hint of wickedness. "If you desire the brooch, then cease your tears," Xie Qingzhou declared. Jiang Nan understood that she had interrupted his mood. "Can you find joy this time?" she ventured to ask. The question was somewhat of a downer, yet she felt compelled to clarify her feelings. She feared he might retract his words, uttering phrases like, "I never agreed to such things," as he had in the past when she had failed to comprehend him. However, she believed that Xie Qingzhou was capable of this. It was best to clarify things in advance. His fingers pressed against the side of her neck, feeling her warmth. This woman, in what state was she, yet remained so lucid? Chapter 20. The delicate one, he fell silent, fixated on leaving marks on her delicate, fair neck. Jiang Nan understood that since she had come this far, she had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was no choice but to comply. Unless she was willing to part with the brooch. With only a couple of garments left on her, when he pulled her from the cold coffee table onto his lap, she felt utterly lost, and once again her eyes brimmed with tears. Xie Qingzhou did not touch her. He toyed with her body as one would with a plaything. Jiang Nan's body ached and trembled uncontrollably. Yet, he remained unaffected, his breathing slightly heavy, his gaze clear and unclouded by desire. With one piece of clothing caught on his foot and another fallen to the ground, her tears fell once more. Perhaps he was displeased by her tears, his interest waning. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brows, shook his hand, and ascended the stairs. His attire remained intact, while she, in contrast, pulled a thin blanket over her shame. She despised this situation, wishing to slap him twice. But thinking of her mother's expression, she swallowed her fury along with the feeling of humiliation. Xie Qingzhou stood under the cool shower for a long time, finally extinguishing the fire within. He pressed his lips together, recalling her posture, her neck instinctively arching backward, and his gaze darkened once more. Upon exiting the bathroom, he climbed into bed, with no intention of attending to her further. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to head to the guest room, where she was not present. He descended the stairs and found Jiang Nan curled up beneath a thin blanket, an image of utter vulnerability. When his palm rested against her forehead, he confirmed her fever. Lowering his gaze upon her, he observed her once translucent complexion now flushed and unrecognizable. Xie Qingzhou bent down to embrace her. Startled awake, Jiang Nan struggled. "What are you doing? Let go." She turned her head, falling still. When he laid her on the master bed, a pang of bitterness surged within her. The absence of emotion rendered this situation rather absurd. She numbly nestled into the covers, while Xie Qingzhou departed. Jiang Nan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She had missed dinner due to a meeting, and the blanket still held his residual warmth. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she no longer wished to feign waiting for him. Jiang Nan was roused from her slumber, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at him. However, upon seeing the bowl of congee he offered, she was momentarily taken aback. For me? This scenario was entirely unexpected, and she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Accepting the bowl, she retreated to the sofa by the window, as she had no habit of eating in bed. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the foot of the bed, watching her delicately consume the congee, her demeanor quite refined. Only when the bowl was empty did he speak. "Take your medicine." Jiang Nan responded with a soft "oh," and obediently went to retrieve the medication. Approaching him, he grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace, teasingly saying, "Is it true that a mere touch makes you cling to someone? Last time you were hospitalized, and now look at you, burning up like this. How delicate." "Stop talking nonsense," Jiang Nan replied, a strange flutter igniting within her as she pushed him away to take her medicine. The atmosphere was thick with ambiguity and oddity. Jiang Nan pondered whether he was merely disinterested in the situation, feeling rather dejected. Do not let this fleeting moment of warmth blind your eyes. As the lights dimmed, the man's solid, warm body pressed against her, his lips brushed her ear as he whispered, "Break ties with Zhou Qian." Chapter 22, Love. Vanished Jiang Nan was reluctant to speak. Her relationship with Zhou Qian was ambiguous at best. Whenever Zhou Qian invited her out, he always brought a Ning along, maintaining a respectful distance. In Xie Qingzhou's eyes, it seemed as though she was entangled with someone else. In order to successfully obtain the brooch, Jiang Nan acquiesced with a soft mm. He fell silent thereafter, his arm encircling her waist, his face nestled in her neck as if he had drifted into slumber. Around 4 in the morning, whether it was the effect of the cold medicine or the warmth radiating from his chest, Jiang Nan began to perspire. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she yearned for a shower. Carefully, she attempted to extricate his arm, but in doing so, she inadvertently roused him. Xie Qingzhou, still in a haze of sleep, pressed her down gently before fetching a warm towel to wipe her down. Feeling considerably refreshed, she nonetheless found herself devoid of sleep. She pondered why such moments had not arrived sooner, instead of when her heart had already begun to harden. The following day, thoughts of her mother lingered in her mind, prompting her to rise early. Auntie Li informed her that her mother had awakened and wished to see her. Jiang Nan hoped to retrieve the brooch first, believing it would bring her mother some joy. It was no wonder that Xie Qingzhou had been so relaxed in the living room the previous day. His aunt had taken the day off. Jiang Nan prepared breakfast, and Xie Qingzhou graciously joined her at the dining table. The traditional Chinese breakfast consisted of coarse grains, crystal dumplings, and a plate of delectable side dishes, quite to her liking. Noticing his good spirits, Jiang Nan inquired, "When will you give me the brooch?" His expression darkened slightly, yet his tone remained relatively calm. "Is it solely for the brooch? What else could it be?" Xie Qingzhou took a bite of the crystal dumpling and set it down. "Must you ruin my spirits so early in the morning?" Jiang Nan felt a sense of grievance, knowing he would likely go back on his word. She found herself unable to eat any longer. "What exactly do you want from me? We've already slept together and reconciled. Is that what you call sleeping? If you don't make a move, can you blame me?" Xie Qingzhou scoffed mockingly. "If you desire it, why not just say so?" Jiang Nan took a deep breath, maintaining her composure. "What must I do to receive the brooch from you?" Jiang Nan. No wonder he didn't mention the endorsement. He was simply waiting for her here. "I agree. Please be sure to inform Miss Feng that I'm going to collect the brooch," Jiang Nan stated, not lingering for even a second longer, and stood up to leave. Xie Qingzhou's gaze was icy, filled with displeasure. This woman's affection vanished rather swiftly. Jiang Nan instructed her assistant to find Feng Liyue to retrieve the brooch while she headed to the hospital. Qin Shuang, in the midst of her meal, looked up to see her daughter, her face filled with remorse. Jiang, it's your mother's fault for causing you concern." Jiang Nan leaned against her mother's embrace, offering gentle reassurance. "Mother is wonderful, truly exceptional." She couldn't bear to scold her mother. After her father passed away 7 years ago, her mother had endured immense suffering, her condition deteriorating, yet she had suppressed her tears for Jiang Nan's sake. Qin Shuang continued to speak, reminiscing about her love for Jiang Nan's father and the story of the proposal brooch. Jiang, how do you suppose the brooch went missing all those years ago?" Assistant Yang Ji called. "President Jiang, Miss Feng stated that the brooch was a gift from President Xie and cannot be given to you." Jiang Nan pressed her fingers to her forehead, exasperated by Xie Qingzhou's actions. "Miss Feng will be at the company today to discuss the filming. Perhaps you could inquire directly?" After hanging up, Jiang Nan did not immediately head to the office, but spent the morning with Qin Shuang. By the time she arrived at the company, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Upon encountering Feng Liyue, Jiang Nan noticed the brooch glaringly affixed to her black dress. "Did Xie Qingzhou not inform you to return my brooch?" She was forthright, causing Feng Liyue to pause momentarily before responding with a smile. "Miss Jiang, your father's relic should rightfully belong to you. However, if I return it, Qingzhou may be displeased." Jiang Nan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Xie Qingzhou was aware that the brooch belonged to her father, yet chose to give it to someone else. Chapter 23. Greed. Jiang Nan found herself questioning what it was she admired about Xie Qingzhou. Was it his striking visage that captivated her during their youth? "Miss Jiang, you are truly beautiful. If you were to enter the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly thrive," Feng Liyue remarked, reclining on the guest sofa in her office, her legs crossed, exuding an air of authority. The black gown accentuated her curvaceous figure, and the brooch further enhanced her elegance. Jiang Nan remained silent, arms crossed, half sitting, half leaning against the desk, locking eyes with her. Feng Liyue continued, "But Miss Jiang, beauty alone can be a misfortune. It often reduces one to a mere plaything for men. Once the novelty fades, one is easily discarded." With a delicate raise of her brow, Jiang Nan gathered her long hair and tied it up, slowly approaching her. Feng Liyue was uncertain of her intentions, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan's slender neck, where a vivid red kiss mark lay unnoticed behind her ear. She pondered whether Xie Qingzhou's departure abroad just a week after their wedding was somehow related to Jiang Nan. After all, 3 years ago, Jiang Nan was even more alluring, surely enticing men even more. "Brooch, shall I adorn you with it, or will you take it off yourself?" Jiang Nan inquired, her voice soft yet laden with pressure. Feng Liyue couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Having known her for 3 years, this felt like their first official interaction, and she was far more formidable than anticipated, yet not intimidated. "Miss Jiang, as I mentioned, President Jiang, or Mrs. Xie, choose one." "Miss Feng," Jiang Nan interjected. "It is only the unloved who play the role of the mistress." Feng Liyue's assistant could no longer hold back. Jiang Nan laughed. "If the love is so profound, why not marry you?" Witnessing this, Feng Liyue's assistant promptly dialed Xie Qingzhou. "Mr. Xie, President Jiang is bullying Liyue. Could you come over?" The assistant turned around, proudly informing Jiang Nan, "Mr. Xie wants you to answer the call." Jiang Nan took the phone and immediately ended the call. The assistant's eyes widened in shock. You. Xie Qingzhou glanced at the darkened screen of his phone, smirking, to Wei Phone Group. Xiao Zheng turned his head from the passenger seat. Mr. Xie, are we going to see the missus? Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze to observe her delight. Are you two well acquainted? Indeed, we are quite familiar. Over the past 3 years, Madam has frequently called to inquire about your well-being. Each time you fell ill, she seemed more anxious than I, urging me to remind you about your medications, even knowing about your allergies. Your stomach troubles are well known, and given the prevalence of cold dishes abroad, my culinary skills, as honed by Madam, are put to the test. With all these matters at hand, have you remained silent for 3 years? Xiao Zheng opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Madam's admonition. Xie Qingzhou let out a soft laugh, commenting on his obedience. Who exactly is your assistant? Xiao Zheng murmured quietly, suggesting that perhaps he found her presence irksome, feeling as though she were surveilling and controlling him. Upon arriving at Jiang Nan's office, Xie Qingzhou beheld Jiang Nan crouched on the floor, collecting the fallen diamonds and turquoise from a brooch, while Feng Liyue sat weeping nearby. The young assistant, bearing the marks of a slap on her face, turned to Xie Qingzhou and lamented, Mr. Xie, surely the president cannot strike someone simply for being unhappy? Chapter 24. You do not deserve it. Xie Qingzhou's tone was decidedly displeased as he extended his hand to help Feng Liyue to her feet. Jiang Nan cast a swift glance, having already concluded that she had bullied Feng Liyue, questioning her motives unnecessarily. Feng Liyue leaned weakly against him, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. Qingzhou, it is all my fault. I should have ensured that Miss Jiang caught the brooch before I let go. Mr. Xie, Liyue was merely careless. The president's temperament is truly too harsh, the young assistant chimed in, noting the redness on Liyue's wrist, a testament to Jiang Nan's wrath, as well as the mark upon her own face. Is this truly the case, Jiang Nan? He inquired again, his voice laced with an even colder tone. Once all the diamonds and turquoise had been gathered, Jiang Nan finally rose, delicately placing the items on the desk. She leisurely rolled up her sleeves and approached Feng Liyue. The assistant screamed, leaving Feng Liyue momentarily stunned. After a few slaps, Jiang Nan seized her by the hair, compelling her to lift her head, and pronounced each word with precision. Now, it is I who strikes you. Do you not comprehend the reason behind it? Jiang Nan's nose tinged with bitterness as she raised her chin defiantly, declaring, not enough. Xie Qingzhou cast her aside, removed his coat, and draped it over Feng Liyue's head, instructing the assistant to take her to the car and await his return. Jiang Nan collided painfully with the corner of the desk, tears welling in her eyes as she watched him gently escort Feng Liyue to the door. When he turned to glance at her, his gaze was icy enough to chill the soul. Is what she said the truth? Jiang Nan met his stare with defiance, questioning the relevance of the situation. His demeanor was already an answer. What more could she say that would hold any significance? Xie Qingzhou observed her unwavering determination and defiance, genuinely taken aback by her fierce temperament. He had assumed she would not become incensed. Jiang Nan, feeling disdainful and trapped, could only shout at her, get away. Can't you utter a few gentle words to me? He mused, suddenly reminiscing about her past self, when she would knock on his door, peering in with a gentle inquiry. Shall we have fish for dinner tonight? Gentle words? You are unworthy of them. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly as he embraced her waist, lifting her effortlessly onto the desk. I know just how to make you pliable. Jiang Nan felt a shiver run down her spine as her clothing was lifted. He understood her too well. Just a few gentle touches, and she would be reduced to a quivering mess. She reclined on the desk, her hair and attire in disarray. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou seemed to revel in witnessing her submit to his will. Once his objective was achieved, he rose, standing before her with a condescending air, remarking, Jiang Nan, you ought to learn how to be a proper CEO. Your professionalism leaves much to be desired. With that, he departed, leaving Jiang Nan to sink to the floor, her trembling fingers struggling to fasten her trousers. His mistreatment of Feng Liyue was merely unprofessional. He had only seen her strike Feng Liyue without inquiring about the reasons behind her actions. Naturally, he remained oblivious to the cut in her palm, inflicted by Feng Liyue's brooch. Chapter 25. Consolation. Yang Ji helped Jiang Nan to her feet and gathered the scattered documents from the floor. The puddle of water on the desk left Jiang Nan feeling quite embarrassed. Yang Ji pretended not to notice, but upon seeing the bloodied cut on Jiang Nan's palm, he said, let me take you to get that treated. Jiang Nan nodded, and they made their way to a nearby community hospital. While Yang Ji went to settle the payment, Jiang Nan sat in the hospital corridor, contemplating how to repair the brooch to its former glory. A shadow fell over her, and upon looking up, she was greeted by the sight of a perspiring Shou Qian. What brings you here? Jiang Nan smiled. Did Zhang tell you? Zhou Qian shook his head. It was your call, she answered. I was hoping to invite you to dinner. He knelt before her, gently unfolding her fingers. As he beheld her fair palm, he noticed a slender wound, still oozing droplets of blood. He lowered his head and softly blew upon it. Jiang Nan clenched her fist. It didn't hurt that much. How could such a long cut not be painful? Who did this? It was inconsequential. Jiang Nan wished to refrain from mentioning it. Yet her thoughts drifted to Feng Liyue. She was indeed quite astute. After the assistant finished the call with Xie Qingzhou, her demeanor transformed instantaneously, as she declared, "The brooch, I'll return it to you." She laid her palm before her, and Feng Liyue brazenly traced a line across it. Jiang Nan found it difficult to comprehend her audacity at that moment, but upon Xie Qingzhou's arrival, it became clear. Her husband genuinely stood by her side. The pain was overwhelming. She instinctively withdrew her hand, prompting Feng Liyue to release her grip, causing the brooch to clatter to the ground. Of course it mattered. I will stand up for you. They shall never dare to bully you again, Zhou Qian stated earnestly. Jiang Nan gazed at Zhou Qian. He treated her with such kindness. However, the Zhou and Xie families shared a cordial relationship, and she did not wish to create discomfort between them. Jiang Nan felt helpless as Zhou Qian remained crouched before her. Nan, even if you refuse, I shall continue to cherish you. We have crossed paths before. That very night, when you captured my attention and entered my dreams. He could never forget her. In all his endeavors, thoughts of her lingered, and he yearned to see her again. He then leaned closer, softly reassuring her. Nan, bear with it. This disinfection will sting, but I have faith in you. You can endure it. The doctor merely observed in silence, while Jiang Nan found herself at a loss for words. As Zhou Qian treated her as if she were a child, Zhou Qian, with his meticulous and considerate nature, arrived at just the right moment to offer her solace. It would be disingenuous for Jiang Nan not to feel moved. As Feng Liyue entered, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Xie Qingzhou. What are you? To provoke her, hm? The man's hand rested upon her neck, though without force, yet it sent a shiver down her spine. Having been by his side for 6 years, she understood that the more he displayed such demeanor, the more perilous he became, for in the next instant, he could indeed snap her neck. In public, he wore a guise of tenderness and deep affection for her. I truly did not mean to. It was Miss Jiang. That brooch, which she so ardently desired, could not have been carelessly dropped. Do I appear foolish to you? Pray tell, when I instructed you to present the brooch to her, how did you manage to render it into such a pitiful state? Feng Liyue's face turned pale as she was compelled to voice her own sordid and shameful actions. Such was Xie Qingzhou. She wished to remain silent, yet dared not defy him. Upon hearing her words, Xie Qingzhou expressed disdain, as if merely touching her was beneath him. He stood aside with a wet wipe, cleaning his hands. Madam Xie, General Jiang, choose whichever title you prefer. Feng Liyue comprehended that she and Jiang Nan were worlds apart. As Xie Qingzhou entered the car, he inquired of Qiaozheng, what is she up to? Chapter 26. Dinner. Xie Qingzhou twirled his fingers and smiled slightly. Oh, is that so? Qiaozheng felt a jolt of apprehension and stole a glance at him through the rearview mirror. Was it a matter of disliking something for oneself and forbidding others from enjoying it? Or perhaps, was he envious? Unable to decipher the situation, Qiaozheng could not help but remark, Madam has quite a long cut on her hand. Should you discover it, where would that leave young Master Zhou's attentiveness? Xie Qingzhou, are you considering changing jobs? Qiaozheng turned his head, expressing his urgency. Young Master Zhou Qian is doing everything he can to pursue the lady. You're still giving him a chance. She is truly remarkable, and I wouldn't want you to miss her. He remained silent, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. After a considerable pause, he finally said, you need to handle something. Jiang Nan's palm had been treated and bandaged, yet the lingering, mild discomfort was quite bothersome. Yang Ji inquired if the endorsement deal with Feng Liyue was still viable. Jiang Nan recalled Xie Qingzhou's words. You should learn how to be a competent CEO. You're not being professional at all. He was right. In the company, personal matters should not interfere. Her actions had provided a momentary release of frustration and resentment. If Feng Liyue decided against filming and breached the contract, it would impose substantial losses on the company. You go ahead and focus on your tasks. I will ponder over this matter. Yang Ji departed, and Jiang Nan retrieved the shattered brooch from her drawer, her emotions in turmoil. Yet she still dialed Xie Qingzhou's number. She needed to face the consequences of her actions. No one escapes injustice, regardless of their position. Speak. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If Miss Feng is still willing to meet me, I would like to extend my apologies to her. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Clearly a choice made after a calm assessment of the situation. She understood the principle that one must bear the weight of their crown. Xie Qingzhou leaned back in the car's rear seat, compelled to admit that his wife was both intelligent and resolute. Not everyone can set aside personal pride, especially when the fault does not lie with her. He remained silent, and Jiang Nan added, "On your end, I owe you one." Seeking her husband's permission to apologize to the mistress was a humiliating act that Xie Qingzhou should not have acquiesced to. Nevertheless, he found himself uttering, "What must be done? I shall comply." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Xie Qingzhou ended the call. Jiang Nan, however, could only manage a bitter smile. Uncertain how she had descended into such a pitiable state. "Zhou Qian, I have a driver at my disposal," she stated. "Yet, your driver cannot prepare meals, and I must honor my commitments." Jiang Nan nodded and entered his vehicle. However, Zhou Qian, this young master, was equally inept in the culinary arts. After a chaotic scene in the kitchen, Zhou Qian opted to order takeout. Nan, I shall diligently learn to cook," he vowed while tidying up the kitchen. Jiang Nan, reluctant to dampen his spirits, replied, "Very well." The doorbell rang and Zhou Qian, assuming it was the delivery, hurried to answer. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou, he was taken aback. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Xie Qingzhou raised the dinner he held in his hand. "Your princess has injured her hand. I've come to deliver a meal." Zhou Qian chuckled. "I had forgotten that Nan is your sister." Xie Qingzhou smiled silently. Standing in the foyer, he observed Jiang Nan's smile falter on her lips. He truly appeared the epitome of a caring brother, inquiring with a grin, Jiang, are you displeased to see me? Am I intruding upon your time together?" Chapter 27. Addressing him as husband, Xie Qingzhou's tone was tinged with sarcasm, leaving Jiang Nan at a loss for how to respond. "Brother Zhou, there is no question of intrusion. Nan tends to feel shy. I have yet to win her over," Zhou Qian interjected. Xie Qingzhou let out a soft sound of acknowledgement as Jiang Nan, who was pouring water, accidentally knocked over the cup and cast a nervous glance in his direction. Zhou Qian, puzzled, looked at Xie Qingzhou and inquired, "What?" Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. "My dear sister, is she truly that difficult to pursue?" Zhou Qian scratched his head. Nan is an exceptionally wonderful girl. I wish for her to know me well, and if possible, I hope to marry her." Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Jiang Nan. "Should I change my shoes?" He surveyed Jiang Nan's apartment. What was once 4 rooms had been transformed into one, with the kitchen, study, and living rooms seamlessly interconnected. The design was audacious, dominated by a pristine white palette, giving the home an air of spacious elegance. Her taste is indeed refined. Upon hearing her say it was unnecessary, Xie Qingzhou placed the dinner he had brought on the suspended island table that was part of the dining space. "You'll be hungry soon enough. Let's have a little something first." Zhou Qian was genuinely attentive, opening the food container, only to frown at the sight of the meal. Xie Qingzhou took a seat beside the island and asked, "What's wrong? Does she not enjoy spicy food?" His mother had mentioned that Jiang Nan thrived on spice. Yet Zhou Qian explained, "But she has a hand injury and must avoid anything pungent." Xie Qingzhou fell silent, observing her as she stood at the other side of the island, her gaze cast downward, neither looking at him nor speaking. Jiang Nan turned to Zhou Qian and said, "I'm not that hungry. It's fine, just wait for me," he replied, rushing out. Jiang Nan turned her back, nonchalantly asking, "Would you prefer coffee or tea?" Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and stood up, pressing his body against her back. "Are you this unhappy to see me?" Jiang Nan's back tensed instinctively as she attempted to break free. "Was it fear? Was I afraid, or were you simply losing your mind?" Jiang Nan felt anger brewing within her, as his hands began to roam once more, reminiscent of that afternoon in the office when he had toyed with her, compelling her to yield. His voice was so soft, as if he feared that Zhou Qian might overhear. Indeed, Jiang Nan was apprehensive of Zhou Qian discovering this. She did not wish to harm him in such a manner. While on the phone, he spoke of debts owed and stated that he would comply with anything. Yet when she merely asked for a hug, he reacted so dramatically, questioning her sincerity. He leaned in closely, his handsome face brushing against the nape of her neck. "Xie Qingzhou, this is a different matter. You must release me first. Why should I let you go? In the past, when I ignored you, it displeased you. Now that I am showing you warmth, do you not appreciate it?" He replied, his tone flirtatious, as if he were speaking the truth. His current demeanor towards her resembled that of a child with a newfound toy, perhaps not genuinely fond of it, but unwilling to let anyone else play with it. Jiang Nan felt a surge of anxiety. She feared Zhou Qian's discovery far less than she feared Xie Qingzhou's reckless behavior. She possessed a sense of shame, worried about others witnessing her vulnerability. At that moment, she could not afford to confront him directly. She softened her tone. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Could you please let me go? Xie Qingzhou chuckled, squeezing her delicate waist. You enjoy my enthusiasm, yet you wish for me to release you? Jiang Nan gasped, sensing his deliberate provocation. Outside, the elevator chimed, sending a shiver down her spine. She nearly pleaded with him to set her free. Yet Xie Qingzhou did not relent. Instead, he escalated his actions, inching his fingers upward. Outside, Zhou Qian expressed his gratitude to the delivery person, while Jiang Nan trembled with uncertainty. What do you truly desire? Perhaps you could first call me brother? Chapter 28. Adjustment. Zhou Qian entered the room with the takeout, only to find Jiang Nan absent. Zhou, where's Nan Nan? Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Zhou Qian, I accidentally spilled something and am in the midst of tidying up. A fruit platter lay scattered on the floor, remnants of her clumsiness, as she fastened her buttons and smoothed her hair. Zhou Qian approached, crouched down, and said, allow me to assist. It would be inconvenient for you. Xie Qingzhou cast a fleeting glance at the two. His husband had suddenly become superfluous. Was this still the same individual who changed partners weekly? Yet, after witnessing such antics repeatedly, it lost its charm. Take good care of your princess. I shall take my leave, Xie Qingzhou remarked, his gaze lingering on Jiang Nan for a significant moment before departing. Jiang Nan steadied her eyes, her mood soured. He was truly intriguing, simultaneously playful and utterly indifferent. What did he perceive her to be? A mere diversion? Something to entertain him when he felt inclined, only to be cast aside when he grew weary? The moment the door clicked shut, Jiang Nan felt her heart tremble. Zhou Qian paused, leaning against the countertop, slightly inclined forward, and after a prolonged silence, inquired, what have I done wrong? Jiang Nan shook her head. It was not that he had erred, but rather that he was too splendid. So splendid, in fact, that she could not bear to hurt him. Zhou Qian, in truth, I have not yet departed in terms of our relationship. We are friends, but in your current state, I feel uneasy. Please do not let me go. He gazed into her eyes, his sincerity unmistakable. I am not single at the moment. I am aware of that. Jiang Nan expressed her confusion. With your beauty, it is hard to believe that you are without a boyfriend. The last time you mentioned having matters to attend to, I surmised that you might be dealing with emotional issues. If that man does not appreciate you, it is indeed his loss, for I am here, presenting an opportunity. Zhou Qian was quite candid and after a moment's reflection, added, next time I visit, I will not come alone. If Ning is unavailable, I shall bring my cousin with me. Is that acceptable? Jiang Nan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In the days that followed, Zhou Qian consistently brought his cousin Zhou Ying to visit her, accompanying her for dressings and even providing breakfast and dinner, showing no sign of inconvenience. Jiang Nan had to balance her work during the day while also seeking someone to repair her brooch. However, after consulting several individuals, none were able to restore it to its former glory. Zhou Qian had gradually improved his culinary skills, and, while in the kitchen, he overheard Jiang Nan discussing the brooch over the phone. During mealtime, he inquired, what is it that you wish to have repaired? The brooch, she replied. May I see it? Jiang Nan nodded and handed the shattered brooch to Zhou Qian. The craftsmanship appeared simple, yet was inherently intricate. Mr. Nan Xiu should be capable of restoring it. However, at the age of 88, how could he still undertake such work? Jiang Nan had considered him, yet finding someone was proving to be more arduous than the repair itself. There is someone who can reach Mr. Nan Xiu. If you trust me, I shall assist you in restoring the brooch, Zhou Qian offered, having heard her discussions about the repair over the past few days. I certainly trust you. It's just rather cumbersome. Like Mr. Nan, it requires a great deal of social maneuvering, consuming both time and effort. Her relationship with Zhou Qian has yet to reach that juncture. However, in pursuit of the brooch, Jiang Nan contemplated, Zhou Qian, should you require any financial assistance, please don't hesitate to inform me. Zhou Qian nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I shall ensure the brooch is restored to its former glory. Chapter 29. Above, Jiang Nan called out, yet Xie Qingzhou did not release her, merely smiling in her direction. She knew he was untrustworthy. The sound of Zhou Qian's footsteps drew nearer, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, still grinning, and whispered in her ear, Are you so fearful that Zhou Qian will discover you are my wife? Jiang Nan, already on edge, shivered at his playful nibble on her earlobe. It was only when Zhou Qian pushed open the door that Xie Qingzhou leisurely relinquished his hold. Jiang Nan crouched beside the countertop, fastening the buttons he had carelessly undone. Brother Zhou, where is Nan Nan? Xie Qingzhou cast his gaze downwards, observing her with amusement. She is right here, as he tugged at the hem of her pants. He deftly shifted the conversation, mentioning the fruit platter that had accidentally toppled over. I'm tidying up. Jiang Nan exhaled a sigh of relief, just managing to steady her emotions and smooth her hair. Zhou Qian approached, crouching down. I'll take care of this. You needn't exert yourself. Xie Qingzhou glanced at the two, realizing that he, as her husband, had suddenly become superfluous. He shouldn't have assisted her earlier. Zhou Qian was deeply invested in restoring the brooch, utilizing every connection available to him, all for the sake of bringing a smile to the lovely lady's face. The matter soon spread within the circle, and the most charming Zhou Qian, in a surprising turn of heart, devoted himself to Jiang Nan, transforming into a paragon of fidelity. In the July Club, Song Yunji listened as several individuals discussed this development. At the mahjong table, Xie Qingzhou appeared oblivious, engrossed in the game. And tonight luck was decidedly in his favor. He even managed to win against Shin, who wore an increasingly sullen expression. You're down in the love department. Don't take it out on your brothers. Song Yunji interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Has my brother Zhou ever faced misfortune in love? He is currently on top. Xie Qingzhou discarded a 9 of characters and chuckled lightly. When have I ever been on top? Didn't you deliver her meals? That situation is rather difficult to manage. Song Yunji retorted. Previously, while playing here, she had playfully teased him about his potential addiction, suggesting that he had driven Jiang Nan to the hospital, attributing it merely to substances, devoid of any emotional entanglement. That night, as Jiang Nan lay sprawled across the coffee table, he refrained from touching her, perceiving her merely as a beautiful vase. Even when she displayed signs of losing control, he felt entirely capable of maintaining his composure, despite her undeniable allure. He believed that without genuine feelings, such actions were devoid of meaning. Yet, when she leaned in close, humming erratically in his ear, he was abruptly reminded of the chaotic state she had once found herself in his embrace. After taking a shower to calm the unusual sensations coursing through him, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhou Qian rushed in, disrupting his fleeting thoughts. Shin, did you ever commission a pair of rings from Mr. Nanxiu? Shin nodded, confirming the occurrence. Indeed, but the rings were intended for Xie Qingzhou, meant as a gift for his beloved. This matter is rather clandestine. How did Zhou Qian come to know of it? Could you assist me in contacting Mr. Nanxiu? I don't recognize. Shin felt a kick to his foot and turned to his brother, who gazed at him ominously before giving a slight nod. All right, I will help you reach out. You wish to have the brooch repaired for Jiang Nan? Zhou Qian nodded, acknowledging the complexity of finding Mr. Nanxiu. You've always desired that piece of land in West City. I can offer it to you at a lower price. Zhou Qian was quite earnest about repairing the brooch for Jiang Nan. He utilized every connection possible to establish contact with Mr. Nanxiu, all for the sake of bringing a smile to a beautiful woman. This endeavor soon spread through the social circles, depicting the once flamboyant Zhou Qian as a devoted boyfriend, transformed into a model partner for Jiang Nan. At the July Club, Song Yunji listened to several individuals discussing this affair. Xie Qingzhou, seated at the mahjong table, seemed oblivious, completely engrossed in the game. His luck was exceptionally favorable this evening, winning to the point that Shin expression soured. You're experiencing disappointment in love. Don't drag your brother into this. Shin pushed his tiles away. Song Yunji interjected. What nonsense. Hasn't my brother Zhou ever faced disappointment in love? He is currently on top of the world. Xie Qingzhou played a 9 of 1 and chuckled lightly. When have I ever been down? Didn't you forget to bring food? Song Yunji remarked. That situation isn't so easily controlled, is it? He scoffed. Last time they played here, Song Yunji had teased him about this very issue, suggesting he might become addicted to something. The incident that landed Jiang Nan in the hospital was merely a consequence of medication, entirely devoid of any connection to matters of affection or desire. That night, Jiang Nan lay on the coffee table, and he refrained from making any advances toward her. He perceives her as a beautiful vase, one that only reveals her vulnerability when he teases her to the brink of losing control. He is entirely capable of maintaining his composure, regardless of her striking beauty. He believes that without genuine emotions, such actions lack purpose. However, when she leans closer, humming in a disorganized manner by his ear. He suddenly recalls the chaotic sight of her in his embrace that night. He retreats to the shower to calm the unusual sensations coursing through him. The door to the private room swings open, and Xie Qingzhou rushes in, disrupting his train of thought. "Shinkai, did you once commission Mr. Nenshiu for a pair of rings?" Shinkai nods, confirming the occurrence. However, those rings were ordered on behalf of Xie Qingzhou. His brother intends to gift them to the person he holds dear. This matter is rather secretive. How does Xie Qingzhou know of it? Could you assist me in contacting Mr. Nenshiu? I don't know him. Shinkai is suddenly nudged, glancing at his brother, who gazes at him ominously before giving a slight nod. "All right, I will help you get in touch." "You intend to repair Jiang Nan's brooch?" Xie Qingzhou nods, acknowledging the complexity of finding Mr. Nenshiu. "You've always desired the land in Xie Qingzhou. I can offer it to you at a lower price." Shinkai replies. "The higher-ups are involved here. Xie Qingzhou, you need to come to your senses. Are you not aware that Jiang Nan is not single?" "I am aware," he insists. "I truly wish to marry her." Chapter 30. Difficulties. The dull thuds resonate uncomfortably, prompting Xie Qingzhou to remark, "Brother, Nan is your sister. If she is unhappy, you cannot be content either, can you?" "She is unhappy?" Xie Qingzhou's eyes were filled with a chilling aura. Did she say that? 3 years ago, she expressed her desire for him, yet when she decided to divorce, she drugged him to sleep. Now she claims to be unhappy? Jiang Nan is indeed a complicated situation. Shinkai understood his brother all too well and was already quite agitated. He pulled Xie Qingzhou outside, stating, "If you wish for Jiang Nan to find peace, refrain from uttering another word." Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brows, puzzled by the implication. Xie Qingzhou tossed the mahjong tiles onto the table, declaring, "Xie Qingzhou, if you wish to know who that man is, I can reveal it to you. However, it would be far more meaningful if I secured Jiang Nan's consent first. Shall I notify you when I have her approval?" "Very well," Shinkai replied, only to pull Xie Qingzhou into the corridor. "Aren't you helping Jiang Nan with the brooch? Why inquire about that man?" Xie Qingzhou's eyes brimmed with tears. "You and Song Yunji both know who that man is. You and Jiang Nan have no future. She refrained from telling you about that man to spare you pain." Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze. "I have never felt such profound affection for anyone before. Just being by her side, doing nothing, brings me such joy that I want to laugh. As for the brooch, I need you to give me the full details." "The brooch can be restored to its original state," Shinkai responded, "because Xie Qingzhou shares a deep friendship with the elder Mr. Nenshiu." "All right, I shall not concern myself with the rest for now. I intend to fulfill what I promised her." Xie Qingzhou handed the brooch to Shinkai, pleading, "I entrust this to you." The impending confrontation between the former and the current suitor was exhilarating to contemplate. Xie Qingzhou opened the jewelry box, gazing at the shattered brooch, her fingers brushing her chin in contemplation. "Brother, regarding the matter of the ring you chose back then, I had Xiao Zheng spread the news. It was to lure Jiang Nan over. She indeed knows how to deploy her forces." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, finding it rather amusing. Upon exiting the elevator, she spotted Xie Qingzhou leaning against the door, smoking. A wave of suffocating emotion washed over her as she unlocked the door with her fingerprint, only to be stopped by him. "Record my fingerprint as well." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "Why would I record your fingerprint?" Such words sounded exquisite. Jiang Nan sighed, seriously inquiring, "Xie Qingzhou, what exactly do you wish to achieve?" "To provide you with the life you desire." Indeed, it was a life she once longed for. He understood everything. He knew it all, yet he offered it when she no longer wished for it. Jiang Nan scoffed coldly. "Right now, I only want a divorce. Don't even think about it." He declined, yet his tone remained gentle. "Record my fingerprint." Jiang Nan. She entered the door directly, with Xie Qingzhou following her inside. As she changed her shoes in the entrance hall, she noticed a pair of men's slippers in the shoe cabinet. He picked them up for a glance. They were his size, brand new, and matched the couple style of the ones she was wearing. "When did you buy these for me?" Jiang Nan refrained from speaking and went to change her clothes. Entering the bathroom, she opened the door to find Xie Qingzhou lounging in her bathtub, sipping her wine, looking utterly at ease. "Who permitted you to use this?" She expressed her displeasure. Xie Qingzhou reclined, gazing at her. "You've already shared my bed. Does the bathtub still belong to either of us?" Jiang Nan. She took a shower in the outer bathroom and then went to bed to sleep. With his arm wrapped around her waist, Xie Qingzhou pressed against her back, kissing the nape of her neck. Jiang Nan felt a ticklish sensation and was quite annoyed, urging him to let go. Xie Qingzhou, unfazed, playfully toyed with a strand of her hair and after a while remarked, The bathrobe and pajamas are matching couple styles. If I truly leave, won't you regret it? Jiang Nan stiffened. She had once genuinely anticipated their married life together. The shoes in the shoe cabinet and the clothes in the wardrobe were all evidence of that. Now, however, she felt no lingering affection and turned her back to him. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, grasping her shoulders to turn her to face him. Is your dislike for me because of Zhou Qian? Chapter 31. The cost. It has nothing to do with Zhou Qian, Jiang Nan insisted, reluctant to involve anyone else. Then I am perplexed. If you wish for a divorce so desperately, why did you drug me? I told you I didn't. Do you believe me? I don't. Then it's settled, she retorted, turning away and refusing to look at him any longer. Xie Qingzhou was dissatisfied with her attitude, pressing his body against hers, his hand slipping inside her pajama bottoms. Jiang Nan struggled, but he effortlessly rendered her immobile. Resigned, she muttered, "Go ahead, do as you wish." Xie Qingzhou laughed against her neck, propping himself up to gaze at her under the soft yellow light, both defiant and alluring. I won't force you. There will be moments when you take the initiative. Dream on. Those days will never return. Frustrated, she buried herself under the covers. Xie Qingzhou mused silently, sensing that he no longer held any leverage over her, yet found her audacity amusing. The following day at precisely 6 o'clock, Jiang Nan's phone rang. An urgent matter had arisen at the company, prompting her to rise and attend to it. In the process, she inadvertently awakened Xie Qingzhou, who lay on the bed propped on his arm, silently observing her flurry of activity without getting up. Once Jiang Nan had packed her suitcase for the business trip, she turned to him and said, "Remember to close the door when you leave." Leaning against the headboard with one leg bent, Xie Qingzhou inquired, "Is that all? What else is there?" His brow arched in surprise, as he had spent the night entwined with her like an octopus, only to awaken to such indifference. "How long will you be away?" he probed. "Uncertain," she replied. "Uncertain? You don't wish to tell me, do you?" Not wanting to dwell on it, Jiang Nan decided she must travel to Beijing to resolve an issue that had arisen with a strategic partner and distributor. Feeling a pang of frustration at his relentless questioning, she chose to ignore him. 2 days later, she received a photo from Zhou Qian of the repaired brooch. To her delight, it had been restored much sooner than she had anticipated. "I'll be in Haiqing for dinner tonight. One reason is to express my gratitude, and the other is to discuss something with you." She believed that it would be best to personally inform Zhou Qian about her relationship with Xie Qingzhou. "Unfortunately, I must attend to Mr. Nanxiu's appreciation banquet tonight. I wish to convey my thanks in person," Zhou Qian replied. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Nan at the mention of Mr. Nanxiu. Was he the one who had helped Zhou Qian locate the brooch? A quick phone call to Shen revealed the connection between Mr. Nanxiu and Xie Qingzhou. She recalled Xie Qingzhou's words about her being the one to take the initiative. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou was accompanying Nanxiu on a leisurely stroll through the Governor-General's mansion. "Xiao Zhou, how is the owner of this brooch related to you?" Xie Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words in articulating his relationship with Jiang Nan. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "He is not of great significance." "Not significant? Yet you seek my assistance?" Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, conceding, "It is my wife's brooch." Nanxiu felt a wave of joy for the young man. After all, he had spent an entire year persuading him to craft a wedding ring for his beloved, enduring the task without a hint of complaint, which had deeply moved him. "Do take the time to introduce me to your partner. I am eager to see the woman who inspires such sincerity in you. I have yet to find her." Thus, the ring remains unpresented. Nanxiu was taken aback and gently patted his hand. "You were born into the Xie family. Certain matters are ultimately beyond your control. I suppose you may say whatever you wish. I shall refrain from flattery and speak frankly. Your wife, or your heart's desire? Whom do you choose?" "The one who resides in my heart is my light. I shall never forget her and would willingly pay any price to see her again." The luggage lay nearby, bearing the marks of travel. Jiang Nan felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing the brooch box clutched in Xie Qingzhou's hand. "You are plotting against me." Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. He settled down, his long legs sprawled out as before, and said, "Shall we proceed?" Chapter 32. Trust. Jiang Nan gazed at Xie Qingzhou, who reclined on the sofa, his countenance undeniably handsome. The awe he had felt upon first encountering him at the age of 19 was rekindled. Yet, the Xie Qingzhou of 30 bore no resemblance to that youthful figure. Even in laughter, he exuded a rogue charm. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and approached him. Xie Qingzhou was quite pleased with Jiang Nan's demeanor, his hands resting effortlessly on either side of the sofa. adopting an exceedingly languid posture. Jiang Nan had a fondness for basic attire, and today's black sweater was no exception. Adorning her slender neck was a delicate pearl necklace, paired with wide-legged black trousers that exuded a sense of professionalism, yet possessed an indescribable charm and elegance. He squinted slightly, fixating on her slender waist, which he had observed before, fair and distinctly contoured, and he had touched it, finding it remarkably soft. Jiang Nan stood before him, and he rolled his Adam's apple, unfastening 2 buttons of his shirt. However, the scene he anticipated of her with reddened eyes pursed atop him failed to materialize. Instead, Jiang Nan lunged forward, furiously assaulting him. "You wretched creature, what do you take me for? Get undressed and come sit on me. Am I a fool? How blind was I to fall for you? To love you?" In a moment of unguardedness, Xie Qingzhou felt her grip tighten around his neck. This Mrs. Xie, not particularly skilled in combat, was quickly subdued by him, pressed down upon his lap. With her arms restrained behind her, she had no choice but to hold her gaze with him. Xie Qingzhou, rather mischievous, straightened his posture, gripping her wrist, forcing her to draw closer. "You scoundrel, get away from me," Jiang Nan shouted. He was not the least bit angered. Instead, he chuckled, relishing the sensation of their bodies brushing against each other as she struggled. Jiang Nan was truly infuriated, exclaiming, "How can you be like this?" As he spoke, one hand caressed the small of her back, sending an indescribable shiver coursing through her entire being. She remained silent, merely glaring at him with reddened eyes. Why was there no mention of Feng Liyue shattering the brooch? Having articulated and executed so much, his underlying motivation is avenging his cherished darling. Xie Qingzhou's hand caressed her waist, drawing her leg to straddle his waist. Jiang Nan's nasal passages tingled with a poignant ache as he leaned in, gently nibbling her ear and whispering, "I assure you, I did not scheme against you. I have not held you accountable for the promises you made. Where you said you would do anything I asked, it is you who has forgotten." The implication was clear. She had brought this upon herself. "Cease your defiance and disrobe," he commanded, his voice laced with menace and intimidation, causing Jiang Nan's body to tremble involuntarily. With the brooch in his possession, she had no choice but to comply. She closed her eyes briefly before reopening them, meeting his gaze directly as she inquired, "If I undress and do as you wish, will you return the brooch to me?" "Presumably," he replied. Jiang Nan chuckled, extricating her wrist from his grasp. "So there's a possibility you won't give it back. Let's be candid and direct." Xie Qingzhou leaned his head against the back of the sofa, humming in acknowledgement, signaling her to continue. "Your gestures, delivering meals and accommodating me at my house, that display of affection as if you've transformed into a different person, is solely motivated by your desire to engage in intimacy." Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. He yearned for her body. "If I am unwilling or remain passive, you won't derive any pleasure, correct?" He couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Jiang Nan, you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated." If she were to submissively arch her back as she had done previously, it would be dull. "Look at this little feline, quite resourceful," he mused. And then, he inquired, genuinely intrigued, "You return the brooch to me, and I will indulge your desires, willingly and wholeheartedly." Xie Qingzhou shook his head. "I have given you the brooch, yet you fled. What am I to do? Just go along with me for now. I will give it to you tomorrow. I do not trust you either." Jiang Nan rose from beside him and moved to a corner. The utter lack of trust between the couple was laughable, negotiating over such trivial matters. Xie Qingzhou remained unfazed, leisurely lighting a cigarette. "Shall we converse when you learn to trust me?" Jiang Nan felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, yet he held the brooch, leaving her utterly constrained. With a sigh, she declared, "I have another plan." Xie arrived at the villa on Wudong Road, number 6. Xie Qingzhou sat cross-legged on a light brown sofa, smoking, a faint mark resembling a scratch visible on his neck. Jiang Nan sat with her arms crossed on a single sofa, the air thick with an inescapable tension, tinged with a peculiar ambiguity. "Take this to Zhou Qian." Xie, holding the brooch box, appeared bewildered. "Isn't this for my sister-in-law? Why give it to Zhou Qian? Just do as instructed. Why so much chatter?" Xie Qingzhou replied coldly. Xie acknowledged with a slight "oh." "Call him over. You are to deliver the repaired brooch to Zhou Qian. After handing it over, have him call your sister-in-law." Xie Qingzhou emphasized the word sister-in-law with particular weight. After Xie departed, Xie Qingzhou, shrouded in smoke, gazed at Jiang Nan, who was looking his way. Her plan was indeed clever. If she did not trust him, it mattered not. He had compromised by entrusting it to Xie, yet she refused to accept that, opting instead to trust Zhou Qian. Are you satisfied? Xie Qingzhou inquired. Jiang Nan's thick, dark lashes fluttered, and she replied, I am exceedingly satisfied. Xie Qingzhou let out a soft scoff, his gaze sweeping over her, silently hoping that she would please him shortly. Jiang Nan chose not to respond, averting her eyes. The journey from here to Shunkei would take at least half an hour, and neither of them was willing to grant the other a pleasant expression, remaining in their standoffish postures, locked in a silent confrontation. At last, her phone rang. Jiang Nan felt a chilling gaze fixate on her, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She chose to ignore it and gently answered the call. Hello, Zhou Qian. Nan, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to bring you the brooch. Jiang Nan, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming urge to cry, feeling quite wronged. How had things come to this with Xie Qingzhou? Listening to her soft invitation to another man for a meal, Xie Qingzhou felt a surge of irritation. Rising from his seat, he approached her, pinning her against the single armchair. Jiang Nan gasped, hastily addressing the phone. Zhou Qian, let's leave it for now. I have to hang up. Continue your conversation, he quipped, arching an eyebrow as he caressed her chin. Let us pause here, he commanded, gripping her waist and positioning her atop him. While he settled into her previous seat, Jiang Nan had prepared herself mentally, yet when it came time to act, she found herself overwhelmed with nerves. She removed her sweater, her hands fumbling as she attempted to unfasten her buttons, but to no avail. Xie Qingzhou remained still, his eyes fixed on her, silently observing. The brightness of the room felt oppressive. Although she understood that the housekeeper would not return to the living room, she still felt restrained. Xie Qingzhou maintained his impassive stare, refraining from uttering a word. Jiang Nan realized that his expression had shifted at the mere mention of her brooch and Zhou Qian. She struggled to cast that small item onto the ground, collapsing into his embrace to kiss his neck. In that moment, she resembled those who sought to please their patrons. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, beholding her back, as pure and white as jade, in such a posture. It was utterly bewildering. The phone buzzed again, startling Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou reached for her phone, glanced at it, and remarked, It's Zhou Qian. Jiang Nan felt a wave of dizziness. She attempted to retrieve her phone. Yet he held it aloft, insisting, Continue, untie me. Her trembling hands fumbled with the belt of his bathrobe, the persistent buzzing of the phone resonating in her ears. And she gazed at him with a pleading look, hoping he would refrain from answering. After a prolonged struggle with the robe's tie, she lowered her head for just a moment, only to hear him utter a sound of satisfaction. Chapter 33. Intimacy, revised. Jiang Nan's scalp tingled, and her instinctive reaction was to flee. Xie Qingzhou seized her, effortlessly pinning her against the coffee table. The chilling sensation sent a shiver through her, and tears welled in her eyes. She could not comprehend why Xie Qingzhou treated her this way, subjecting her to such humiliation. He pressed kisses along her back, the phone resting on the coffee table. Jiang Nan covered her mouth, fearful of making a sound that might alert Zhou Qian. Xie Qingzhou forcefully explored her body, biting her back, his lips trailing to her ear as he whispered, Let it out. Isn't everything at my whim, Jiang Nan did not wish to owe him anything. Yet she had tried with all her might, and found herself unable to comply. His frustration at her resistance ignited his anger. He flipped her over, pinning her arms above her head, compelling her body to yield. Jiang Nan felt a pang in her heart, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet she bit her lip in silence. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of compassion. However, her languid form sprawled across the coffee table, her long hair cascading carelessly, resembled an enchanting siren, dispelling any trace of his empathy. The unfolding events lacked the anticipated charm. Xie Qingzhou pressed close to her, his breath warm against her ear, questioning whether this was truly voluntary. Was there any distinction between this and deceit? He cast her aside, snatched the bathrobe thrown carelessly nearby, and prepared to leave. Jiang Nan closed her eyes. He truly resembled a client in this scenario. She had no refuge, huddling on the ground, clutching herself, her voice trembling as she could not suppress the question, Why? Xie Qingzhou halted, turning his head to gaze at her pallid face for a long moment. Why? Deep down, she knew better than anyone. Jiang Nan managed a bitter smile, realizing her inquiry was indeed superfluous. It was about that incident with the drug. Xie Qingzhou loathed her for tarnishing him, seeking revenge. How foolish she was. He merely brought her a meal, indulged her at her home, uttered a few sweet nothings. And she had forgotten. He had once said, Jiang Nan, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you. Just a fleeting game, after all. What did it matter, the location or the position? Observing her lost in thought, Xie Qingzhou felt an unsettling agitation and tossed a thin blanket from the sofa over her before turning to leave. That evening, he had consumed a bit of alcohol while waiting for Xiao Zheng to pick him up, having already smoked several cigarettes by the roadside. In his 30 years, he had never so gracelessly shredded a woman's dignity and discarded it like refuse. Jiang Nan was the first. As he departed from home, Jiang Nan remained there, enveloped in a sense of shatteredness. The night breeze was biting, and Xie Qingzhou's heart grew increasingly restless. Xiao Zheng had just parked the car when the boss's icy gaze fell upon him. "Did you crawl here?" Xiao Zheng was taken aback. It took merely 10 minutes to travel from his home to this place. Was that deemed slow? Observing the boss's palpable anger, he dared not speak much. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that the mistress at home was no longer as docile and agreeable as before. Though he refrained from voicing it, he was unwilling to accept this reality. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Gazing into the rearview mirror, Xiao Zheng noticed the boss lost in thought, fiddling with a ring in his hand. Did that person truly exist? Xie Qingzhou swallowed hard. If she did not, then who were the ones he had embraced and kissed on countless nights? Even if it was merely a solitary dream. Who was the one who held him tightly, resting in his arms? How could those he once possessed possibly be non-existent? I believe she is waiting for me, just as I am searching for her. Xiao Zheng felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. He would go to great lengths to investigate any sliver of a clue related to her, regardless of distance or her current endeavors. Yet, 5 years had passed in pursuit. Could she have perished in that devastating fire? No. Xie Qingzhou interrupted his thoughts, tightly clutching the ring in his palm, his gaze lingering out the window for a long while. Xiao Zheng, I lost the memory of her since 3 years ago. If she does not reappear, what am I to do? Xiao Zheng glanced at him again, sighing. Previously, the couple had lived apart, devoid of intimacy. Now, their paths often crossed. And Jiang Nan was so enchanting. Boss, it must be incredibly difficult not to be moved, mustn't it? Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging. On this particular night in Jiang Nan, she experienced an unsettling sleep. Upon awakening the following day, her eyes were swollen. The previous evening, she had picked up her phone only to discover that there were no calls, realizing that Xie Qingzhou had deliberately frightened her. Yet, she understood that if she did not clarify matters soon, he would not hesitate to let Zhou Qian overhear how she addressed him. Thus, as Jiang Nan contemplated retrieving her brooch, she resolved to sever ties with Zhou Qian. Ultimately, she had failed to cherish his genuine feelings. Descending the stairs, she found that the servant had prepared breakfast. Cleaning could wait. Xie Qingzhou did not regard her as his wife. Therefore, she could not sleep in the master bedroom. As Aunt Schweb busied herself, Jiang Nan received a call from Ning, and Ning, fuming, began to berate Xie Qingzhou again. No divorce. Yet that scoundrel had spent the night with Feng Liyue. What could this possibly mean? Last night, he had caressed her for an eternity, leaving her body rigid and tense. That half-hearted encounter had provided him no relief, and it was only natural that he sought solace with his heart's desire afterward. And Ning grew angrier, questioning how she could tolerate his filth. Filthy as he was, she bore it. If she refused to listen, Xie Qingzhou had plenty of ways to compel her compliance. Thus, she thought it better to acquiesce, sparing herself further torment while also granting him a sense of vindication, as he had long since grown weary of her. However, when Jiang Nan met Zhou Qian, he spoke to her. Nan, that scoundrel has agreed to part ways with you. Chapter 34. Confirmation, revised. Jiang Nan was left utterly perplexed, pondering for a moment before responding. How can you know we are to separate when you are unaware of who that man is? Brother Zhou called to inform me, he replied. And he said, if I tell you this, you will understand. However, Zhou Qian was perplexed and inquired, are you suggesting that the man who agreed to part ways was persuaded by Brother Zhou? Is that the implication? Now, through Zhou Qian's words, she was informed of his consent to divorce. Jiang Nan did not anticipate that he would grow weary so swiftly. After all, being with her lacked any amusement. It was indeed Feng Liyue's prowess. A single night of comfort had altered his decision. The discomfort in Jiang Nan's heart lingered only for a few seconds before she reconciled with the reality. The prospect of divorce meant she would no longer have to endure this, and she felt genuinely elated. Yet, at the dining table, Ning wore an awkward expression, revealing the hurt. He truly had a knack for this. What did this amount to? Was he merely toying with her, sleeping at night, and kicking her during the day? There was no man more despicable than Xie Qingzhou. Zhou Qian, You are still the better one, as you hold Jiang Nan in your thoughts. This time, during the meal, he was cautious not to put Jiang Nan in a difficult position by making her the third wheel. In the future, you may dine with your rosy princess without bringing me along. And Ning expressed her wish that Zhou Qian could bring happiness to Jiang Nan. Rosy princess, have you considered advocating for his early promotion? Today, she was quite apprehensive about Jiang Nan revealing the truth, which might hurt Zhou Qian. For now, let us regard Xie Qingzhou's actions as a good deed. We can give it a try. At the dining table, Zhou Qian wished to embrace her, but feared startling her. He struggled to restrain himself, ultimately pressing his hands firmly on the table. Jiang Nan could not help but smile. And Ning sighed. Zhou Qian, did you really change girlfriends every week in the past? Looking at you now, you resemble an inexperienced youth in love. Upon hearing in Ning's words, Zhou Qian, driven by a fervent desire for survival, earnestly addressed Jiang Nan. Nan, I have been utterly reckless in the past, but I am striving to change. I wish to devote myself solely to you from now on. Do you believe me? Jiang Nan nodded, affirming, I do believe you. Zhou Qian gazed at Jiang Nan for a considerable time, his lips moving yet remaining silent. He pondered, realizing that he was indeed doomed, completely ensnared by Jiang Nan. Qin Shuang, cradling the brooch, could not suppress her tears, lamenting, Jiang, I miss your father so dearly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a pang of sorrow, tightening her embrace around her mother. After Qin Shuang wept, she affixed the brooch to her chest and inquired of her daughter, Is it beautiful? Jiang Nan nodded vigorously. It is exceptionally beautiful, truly fitting for you. It is no wonder that it was designed and custom-made by father. This exquisite brooch bore the charming name of Fontainebleau, commemorating the love that her parents had established in that city. As Qin Shuang clutched the brooch, resting her head against her daughter's shoulder, she remarked, Jiang, I had thought this brooch was lost in that devastating fire, yet here it is, unscathed. Jiang Nan replied, How could it be? This is your father's love for you. It could never be destroyed. Yet, as she spoke, she recalled the auction preview when she had seen the brooch, devoid of any signs of damage. Aside from this occasion when Mr. Nanxiu had repaired it, there were no records of restoration. Why was this brooch, which should have perished in the flames, perfectly intact? Jiang Nan felt a sense of unease but refrained from asking further, fearful of distressing her mother. Residing in that vast, empty house, she found herself at a loss for words, while news of his relationship with Feng Liyue continued to linger online. On Sunday, Zhou Qian invited her to a creative Sichuan restaurant for dinner. As she entered, Zhou Qian awaited her, holding a large bouquet of roses of the variety known as Crimson Princess. Thank you, Jiang Nan said, accepting the flowers and smiling at Zhou Qian. Is it customary for you to bring flowers every time you see me? Of course, he replied with a grin. The sense of occasion must be upheld, especially since I am about to become your official boyfriend. Zhou Qian chuckled, maintaining a respectful distance, and his cautious demeanor tugged at Jiang Nan's heartstrings. Just a few more days, and we can hold hands. Once the divorce certificate is finalized, everything will be set. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian couldn't help but reach out and gently caress Jiang Nan's face. How can you be so wonderful? When they arrived at the private room, the dishes were already served. While Jiang Nan dined, Zhou Qian rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her intently. Aren't you going to eat? I fear you might vanish. I can hardly believe this is real. Zhou Qian confessed, genuinely surprised that Jiang Nan truly wanted to embark on this journey with him. Nan, why do you place your trust in me? Do you genuinely believe I am serious about you? Zhou Qian nodded. When I asked if you believed in me, you answered without hesitation. If it were my father, he would have scoffed, saying, Believe in you? Not a chance. Jiang Nan set down her chopsticks and regarded him earnestly. Zhou Qian was quite handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the object of so many affections in the city. Zhou Qian, I remember when you had yellow hair. I crossed paths with you several times. You always seemed so carefree. I recall watching seagulls together when you dyed your hair black. The current appearance is far more dignified than before, with a white t-shirt elegantly layered beneath a brown casual suit, exuding a certain style. Is it merely because I dyed my hair that you believe in me? Jiang Nan nodded, affirming that it is indeed a fresh start. Your careful demeanor towards me resembles how I feel when I admire others, Jiang Nan candidly admitted. Zhou Qian hesitated to take her hand, his fingers merely grazing the back of her hand. Trust me, and I will not disappoint you. I shall be worthy of you. His business endeavors kept him exceedingly busy, residing continuously in a hotel. Occasionally, during moments of respite, He would glance at his phone, finding no calls from Jiang Nan, nor any messages on WeChat. She was not always like this. In a city separated by time zones, she would have known the weather there, bringing an umbrella when it rained, donning warmer clothing when it grew cold. She had frequently done such things. Now, she had not even called to inquire about the divorce. Xiao Zheng passed by Xie Qingzhou, holding a stack of documents, and noticed Jiang Nan's name on his WeChat chat interface. Unaware of Xie Qingzhou's intentions, he remarked, "Madam has been getting quite close to young Master Zhou lately. They met once while picking up a brooch and encountered each other again yesterday, twice in 1 week." Xie Qingzhou had intended to arrange a time with Jiang Nan to discuss their divorce, but was interrupted by Xiao Zheng, momentarily putting his phone away. In the evening, he was to attend a business banquet. At the banquet, he encountered Zhou Qian's father, who walked with a lively spirit, evidently in high spirits. Upon inquiring, he learned that Zhou Qian had started working at the company, beginning from the grassroots level, demonstrating remarkable ambition. He had encountered the right girl and expressed intentions to marry her, feeling that without a suitable career, he would not be deserving of her. Upon hearing those words, Xie Qingzhou felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. The mistake of drugging and being with Jiang Nan would be rectified once he found his girl and explained it to her. She would surely forgive him. It was quite agreeable to avoid entanglements with Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, thinking that he had long wished for Jiang Nan to become more sensible. And now his wish had been granted. "Has Zhou Qian not come with you?" he inquired. "He is outside on a call with his girlfriend," came the reply. "Qingzhou, you are the same age as them, yet you are the most accomplished. He listens to you, but I worry he might falter. Please keep an eye on him." Xie Qingzhou smiled in acknowledgement. After mingling for a while, he glanced through the floor-to-ceiling window and spotted Zhou Qian seated on the steps outside, engaged in a video call. Whatever was being discussed seemed amusing, as Zhou Qian's smile stretched from ear to ear. Xie Qingzhou stood inside, observing the figure on the screen, whose features were indistinct yet captivating in their grace. He turned to leave, but ultimately found himself standing behind Zhou Qian. Jiang Nan's voice was melodious, gentle, and patient as he spoke to Zhou Qian. "Do not rush into business matters just yet. You have yet to grasp the product and the business line. Focus on becoming exceptionally professional first." "Miss 10 billion is right. I must strive for excellence in my work," Zhou Qian responded, completely oblivious to the presence behind him. Meanwhile, in the video, Jiang Nan leaned over the table, engrossed in writing. When he finally lifted his head, his gaze met a pair of sharp, cold eyes. She was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Chapter 35, Dizziness. Xie Qingzhou's gaze shifted from Jiang Nan's astonished countenance to Zhou Qian, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems your relationship is quite commendable." Zhou Qian, slightly embarrassed, responded modestly, "It's all right." In the video, Jiang Nan interjected, "Zhou Qian, you carry on with your tasks. We can discuss your inquiries another day. Goodbye." Zhou Qian acknowledged with an "oh," then tilted his head to glance at Xie Qingzhou, asking, "Have you and Nan had a quarrel?" Xie Qingzhou shook his head. "No? Why do you ask? You seem nothing like siblings." "Oh? Then what do we resemble? A married couple?" Zhou Qian waved his hand dismissively. "That would be even less accurate. If Nan were your wife, you would be even clingier than I am. I've seen you lost in thought while gazing at her several times. That night at the club, brother, you were equally entranced, weren't you?" "Enough, enough," Xie Qingzhou interrupted. "What do you understand?" He turned to leave, but Zhou Qian caught up to him. "Brother, are you not going to tell me who that man is?" Xie Qingzhou regarded Zhou Qian with a bemused expression, leisurely lighting a cigarette, taking a drag before inquiring, "Why do you wish to know who that man is?" "I sense that Nan is quite fond of him. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential. Naturally, I too wish to comprehend who would dare forsake her." A sudden weight settled in Xie Qingzhou's chest. "Let us not discuss this. Wait for her to divulge it herself." Watching Xie Qingzhou's retreating figure, Zhou Qian felt an odd sense of intrigue. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's heart raced fervently. Ultimately, there was no divorce. She was caught on video with Zhou Qian, and she felt quite guilty. She was also apprehensive that his inherent flaws might resurface and lead to her downfall. Therefore, Jiang Nan dared not sleep. Instead, she descended with a book and a notebook, intending to wait for him and inquire about his true intentions. Beneath the cashmere blanket, the exposed portion of Jiang Nan's calf glimmered softly. She had fallen asleep resting on a pillow, her hair cascading around her, revealing only her reddened nose and slightly parted lips. Even in slumber, her delicate beauty was captivating, inviting scrutiny. He glanced over, surprised to discover her handwritten notes and reflections on her reading. It was rare in this era to see such diligent documentation of one's literary journey. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a considerable time before gently nudging her shoulder. Jiang Nan murmured softly, her drowsy eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she looked at him. He averted his gaze, coldly asking, "Waiting for me?" Jiang Nan, now somewhat awake, sat up, clutching the blanket, and hurried to explain, "As long as we remain married, I will not pursue anything with Zhou Qian." Xie Qingzhou remained silent, seated on the sofa across from her, his thoughts in disarray. When she was disobedient, he felt displeased, yet now that she was obedient, he found himself irritated. After a sigh, he absently traced the ring on his ring finger for some time before regaining his composure. "These past few days, I had the lawyer draft an agreement." Jiang Nan's gaze was drawn to the ring on his finger. They did not share wedding bands, and the fact that he now wore a ring on his ring finger implied that he had acknowledged Feng Liyue as his wife. Jiang Nan believed she had grown indifferent, yet her heart suddenly ached profoundly. At the tender age of 19, she had fallen deeply in love at first sight, and now 7 years had elapsed. For a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of regret, but recalling the past 3 years, she reminded herself that it was futile to dwell on it. Disinterest is simply disinterest. Xie Qingzhou fell silent, his fingers lingering on the ring. Lost in thought, a gentle smile graced his lips, one that emanated sincerity, evoking a stirring in the heart of anyone fortunate enough to witness it. She exhaled softly, unwilling to gaze upon him while her thoughts drifted towards another. "You should rest early. I'll head upstairs first." Xie Qingzhou merely acknowledged her with a sound. The living room was left in solitude, his fingers still entwined with the ring. Mr. Nansho often claimed that he was sincere of heart, yet why did it feel as though she had vanished from his world? He had made every effort, yet she remained elusive. The following day at work, Jiang Nan learned from Aunt Shui that Xie Qingzhou had departed early, relieved to avoid any awkwardness. She found solace in the situation. After a day filled with tasks, just as she was preparing to leave, Gao Zhan, the head of the trading company, approached her. Jiang Nan rubbed her forehead, exasperated with Su Jiao's lack of discernment. The situation was rather straightforward. The industrial park under the Xie Corporation was involved in import and export business, boasting a substantial and professional multi-category product supply chain. Su Jiao was a channel partner of the strategic collaborator, Chen Qiao. In a bid to move goods, Su Jiao had unlawfully printed Chen Qiao's brand packaging. Given their amicable relationship and mutual interests, Chen Qiao sought her assistance to resolve this predicament without causing a rift. Initially, this matter was clearly in Su Jiao's favor. Should Chen Qiao choose to take legal action against her, it would undoubtedly be successful. Su Jiao, unable to vent her frustration, repeatedly claimed that the goods supplied were defective, and since her complaints were disregarded, she came seeking an explanation. I had no time for such matters. It was for her to resolve on her own. Brother Lei had made the introductions. A veteran in the trade circle, although he missed the opportunity of online group purchasing, maintaining face was still imperative. Jiang Nan accompanied Gao Zhan. Upon seeing her, Su Jiao's demeanor softened considerably. "President Jiang, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Since your transfer from Xie Trading, Gao has ceased all shipments to me." Su Jiao continued, "President Su has stated that I have been reassigned. Now, everything at the industrial park is under Gao's authority." Su Jiao attentively poured tea for Jiang Nan, saying, "I am merely here to apologize." Jiang Nan declined the tea, but Brother Lei chuckled, "Xiao Jiang, Su Jiao has traveled quite a distance. Do extend her some courtesy. After all, we will need to collaborate in the future." After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Nan acquiesced and drank the tea out of respect for Brother Lei. The dinner consisted solely of the four of them, and midway through, Su Jiao pulled Gao Zhan aside to discuss matters of partnership, insisting on expedited deliveries of goods of A-grade quality. Jiang Nan felt as if their conversation was occurring from a great distance, an unsettling sensation washing over her. Releasing a sigh, she stated, "I need to use the restroom." Su Jiao smiled at her, saying she would wait. Upon entering the restroom, Jiang Nan was suddenly engulfed by darkness. Leaning against the wall, she felt utterly drained. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face, yet it did little to revive her senses. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and Gao Zhan called out, "President Jiang, I am going downstairs to retrieve a contract." Jiang Nan desired to prevent Gao Zhan from leaving. Yet before she could reach the door, she collapsed onto the floor. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiao called out to her, expressing concern for her safety, and entered the room. Jiang Nan lay sprawled on the bathroom floor, and Su Jiao, in a state of alarm, rushed to assist her. "President Jiang, what has happened?" she exclaimed. Before Jiang Nan could respond, she succumbed to darkness. Chapter 36. The ex-husband. Upon Jiang Nan's unconsciousness, Su Jiao bent down and called out, "President Jiang?" Noticing her lack of response, she began to examine her face closely. How could anyone possess such a captivating and ethereal beauty, even as a woman? She found herself unable to look away. It was truly a pity for him. "Hold tight. I have concealed the camera. I will wait outside for Gao Zhan. Do not allow him to interfere," Su Jiao declared, making her way out while dialing a number. "Rest assured, this matter is in capable hands. Your satisfaction is guaranteed." Su Jiao held great confidence in Lei Wang, who had taken an interest in Jiang Nan since her entry into the industry. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan's extraordinary beauty was of little advantage, as she fought fiercely within the circle, dominating her competitors. Chairman Xie held her in particularly high regard, making it clear that no one dared to set their sights on her. Lei Wang hoisted Jiang Nan from the bathroom and tossed her onto the sofa. Just as he was about to remove his trousers, his phone rang. The unconscious Jiang Nan subtly opened her eyes and, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted by the call, snatched the ashtray from the coffee table. Was he really going to film her face? What vendetta did this man hold against Jiang Nan? If her face were captured, she would find it impossible to show her face anywhere, let alone in Haiqing. After hanging up, Lei Wang felt a flicker of hesitation. He merely intended to have a brief encounter with her, never anticipating that it would culminate in such irrevocable consequences. He had barely turned away when the heavy ashtray came crashing down upon his face. "Damn you!" Lei Wang had not anticipated her deception, and the pain made him grimace. Jiang Nan did not flee towards the door. Instead, she dashed towards the dining table. When Lei Wang seized her arm, she grasped a fork from the table and forcefully drove it into his shoulder. Initially, he had felt a semblance of compassion for such a beautiful woman, but her fierce retaliation ignited his fury, and he struck her across the face. She was under the influence of a drug, unable to put up much of a fight, and now he sought to overpower her, intent on inflicting severe harm. Jiang Nan crashed onto the table, stars dancing before her eyes as she wielded chopsticks, recklessly aiming for his face. In a wild frenzy, she kept him at bay for the moment. Blood streamed from Lei Wang's head, a fork still embedded in his shoulder, the pain overwhelming him as he knelt on the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Only then did Jiang Nan make a run for the door. Grateful that Su Jiao was not waiting outside, her vision blurred, she mustered her strength to flee while dialing Gao Zhan. From the adjacent room, a figure emerged. Jiang Nan could no longer discern his features, yet his tall stature felt oddly familiar. Before she could reach him, she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Song Yun had not even answered his phone when someone fell beside him, stunning him momentarily. The cascade of dark, thick curls and the figure seemed somewhat recognizable. He crouched down and brushed aside a lock of hair, surprised to find that it was indeed an acquaintance. Xie Qingzhou rested his elbows on the conference table, listening to the report, indifferent to the incoming WeChat messages. For several consecutive days, he had neglected his phone. Xiao Zheng received a WeChat message from Song Yunji, inquiring, "What is Lao Xie up to?" Stealthily, Xiao Zheng snapped a photo of a meeting in progress and sent it, initially intending to review the message later. He inadvertently opened it. A soft yet alluring female voice emerged, drawing the attention of everyone present at the meeting, all of whom turned to stare at the assistant, who was evidently distracted. Xie Qingzhou turned around, showing no mercy, and asked, "Are you thinking about a woman?" Embarrassed, Xiao Zheng wished to vanish into thin air, but upon seeing Jiang Nan's face, he nearly dropped his phone, his expression turning grave. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance, his gaze dark and inscrutable. With an impassive face, he picked up his own phone and glanced at the images sent by Song Yunji, one of which revealed Jiang Nan's face swollen beyond recognition. Bound by Song Yunji, Jiang Nan had a towel stuffed in her mouth. She felt an indescribable discomfort coursing through her body, rendering her unable to control herself. Gao Zhan stood anxiously nearby, pacing frantically. "Song, what are you doing? Hurry and take President Jiang to the hospital." Song Yunji, elegantly seated with crossed legs on a single sofa, rested her chin on her hand, patiently explaining to Gao Zhan, "Do you wish to sleep with her?" Gao Zhan furrowed his brow. "Song, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm on the verge of becoming President Jiang's father. Isn't that precisely the case? If she weren't bound, with that enticing manner of hers, who could resist? Song Yunji rested her chin on her hand, suggesting, let's wait a bit longer. Wait for what? Gao Zhan's face flushed red with shock. President Jiang is married? Song Yunji lazily acknowledged with a soft hum, glancing at the time on her phone and then at the tearful Jiang Nan. This Xie Qingzhou was indeed quite composed. Jiang Nan felt hot and uncomfortable all over. She was beyond caring about anything at this point. She even wished for Xie Qingzhou to arrive sooner. After waiting another 10 minutes, Song Yunji smiled before finally calling Xie Qingzhou. Say, Xie Qingzhou seemed rather displeased, which took Song Yunji by surprise. In recent days, Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue had frequently made headlines, leading Shen Ke to conclude that the two were finished. His unhurried demeanor was indeed telling. I must have truly disturbed you, Song Yunji chuckled. Why are you looking for me when you're at the hospital? Song Yunji responded with an "oh," and said, all right, then I shall seek Zhou Qian. Jiang Nan felt as if she were being scorched, her remaining rationality pierced by the phone call Song Yunji had made. Akin to a needle pricking her heart. He did not care for her. She suggested he find Zhou Qian. He was never a man engrossed in such matters. Having divorced, it was indeed strange for him to be concerned. Overcome with discomfort, Jiang Nan could not hold back her tears. Observing Jiang Nan, Song Yunji felt a pang of sympathy for her. Why cling to that heartless being? Endure it. Let us move on, she said. Isn't your husband coming? Gao Zhan was taken aback. Ex-husband, Song Yunji corrected. After the call ended, Xie Qingzhou appeared unfazed, perusing meeting documents. Xiao Zheng had overheard everything and could not help but remark, so, you two Haven T actually divorced, right? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, while Xiao Zheng pressed. You're holding the document upside down. Xie Qingzhou shot a cold glare at Xiao Zheng. Because of my affection for you, I married you, did I not? Even if there is no genuine fondness, is it not too hurtful to refrain from love? He could no longer bear it, and called Song Yunji, inquiring which hospital she had gone to while en route to find Zhou Qian. Song Yunji expressed her desire to assist Zhou Qian. After listening to Xie Qingzhou finish his call, she fell into a profound silence, her body trembling uncontrollably due to the effects of the medication, evoking a sense of pity. At that moment, Jiang Nan was already drifting in and out of consciousness. She vaguely heard Song Yunji calling Zhou Qian's name. She thought to herself that Zhou Qian was indeed a good person, at least treating her well. Outside, it seemed as though rain was beginning to fall. The vehicle had been in motion for an indeterminate time before it finally came to a halt. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and she could barely discern the voices of Gao Zhan and Song Yunji conversing as they exited the car. After a short while, the car door opened, and the towel that had been stuffed in her mouth was gently removed. The coolness of his fingers brought her comfort, prompting her to utter a soft sound. She was pulled into a warm embrace, and in her unconscious state, Jiang Nan instinctively kissed his neck, trembling as she anxiously urged, Zhou Qian, please kiss me. Chapter 37. Self-inflicted. He did not kiss her, nor did he speak to her. The surroundings remained dark and silent, save for the sound of raindrops pattering against the car window. Jiang Nan felt unwell, bound as she was, and after enduring a long wait for his arrival, there was not a whisper of movement. She let out a muffled whimper, her cries reminiscent of a kitten, striking the heart of the man in such an environment like a feather. In the darkness, his face, obscured from view, bore an expression of restraint and discomfort as he turned her around and untied the necktie that bound her wrists. His touch enveloped her in a profound comfort, granting her freedom of movement as she climbed atop him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and eagerly exclaimed, Zhou Qian, why don't you kiss me? Do you no longer care for me? A mocking snicker echoed through the darkness, while the distressed Jiang Nan pressed closely against him, nuzzling, and then timidly planting a kiss on his lips. The man in the shadows instinctively yearned to push her away. Raindrops pounded against the car window, creating a cacophony of disarray from all directions. As Zhou Qian drove through the storm, the headlights pierced through the mist, illuminating the swaying luxury vehicle. Zhou Qian. Call Song Yunji. The call connected, yet Song Yunji remained silent. Your surprise for me is to witness someone else's escapades on this rainy night? Zhou Qian. Are you akin to a parasite? Song Yunji sighed. Upon his notification, Gao Zhan had already headed towards Zhou Qian's residence. Even when Xie Qingzhou intercepted midway, he said nothing. This round should have concluded, yet this fellow just arrived, truly arriving late to the feast, utterly unaware of the futile hustle. What do you know? I'm a virtuous man now. Nan has recommended numerous professional books to me, and I've been diligently studying at home, just finishing my notes. Song Yunji. At a loss for words, he was momentarily speechless. The serendipity of human connections often defies logic. Zhou Qian. Why don't you check who is in the car? It might be best to sever this toxic bond while it's still early enough to avoid deeper entanglement and greater pain. Zhou Qian murmured, I'll go take a look. But isn't that inappropriate? Song Yun took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. Can you help me check on that scoundrel? Consider it a favor for your brother. All right then. You truly underestimate your boss, appearing serious yet so provocative, with a possessive nature that is overwhelming. It was best for Zhou Qian to retreat from this predicament. Enduring pain sooner would bring an end to it, and Jiang Nan would suffer less. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Jiang Nan felt at ease. Her body was no longer engulfed in flames, yet the person beside her, relentless in his pursuits, was exhausting her. As her thoughts cleared slightly, she could not help but softly murmur, her cheeks flushing. She had never anticipated expressing herself in such a manner. Zhou Qian, be gentler. No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt the man's fervent kisses behind her. When a beam of headlights suddenly illuminated the scene, she felt a surge of anxiety, but the man, spurred by the unexpected stimulus, grew even more fervent. Jiang Nan pressed her fingers against the car window, enduring his more forceful advances. Just then, in the bright light, a tall man emerged, holding an umbrella, dressed in casual pants and a black down jacket. He obscured his face with the umbrella. As he drew closer, the man behind her intensified his grip, and Jiang Nan cried out. Pressing her face against the window to exhale, she finally caught sight of the man's face. It was Zhou Qian. Xie Qingzhou, are you truly this disappointed? Jiang Nan swallowed hard as she watched Zhou Qian approach. He stood before the car, raising his hand to tap on the window. Chapter 38. Let us not meet again. The sound of knocks resonated in her heart. She knew that Zhou Qian could not see inside from the outside. Yet in her current state, Jiang Nan felt a profound sense of shame, anxiety, and unease. Perhaps it was the effect of the medication. Her mind was in disarray. However, Xie Qingzhou's hand rested before her, his chest pressed against her back, clearly exhibiting immense interest. Her hair clung to her cheeks, her porcelain skin tinged with an alluring flush. Jiang Nan's eyelashes were exceptionally beautiful, her eyes elongated and uplifted, surrounded by a rosy hue, the edges of her dark irises softened by the haze of this intimate encounter. Glistening with moisture, a man could hardly resist such a gaze, including him. It was the most captivating sight he had ever beheld. His Adam's apple bobbed as he kissed her already perspiring neck, demanding, "Show me your sincerity, and I shall send him away." Jiang Nan trembled and leaned closer. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were profoundly intense as he grasped the nape of her neck and kissed her deeply. Only when she became pliant in his embrace did he hold her tightly and send a message to Qiao Zheng, dismiss Zhou Qian. Outside the car, Zhou Qian grew impatient, tapping on the window twice before descending, questioning, "Who do you think you are to meddle? Are you courting death?" Jiang Nan rested her head on Xie Qingzhou's shoulder, the sound of Zhou Qian's voice drawing near yet feeling suddenly distant. A wave of discomfort washed over her, leaving her uncertain whether it was for him or for herself. Outside, Zhou Qian's phone rang. He answered, seemingly oblivious to the content, discarding his umbrella and hastening toward his vehicle. Jiang Nan slightly turned her gaze, catching sight of Zhou Qian's silhouette disappearing into the rain-soaked mist, growing ever more distant. She was unaware of how Xie Qingzhou had managed to send him away. His fingers traced her back, teasingly, akin to a delightful dance. No sooner had she spoken than her phone buzzed beneath the seat. She reached for her phone, and Xie Qingzhou did not stop her. He merely observed her back arching into a graceful curve, her long hair cascading carelessly, rendering her skin exceptionally fair. Her lithe figure flickered in and out of visibility, captivating the onlooker. Once again, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with the faint glow from the phone screen standing out prominently. The name Zhou Qian flickered on the screen, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to ache. Taking a moment to steady her breathing, she answered, "Hello. Nan. Which hospital are you in? Are you in pain?" Jiang Nan's tears fell at once. "I'm not in pain, nor am I in the hospital. Don't lie to me. Xiao Zheng sent me a photo. You've been hurt, and I need to take care of you." His voice was urgent and filled with concern, making it difficult for her heart not to soften. He was driving through the rain, speeding. "Zhou Qian, are you driving? Please be careful." Xie Qingzhou gripped the nape of her neck, pulling her into his embrace before forcefully pushing her forward, intruding upon her personal space. She stifled a gasp to suppress her cry. Nan, why aren't you speaking? Why are you ignoring me? Amidst the swaying of her body, she accidentally brushed against the car seat, a sharp pain shooting through her. Yet, the darkness around her obscured his expression, though she could palpably sense his ferocity. Hello. Nan. Xie Qingzhou's grip tightened, causing her phone to slip from her hand once more. Jiang Nan, with tears glistening in her eyes, watched the seconds of the call tick by, hearing Xie Qingzhou's faint voice on the line, calling her name. Nan, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. She covered her mouth, too frightened to utter a sound, as Xie Qingzhou's heavy breathing enveloped her, pushing her toward the brink. Her phone had gone dark. He toyed with her for an extended period until the chime of his phone interrupted. Leaning against the back seat, Xie Qingzhou's voice emerged hoarse. I understand. Will you take me to the hospital? Is it necessary? He inquired, suggesting that perhaps it would be best for Xie Qingzhou to see. I will make it unequivocally clear to him. We shall no longer be friends, Jiang Nan replied, her voice trembling softly. If one were to consider his most abundant experience, it would undoubtedly be in the realm of seducing women. The photograph sent by Qiao Zheng revealed Jiang Nan's swollen face. As midnight approached, he received a location from Qiao Zheng. Xie Qingzhou pushed open the door to the hospital room, where only a dim, yellow light illuminated her face. She had not slept. Resting against the headboard, her appearance in the light resembling that of a fragile glass doll. You're here? Jiang Nan smiled at him. Xie Qingzhou observed the bruised corners of her mouth, yet her lips remained slightly swollen, a testament to someone having lavished affection upon her. The marks on her body were unmistakable, and the hospital gown did little to conceal them. You've come, albeit late, haven't you? Jiang Nan wept, shaking her head. No, not at all. Xie Qingzhou sat before her. I should have protected you. It's not your fault. It was my own carelessness, Jiang Nan said, then. Reminiscent of their previous encounter in the restaurant, she gently traced her finger across the back of his hand. Xie Qingzhou, I cannot pursue this any further. Let us not meet again. Chapter 39 Farewell, my blush princess. Why? Xie Qingzhou could hardly believe the words he had just heard. You must be joking with me, right? Jiang Nan felt a tightness in her throat, her fingers brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She exhaled deeply. Xie Qingzhou, not long ago, while indulging in pleasure, was on the phone with him. The words hung in the air, unspoken. She could not act as if nothing had occurred. Even if it was due to the medication, beyond her control. I understand, but so what? This is not your fault. You need not feel any burden or guilt towards me. I have yet to pursue you. As long as you are here, conversing with me, my heart settles. When I cannot find you, I become fearful. Jiang Nan's eyes were red, and the tears began to flow again. Xie Qingzhou leaned closer, gently wiping away her tears. Please, do not cry. Your face is swelling, and those salty tears must hurt. Jiang Nan was amused by his tenderness. What if you refuse to meet me over such matters? Xie Qingzhou sat by the hospital bed, gazing at the forebag. The liquid was quite cool, so he took hold of the infusion line, warming it with his hand to temper the chill. Am I being too absurd? Do I not deserve to stand before you? Xie Qingzhou's voice faltered as he suddenly cast his eyes downward. However, I do regret it. Had I known I would meet you, I would have remained virtuous. Waiting for your arrival. That was your past, one in which I had no part. Why should I concern myself with it? Jiang Nan turned to console him. Xie Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with interest as he addressed Miss Jiang, introducing himself with a warm, I am Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Both wept and smiled. The more sincere Xie Qingzhou was, the more she felt unable to reciprocate. From the very beginning, she had made a grave error. Initially, at the club, when she engaged in conversation with Xie Qingzhou and exchanged WeChat information, it was partly an attempt to gauge Xie Qingzhou's affections. However, Xie Qingzhou's indifference had left her heart cold. Had she accepted Xie Qingzhou's advances upon her divorce and returned to singlehood, she would not find herself in this predicament now. Xie Qingzhou, I am truly sorry. She knew she could not afford to repeat her mistakes. Having the opportunity to convey her feelings directly was preferable to the painful eventuality of him discovering the truth on his own. Sometimes, a swift resolution is better than prolonged suffering. Xie Qingzhou gazed into her eyes, which shone with a deep, intelligent light. She was clearly not the type of girl he typically favored, so how had she managed to nestle into his heart? Nan, my affection for you. Could it lead to your unhappiness? Shen Ke had warned him, asserting that there was no future for him in Jiang Nan. He had also mentioned that Jiang Nan's silence regarding that man was her way of sparing him pain, suggesting that his feelings for her might also bring her sorrow. Zhou Qian recalled a time he had attempted to call Jiang Nan, only to be met with silence. This time, the call connected, yet she remained mute. Though he hesitated to dwell on darker thoughts, he was a seasoned wanderer in the realm of love. Nan was a person of delicate sensibilities. Stunningly beautiful, yet possessing a hint of propriety, never engaging in flirtation, her gaze always honest and bright. Thus, she could not withstand such humiliation. Was it him tonight? Jiang Nan, without looking at Zhou Qian, simply nodded. He is my husband. After the divorce, let us be together, regardless of the duration, be it 5 years or 10. I shall wait, Zhou Qian declared resolutely. Promises, after experiencing Xie Qingzhou, were no longer something Jiang Nan believed in. Yet, in this moment, she found herself utterly convinced by him. Unable to resist, she gently embraced him. Zhou Qian was apprehensive of her pulling at the stitches, leaning in closer. One of Jiang Nan's hands rested on his back, the fabric of his shirt damp from the rain, which made her heart ache anew. Zhou Qian, meeting you has truly been a blessing. Zhou Qian slightly bent forward, enveloped by her embrace. He longed to hold her tightly, yet feared that once he did, he would never want to let go. Drawing a deep breath, he earnestly proclaimed, Nan, I promise you, I shall not see you again. Farewell, my rosy princess. Chapter 40. When Xiao Zheng found Xie Qingzhou, he stood under the chilling night wind, smoking, his features obscured by swirling blue smoke. Having just extricated himself from a realm of passion, the remnants were unmistakable, rendering him quite disheveled. Xiao Zheng felt a profound unfamiliarity in this version of him. Hearing footsteps, Xie Qingzhou glanced sideways. Zhou Qian has left? Yes, Master Zhou has truly fallen for you. Xiao Zheng recounted their conversation in the hospital. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, discarding the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, offering no commentary on the matter. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Tell Song Yunji that I shall take this car. Xiao Zheng replied. There's no need to mention it. Surely President Song wouldn't want it back? Just recently acquired, and now, after such a debacle within it. As Xiao Zheng answered the phone and opened the car door, his face instantly flushed. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed that his boss appeared even more disheveled than he did now, with his shirt unbuttoned and numerous scratches adorning his well-defined chest. Xie Qingzhou proceeded towards the inpatient department, while Xiao Zheng chose not to follow. Upon entering the ward, he found Jiang Nan lost in her thoughts, oblivious to his presence. Xiao Zheng remarked that Zhou Qian had genuinely fallen in love. As for her, had her heart's lake not begun to ripple? When she raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye, she finally noticed Xie Qingzhou. The two exchanged a long, silent gaze. Approaching the hospital bed, Xie Qingzhou glanced at the 4-bag and inquired, How are you feeling? Not bad, Jiang Nan replied. Yet she was deceiving him. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Jiang Nan bit her lip and lay back down. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, leaving her startled, her hand stinging in response. He removed her 4-needle, and as the blood spots disappeared from her hand, his fingers slipped beneath the fabric of her patient gown. Let me help you. This will be more effective. Xie Qingzhou's gaze remained fixed on her eyes. Though she was reluctant, the effects of the medication compelled her to be truthful. Before long, the bed in the ward began to creak. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Qian headed to the restaurant where Jiang Nan was attending a social gathering. Upon learning that Song Yunji was also present, he felt a pang of pain in his breath. The coastal city, drenched in the chill of the light rain that had just passed, went unnoticed by him. Hearing a knock at the door, Song Yunji opened it to find Zhou Qian standing there. Once inside, Zhou Qian sat on the sofa in a daze, remaining silent. After what felt like an eternity, he finally asked, Is she in the car? Song Yunji, observing the redness around his eyes, felt a twinge of compassion but still nodded in response. Zhou Qian's lips quivered slightly. Do you understand the sentiment? My boyfriend, who is on the verge of becoming official, has transformed into someone I must no longer meet after just a few days. The hand-holding he anticipated will no longer exist. Zhou Qian, I recognize your discomfort. Since you've realized it, let it not linger in your thoughts. If Jiang Nan dislikes me, if she finds me repugnant and wishes for me to stay away, I shall not pursue her further. Song Yunji inhaled deeply. What do you mean by that? How does that man perceive her? Must there be separation here while connection thrives elsewhere? Has he ever shown her the respect she deserves? Has he ever inquired about her thoughts? Now that he is aware of her situation, He cannot abandon her to solitude. Song Yunji observed Zhou Qian's sullen demeanor as he attempted to leave and interjected. What are you planning to do? Are you going to cause a scene over a woman? Zhou Qian regarded Song Yunji, saying, I did not ask who that man is to spare you from discomfort. Please do not impede my actions. He stepped away, pausing at the doorway to add, although I have arrived late, I do not feel regret or sorrow. Through this experience, he has only solidified his feelings. He adores Jiang Nan and intends to cherish and love her as one would a princess. Chapter 41. Addiction. When Jiang Nan awoke, the room remained shrouded in darkness. She felt utterly drained, allowing him to bathe her. In her momentary daze, she was unaware of who among them had succumbed to the drug. A gentle knock resounded at the door, followed by Aunt Xue's voice. Has the madam awakened? Please come in. Jiang Nan spoke, only then realizing how hoarse her voice had become. Aunt Xue entered and drew back the curtains, allowing a brilliant light to flood the room, momentarily blinding her. She was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Nan. Since she began working here, she had recognized the mistress as a rare beauty. Now, with her long hair cascading lazily and dressed in a loose, wide-collared nightgown that slipped down her shoulders, Jiang Nan's skin, as white as snow, bore marks that stirred envy in another woman. Even the swollen, bruised cheek did not detract from her allure. Rather, it evoked a sense of compassion. My dear, you must be exhausted, Aunt Xue said, genuinely pleased as she approached the bed with a smile. Sir has sent me to apply your medicine. There's no need. I can manage myself, Jiang Nan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed under Aunt Xue's gaze, instinctively tugging at her collar. Let me take care of it. After the application, we shall have lunch. It's already 1 o'clock. Jiang Nan was astonished to realize she had slept until the afternoon and leaned back against the headboard, allowing Aunt Xue to administer the ointment. Aunt Xue worked gently, the cold cream soothing against her skin. I started working here right after you married the young master, so I am well aware of your hardships. Once intimacy enters a relationship, the dynamics invariably shift. Jiang Nan raised her eyes to Aunt Xue, recalling the coldness of Xie Qingzhou's demeanor during their first year of marriage. Her attempts to connect only earned her his frowns. During the second year, Aunt Xue often muttered softly in her presence, lamenting how such a beautiful daughter-in-law was disregarded, questioning whether she had been deceived into marriage. Aunt Xue, unaware of the events transpiring between her and Xie Qingzhou, believed that her heart and mind were entirely consumed by him. With an enthusiasm that surpassed even her own, she encouraged, this is a splendid beginning. While he is still captivated, let him see your true nature. It is indeed a wonderful thing to live alongside you. He will be unable to escape. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, remarking, you truly are a master of emotions. Internally, Jiang Nan grappled with a tumult of sorrow and complexity. Yet Aunt Xue's earnest encouragement elicited a laugh from her. Although the corners of her mouth ached slightly from the effort, she felt it ungracious to dismiss another's goodwill. So she nodded in agreement. At lunch, upon observing the table laden with nourishing delicacies, Jiang Nan realized Aunt Xue was not jesting. After the meal, Yang Ji arrived with Gao Zhan. Lei Wang had surrendered early, confessing to all his misdeeds. Su Jiao had sought Jiang Nan to apologize, claiming she nearly caused her harm and wished to meet her. Jiang Nan remained silent. Was Su Jiao now feigning innocence? She had distinctly heard Su Jiao urging Lei Wang to act swiftly and capture evidence of her actions. With no tangible proof, Su Jiao would undoubtedly deny everything. Jiang Nan suggested, you should call Chen Qiao and inform him. Perhaps it would be best to find another supplier for Su Jiao's goods. Once Gao Zhan departed, Yang Ji spoke up, questioning whether Su Jiao would truly stoop so low over a matter concerning General Manager Chen. As a woman, how could she not understand that such actions, if successful, would drive another to despair? Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless over a trivial disagreement in their collaboration? The true instigator behind these machinations was not Su Jiao. There was another at play. Who? Jiang Nan shook her head, uncertain. But we will eventually uncover the truth. There is no need to rush. Her face was left in such a state that returning to the company was out of the question. Some urgent tasks were coordinated with Yang Ji, and she decided to rest at home. On the second evening of her retreat, Xie Qingzhou had yet to return. Aunt Xue, concerned about her well-being, advised her, your husband is a dedicated professional. Men often become engrossed in their work, which isn't ideal. Jiang Nan merely acknowledged her with a sound and resumed her reading. She refrained from reaching out to him. Such days felt utterly devoid of meaning. Ironically, she had spent 3 entire years filled with anticipation and hope, a testament to her naivety. Upon arriving at the company, Jiang Nan spotted Su Jiao waiting at the entrance of the building. She had no desire to engage with her and instructed the driver to head to the underground parking lot. Su Jiao, left waiting for Jiang Nan, grew increasingly anxious. She believed that Lei Wang had accepted all matters at hand, yet Jiang Nan remained in a state of unconsciousness. Even if Su Jiao harbored doubts about her, the lack of evidence rendered her powerless to take action. After all, Jiang Nan was part of the supply chain, relying on these leading distributors for sales. However, to her surprise, Jiang Nan abruptly terminated their collaboration. Undeterred, Su Jiao sought out Gao Zhan. While Gao Zhan's capabilities were limited, his unwavering influence over Jiang Nan was undeniable. He could easily dictate the course of events. At present, he shifted the responsibility onto Jiang Nan and absconded. Su Jiao was in a state of utter desperation. She had taken orders but failed to dispatch the goods within the stipulated 72 hours, prompting her clients to become frantic. With no other recourse, she resorted to making a phone call. When the line connected, the person on the other end expressed their displeasure, stating, "Didn't I tell you not to call me unless necessary? I took risks for your sake, and having reached this point, you cannot remain indifferent, can you? I asked for nothing more than to meet Jiang Nan. I am confident I can persuade her." After a moment of contemplation on the other end of the line, "You said to wait for your news. Jiang Nan has just joined the fashion group. While the business has been somewhat streamlined, there remains a myriad of issues. The endorsement shoot for Feng Liue has been persistently delayed, and many of the senior members have voiced their discontent." She was pondering how best to resolve this matter when Yang Ji entered. "Su Jiao is hosting a banquet for you. This time, you must attend. But who am I supposed to appease?" "You, brother." "My brother?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. She did indeed have a brother, but brother. Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou? Su Jiao is quite something, having such a powerful connection like Xie Qingzhou. "I refuse to go." Jiang Nan declined outright. As for Xie Qingzhou's favor, whoever wishes to bestow it may do so. She certainly would not. Chapter 42. Bad. Scum. Jiang Nan's refusal was unequivocal, prompting a sigh from Yang Ji. She had witnessed her once full of hope entering marriage, and now she saw her waiting alone within it. Yang Ji truly felt for her. Jiang Nan now bore a striking resemblance to the girl she was over 6 years ago, when her father Jiang Yuan unexpectedly passed away. She looked fragile, as if on the verge of shattering, yet she did not weep. She comforted her mother while handling her father's affairs. She accepted everything that fate had bestowed upon her, striving to move forward with determination. If she chose not to attend, would she miss the opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind it all? It is not easy to find the puppet master. Perhaps waiting a little longer would be wise. She was well aware of the situation, and Yang Ji ceased to persuade her further, returning to her tasks. Half an hour later, Xiao Zheng arrived. Upon seeing him, Yang Ji spoke curtly. "Our General Jiang is not going." How could she not go, given the current rumors circulating outside? It was said that General Jiang, relying on the influence of the Xie family, had developed an air of superiority. Clearly, there were issues with the goods dispatched, yet when people came to address the matter, she remained unresponsive. Yang Ji was truly incensed upon hearing this. This Su Jiao was utterly shameless, having never encountered such a blatant distortion of truth. Over the years, the slander cast upon General Jiang had been relentless. Addressing each accusation would be a futile endeavor. Now, she finally comprehended why General Jiang was so resolute in her refusal to attend. It was one thing for others to misunderstand her, but for General Xie. Yang Ji lowered her voice and remarked that General Xie's involvement implied that the fault lay with General Jiang. Attending would only exacerbate the situation. "No, General Xie doesn't mean that." Xiao Zheng attempted to defend, but Yang Ji would not hear it and turned to leave. Sighing, Xiao Zheng suggested, "Ask General Jiang if she doesn't attend and something happens with Shou Qian. Will she not regret it?" Yang Ji frowned. Upon hearing the mention of Shou Qian, Jiang Nan's name surfaced as well. He should not have waded into these murky waters. Su Jiao had somehow learned that Jiang Nan was her mother's goddaughter and, through convoluted means, had approached Shen Ke first. Shen Ke had ignored her. The situation had spiraled out of control. Even if Jiang Nan stepped forward to clarify, it wouldn't necessarily resolve anything. Shen Ke questioned him. "Are you and Jiang Nan just going to linger like this, neither separating nor coming together? Why should I leave when I haven't even had enough sleep? Brother, during your 3 years abroad, how have you become so poor in character and so lacking in virtue? Even if you desire to pursue someone, you ought to ensure that her spirits are lifted, no? Xie Qingzhou recalled that occasion when her body was as stiff as a board, no matter how much he tried to comfort her. Was it due to her discontent? Thus, he resolved to assist her in resolving her troubles and bringing her joy. In the private room, aside from Su Jiao, there were several influential figures from the trading circle. After a prolonged wait, Jiang Nan's absence had begun to stir some dissatisfaction. President Jiang had not changed. He remained quite proud. Youthful as he was, achieving such significant business success was indeed inevitable. Someone chimed in, President Xie, I mean no offense, but take Brother Lei, for instance. Back in the 1990s, when dried fruits first began to be exported, the Lei family held the pricing power. How did it come to this unpleasant dispute with President Jiang? I hear President Jiang refused to mediate. The implication was clear. Jiang Nan still relied on the Xie family's influence and held others in disdain. Xie Qingzhou languidly reclined in his seat, pondering, is Jiang Nan truly so unreasonable? After all, everyone was in a cooperative relationship. Why make things so unpleasant? He nodded, acknowledging. You are all correct. In business, there are no enemies. Just then, Jiang Nan entered, causing everyone to pause momentarily, awkwardly touching their noses. Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze to regard her. This woman had seemingly ceased to acknowledge him for some time now. Su Jiao, seeing Jiang Nan, linked her arm with hers, saying, President Jiang, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. For this matter, we kindly ask for your assistance. Su Jiao had meticulously laid the groundwork, and nearly everyone in this circle believed that Jiang Nan was exploiting her power. Few were privy to the truth regarding her affair with Qin Xiao, leaving Jiang Nan to suffer in silence. As Jiang Nan remained mute, casting a cold gaze at Su Jiao inhaled deeply, seeking assistance from Xie Qingzhou. Despite his limited understanding of Jiang Nan, Xie Qingzhou recognized her stubborn nature. Having committed no wrongdoing, how could she concede? However, if she did not apologize today, she would undoubtedly become a pariah in the industry, jeopardizing her future business endeavors. Consequently, he felt compelled to intervene and resolve the matter on her behalf. Jiang's predicament rendered Su Jiao's face visibly distressed. The individuals present were astute players in the business world, and the moment they observed Su Jiao's expression, they discerned her culpability. She had no grounds for defense. When Jiang Nan turned to face the assembly, her smile radiated warmth as she raised her glass, declaring, Esteemed seniors, I apologize for my tardiness. Allow me to drink this as penance. The crowd chuckled, dismissing her words. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou appraised his striking wife, who donned a basic sweater paired with tailored trousers, her long hair casually tied back, revealing her elegant and slender neck. Her features were exquisitely flawless, and her bright, dark eyes sparkled with intelligence. The uproar surrounding her was considerable. Most would have been easily led astray. Yet, she remained focused on the crux of the matter, deftly addressing Su Jiao's vulnerabilities and deftly resolving the situation. Truly astute, she was indeed a treasure. As for Lei Wang, he had committed an offense that warranted a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 10. I dare not utter falsehoods, would I not, dear brother? Jiang Nan had not anticipated his cooperation, and after lingering for another 10 minutes, she found an excuse to depart. Exiting the private room, she made her way to the restaurant's parking lot, where she discovered Zhou Qian smoking in his car, his mask dangling from one ear and a cap perched atop his head. Jiang Nan tapped on the car window, and when Zhou Qian caught sight of her through the half-open pane, he momentarily believed he was hallucinating. Flustered, he extinguished his cigarette before opening the door, donning a forced smile as he inquired, Nan, what brings you here? And you, what are you doing here? Oh, nothing much, just finished dining, that's all. Jiang Nan cast a glance inside the vehicle, noting the group of individuals, all dressed similarly, some wielding a fire axe, others brandishing baseball bats. Zhou Qian, stop deceiving me. I'm already aware. Zhou Qian had investigated her circumstances and concluded that Su Jiao was also involved. Su Jiao had further sullied her reputation, intending to capture her and extract information about the mastermind behind it all, while simultaneously subjecting Su Jiao to her own share of suffering. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened, yet he remained silent. He felt painfully foolish. After all these days, he could not even ascertain who Jiang Nan's husband was. Despite knowing Su Jiao's complicity, he merely stood by as she continued to torment her, his only recourse being this inept plan. I understand your feelings. It is not worth sacrificing so much for such a person. I merely wish to assist you. He yearned to help her secure a divorce, but could not even uncover her husband's identity. He desired to avenge her, yet she had already discovered his intentions. As Xie Qingzhou exited the private room, he removed his tie and asked Xiao Zheng, who was waiting outside, "Where is he?" Xiao Zheng hesitated, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Has he gone to persuade Zhou Qian?" Xiao Zheng let out a sound of acknowledgement. Xie Qingzhou's gaze deepened slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. She was reluctant to come, yet upon hearing Zhou Qian, she found herself drawn here. It was a statement rather than a question, and Xiao Zheng nodded in understanding. Chapter 43. The kiss. Jiang Nan stood at the windward side, only turning away when Zhou Qian's car had completely vanished from her sight. Through the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel, she observed Xie Qingzhou standing before the fish pond, feeding the fish. He was without a coat, his black shirt hugging his well-defined physique, exuding an air of elegance that was hard to overlook. Having made the decision to come, she had already steeled herself for the consequences of his reprimand. She was aware that he would be displeased upon discovering her interactions with Zhou Qian, yet she could not promise she wouldn't do it again. Jiang Nan offered no defense. Whatever she said, he would remain skeptical. Her expression resembled that of the moment when Feng Liyue had thrown her brooch. At that time, he had hoped for her to justify herself, but she refrained, convinced of his allegiance to Feng Liyue, allowing him to harbor misconceptions about her. Jiang Nan was momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the end? There were no biting remarks, no dragging her to the restroom, no harsh inquiries about whether she truly remembered their past conversations. The thoughts she had harbored seemed to have exhausted him. Feeling awkward, Jiang Nan watched as Xie Qingzhou retrieved a coat from the sofa and donned it before taking her hand to lead her outside. Jiang Nan remained in disbelief at the recent turn of events. Xiao Zheng had witnessed the two of them holding hands as they got into the car and sensed that the boss was indeed becoming more attentive to his wife. An exemplary assistant must attend to every aspect of their employer. "Madam, today's events are not meant to cause you distress. Rather, the boss wishes to assist you." Jiang Nan was taken aback as Xie Qingzhou, who was messaging, raised his head. "Must one remain silent, lest it be fatal? Madam, men can be rather proud and often find it difficult to reach out. He inquires about your daily activities. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to your circumstances. Xie Zheng is indeed concerned for you." Xie Qingzhou pondered. When has he ever shown interest in her affairs? Jiang Nan felt awkward after their night together. The trajectory of their relationship was entirely different from her expectations. Along the way, Xiao Zheng incessantly spoke of Xie Qingzhou's daily activities, what he ate, drank, and the hour he retired each night. Jiang Nan believed that once she returned home, she could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. The nourishing concoctions she had prepared over the past few days would not go to waste. He assured her not to feel embarrassed, as there was nothing unusual between a husband and wife. Just because they had shared that night, did it imply that Xie Qingzhou would embrace a more harmonious life? Nestled upon the soft couch in her room, she immersed herself in a book, while he effortlessly drew back the covers and joined her in bed. Jiang Nan's breath quickened. In her lucid state, she found no desire to engage with him. Such fleeting moments of harmony could hardly bridge the chasm between them. Jiang Nan remained still, and surprisingly, Xie Qingzhou did not urge her. He leaned against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. As the clock struck 11, it was time for her to retire. She lay down, and Xie Qingzhou extinguished the light on his side. The room was enveloped in complete darkness. The man's arm encircled her waist, and before long, his lips gently brushed against hers. Her toes involuntarily curled. Chapter 44. It was intriguing, Jiang Nan mused, for no girl could resist a man's tender affection, herself included. As her crimson lips parted in harmony with his, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. In her room, devoid of any light, the darkness heightened her auditory senses to an extreme degree. The sound of their passionate kisses rendered Jiang Nan utterly enraptured. Previously, she had experienced similar moments with Xie Qingzhou. In a room shrouded in darkness, they would embrace, share deep kisses, and surrender themselves to one another. When their lips and tongues intertwined, she could hardly discern the time or place, let alone resist him. After a few days, Xie Qingzhou perceived that she was even more immersed tonight than on that previous occasion. Her breath quickened as she pressed against his ear, urging him to ease his touch. When he purposefully teased her, she would lean in closer, her voice a mere whisper of pleading. Only then did he exercise restraint. After cleansing her, she cocooned herself in the blankets and fell asleep. Xie Qingzhou stood at the foot of the bed, gazing at her for a while before departing the room. Once downstairs, he poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto the sofa. without the influence of drugs or alcohol, in a state of clarity and rationality. He found himself unexpectedly joyful and surprised at how in sync they were. On that rainy night, when she was under the sway of substances, unabashedly revealing herself, it felt as though they had become one. She was his first woman, and the only one before Jiang Nan. Likewise, he was her first man, surrounded by darkness. She accompanied him, cared for him, and became his light, warming him. When she wept in pain yet held him tightly, he resolved to marry her. In that fleeting moment of convergence, he found himself desiring her once more in the hospital room that rainy night. On that occasion, Jiang Nan remained as passionate as ever. Yet he could not recapture that feeling. Even upon returning home and beholding her exquisite beauty, he felt a profound numbness within her. Days passed, and her face healed. The marks upon her body faded away. He believed he could ascertain some truths. Xie Qingzhou was perplexed by her fervent involvement that day. In the dimly lit room, as she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, he felt an undeniable sense of her essence. She delighted in clinging to him like a child. Nearly 7 years had elapsed. There were many memories he longed to retain, yet they began to blur. The scent that lingered on her skin was one he remembered fondly, yet its specifics eluded him. He wondered if this was merely a figment of his imagination. Once the wine had been consumed, he grasped his phone and called Xiao Zheng. "Boss, please investigate Jiang Nan's whereabouts from 7 years ago." The following day, Jiang Nan awoke to the sight of the man's handsome visage. Xie Qingzhou's lashes were long and thick, and in slumber, his features softened, becoming far more approachable. This was the marital bliss she once yearned for, not the current reality. As for the nocturnal haze of desire, with dawn's arrival, it was time to awaken. When Xie Qingzhou encountered Jiang Nan in the dining room, she had already changed into her attire and donned a light touch of makeup, prepared to leave for work after breakfast. Upon seeing him, she offered a subdued greeting. Was she dissatisfied with yesterday's service? He sat across from her, smiling. Following the incident of her being drugged, she had not inquired about the divorce agreement they had intended to draft. Just as he remained absent from home, she no longer cared. Jiang Nan exhibited a remarkable composure, surpassing his expectations, and demonstrated a keen awareness of her circumstances. Recognizing that the reins of control did not lie within her grasp, she refrained from seeking out troubles, embodying the essence of a wife who understood her place in a marriage devoid of deep emotions. "I found this quite satisfactory." Jiang Nan spoke with a calm demeanor, albeit her cheeks flushed with color. Satisfied, yet she remained so indifferent towards me? He pondered, intentionally attempting to disrupt their established dynamic. Regardless of Jiang Nan's potential, on that rainy night, he changed his mind and sought her out, his body betraying his true feelings. He missed her. Sitting at the dining table, Jiang Nan slightly tilted her head, scrutinizing him intently, as if assessing the true intentions behind his words. Her earnest and serious demeanor was so composed that it stirred within him memories of her arms wrapped tightly around him, purring like a kitten in his ear. Such a stark contrast ignited a yearning within him. "Would you accompany me to the old residence if the company is not too busy?" Xie Qingzhou inquired. "Is this a request for my assistance?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile. "If you prefer to view it as a request, then so be it," he replied, his gaze sparkling with mischief as he indulged her. 10 million. If that individual manages to complete the shoot within a week, I will assist you." Once, he had used a brooch to threaten her, yet she had repurposed it, infusing it with a hint of flirtation. Xie Qingzhou chuckled, moving beside her and enveloping her in an embrace along with her chair. "Very well, I shall await Mr. Xie's good news." Jiang Nan remained poised, unmoving. As she dined, her posture remained remarkably upright, exuding an air of elegance. He cast a glance at her alabaster neck, nuzzling his face against it. In that moment, he comprehended why Zhou Qian had undergone such a transformation, becoming so infatuated and captivated by her. Jiang Nan was indeed intriguing. Although Zhou Qian had not reprimanded Su Jiao, he consistently kept her within his sights, determined to uncover the person behind her. A call from Huang Mao revealed that the car had been spotted at Changshan Golf Club. Originally, Song Yun knew of that vehicle, and considering the circumstances that had transpired, he surmised it would no longer be of interest to him. Zhou Qian mused that tracing that car might lead to clues about Jiang Nan's husband. After several days of silence, he finally received a lead. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qian drove towards the location. Chapter 45. Mistake. Xie Qingzhou strolled leisurely across the now yellowing grass, holding a golf club. The temperature in Haicheng had plummeted to just a few degrees, with forecasts predicting sub-zero conditions in a couple of days. The club had already closed its grounds, and his choice of vehicle was quite conspicuous. Recently, Zhou Qian had been diligently working at the office during the day and refraining from frequenting nightclubs or even the social club. It was said that he immersed himself in reading and studying, wasting no fragments of time. As for Jiang Nan's husband, Xie Qingzhou had preemptively notified all the channels he could access, yet he had garnered no useful information, never daring to inquire about Xin Ke, fearing it might place them in an awkward position. It pained Song Yun to see matters escalate to this point. Must it truly be this way? Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to make his relationship with Jiang Nan public, as he himself was uncertain of the path they might traverse together. Zhou Qian had resolved not to meet Jiang Nan, believing that with the passage of time, he would eventually forget her. He thought that even if he were to discover one day that she was the one, it would matter little. Yet, Zhou Qian remained deeply infatuated, silently undertaking numerous gestures for her. Thus, he decided to confront the situation head-on, extinguishing any lingering hope he held. Upon arriving at the Changshan Club, he noticed the vast parking lot sparsely populated by a few vehicles. Even he, despite his naivete, recognized that this was a deliberate invitation for him to come. Seated in his car, he felt devoid of the excitement he had initially experienced. He had rehearsed the scenario of encountering Jiang Nan's husband, determined to maintain his composure and agree to any request, provided it led to a divorce. However, now he found himself engulfed by trepidation, contemplating that waiting for Nan to be free, regardless of the years that might pass, was an option he could entertain. As the engine roared to life and he prepared to leave the parking lot, Zhou Qian hesitated, pressing down on the brake. What kind of man would he be if he abandoned her to face everything alone? He traversed the club's lavishly adorned reception hall and made his way to the rear mountains. The golf course, once enveloped by verdant hills and lush grass, appeared somewhat desolate in the winter chill, with only a few scattered figures on the green. As he approached, the silhouettes became increasingly familiar. He spotted Xie Qingzhou clad in gray sweatpants and a matching top, presumably just beginning to play, complemented by a cream-colored down vest, his face unshielded by a hat, radiating a youthful charm under the sunlight. Upon noticing Zhou Qian, Xie Qingzhou, after striking the ball, inquired, "You've come? Why? To shatter your hopes and leave the country? You previously obstructed my inquiries, yet now you beckon me here. Observing the tangled relationship between the two of you is rather bothersome." Xie Qingzhou, grasping his cue, prepared to move forward. Zhou Qian seized him, questioning, "Bothersome? It sounds as though you care for her. Don't you feel embarrassed? You do not love her." "Indeed, I do not love her. Even if it is merely a physical connection, she is still my wife." Zhou Qian retorted, "Then how do you regard her?" He clutched Xie Qingzhou's collar, demanding an answer. "Zhou Qian, in matters concerning women, you have more experience than I do. What do you expect me to regard her as?" Xie Qingzhou replied coldly, his gaze downcast. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened. His involvement with Jiang Nan had been nothing more than a fleeting dalliance. He had no intention of divorcing her. Merely feeling he had not exhausted the affair, he tightened his grip on Xie Qingzhou's collar and struck him with a punch. Xin Ke and Song Yunji, seemingly oblivious, kept their distance. After enduring 2 punches without retaliating, Xie Qingzhou's mood darkened as Zhou Qian continued his assault. In a scuffle, Zhou Qian was no match for him and soon found himself pinned to the ground. "Since you are aware of the truth, cease your thoughts. Stay in Haiqing. If you miss her, bear it silently, and if you cannot, then leave the country for 2 years." Zhou Qian's face pressed against the cold grass, still defiant, exclaimed, "Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel! You trample upon her sincerity. Karma will find you." "As for karma, I cannot say, but I know she will suffer. That night you knocked on the car window, she implored me to find a way to send you away." In a frenzy, Zhou Qian broke free from his grasp, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle on the grass. Song Yunji chuckled softly, remarking, "The most cultured and refined gentleman of high society, Xie Qingzhou, is now brawling with someone. Let's capture this moment and share it on social media." Shin shook his head disapprovingly, questioning whether it was truly necessary to provoke others in such a manner. At that moment, Jiang Nan was enjoying lunch with Ning when she received a call from Xiaozheng. Upon learning that she had been schemed against and had yet to uncover the mastermind behind it, Ning leaned closer and speculated whether it could be Feng Liue. Jiang Nan dismissed the notion, reasoning that Xie Qingzhou, who cherished her dearly, must have been aware of her presence all along. Their 3 years of tranquility rendered such a sudden turn of events illogical. If not her, then who could it be? After years in the business world, one learns to tread carefully. While some men may speak harshly, such despicable acts had never crossed her path until now. Ning instinctively suspected Feng. Continue the investigation, but refrain from wild conjectures. By the way, regarding the brooch I mentioned previously, it might not have been damaged, but rather taken. Have there been any movements regarding other jewelry or artworks in the market? Uncle Jiang had no news on those items for the time being. But the peace charm that Xie Qingzhou gifted you had indeed surfaced. Someone had attempted to sell it. Jiang Nan felt a tightness in her chest, realizing that those items she believed to have perished in the flames had truly been taken by someone else. Just then, her phone rang with alarming news. Zhou Qian had been hospitalized after a fight with Xie Qingzhou. She and Ning abandoned their meal and rushed to the emergency room. Upon arrival, Jiang Nan saw Xie Qingzhou's down jacket caked in dirt, while Zhou Qian was covered in bits of grass. Both were injured, one with a swollen lip and the other with a swollen eye, looking quite disheveled. Zhou Qian hung his head low, catching sight of her. He parted his lips, but said nothing, merely lowering his head once more. Jiang Nan understood. Zhou Qian was fully aware of everything. She cast a glance at Xie Qingzhou before ultimately approaching Zhou Qian and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Zhou Qian nodded, his expression reflecting deep hurt. "I'm sorry, Zhou Qian." He gazed at her with reddened eyes, then offered a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "What have you done wrong?" It seemed as though she had committed no fault, yet it still caused him pain. Jiang Nan replied, standing before the bench with her head slightly bowed. Zhou Qian tilted his head upward, and the two shared an intimate gaze, oblivious to their surroundings. A nurse was tending to Xie Qingzhou's wounds when he brushed her away, exclaiming, "Come here." Jiang Nan was reluctant to engage with him. She had thought that yesterday's incident could be easily forgotten. He was formidable, directly revealing the truth to Zhou Qian. The secret she worked so hard to conceal had been betrayed. "Let it go, Nan. If you provoke him, it is you who will suffer," Zhou Qian remarked before lowering his gaze. He could neither take Jiang Nan away nor assist her in escaping her marriage. Merely looking at her felt like a transgression. Without his presence as an observer, Xie Qingzhou would lose his sanity. Zhou Qian stood up and walked away in the opposite direction. This was the only thing he could do for her. Chapter 46. Madness. Zhou Qian departed, his silhouette marked by disarray. Jiang Nan felt an inexplicable swelling in her eyes. Recalling the previous night, when Zhou Qian had sought to confront Su Jiao, she had believed that by not meeting him again, all ties would be severed. Yet, who could have anticipated his foolishness? Zhou Qian truly harbored feelings for her. Only after Zhou Qian's shadow had vanished did Xie Qingzhou lazily lean back in his chair, motioning for the nurse to continue her work. "Is this amusing?" Xie Qingzhou observed Jiang Nan standing before him, her expression markedly indifferent, unlike when she looked at Zhou Qian. "I am assisting you. You are? Helping me? What a farce." Zhou Qian has truly invested his feelings, yet you are also making moves, preventing your own marital missteps. How can you dare to speak ill of others, you hypocritical creature? And Ning could no longer tolerate it. He and Feng Liu frequently made headlines, spending the night together. It is utterly infuriating. And Ning dragged Jiang Nan away, still seething with anger. What does he mean by this? Is he addicted to sleeping around? Observing his current demeanor, he seems disinclined to pursue a divorce. How could he behave in such a manner? Did he not say he had donned a wedding ring belonging to someone else? How despicable of him. The peace charm he once gifted you was merely a ruse to seduce you. Past memories momentarily left Jiang Nan in a daze, but she quickly reassured her friend, who was consumed by anger. All right. He is still alive, and I still demand 10 million. 10 million? And Ning's fury subsided slightly. Ah. So he is rather generous with the women outside, isn't he? Everyone is just playing around, so don't be so upset, Jiang Nan continued. She had grown indifferent to Xie Qingzhou. After such events, her heart had begun to accept it. And Ning still felt a pang of sympathy for her, once in love but unable to attain it, now devoid of love yet unable to leave. Jiang Nan suggested that Ning should persuade Zhou Qian. She felt it was inconvenient for her to intervene at this point, having arrived at this juncture. It was best not to give Zhou Qian any further hope, allowing him to gradually forget. "All right, I will discuss some matters with him," Jiang Nan said. They could not divorce immediately, as there were numerous entanglements involved. It would not be appropriate to shatter everything. From the tone, it seemed Feng Liu was on the other end of the line. "Do you have something to say to me?" he inquired after hanging up, glancing at her. Jiang Nan looked up at him. "Sometimes, Two people could share a remarkable understanding. Do you have a moment? She inquired. After all, it was a call from Miss Feng. Let's go. He reached out his hand towards her. Jiang Nan cast a glance. Her hands nestled in the pockets of her coat. Once they were in the car, Jiang Nan turned to Xie Qingzhou. Regarding Zhou Qian, do you not think this is excessive? Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a moment, his heart aching. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply. Xie Qingzhou, you are well aware of everything. There is nothing between Zhou Qian and me. The opportunities for us to meet alone are few and far between. You share a good rapport with him. Do you not find that rather cruel? Zhou Qian remarked. She has done nothing wrong. But what wrong has Zhou Qian committed? Nothing at all. Look at the two of you, so entangled in each other's lives, video calling. And he even fights for you. Jiang Nan felt he was being unreasonable. When you speak of others, can you not first reflect upon yourself? Are you unaware of your situation with Feng Liyue? What right do you have to cast judgment upon others? Should I not adopt the same approach to keep her away from you? Her tone was steady. Yet, Xie Qingzhou observed her eyes, which were reddening, resembling a rabbit's, glistening with unshed tears. This was her first proactive mention of the matter, and inexplicably, his mood brightened. He tilted his head, studying her intently. She bore a somewhat stubborn demeanor, which was also appealing and captivating. Xie Qingzhou leaned closer. You must keep her at a distance from me. I shall not intervene. As he spoke, he gently patted her back, attempting to comfort her. Jiang Nan was not convinced in the slightest, letting out a cold huff. As for Zhou Qian, this ends here. Do not go mad again. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing at her alluring crimson lips, and leaned in to kiss her. Jiang Nan pushed him away, questioning, what exactly do you intend to do? I wish to kiss you. Is it not apparent? In chapter 47, titled Pregnancy, Xie Qingzhou found himself irresistibly compelled to kiss her. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes dramatically, exuding disdain. Do you have some sort of serious illness? A beautiful woman, when angered, becomes even more captivating. The more she resisted, the more he desired her. He leaned closer, effortlessly trapping her within the confines of the driver's seat. Her delicate back pressed against the car door, his hand guiding her face toward him. Do not come any closer. It is filthy. I still have to go to the office. You used to dress attractively and flaunt it before me. Was it not your intention to invite my kiss? It turned out he had noticed her allure in the past, but had simply feigned indifference. Now, he found it hard to articulate whether he felt sorrow or not. You mentioned in the past. I have no desire for that now. Xie Qingzhou disliked rejection, yet today he was in high spirits. Thus, he allowed her to resist, firmly grasping her wrist and pressing it against her head. His robust body pressed against hers, and Jiang Nan caught her breath, staring at him. I am presently very inclined to. His breath brushed against her lips, as he believed she was concerned about his connection with Feng Liyue. Fixing his gaze upon her, he added, a saliva-laden apple can still be consumed after washing. Recalling her earlier words spoken to Shen Ke in the industrial park, his tone conveyed a sense of shamelessness. Just as Xie Qingzhou's lips were about to touch hers, she turned her head slightly and retorted, you are nothing but a rotten apple now. Had it not been for those two unforeseen incidents, they would have already divorced. She found such intimacy and flirtation quite distasteful. No matter how good his spirits were, they were gradually dampened by her persistent lack of understanding. He released her and settled into the passenger seat of her car, his long legs stretching out comfortably, remaining silent. Jiang Nan cast a glance at his aloof features, recognizing his displeasure. Yet, his current mood had little bearing on her. I must head to the office, she declared, issuing a subtle dismissal that elicited a smile from Xie Qingzhou. His wife, capable of igniting passion in others, remained untouched by it herself. Impressive. After being ushered out of the vehicle, Shen Ke felt a wave of embarrassment on his behalf, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Zhou Qian's film has been released. Does it still concern him? He sighed at the mention of Zhou Qian. He had taken quite a beating and was limping when he left. Just as he was about to exit the hospital, Feng Liyue arrived, fully armored. Shen Ke frowned slightly. Glancing at her, she was adorned in designer labels yet concealed behind a mask and hat, evoking the aura of a celebrity. Didn't I tell you not to come? Xie Qingzhou replied coolly, his gaze steady. I heard you were injured, she said. Worry etched across her features as she noticed a slight cut on his lip. He had always been dignified and reserved. Never had he appeared so disheveled, especially for Jiang Nan. Are you a doctor? Xie Qingzhou inquired, seemingly oblivious to her concern, his expression reflecting his displeasure at her unsolicited presence. He turned to leave, but paused, returning to stand before her. Feng Liyue's previously gloomy demeanor brightened at his approach. "What is it?" she asked. "Why are you so idle? Why not go to Breeze Group for a shoot?" Her spirits plummeted once more as she resentfully acknowledged his words. Watching the indifferent silhouette of Xie Qingzhou, she felt an overwhelming sorrow. In truth, she had long since moved on. She had witnessed him board the Jiang Nan vehicle, and she also observed the tender expression he could hardly suppress. It was the first time in all these years that she had seen him reveal such emotions. Aside from the memories of the woman he sought, for so long, she had seen Xie Qingzhou disregard Jiang Nan, yet at some point, unbeknownst to her, he began to care. Jiang Nan, so captivating, seemed to command attention wherever she went. Even the typically aloof Xie Qingzhou felt an urge to kiss her in the vehicle. She could hardly contain her frustration. It was one thing for Xie Qingzhou to harbor feelings for that woman, a pursuit he was willing to undertake at any cost. An irreplaceable white moonlight. She accepted that she could not compete. But what right did Jiang Nan have? She would not permit Jiang Nan to infiltrate Xie Qingzhou's heart. She would rather Xie Qingzhou find that woman than witness him forget her and choose Jiang Nan. This afternoon, President Chen made an announcement on social media, terminating the collaboration with Su Jiao's company. Su Jiao was one of Chen Xiaoda's distributors, and this abrupt cessation of partnership could be seen as indirect support for Jiang Nan's question. "Do you even know what you've done? And what about Su Jiao?" "Indeed, President Jiang, it is not just our people following Su Jiao. There are 2 other groups trailing her as well." "Oh, I have looked into it. There are people from young Master Zhou and from President Xie." Jiang Nan sighed. "And I recalled something that compelled me to step out." Yang Ji exclaimed, "Aren't you scheduled to meet with General Gao to discuss General Chen's pricing? You should inform Gao Zhan that the lack of profit from the prices offered to Chen Xiao is inconsequential, as long as the overall annual profit remains intact. I trust him. He should proceed with confidence, and should any issues arise, he can call me." With those words, she hastily departed. Once in the car, Jiang Nan dialed Anning's number. "Ning Ning, where are you?" "I am at the Zhou family's doorstep, contemplating how to persuade Shou Qian. As for Shou Qian's matter, I will seek assistance elsewhere. I have something urgent that requires your help in Beijing." Meanwhile, Mother Qin Shuang was in the kitchen with Sister Li, preparing steamed buns filled with sweet bean paste. Jiang Nan affectionately leaned against her mother's shoulder, observing the pot. "Sister Qin, please accompany Jiang," Sister Li urged. Shooing them out of the kitchen, Jiang Nan nestled against her mother, and the 2 of them cozied up on the sofa. "Doctor." Wang remarked that sitting next to her mother was akin to having consulted a psychologist 6 times. "Shall we visit Grandma this weekend? What's wrong? Have you encountered something disheartening?" Jiang Nan nodded. She was indeed troubled by Xie Qingzhou's current demeanor. He no longer mentioned divorce. Yet she found herself at a loss for an immediate resolution, reluctant to remain entangled in this situation. "Shall I discuss it with Mom? It's about work." Jiang Nan smiled, not wanting to burden her mother with unhappiness. In the afternoon, she rested her head on her mother's lap, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and enjoyed a delightful nap. Upon awakening, Sister Li had also finished steaming the buns. Freshly steamed buns paired with refreshing side dishes and glutinous millet porridge. Accustomed to socializing, she craved this delightful bite. Just as dinner was drawing to a close, Yang Ji called. "Mr. Jiang, have you seen the news? It appears that the endorsement deal may be in jeopardy. Feng Liyue seems to be pregnant." Chapter 48. Underhanded. Yang Ji's call left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned. The revelation from a renowned entertainment reporter suggested that Feng Liyue was suspected of being with child, accompanied by a photograph of Feng Liyue at the obstetrician's office. There was another image taken just this afternoon. The photographer only captured the silhouette of Xie Qingzhou, clad in a beige down vest, standing before Feng Liyue. With both of them appearing at the hospital, it was only natural for Feng Liyue's fans to assume they were attending a prenatal checkup together. In the wake of such sensational news, the entire internet was abuzz with discussion. Feng Liyue's fans had even tagged Xie Qingzhou, preparing for what they deemed a monumental wedding. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou sat in the July club, arms crossed on the sofa, staring at the phone on the coffee table. With the news of Feng Liyue's pregnancy, numerous calls flooded in to congratulate him. After all, everyone in their circle remained blissfully unaware of Xie Qingzhou's secret marriage, believing his official girlfriend was indeed Feng Liyue. Now that she was expecting, the obvious question arose. When would the wedding take place? Song Yunzes found the situation hysterical, believing Xie Qingzhou had brought this upon himself. After all, he had been so public with Feng Liyue, frequently making headlines. Even more infuriating was the fact that, Despite the news of the pregnancy having been out for a solid 2.5 hours, Jiang Nan, his wife, had yet to call. A glance at Xie Qingzhou's face revealed his dark mood, as if shadows were about to drip from it. Care. Jiang Nan has been waiting for his call for a full 3 years. The heart inevitably cools over time, does it not? Song Yunji takes a perverse delight in this. Shen Ke merely grunted in acknowledgement. Xie Qingzhou observed the two of them engaging in their banter and interjected, "Are you two ever going to be done? Brother, how do you plan to handle things on your sister-in-law's side?" Shen Ke inquired. Ever since he concluded that Jiang Nan had drugged him, his parents had ceased to inquire about his relationship with her. Previously, when he was in the news with Feng Liyue, his mother had called to express concern for Jiang Nan's feelings. At this moment, Xie Qingzhou felt a myriad of unspoken emotions. He had once found Jiang Nan's constant outreach bothersome, as well as her interference in various matters. Now, seeing her indifferent to everything, he felt a sense of discomfort mingled with loss. Rising from his seat, he took his phone and prepared to leave. As he reached the doorway, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, why does Zhou Qian call her 11? Is that her childhood name? Shen Ke and Song Yunji took a moment to respond. Perhaps it's a reference to 10 billion? Despite the years that have passed, it is well known that Feng Liyue's boyfriend is Xie Qingzhou. The romance between the ethereal and innocent Jade Maiden and a wealthy scion is universally appealing, a veritable walking traffic magnet. Thus, she understood the former CEO's perspective. Feng Liyue's image aligned perfectly with the product's positioning, especially with the endorsement of a high-profile figure like Xie Qingzhou. However, the implications of an unwed pregnancy do not bode well for the company's representation. Ultimately, Jiang Nan has resolved to replace her. However, her proposal sparked considerable controversy, and she lacked a superior candidate to succeed Feng Liyue. Thus, the outcome of the meeting was postponed. After concluding the meeting, Jiang Nan proceeded to the airport to pick up Ning. Upon meeting Ning, Jiang Nan was eager to learn the outcome. Is it her? Ning nodded vigorously while drinking water, affirming, yes, it is indeed that entity that seeks to harm you. Their actions are utterly despicable. What should we do now? Should we report it to the authorities? Chapter 49, Hunger. No, let us wait a little longer. Ning, sensing her friend's understanding, refrained from elaborating further, content with the prospect of enjoying some buns. However, upon reflecting on the troubling matters online, she felt a surge of indignation. It was not just Jiang Nan. She herself was seething with anger. How about you? Are you all right? I no longer care about him. What could possibly happen? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at her, and Ning embraced her without uttering another word. On their way back, Jiang Nan inquired, Ning, do you wish to act again? Ning was a remarkably talented actress, having won the FIMA Award for Best Actress at the age of 17. It would be no exaggeration to say that she enjoyed unparalleled popularity in both film and fashion circles. Observing her friend, Jiang Nan pondered and reiterated, just consider whether you want to act again. Ning scoffed lightly, I will give your suggestion serious consideration. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Nan felt a newfound ease, no longer needing to maintain a faade. She slept soundly until the next day, lounging in her pajamas on the sofa well into midday. When Xie Qingzhou arrived at the Jiang home, he found Jiang Nan reclining on the sofa with a book, her legs draped over the backrest, the cuffs of her pants slipping down to reveal a slender, fair calf. Is this the wife who conducts herself with such decorum at mealtimes? Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Nan assumed it was Ning and, without diverting her gaze from her book, casually remarked, could you please peel an apple for this princess? Li Saw, carrying a basket of vegetables, cleared her throat and said, Jiang. Jiang Nan responded with a slight hum, and looked up, only to see Xie Qingzhou slightly bowing his head and gazing at her. In an instant, she tumbled off the sofa and found herself seated on the carpet, observing him with his hands tucked into his pockets, wearing a half-smile as he regarded her. I called you last night, but you didn't answer, and you weren't home when I came by, Xie Qingzhou remarked, his eyes scanning Jiang Nan's sleepwear, neat blue and white stripes adorned with a large white goose, giving her a rather childlike appearance. Unexpectedly, he found her lively demeanor quite charming. Ning emerged with her dessert creation, and upon spotting Xie Qingzhou, her expression fell. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Qin Shuang stepped out of the kitchen, observing the tall man standing in the living room, then glanced at her daughter. Jiang, why haven't you invited our guest to sit down? That is quite rude. All right, Mom, please continue with your tasks, Jiang Nan replied, gently ushering Xie Qingzhou into a side room. Once there, she quietly interrogated him. What exactly are you doing here? Xie Qingzhou was somewhat displeased with her defensive demeanor. Are you truly that afraid of your mother discovering who I am? Jiang Nan scoffed at this. This guest, we've been married for 3 years. And my mother has never met you. Do you think it's necessary for her to know who you are? At this thought, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of foolishness regarding her past self. How can one endure such self-sacrifice for the sake of love, causing distress to oneself and one's family? Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a long moment. Shall I formally pay a visit to my mother-in-law today? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan stood before him as if facing a formidable adversary. What exactly do you want? She replied, her impatience and displeasure evident. Her unadorned face was remarkably pure, yet the mole on her nose rendered her fierce demeanor somewhat softened, akin to a kitten extending its paw with a meek meow. There was no intimidation in her presence. Instead, she appeared quite endearing. Mr. Nanxiu is leaving Haiqing. Accompany me to bid him farewell. Xie Qingzhou, on what grounds do you believe I would go? Yesterday's altercation with Feng Liyue had been tumultuous, and she held no expectations for his explanation or respect. He could disregard her sincerity and even trample upon her heart. Because of her past affections, because of love, she believed she deserved it. Yet his actions were truly excessive. How heartbroken would her mother be if she witnessed her marriage in such a state? Mr. Nanxiu wishes to meet the owner of the brooch, Xie Qingzhou continued. I will not go, Jiang Nan asserted. To attend would merely lower the cost of his potential harm to her. She would no longer be the Jiang Nan who once eagerly awaited his glance. Shall we settle this matter fairly? Jiang Nan retorted, angered. When have you ever been fair? Aren't you the one who constantly contradicts yourself? Have some dignity. It's inappropriate to desire everything at once. What era is this, that you still wish to pursue such a fantastical notion of shared happiness? What shared happiness is there? You are attributing blame to me, yet we have ceased discussing divorce. Wasn't this an unexpected turn of events? You had your moment, and I had mine, thus we are even. After all this time, we finally broached the subject of divorce. Observing Xie Qingzhou's demeanor while uttering those words, one could hardly discern any concern, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. Xie Qingzhou, your choice of words is rather unkind. This unforeseen incident is my burden, not one you were obligated to share. Had I not involved you, we would have parted ways amicably. Xie Qingzhou regarded her with a cold stare, choosing silence henceforth. A man may tolerate a beautiful woman, one who is captivating and unruly, even disobedient. However, when she fails to exercise restraint, she becomes rather unappealing. Though I have descended to such depths, all you do is call for Zhou Qian to ease his grip. Yet alas, that individual is me, not the one you incessantly pine for. His frigid tone carried an undercurrent of warning. They had once shared such intimacy. Why then did he resort to humiliating her with this? Was it not he who had urged her to seek out Zhou Qian? Jiang Nan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Any man would surpass you. Xie Qingzhou was truly incensed. How luring had she been that night? As for Zhou Qian, could that rotund individual who sought to harm her truly be a contender? President Xie, are you truly hungry? He teased, his voice light and playful as he drew closer. Jiang Nan lamented her inability to manage her emotions, falling prey to her own sharp tongue. His fingers tightened around his tie, yanking it loose, one hand gripping her waist as he pressed her against the wall. In her frantic struggle, Jiang Nan inadvertently knocked a vase off the nearby cabinet, the shattering sound eliciting a concerned inquiry from Qin Shuang. Jiang, what happened? Jiang Nan felt a surge of panic at the thought of her mother witnessing this scene, her anxiety palpable. Xie Qingzhou, instead, appeared calm and composed, his fingers leisurely gliding down her neck, coming to a halt as they circled just below her collarbone. Jiang Nan felt a tingling sensation ascend along her spine. Let go, she implored. Will you accompany me? You always do this, using the ones I care about to pressure me. It's rather underhanded, yet it undeniably works on you. As Jiang Nan heard footsteps approaching, she shut her eyes momentarily. All right, I'll go. Can you release me now? Chapter 50. Her heart grew cold. When Qin Shuang and Ning arrived, Xie Qingzhou finally released her. Upon seeing her mother, he displayed an unusually friendly demeanor, making it difficult for anyone to harbor resentment towards him. Jiang Nan felt a pang of injustice, but managed to smile at her mother, saying, It's nothing. The guest accidentally knocked over the vase. Qin Shuang wore a puzzled expression, pursing her lips in silence. Yes, Auntie, quickly, what is the next step? Otherwise, I might forget it altogether, and Ning interjected, casting an annoyed glance at Xie Qingzhou. After Ning took her mother away, Jiang Nan exhaled in relief. I'm going to change clothes, please wait for me. Once back in her room, Jiang Nan leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face. Xie Qingzhou was truly insufferable. After changing into a new outfit and applying a light touch of makeup, she informed Ning before heading to the living room. There, she found Xie Qingzhou seated on the sofa, peeling an apple. Let us go? Xie Qingzhou offered her the freshly peeled apple. Aren't you going to eat it? Is this a slap on the face followed by a sweet date? She accepted the apple, glanced at it, and then, right before his eyes, tossed it into the trash. Leaning back on the sofa, Xie Qingzhou sighed. If you want to eat it, then let us leave. Upon entering the vehicle, Jiang Nan settled into the back seat. Her expression a mere reflection as she gazed out the window. Previously unfamiliar with her essence, he had now witnessed her vibrant demeanor. She was indeed beautiful. Yet she resembled a soulless automaton. He contemplated the idea of charming her, but she was not one to be easily swayed. It seemed that every encounter concluded on a somewhat discordant note. Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment, asserting, my relationship with Feng Liyue is not as you might presume. No need for explanations. Your words are lost on me, Jiang Nan replied, not even granting him a glance. Xie Qingzhou's gaze deepened, and silence enveloped the car. Upon arriving at their destination, he offered her the door with a warm smile. Jiang Nan glanced at him, her previously indifferent demeanor transforming into one of composure. The pair resembled a couple donned in masks, walking towards the restaurant where Mr. Nanxiu awaited. Once inside the private room, Mr. Nanxiu arrived. He did not appear to be an 88-year-old man. At first glance, he looked no older than 70, robust in stature as he familiarly patted Xie Qingzhou on the shoulder. Your wife is quite lovely, he remarked. Xie Qingzhou smiled, inviting Mr. Nanxiu to take a seat at the tea table. I too find her beautiful, he replied, proceeding to introduce the two. Jiang Nan, what is your relation to Jiang Yuan? Mr. Nanxiu inquired. He is my father, she responded. Mr. Nanxiu burst into laughter. Xie Qingzhou, Jiang Yuan is your father-in-law. That brooch was a proposal gift from your father-in-law to your mother-in-law. The design was conceived by him. Yet every diamond and turquoise was cut and set by my hands. Your father-in-law is quite the romantic, indeed. Xie Qingzhou's fingers faltered as he prepared the tea, his smile becoming somewhat strained. So, you wish to meet the owner of the brooch, he concluded, initially hoping for a stroke of luck. I was taken aback to discover she was the daughter of Jiang Yuan. My intention was for you to step forward and retrieve this brooch, a token to be returned to its rightful owner, preserving a cherished memory. Nanxiu remarked that the mere mention of Jiang Yuan evoked a sense of melancholy. An unforeseen tragedy had claimed Jiang Yuan's life, leaving behind a mother and child in sorrow. Nanxiu, deeply empathetic, wished to prevent this emblem of profound affection from drifting away like the remnants of a lost life. Fortunately, his words stirred a mix of emotions within Jiang Nan, bringing forth both gratitude and a tinge of sorrow. She felt touched by Mr. Nanxiu's understanding of her parents' bond and was willing to partake in these endeavors for the sake of that love, which only highlighted the emotional distance she felt from her husband, Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Nanxiu, thank you. Please allow me to raise a cup of tea in place of wine in your honor, Jiang Nan expressed, her eyes brimming with deep appreciation. Nanxiu chuckled, noting her forthright nature was reminiscent of her father. He was acutely aware of his own flaws, having gained prominence at a young age in the jewelry industry, often challenging young talents with his eccentric temperament. The two individuals who left a lasting impression on him were Jiang Yuan, a jewelry designer from decades past, and the young master of the Xie family. It was indeed a remarkable twist of fate that these two were now connected as father-in-law and son-in-law. Could you share some stories about my father when he was young? Jiang Nan inquired with genuine interest. Her mother often spoke of the brooch with a sweet smile. Yet neither she nor her mother understood the connection between the brooch and Mr. Nanxiu. Given his status as a prodigious craftsman who had pushed the boundaries of jewelry design from innovation to the challenges of cutting techniques. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou's thoughts grew increasingly complex. He understood the brooch held significant meaning for her, yet he remained unaware that it was a cherished relic from her father. He has always been perplexed, unable to comprehend when it was that she ceased to care for him, nor when her smiles vanished. Now, he finally understands when her heart began to grow cold. Chapter 51. Husband. She wished to clarify that it was her father's heirloom, yet he interrupted her. On that very day, she had declared that if he were to give her the brooch, she would agree to a divorce. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her intently. Mr. Nanxio was recounting amusing anecdotes about her father, and she listened earnestly, her eyes sparkling brilliantly like exquisitely cut diamonds. As they settled in, Jiang Nan expressed her gratitude to Mr. Nanxio for sharing stories about his father's life prior to marriage. Upon learning of his fondness for light drinking, Jiang Nan, who was unaccustomed to baijiu, accompanied him with glass after glass. Despite his age, Nanxio discerned Jiang Nan's sincerity, a trait reminiscent of her father. The two connected effortlessly, but being the elder, Nanxio refrained from drinking too much with her and turned his attention to Xie Qingzhou. Little Zhou, why do you seem so preoccupied today? I made a mistake. Xie Qingzhou replied, leaning back in her seat, her arm resting casually on the back of Jiang Nan's chair as she cast her gaze downward. Nanxio understood. Hence the injury on her face was inflicted by Xiao Jiang. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Jiang Nan, having consumed alcohol, was beginning to feel its effects. Her fair complexion was flushed, and her gaze appeared slightly dazed, clearly indicating her inebriation. It wasn't her. She would never strike anyone. Then it must be that you were involved in a brawl, Nanxio remarked, though he seemed somewhat incredulous, for it was widely known that Xie Qingzhou, the epitome of refinement in high society, was truly deserving of the title of an elegant young gentleman. As gentle as jade, possessing unparalleled grace, he navigates life with a calm demeanor, exuding elegance and propriety. Indeed, he is the epitome of a tender-hearted gentleman. Can he fight? Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, leisurely turned her face, revealing her temper, which is rather fierce, and her disposition, somewhat petty. Mr. Nanxio, I believe you have mistaken the person. Mr. Nanxio chuckled softly in response. Xie Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at her, observing her attempt to undermine the conversation, yet she wore an innocent expression. He lowered his gaze and leaned closer to her, saying, in my 20s, I was just like this. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes dramatically before turning away. Mr. Nanxio, allow me to toast to you once more. It has truly been a pleasure meeting you today. She was inebriated, unable to indulge further. Nanxio was also quite pleased this evening. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with Xie Qingzhou, he prepared to take his leave. Jiang Nan promptly stood and bowed deeply. Mr. Nanxio, thank you sincerely. She wished to see him off, but was retained in the private room by Xie Qingzhou. Once downstairs, Nanxio gazed at the youth before him. The person in his heart radiated light, yet this one was equally dazzling, was he not? His intention had not been to see Jiang Nan today, merely a casual mention, yet he had eagerly suggested that meeting her was acceptable. Observing the way he looked at Jiang Nan, imbued with an unconscious fondness, he, being a man of experience, discerned his true feelings. Humans are not made of iron or stone. It is natural to feel attraction, but the choice lies within you. Understood, I shall visit you after the new year, Xie Qingzhou stated. Jiang Nan, resting her chin on her hand while pouring herself tea, noticed him but chose to ignore him, drinking cup after cup. Xie Qingzhou sat beside her, silent, patiently waiting. She was intoxicated, her entire being languid, reminiscent of her state at the Jiang residence. Jiang Nan possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Having consumed enough, she leaned against the tea table, preparing to drift into a stupor, much like a drowsy feline. She remained still for quite some time before finally turning her head, declaring, "We are no longer from the same household." Who said that? He inquired softly, his fingers still caressing the crown of her head. I did. Xie Qingzhou rose, effortlessly lifting her as well, asserting, "Your words carry no weight." The petite woman nestled against him gazed at him in confusion for a moment before obediently murmuring an "oh," resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback, observing her endearing demeanor for quite some time before retrieving her phone and bag, helping her into her coat. As he donned his own jacket, he noticed her wobbling unsteadily towards the door. Chapter 52. Deception in 3 years of marriage. Jiang Nan had never addressed him in such a manner. Previously, his demeanor had rendered her hesitant to express such intimacy, but now it was she who had grown distant. A person under the influence of alcohol, her body languid and lacking strength, spoke in a tone softer than usual, imbued with an alluring charm that caught his ear. "What should I call you?" he asked, his Adam's apple bobbing as he embraced her waist. "Husband, we are married. After all," she replied, her face nestled against his neck, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance downward. Her smile had mirrored this very expression when they had obtained their marriage certificate. He helped her into her coat, and lifted her out of the private room. The cold night air swept over them, and Jiang Nan's spinning head gained a hint of clarity. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the taut line of Xie Qingzhou's jaw, sharp and defined. This, was it not reminiscent of their wedding day? Her mind was somewhat muddled, and her eyes ached. Closing them brought her a modicum of relief. Once in the car, Xie Qingzhou pressed her against the door, leaning down to kiss her. Jiang Nan found herself breathless beneath his weight, instinctively pushing at his face. He seized her wrist, urging her to straighten up. "Get off me, you rotten apple." Xie Qingzhou chuckled in exasperation, truly amused by her defiance. Unable to move, she glared at him. Her body's curves undulating with each breath, an intoxicating sight. He gripped her delicate neck, forcefully kissing her again. Jiang Nan clenched her teeth, twisting her body in resistance. "Jiang Nan, is this how you behave? Getting drunk and acting recklessly, yet denying it?" The light and shadows outside danced across her face, her gaze dreamy and innocent, reminiscent of a fawn in the woods. This brought to his mind the first time he saw her, sitting on her family's sofa, asking his parents, "May I have Xie Qingzhou?" Her eyes shimmering with the same ethereal glow. "Didn't you say you wanted me?" Xie Qingzhou breathed softly. Jiang Nan's mind was once again in disarray. Like this? The driver stole a glance in the rearview mirror. He hunched his back, looking rather aggressive, as if he had already kissed the lady. Not daring to look longer, he sighed, thinking, what a shameless man. How can he deceive like this? The faint scent of wine entwined with their lips seemed increasingly intoxicating. Jiang Nan, in a disheveled state, clung to his neck, trembling lightly in his embrace. Xie Qingzhou's fingers deftly unfastened the buttons on her back, on the verge of losing control as he bit at her neck. Suddenly, the phone buzzed incessantly, causing him to stiffen and halt. In her embrace, the woman tilted her neck in dissatisfaction, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Xie Qingzhou, observing her wide-eyed stare and the smile playing on her lips, handed her the phone. "Hello, Ning Ning. Jiang Nan, have you been drinking white liquor? I'm getting married today." "Not drinking." And Ning retorted, drinking white liquor is akin to consuming counterfeit spirits for Jiang Nan. It's not surprising that she can embrace a dog and shout Ning Ning while getting married. Xie, let me tell you, do not take advantage of her intoxication, or I will hold you accountable. Xie Qingzhou let out a soft laugh and hung up. Stirred by her teasing, he felt an irresistible urge. How could he possibly resist her? Feeling a twinge of guilt over the brooch incident, he refrained from further mischief, gently tending to her before allowing her to rest. Aunt Xue prepared a hangover soup, and when she brought it out, she found the gentleman seated on the sofa, his head slightly tilted as he gazed at his wife, who lay asleep on the bed. Jiang Nan's long hair cascaded over her snow-white back, exposing just one shoulder. Yet, Aunt Xue could envision her pure and delicate beauty, enchanting in her slumber. It was no wonder the gentleman was so entranced that he neglected to dry his hair. She had anticipated this moment and felt genuinely happy for the lady. Aunt Xue chose not to disturb them, carrying the hangover soup away and quietly closing the door behind her. The next day, when Jiang Nan awoke, the sky had already brightened. She felt the strong arm of the man wrapped around her waist, prompting a gentle furrow of her brow. She glanced at Xie Qingzhou sleeping beside her, realizing she was cradled in his embrace, and to her surprise, she was not wearing any clothes. Confusion washed over her as she pondered how this had come to be. It seemed as though she had been clinging to his neck, sharing passionate kisses, and perhaps he had even touched her. Jiang Nan exhaled softly, turned over, and got out of bed. She noticed her undergarment draped over her arm, and without a doubt, she knew it was the mischief of that scoundrel who hadn't even bothered to provide her with a proper nightgown. Frustrated, she fumbled to fasten it, but in her anger, she struggled several times. A man's fingers inadvertently grazed her bare back, and in an instant, the button was secured. Jiang Nan clutched a pillow to shield herself and shot him a glare. Xie Qingzhou rested his arm beneath his head, his gaze landing on her waist, delicate and fair, with a hint of defined abs. Her legs were long and straight. His expression darkened as he recalled the intoxicating sight of her legs entwined around his waist. Jiang Nan glared at him once more before hastily retreating to the changing room. He exhaled, realizing he needed to take a shower first. As Jiang Nan was having breakfast, Xie Qingzhou approached, standing directly in front of her. She frowned, feeling he obstructed her light, and abandoned her egg to stand and leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her arm, insisting, "Let us have a talk. You were calling me husband all night long." A hint of teasing danced in his dark eyes. "I was drunk on white wine. I would have called a pig husband too. Back in college, I once called our school dog Ning Ning. He appeared genuinely foolish. Xie Qingzhou continued. I was unaware that the brooch belonged to your father. Jiang Nan paused, her gaze sharpening as she studied him. The injury on his face was no longer discernible, revealing striking features and a captivating countenance. His expression was earnest, devoid of deceit. Yet, Jiang Nan was perplexed. If he was unaware that the brooch was her father's keepsake, how did Feng Liyue come to know? In the tranquil setting of Jiang Nan, I have yet to stoop so low as to deliberately trouble you with such matters. He continued, expressing his remorse for the harm caused. Jiang Nan felt a pang in her heart as she gazed at Xie Qingzhou and inquired, even if you are aware of this, under the circumstances where Feng Liyue desires it and you harbor disdain for me, would you still bestow the brooch upon me? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, merely observing her. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, understanding the unspoken answer. He would not. Regardless of the situation, Xie Qingzhou would never relinquish the brooch to her. Yet here he was apologizing for it today. Jiang Nan pondered the reason behind this. She leaned back against the bar, tilting her head slightly upward to meet his gaze. A result of their height difference. Xie Qingzhou possessed extraordinary looks and an admirable demeanor. As Mr. Nanxiu once remarked, he was indeed a quintessential gentleman of high society. The Xie family stood as the wealthiest in Haiqing, with his father-in-law, Xie Jingyuan, being a renowned industrialist known for his humility. Meanwhile, Madame Xie, Ronghua, was an exemplary educator of her children. Although Xie Qingzhou's attitude towards her was rather indifferent, he was inherently well-mannered, and thus, he would apologize for his wrongdoings. I am curious, she continued, is your apology motivated by a desire to sleep with me, or is it simply a genuine sense of guilt? This caught Xie Qingzhou off guard, and he chuckled as he leaned closer to her, resting his hands on the counter, looking down at her. Ah, so you prefer to be straightforward, he remarked, astonished by her intelligence and her fundamental understanding of him. It delighted Xie Qingzhou to discover how effortless it was to converse with her, and how inexplicably comfortable he felt in her presence. Yes, to like someone is to like them, and to dislike them is to dislike them. I do not engage in ambiguity. She gazed directly into his eyes with an open demeanor. She had implied that he lacked integrity, and he did not shy away, saying, desiring to sleep with you accounts for 80% of my thoughts. Shall we sign the divorce papers, and I will accompany you to bed twice? Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, gripping her chin before leaning down. Is there a foolish word written on my forehead? His breath was warm against her face, making Jiang Nan feel a ticklish sensation, prompting her to instinctively turn her head away. I did not say that. As lawful partners, you scold me for being a rotten apple and deny me intimacy. After the divorce, will you then grant me that privilege? He clasped her waist, lifting her effortlessly to sit on the kitchen island. He leaned in to kiss her, but she arched back and turned her head aside, stating, if we cannot come to an agreement, then I shall go to work. Xie Qingzhou grasped the nape of her neck, compelling her to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. Look at yourself. How lacking in sincerity you are, he remarked, his eyes dark and voice deep. Jiang Nan sat on the cold countertop, his grip on her neck firm, his body nestled between her legs, their intimate posture reflected in the glass, causing her heart to race. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his. Xie Qingzhou, do not misinterpret the concept. This is unrelated to sincerity. Let go. His unabashed admission of wanting her solely for physical reasons left her somewhat disheartened. After all, the marriage she once envisioned was filled with love and sweetness. Now, devoid of affection and sweetness, she faced endless waiting and loneliness. Presently, with no more waiting, he only sought to be intimate with her. No woman relishes such a notion. Let go, she reiterated, having uttered that refusal far too many times recently. Xie Qingzhou reminisced about the time when her heart and mind were wholly consumed by him. If he had wished to touch her back then, she would have joyfully embraced him, pleading for him to be gentle, yet entwining herself around him even more tightly. Ever since last night, the fire within him had remained unquenched. Ultimately, he pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Nan was taken aback by his audacity, unprepared. She succumbed in mere moments. Aunt Shui emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming in surprise, then promptly stated, I saw nothing, before retreating back into the kitchen. Xie Qingzhou, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, glanced at the flushed face of Jiang Nan and decided to carry her upstairs. She was terrified, pounding on his shoulder. Xie Qingzhou, are you insane? Put me down. Jiang Nan blushed. How could he, seemingly so refined, utter such words? Watching him kneel on the bed, loosening his tie, she felt a twinge of panic. Xie Qingzhou, I still have matters to attend to at work. Xie Qingzhou pinned her beneath him, kissing her while caressing her. Jiang Nan's body trembled involuntarily. Can we wait until evening? I truly cannot adjust to this during the day. Xie Qingzhou, aware of her hesitations, breathed heavily as he gazed at her. Do you honestly believe I can wait until nightfall? I couldn't even hold back last night. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, feeling his fingers sending waves of sensation across her skin. She turned her gaze to the bright sunlight streaming in through the window, observing the way his shirt hung open, accentuating his alluring physique. He captured her lips. Kissing her deeply, her heart resisted, yet she felt a surge of confusion. She truly did not wish for things to unfold this way. However, he was undeniably right. He possessed an intimate understanding of her body. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, striving to relax, as she embraced his shoulders and leaned close to his ear. You wouldn't force others, would you? Xie Qingzhou looked at her with a smile. Will you assist me? At 9 o'clock, Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs in high spirits, and Xiao Zheng, waiting in the living room, rose to leave with him. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nan descended with a sullen expression. Yang Ji hurried forward. President Jiang, is everything all right? Jiang Nan shook her head. On the way to the company, Yang Ji mentioned a postponed meeting and a niche jewelry brand seeking to establish a presence in breeze fashion, wishing to discuss matters with her. Jiang Nan sighed. I understand. By the way, Feng Liyue is coming today. Jiang Nan acknowledged with a sound, but ultimately decided to search online for information regarding Feng Liyue's pregnancy. The news of her pregnancy, revealed the previous night, had nearly caused a social media platform to crash. Yet today, there was not a whisper of news. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire Xie Qingzhou concerning the pregnancy. She believed he was indeed considering the implications for the Xie family and would likely ensure she did not carry the child. However, the thought of him having embraced Feng Liyue during moments of passion made her feel somewhat nauseous. Strangely, Xie Qingzhou had been behaving rather intimately with her lately, and she found it increasingly difficult to evade his advances. Upon arriving at the company, Jiang Nan spent 2 hours on the phone with Chen Xiao. At noon, she went to the company cafeteria. Just as she sat down, Feng Liyue arrived with her assistant. Numerous employees approached her for autographs, to which Feng Liyue responded graciously, accepting all requests, thereby maintaining her image as a kind and pure idol. The head of the marketing department interceded on her behalf, allowing Feng Liyue to extricate herself. Upon seeing her, Jiang Zong approached with a beaming smile and inquired, May I join you? Jiang Nan nodded in agreement and extended the invitation to the marketing department head. Asking about the progress of the shoot. I still don't have your WeChat, she replied. Jiang Zong cast a glance at her, ultimately permitting her to scan the code. At the dining table, Feng Liyue complimented her capabilities while simultaneously messaging Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan switched to her WeChat conversation, noticing a sent image of an ultrasound report indicating a follow-up appointment in 7 to 10 days. Shortly thereafter, she received another message from Feng Liyue. The early ultrasound can't reveal much, but the urine test shows 2 lines. Chapter 54. Indifference. Jiang Nan chuckled softly and set her phone aside. Meanwhile, the marketing department's director Xiao, who was updating her on the shooting progress, was momentarily taken aback. In order to facilitate a swift and smooth completion of the shoot for Feng Liyue, he was insincerely lavishing praise. What could such a smile from the boss signify? Feng Liyue, puzzled, gently inquired, Jiang Zong, what have you seen? Why are you so happy? All right. Feng Liyue was uncertain about Jiang Nan's intentions, but recalling their previous interactions, she understood that Jiang Nan was not easily manageable. What could the mention of the contract imply? After pondering for a moment, she decided to ask directly, my contract was drafted by Xie Qingzhou. Is there an issue? The mere mention of Xie Qingzhou filled Feng Liyue with warmth, while Jiang Nan continued to regard her with an impassive expression. Feng Liyue's situation is indeed true. In order to elevate her status, Xie Qingzhou established a film investment company, lavishly pouring substantial sums of money and resources into her. She, in turn, proved her worth by becoming the living emblem of the company. Their relationship, as such, has evoked envy not only from the youthful dreamers within the company but also from the distinguished ladies of society. Given her insider perspective, it is evident that he has been absent from their marriage for an entire year, yet he remains by her side, extravagantly supporting her. Such occurrences are commonplace. Thus, his involvement in the minutiae of contracts seems trivial. Perhaps it is the repeated pangs of heartbreak and disappointment, Or perhaps it is indifference. Regarding the possibility of Feng Liyue's pregnancy, she felt no profound sorrow. She merely reflected on their time together, which seemed to stretch indefinitely, and now, with a child on the way, she found Xie Qingzhou's pretense rather remarkable. Miss Feng, so well protected by Mr. Xie, presumably could not comprehend the intricacies of the contract. So I shall personally discuss the matter with President Xie, Jiang Nan remarked, expressing her desire to no longer waste time on her. She then handed her phone to Yang Ji to draft a message for President Xie. Feng Liyue grew anxious. What are you planning to do? Jiang Nan rose. Casting a glance at Feng Liyue, her smile unwavering. Nothing of consequence, Miss Feng. Please, take your time. I shall take my leave. Feng Liyue was left speechless. She thought. Regardless of Jiang Nan's outward indifference regarding the child, her heart surely ached like a needle's prick. After all, in their 3 years of marriage, if Jiang Nan did not love him, how could she endure Xie Qingzhou's treatment? After all, she had existed between them for as long as they had been married. Jiang Nan now pays little heed to her surroundings. Deep down, she feels a sense of joy. However, the thought of Xie Qingzhou's demeanor sends her into a state of panic. Yet, if he were to behave differently, his desire for conquest would surely emerge, especially given Jiang Nan's undeniable beauty and intelligence. Xie Qingzhou harbors a disdain for foolish women, as he puts it. Engaging in conversation with them is a tiresome exercise that squanders his mental faculties. Today, Jiang Nan donned a black shirt, tucked neatly into her gray trousers, her hair unbound, exuding a blend of professionalism and casualness that made her resemble a street-style model rather than a corporate executive. In the past, she had dismissed Jiang Nan entirely, knowing that Xie Qingzhou's heart was preoccupied with another woman, to the extent that he wouldn't spare her a glance. Over the years, she came to realize that Xie Qingzhou was unlikely to find someone who could occupy his heart again, and she comfortably settled into the role of his companion, even believing she might gradually usurp the position that woman held in his affections. Yet, in recent days, Xie Qingzhou has undergone a transformation. This shift is not merely due to Jiang Nan's fleeting fame or their joint appearances that generated buzz now. He insists that any news involving them be published only with his consent, a stark contrast to his previous tacit approval. Following the news of her pregnancy, he approached her personally, his expression grim, as though she had become a source of trouble for him, declaring his intent to take full control of her social media accounts. Despite what everyone says about their compatibility, with netizens urging them to marry soon, she has been the only woman by Xie Qingzhou's side for years. As long as she proceeds with caution, she could replace that other woman in his heart. Little did she expect that after 3 years of being the most inconspicuous Jiang Nan, she would become the center of such upheaval, while maintaining her composure in public. Smiling at Minister Xiao, her nails dug painfully into her palms. What does this mean, President Jiang? Minister Xiao shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about the meaning behind it all. Perhaps General Jiang has her reasons. Feng Liyue murmured in agreement, feeling a surge of frustration. She resolved to have a word with Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou gazed at the supplementary document of the cooperation agreement sent over by Yang Ji. Was this a request from General Jiang? Indeed, Miss Feng mentioned that her contract was personally reviewed and amended by you. Hence her assistant was dispatched to deliver this. This is an early pregnancy checkup report. She sent her assistant for this? Xie Qingzhou pursed his lips, fixated on the document, pondering her intentions. A pregnancy checkup report from the mistress, and yet, as the wife, she didn't even bother to make a phone call to inquire? Just this morning, she was nestled in his embrace, blushing as she asked if he was well. Now, her demeanor was so cold it left him astonished. Have General Jiang speak with me. Xie Qingzhou felt a swell of discontent. He shouldn't have allowed himself to be so easily swayed by her charming demeanor this morning. Look at her, causing turmoil in others' hearts. Mr. Xie, is this really necessary? It's merely a matter of you signing a supplementary agreement, Yang Ji remarked, finding him rather difficult to manage. With the mistress being so provocative, was it reasonable to request a meeting? Assistant Yang, how much do you earn in a month? Yang Ji stared blankly at Xie Qingzhou, unsure of his meaning. Is your salary so substantial that you must meddle in matters between husband and wife? Yang Ji, I will convey your words to General Jiang. Xie Qingzhou, what sort of person is this, with a temperament as poor as hers? After Yang Ji's departure, Xie Qingzhou's complexion soured. What on earth was that fool Feng Liyue doing? He tossed the agreement to Qiao Zheng, who frowned, pondering whether this was akin to sending someone to their doom. Surely, the lady, being so astute, would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. So, what should be done? Perhaps you should speak with her now? Chapter 55, Guardianship. What should I discuss with her? Xie Qingzhou inquired with a smile, seated at his desk. He rubbed his temples, feeling a hint of annoyance. In truth, he longed for his former self. Presently, he was overly preoccupied with Jiang Nan. Even if it stemmed from mere curiosity, he devoted too much attention to her. The incident concerning Feng Liyue's pregnancy had caught him completely off guard with her reaction. It was as if she had regressed to a child, hiding away at the Jiang residence. Now, she had transformed this matter into a professional affair, simply dispatching an assistant to handle it. He could not deny Jiang Nan's beauty and excellence, nor could he escape the fact that he was drawn to her. Yet, he wished to steer clear of emotional entanglements. After years of pursuit, each attempt had proven futile. He missed her, yet he also found himself inadvertently forgetting her. "How is the matter I asked you to investigate progressing?" he suddenly inquired. Xie Qingzhou fell silent, while Qiao Zheng pressed his lips together, wondering why the sudden interest in the lady. She was hardly involved in any of this. Can I indulge in a fantasy? I imagine that the two of them are one and the same, a source of mutual joy. Xie Qingzhou cast him a glance, remarking, "Since when did you start speaking to her so casually? You ought to learn to be silent." "Qiao Zheng, I have always been this way. It is clearly you." Xie Qingzhou suddenly stood up, demanding, "What is wrong with me? Explain yourself." Qiao Zheng remarked as he dashed outside, "You have been enchanted by Madame. You see her in everyone." As he reached the door, he poked his head back in, saying, "After all these years, I believe you can move on. If you do not wish to pursue it any further, embarking on a new life is also commendable. Madame is truly wonderful." A book flew towards him, and Qiao Zheng shut the door, the volume crashing against it with a resounding thud. Jiang Nan leaned on the desk, and after a lengthy pause, he let out a cold chuckle. "Ah, a couple? Do such couples even exist?" Yang Ji was well aware of her insinuation. Even in a marriage devoid of affection, there should be some semblance of dignity afforded to one another. Feng Liyue wielded her early pregnancy report as a means to torment others, relying solely on Xie Qingzhou's influence. If he held even a modicum of regard for General Manager Jiang, this matter would not have been handled so awkwardly. The only recourse was to impose a supplementary agreement to restrain Feng Liyue. "General Manager Jiang, there isn't much to address this afternoon. Perhaps you should take a rest," Yang Ji suggested. Evading Feng Liyue, Jiang Nan propped up his head. "Isn't it a bit disheartening? The last time she came to the office, she scratched your hand. Now this again. If she returns and does something even worse, it would only exacerbate the distress." Jiang Nan sighed, acknowledging that it was indeed quite vexing. She had reached her limit. It was time to initiate divorce proceedings through legal channels and let the lawyer handle negotiations with him. In her marriage, largely influenced by the company and her in-laws, she has consistently found herself in a passive role, allowing Xie Qingzhou to take the initiative in signing the divorce papers. She seeks a resolution devoid of turbulence, preferring not to create a scene that would be undignified. Her feelings for him have dwindled. Yet the unexpected arrival of a child has prompted her to consider filing for divorce. She is truly weary. Having completed his current tasks, Xie Qingzhou was preparing to visit the micro-wind group to meet Jiang Nan when her lawyer arrived first. "Mr. Xie, my client's demands are quite straightforward. If you agree to sign the divorce papers, she will walk away with nothing. Should you refuse to sign, given that there was no prenuptial agreement, she is entitled to half of your company's properties and shares. Additionally, Jiang Zong asked me to convey that if legal proceedings commence, the romantic rumors between you and Miss Feng will serve as evidence of infidelity during your marriage, which could adversely affect your future and tarnish Miss Feng's reputation." Not only has Yang Ji come to disturb him, but now a divorce lawyer has also arrived. Jiang Zong handles matters with both efficiency and flair. "Mr. Xie is a person of stature and the future head of the Xie family. He cannot afford any blemish on his reputation. Signing the papers would be in his best interest," the lawyer added. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, envisioning Jiang Nan's precise manner in instructing the lawyer. She is indeed a shrewd negotiator. After dismissing the lawyer, he stepped out of the office building to find Zhou Qian waiting for him at the entrance. After retrieving his medical records and medication from the hospital, Xie Qingzhou had visited the Zhou family with Shen Quebec. Zhou Qian had previously inquired if he would consent to a divorce should Jiang Nan desire one. He had merely replied that they could discuss it when she brought it up. Today, the lawyer Zhao Qingyun, a renowned divorce attorney in Haiqing, was approached by Zhou Qian in search of answers. Xie Qingzhou, draping his overcoat over his arm, exchanged glances with him for a moment before suggesting, "Shall we discuss this upstairs?" Zhou Qian replied, "Let us talk right here." "Brother, will you divorce her?" "No." In moments of separation, he had never perceived her as different from others. She was simply beautiful, and the world was replete with attractive individuals. Her absence or presence made little difference. Yet, as he engaged with her more deeply, he discovered that her inner qualities matched her outer beauty, revealing a depth akin to a captivating book that grew more intriguing with each page turned. Indeed, Xie Qingzhou conceded. When Feng Liyue's pregnancy was revealed, did it sadden her? Zhou Qian's inquiry caught Xie Qingzhou off guard. He had awaited her call all night, knowing she had become indifferent to him, never contemplating whether she felt sorrow. Observing the expression on his face, Zhou Qian pressed on, "You truly do not know if she is distressed?" "Brother, I am profoundly disappointed in you and in myself." In recent days, Zhou Qian had pondered extensively. He mused that even if he could no longer harbor feelings for Jiang Nan, it was still commendable for Xie Qingzhou to cherish and protect her. Although Xie Qingzhou did care for her, it was not to a significant extent. If the situation regarding Feng Liyue's pregnancy were resolved, the lawyer would not have been summoned. Zhou Qian felt disillusioned. Xie Qingzhou had an opportunity, yet failed to treasure her. Meanwhile, he lamented the years he had squandered, his career stagnant and his abilities limited, watching her struggle without the means to rescue her from her plight. "Brother, I have granted you a chance and taken time to reflect. From today onward, we are no longer brothers. I shall safeguard her in my own way." Zhou Qian declared with unwavering resolve, "Rest assured, I shall treat her well. I will not allow you to exploit any weaknesses to harm her. This, I can assure you." In Chapter 56, titled Sweetness, Xie Qingzhou arrived at the Weifeng Group, only to be informed by Yang Ji that General Jiang was in a meeting and unavailable to meet with guests. "I shall wait for her," Xie Qingzhou replied. Taking a seat on the sofa in the reception area, dressed in a brown turtleneck sweater and black dress trousers, he exuded an air of relaxed elegance. Yang Ji could not help but acknowledge his striking appearance. Both his visage and physique were indeed a perfect match for General Jiang. Having been left waiting by Jiang Nan for an hour, Xie Qingzhou displayed no signs of impatience, which astonished Xiaozheng. As a favored son of heaven, he was accustomed to being treated like a star wherever he went. When had he ever exhibited such grace? Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze slightly and said no. His indifferent glance sent a shiver down the assistant's spine, prompting him to retreat in silence. Feng Liyue was in poor spirits, and the filming results were far from satisfactory. During a brief intermission for makeup touch-ups, the assistant approached her, mentioning he had seen Xie Qingzhou. "If he is not here to pick up Feng Liyue, then he must be here to find Jiang Nan," she surmised, feeling even more despondent. "What should we do?" the assistant inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Liyue whispered a plan into the assistant's ear. "Understood." As Jiang Nan emerged from the conference room, he overheard several employees discussing the romance between Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue. They have known each other for 6 years and have been in a relationship for 5. It's truly enviable that Mr. Xie himself has come to pick up Miss Feng. Upon hearing from the receptionist that Mr. Xie had been waiting for over an hour, Jiang Nan entered the office, placed the documents down, and declared, "All right, it's time to call it a day. As for Mr. Xie's matters, I shall handle it," she stated, before making her way downstairs with her bag in hand. Many employees in the company held a fondness for Feng Liyue, gathering around her, eager to take photographs and even request autographs. The entire lobby was abuzz with excitement. Feng Liyue leaned comfortably against Xie Qingzhou, radiating happiness and sweetness. In contrast, Xie Qingzhou's expression appeared somewhat displeased, likely disturbed and unhappy by the commotion. Jiang Nan observed quietly, noting how her husband seemed oblivious to the need for discretion within her company. Xie Qingzhou's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon Jiang Nan. Just as he intended to approach her, Feng Liyue wrapped her arms around his waist, halting his advance. Jiang Nan averted her gaze and proceeded toward the entrance. And Ning, clutching a large bouquet of flowers, waved enthusiastically as she approached, exclaiming, "Princess, these flowers are for you." A bountiful arrangement of crimson roses was thrust into her arms. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. "What is the occasion for these flowers? You must be quite free." And Ning blinked playfully, responding, "I'm just trying to cheer my princess up, unlike certain useless individuals who only bring frustration." Her words were deliberately loud, meant for Xie Qingzhou to overhear. Xie Qingzhou, unable to leave, watched as Jiang Nan and Ning departed. Once in Jiang Nan's car, Ning proposed, "Princess, let me treat you to a trip." "A trip? Why now? The year's end is approaching, and my company is quite busy. Just 3 or 4 days. The company won't collapse. It's time to have some fun." Ning blinked her eyes and then leaned on her shoulder, pleading, "I want to travel with you." "Where to?" "Let's go to Spring City and unwind." "Is this Zhou Qian's idea?" Jiang Nan inquired. Ning frowned. "You are so dull. Why are you conveying messages for Zhou Qian and even sending flowers on his behalf?" Jiang Nan disapproved. "We agreed not to meet. What does this mean?" "Ning, I am not divorced." "I know, but he isn't going. He just feels you are in low spirits and wants me to take you out for some fun." Jiang Nan sighed. "Is he all right?" Ning shook her head. "I don't know. He suddenly contacted me this afternoon, asking me to bring you a bouquet of flowers and 2 tickets to Spring City for tomorrow." Chapter 57, Venting Frustrations. "Did he convey any messages for me?" Jiang Nan asked again. Ning shook her head. "No." A pang of bitterness surged within Jiang Nan, but she soon smiled, realizing she was favored by someone. "Indeed," Ning remarked, "I am quite touched." "Then let's go. I happen to have a matter to discuss. The head of the niche jewelry brand that Yang Ji pushed is in Spring City. She has reviewed the brand's designs and philosophy, and they are quite impressive. It's an excellent opportunity to engage in detailed discussions." Jiang Nan had been gone for quite some time, and the lobby of the Ming phone group had quieted down. Only then did Feng Liue cautiously speak up. "I apologize for hugging you earlier. It was in a moment of urgency. If you go to see President Jiang, it could negatively affect you." Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, too weary to speak. Xiao Xingzhen was driven to the brink of madness by this foolish woman. According to Miss Feng's insinuation, was she to express gratitude for today's events? Feng Liue, feeling exceedingly wronged, gazed at Xiao Zheng with a mixture of distress and indignation. "I am aware that Mr. Xie holds no affection for me. All those years of rumors were merely for the sake of the company's publicity. However, given that Mr. Xie has waited for so long today, had he sought out President Jiang, the media would undoubtedly have misinterpreted the situation. I fear it may negatively impact President Jiang, especially since everyone perceives us as a couple." Xiao Zheng found himself momentarily speechless, grappling for a response. "Your comprehension is quite clear. Mr. Xie, of course, is devoted to his wife. Otherwise, do you think he would bother with you? Just take a look at yourself. Your hair pales in comparison to hers. After all, Feng Liue had a multitude of ardent fans, and if they were to be misled, the company could not bear the repercussions." She was acutely aware of the potential ramifications, which was precisely why she orchestrated this entire affair. "Mr. Xie, I truly apologize. I had no knowledge of your presence here. Had I been aware, I would certainly not have shown up." It was only then that Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze to regard her. Feng Liue felt her heart race as she met his cold, indifferent eyes, swallowing hard as she maintained her composure. Xie Qingzhou tossed the document towards her, instructing her to sign. Feng Liue, perplexed, opened the file and discovered that the company deemed her unsuitable as the spokesperson for Breeze Group and wished to terminate the contract. "Mr. Xie, I do not understand why President Jiang holds such an opinion of me. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My relationship with you is merely a fade. If President Jiang does not trust me, that is one thing, but she cannot distrust you, her husband." Feng Liue was clearly displeased and sought to confront Xie Qingzhou, forgetting the decorum expected from a subordinate. Xie Qingzhou crossed her legs, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Was it President Jiang who missed you so much, or was it your own folly in sending her the early pregnancy report? Were you unaware that when you signed the endorsement contract, you pledged not to disclose any marriage or childbirth for 2 years?" Feng Liue finally grasped the implication. Jiang Nan was searching for the contract in the company cafeteria, needing it printed. That was the crux of the matter. She merely intended to provoke Jiang Nan without considering the broader consequences. "President Xie, I was terminated before I could complete the shoot. Who would dare to hire me as an endorser in the future? Thus, President Jiang, recognizing your connection as my lover, has generously extended a courtesy. You must now sign a compensation agreement that is 5-fold, binding your actions and fulfilling our mutual collaboration. This predicament is of your own making. The company shall not assist you. Sign it, complete your shoot, and refrain from behaving foolishly." Xie Qingzhou rose to leave, while Xiao Zheng leaned closer, cautioning her, "Understand your position and refrain from harboring unrealistic aspirations. Were it not for the safety pendant from President Xie you wear, you would still be selling yourself, devoid of the current glamorous life." Reflecting on past events, Feng Liyue couldn't help but shiver, closing her eyes. Jiang Nan was at the villa on Wutong Road, packing his belongings. He heard the sound of Xie Qingzhou's car approaching. Upon entering the bedroom, he found her organizing clothes in the dressing room. He embraced her waist from behind, burying his face in her neck. Jiang Nan struggled, yet his strong arms tightened their grip. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." She was left speechless. Did he suffer from amnesia? Had he forgotten the fans in her company lobby who inquired when he would marry Feng Liyue? "Get away," Jiang Nan retorted, finding him utterly repugnant. Devoid of any sense of shame. "Are you feeling down?" He whispered softly against her ear. Jiang Nan's eyes immediately reddened. After 3 years of marriage, it was the first time he had shown concern for her emotions. "It was my mismanagement. You left me out in the cold, allowing her to seize the opportunity. If you had let Yang Ji take me to your office, it wouldn't have come to this, would it?" He licked her earlobe only to discover that she had no piercings. Nevertheless, her ears were quite lovely. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, she turned and seized him. "Can you not have any self-respect? Can you not reason?" Jiang Nan was truly on the verge of breaking down. He had gotten another woman pregnant and flaunted their affection everywhere, and now it was her fault? Losing her composure, she struck and clawed at him like a madwoman. Xie Qingzhou did not evade her. He allowed her to vent her frustration. Once she had exhausted herself, he held her close despite the marks left on his neck. "Are you satisfied now, Mrs. Xie? If not, feel free to continue." Jiang Nan, with reddened eyes, forcefully pushed him away. "It's unnecessary. Signing the divorce papers would be for the best, Xie Qingzhou. Let us not waste each other's time any further." Her hand throbbed with pain as she sighed and turned to continue packing her belongings. "How many days will you be gone?" "What?" Jiang Nan asked, puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to be traveling to Spring City?" Xie Qingzhou leaned against the wardrobe, biting down on a cigarette. Jiang Nan remained silent, glancing back at him. The bouquet of roses was too conspicuous, clearly the work of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian had indeed managed to keep his distance from him, yet everyone knew he was behind it. "I will no longer be spreading rumors about her. Do as you wish." Jiang Nan picked up her luggage, preparing to depart. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, and with a furrowed brow, Jiang Nan expressed her impatience. "What do you want now?" "To see you off," he replied, taking her suitcase from her. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xie Qingzhou handed her a document, duly signed. "As you wish," she said. Jiang Nan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would truly have Feng Liyue sign this document. Wasn't she his cherished one? If any scandal were to arise concerning Feng Liyue later, the repercussions would be significant. For a moment, she found him rather inscrutable. Xiao Zheng sighed, remarking that this could hardly be blamed on others. A piercing gaze fell upon the back of his head, prompting Xiao Zheng to chuckle. "It's all Feng Liyue's fault. If she cannot recognize her place, she ought not to linger there." Chapter 58. Contemplation upon arriving in Spring City. After concluding her business affairs, Jiang Nan allowed herself to unwind and enjoy. Zhou Qian was an exceedingly thoughtful individual. Upon landing, he arranged for a delightful young lady to greet them and serve as their guide throughout their stay. She leisurely escorted them to various sites, found a serene Sayef amidst the bustle, where they could admire the flowers, bask in the sun, and savor the local delicacies. Ever since her father's passing, Jiang Nan had not experienced such a leisurely and relaxed lifestyle. To her surprise, this was all orchestrated by Zhou Qian. He had not called or messaged her, yet the hotel delivered a bouquet of princess roses daily, with a card that read, "Princess, be happy." The weather in Spring City was perpetually spring-like, with a cerulean sky and distant mountains stretching beautifully, making it an ideal place to reside. After 3 days, Jiang Nan felt as though her stay had been too brief and wished to extend it a little longer. As Jiang Nan bid farewell to the young lady, the high-speed train from Spring City to the ancient town required over 4 hours. Their subsequent itinerary was left to their own arrangements. "I express my gratitude and ask you to convey my message to Zhou Qian. I truly enjoy this place and am quite happy here." Upon arriving at the ancient town, Anning eagerly discarded her luggage and dashed out. They chose a less frequented locale where tourists were scarce, allowing them to witness small dogs leisurely roaming about. Clad in a lovely floral dress, Anning playfully engaged with the dogs by the street, far removed from the clamor of the metropolis. The ancient town, with its cobblestone paths beside gently flowing waters and quaint little bridges, offered a tranquil and leisurely lifestyle that Jiang Nan adored. While the two were taking a photo together, someone called out, "Ning Ning." The deep, melodious voice caused Anning to stiffen momentarily. Jiang Nan furrowed her brow and glanced over. In the sunlight stood a tall, handsome man, dressed in a light blue casual shirt, a white t-shirt, and beige trousers, exuding a refined and stylish aura. He stood not far away, smiling at Anning. And after a prolonged silence, he softly beckoned, "Ning Ning, come here." Anning's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively took a step back. Jiang Nan stepped in front of Anning and said, "Mr. Yin, what a coincidence." Yin Fangxuan approached them, replying, "Not exactly. I came to wait for her." His gaze fell upon Anning, scrutinizing her from head to toe. After years apart, the once awkward young girl had blossomed into a radiant presence, a gem that had finally emerged from the dust, shining brilliantly. His invasive gaze made Anning gasp, prompting her to avert her eyes and avoid his gaze. "We do not know you," Jiang Nan insisted, pulling Anning away. "Mr. Jiang, we are old acquaintances. You are a respectable person, but I am not," he said. "Ning Ning, what do you think?" A sense of foreboding rose within Jiang Nan. The ancient city was not extensive. It took less than 10 minutes to reach the guest house where she was staying. Xie Qingzhou was seated on the sofa in the sunken communal area of the courtyard, sipping tea. "It was you who helped Yin Fangxuan," Jiang Nan remarked. Xie Qingzhou poured her a cup of tea and handed it over. Observing the sweat forming on the tip of her nose, Jiang Nan swatted away the teacup he offered, gazing at him with resentment. "Do you have any idea that Ning nearly ruined everything?" Xie Qingzhou tilted his head, silently observing her. She had braided her hair into a fishtail braid, donned a sleeveless top tied at the waist in a soft pink hue, and paired it with elegantly draping white trousers. She wore no makeup, presenting a clean and slightly sweet appearance reminiscent of a wealthy young lady. Xie Qingzhou mused that had he met her years earlier, this might have been Jiang Nan's true self. "And Ning is stealing my home and destroying my marriage. I merely sought to give her something to occupy her time." He stepped closer to her, his fingers gently lifting her chin, admiring her graceful neck and fair skin. "Jiang Nan, I miss you." Miss her? Was this not the first romantic sentiment he had expressed to her? His longing was not for her essence, but rather for her physicality. That evening, he had seemed overly composed about her need to unwind. She had been taken aback, but considering Feng Liyue was already pregnant, she assumed he was indifferent about the impending divorce. Little did she know, he harbored such malice. "Do not blame me for the trouble I take." Xie Qingzhou held her close and placed a gentle kiss on her delicate shoulder. "You are quite difficult to manage. If I refuse to sign, do you truly dare to escalate matters to the point of a public divorce?" After much contemplation, I devised this approach. "If you agree, I have a method to prevent Yin Fangxuan from troubling Ning." The man's lips traveled from her shoulder to her neck, and then he nibbled at her ear, his breath heavy and warm, as if it might sear her. "Xie Qingzhou, Ning is merely my friend. She does not hold that much significance," Jiang Nan responded calmly. The man let out a low, pleased chuckle that resonated from her neck, then he released her. His dark eyes still glimmered with desire for her. Yet he could speak to her with utmost clarity. "You need not concern yourself, but at present, you lack the power to prevent Yin Fangxuan from taking Ning away." Jiang Nan recalled the words spoken by Song Yunji that day, who had said that once desire was unleashed, it would spiral uncontrollably. Indeed, he yearned for her. The sun bore down on Jiang Nan, warming her body, yet her heart felt cold. After all, she had spent years in the business world and understood that this was a crucial moment in negotiations. The more one valued the outcome, the less one could afford to appear concerned. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her again. She had composed herself and settled into a poised position across from him. "Everyone is inherently self-serving, myself included. I refuse to forfeit the chance to divorce you for Ning," she declared, mirroring his posture with her legs crossed, exuding a languid elegance. Xie Qingzhou found it quite amusing. "Very well, I hope you can maintain your composure." Jiang Nan gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of tension within. Her relationship with Jiang Nan transcended that of mere kinship, having long surpassed the bonds of family. She was acutely aware of Anning's connection with Yin Fangxuan. Thus, she could not permit him to take Anning away. Time slipped away as the two stood in a tense standoff, her eyes reddened with suppressed emotion, gazing at him with palpable grievance. Eventually, she rose and approached him. Chapter 59. Fierce Xie Qingzhou enveloped her in his embrace, chuckling. "Feigning indifference does not suit you." Jiang Nan remained silent, her gaze fixed on him with the same bitterness as that fateful night. Xie Qingzhou held her slender waist, leaning in to kiss her, but she turned her eyes away in disdain. "What do you even consider me to be? Do you intend to kiss me right here?" He lacked any sense of shame, yet she possessed it. "Very well, I shall respect your wishes, Mrs. Xie." He stood up, in quite a cheerful mood. The title Mrs. Xie did not sit well with Jiang Nan. In the past, when Aunt Shui had referred to her as Madam, it had filled her with delight, often eliciting a smile. Marrying him and becoming his wife felt like a dream come true, often making her giddy with joy. Yet now, as he failed to treat her as a wife while addressing her thus, it was nothing short of ironic. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance at her. Her delicate brows were furrowed, devoid of happiness, a stark contrast to her demeanor in Chun City. The inn Jiang Nan and Anning had chosen was a traditional courtyard residence, elegant in its new Chinese style. The rooms featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered picturesque views of the garden. Xie Qingzhou settled on the sofa by the window, awaiting Jiang Nan's next move. Jiang Nan remained motionless at the door. Xie Qingzhou dialed Yin Fengshuan, activating the speakerphone. Hello. Good. Jiang Nan rushed over. Don't act recklessly. A low chuckle emanated from the phone, and Mrs. Xie felt reassured, for she was in the company of a gentleman. Nonsense. Despite his seemingly refined appearance, he was nothing but a scoundrel. Yin Fengshuan ended the call, and Xie Qingzhou reached out to pull her into his embrace. Is this sufficient, my dear Mrs. Xie? Will you honor your word? As long as Ning is unwilling, this trouble is yours to resolve. As long as you remain my wife, I am more than willing to assist. Jiang Nan lowered her head to kiss him. Xie Qingzhou, gazing at the enchanting scenery of the courtyard from her neck, felt that the most beautiful sight was nestled in his arms. Yet, the person in his embrace seemed rather reluctant to reciprocate his affection, offering only a perfunctory response. Xie Qingzhou grasped the nape of her neck and kissed her deeply for a while, then pressed his forehead against hers, whispering, I relish the way you tilt your neck to kiss me like this, especially when just a moment ago you were stubbornly resisting, only to submit. It gives me a thrill of conquest. Jiang Nan's tumultuous emotions were ultimately shattered by the very notion of being conquered. Despite knowing his intentions, she found herself ensnared, even yearning for the emotional intimacy shared between their lips. Xie Qingzhou reclined on the sofa, tightening his grip around her legs, compelling her to press closely against him. He lowered her head and kissed her again. The man's physical response was unmistakable, leaving Jiang Nan feeling uneasy, her breath quickening with tension, even in the daylight. Observing her flushed cheeks, even her neck adorned with an alluring blush, Xie Qingzhou's gaze fixated on her. Her top, tied into a bow at the shoulders with two straps, accentuated her angular shoulders and elegant swan-like neck, creating an enticing silhouette. With a gentle bite of his teeth, her top slipped down to her waist. Her nose was flushed, appearing pitiable, evoking a reluctance to harm her, yet simultaneously igniting a desire to torment her fiercely. He turned over, pinning her against the sofa, seeking to kiss her exquisite form, leaving marks on her fair skin. She turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze, rendering herself a mere puppet for his whims. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzhou reclined on the sofa, disheveled and smoking. The sound of water from the bathroom caused him to squint. He had not touched her. He thought it might bring him inner peace if he did. He pressed her against the sofa, kissing her deeply. He had never been so enraptured by a woman's body, nor had she experienced such devotion. In that moment, obscured from his view, the warmth of their bodies pressed together outweighed any thrill. Perhaps the subtle reactions of Jiang Nan were hard to conceal, intriguing him further. Observing her in a state of bewilderment and tremor, he yearned to give her more. The bathroom door swung open, revealing her in a pristine white robe. Her face, whether softened by steam or his touch, glowed with a delicate blush, rendering her particularly enchanting. After changing, she was drying her hair. Xie Qingzhou approached and took the towel from her hands. Neither spoke a word. Jiang Nan's hair was somewhat long and lacking experience. Xie Qingzhou clumsily dried it. From the mirror's reflection, anyone would assume they were a blissfully affectionate couple. After Jiang Nan finished drying her hair, Xie Qingzhou changed into navy casual pants, a beige top, and a khaki knit sweater draped over his arm. He reached for her hand, glancing at her long attire. Was she not wearing a skirt? Xie Qingzhou seemed to have never witnessed her in a dress. Her attire was either a basic commuter ensemble or a relaxed, casual style. Since she began her career, Jiang Nan had not donned a skirt. Reluctant to accompany him on outings, their marriage felt superficial, and traveling together was quite exhausting. He insisted, and she was too weary to resist. Strolling along the quaint streets, they passed by tourists, while Jiang Nan admired the clear waters beside the road, finding it quite enchanting. Ahead, someone was washing vegetables, and children played in the water, exuding a vibrant sense of life. The ancient city had already dimmed, bathed in the warm orange hues of dusk. She snapped photographs with her phone and sent them to Ning, inquiring about dinner arrangements. Jiang Nan's mood darkened considerably, her concern for Ning weighing heavily upon her. Xie Qingzhou walked behind her, silence enveloping them, occasionally intertwining their fingers, finding little joy in their wanderings. They soon ceased to explore, and Xie Qingzhou located a restaurant. The mushroom hot pot was tantalizing, and Jiang Nan, feeling hungry again, remained silent, merely bowing her head to eat. Xie Qingzhou sat across from her, observing as her expression gradually came to life. By 8 o'clock in the ancient city, darkness had descended, the temperature difference between day and night quite pronounced, causing Jiang Nan to feel a chill. When Xie Qingzhou draped his coat over her shoulders, she accepted it without any pretense. At that moment, Ning sent a voice message asking her whereabouts. Upon hearing the message, Jiang Nan hurried towards the hotel, while Xie Qingzhou ambled leisurely behind, a cigarette poised between his lips. Noticing her pause, he stopped a short distance away, quietly smoking. A slight smile graced Xie Qingzhou's lips as he grasped her hand, asking, "Afraid of the dark? In unfamiliar places, one must always be cautious." Xie Qingzhou let out a sound, discarding the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and extinguishing it. The two stepped into the dark alley, where he wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her against the stone wall. "What are you doing? What do you think?" Chapter 60, Still in Love. In the unfamiliar, pitch-black alley. Exciting and adventurous, isn't it? For Xie Qingzhou indeed. For Jiang Nan as well. After all, she had cherished him since her youth, falling in love and resolutely yearning to marry him. She had envisioned traveling together, wandering hand in hand, sharing kisses in foreign places. Jiang Nan felt her own lack of ambition in that moment. With just a hint of his tenderness, she found herself lost in a romantic reverie. The issues between them had never been resolved. She simultaneously criticized his filthiness while seemingly succumbing to the allure of his kisses. Ultimately, Jiang Nan turned away. In the darkness, the man's fingers grasped her chin. "I have nothing to do with her, and there will be no more rumors." He never received the question he anticipated. Instead, he took it upon himself to explain. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Nan gazed up at the stars, shimmering and beautiful. Xie Qingzhou's body was still close to hers, caressing her gently. "Are you out of your mind? What are you afraid of?" He replied, "It's legal. It's not like we're just some strangers messing around." He was fully immersed in the moment. Looking down, he caught a glimpse of her wearing his oversized shirt, which, despite its size, highlighted her petite frame. Such unutterable intimacy was immensely gratifying for Xie Qingzhou. He pressed against her, reaching into her pocket for her phone. "What is the password? What are you going to do?" Jiang Nan protested, attempting to snatch the phone back. Xie Qingzhou contemplated for a moment, then entered his own birthday, unexpectedly gaining access. Jiang Nan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Despite her rational desire for divorce and to part ways amicably, she could not suppress a twinge of lingering affection. Otherwise, why had she not changed her screen lock password? "You still love me," he asserted. "How naive of you to think so," Jiang Nan retorted in a fit of indignation, attempting to push him away. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, his spirits lifted. He sent a WeChat message to Ning, advising her to retire early. That afternoon, he remarked on the charm of the Snowview Hot Springs Suite at the inn, with its spacious terrace offering a dreamlike panorama of snow-capped mountains under a starlit sky. At that moment, she found herself dazed by his kiss, oblivious to his intentions. Once in the room, he pressed her against the terrace, and she finally comprehended why he had only kissed her earlier. It turned out, his grand plan was unfolding as intended. Xie Qingzhou exhibited remarkable patience. Jiang Nan felt weary and drained. While on the terrace, her phone rang several times, all of which Xie Qingzhou dismissed. "Are you all right?" Ning inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Jiang Nan replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Ning sighed. After all, there was still that piece of evidence, leaving her in a quandary. "Yuan Fengshuan, didn't he give you a hard time, did he?" "No," came the response. "Get some rest. We can discuss everything in detail tomorrow." Jiang Nan ended the call just as Xie Qingzhou emerged from the bathroom. He pulled back the covers and climbed into bed, naturally enveloping her in his embrace. Her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her uncertain of how to confront him, so she simply closed her eyes. Xie Qingzhou observed her, resembling an ostrich in denial, choosing not to expose her pretense, and allowed her to remain as she was. Xie Qingzhou lay beside her, and Jiang Nan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yet fatigue soon overtook her, and she drifted into slumber. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xie Qingzhou's phone buzzed insistently. He reached for it, and saw that it was a call from Xiaozheng. He stepped out onto the balcony and answered, inquiring about the matter at hand. The orchestrator behind the drugging of his wife was Feng Liyue. Do you need me to instruct you on how to handle this? Xie Qingzhou's tone was nonchalant. I understand, Xiaozheng replied, acknowledging the formality of the situation. Indeed, aside from their connection through the safety pendant, there was little else binding them. Moreover, given Feng Liyue's recent humiliating actions towards his wife at the Breeze Group, her resources had significantly dwindled. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, her hair cascading over her cheek. From his vantage point, he could only see her delicate, upturned nose. He gently tucked a stray lock behind her ear, observing her serene profile and the faint marks that adorned her skin. The memory of her passionate demeanor lingered, undeniably alluring. This life, he mused, was not so bad after all. His wife was beautiful, intelligent, and rather amusing, providing him with joy in their intimate moments. Though love may have waned, he still found satisfaction in their partnership. After their journey from Spring City to the ancient city, which had left them both exhausted, the phone buzzed repeatedly. Yet Jiang Nan did not answer. It was not until a series of loud knocks interrupted her slumber that she finally opened her eyes. Xie Qingzhou was absent, so she donned her robe and went to the door. And Ning, upon seeing her, pulled her to the sofa and handed her the phone. Jiang Nan, still groggy, beheld the news that Xie Qingzhou had once again made headlines. But the more she looked, the more it seemed amiss. The woman he was embracing in the photograph appeared strikingly like her. Her mind suddenly cleared. Was this not the photograph of the two of them kissing in the alley last night? There were a few more images, either capturing her silhouette or failing to show her face entirely. However, the online community was in an uproar. There was a firm consensus that the woman with Xie Qingzhou in the ancient city was not Feng Liyue. Jiang Nan found Xie Qingzhou in a restaurant. The temperature difference between day and night in the ancient city was quite significant. He wore the khaki knitted sweater from yesterday while having breakfast. Upon seeing her, he scrutinized her for a moment before asking, "Awake now?" Mentioning the previous night made Jiang Nan feel quite embarrassed. He had been rather uncontrollable under his hold on the spacious terrace. The hotel on this side of the ancient city typically featured wooden structures with poor sound insulation, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she composed herself and sat across from him, pushing her phone towards him. What did this signify? Her demeanor was cool and aloof. Xie Qingzhou still preferred her enchanting appearance from the previous day. He sat beside her and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Nan pushed him away, insisting, "Let go of me." Although there were not many patrons in the restaurant, the situation felt quite inappropriate. He tightened his grip, leaning close to her ear and murmuring, "Last night, didn't you cling to me tightly, even while telling me to let go? Have you no shame?" "None." He nuzzled her neck slightly, and then raised his gaze, asking, "Is our esteemed General Jiang so astute that she cannot comprehend the literal meaning?" Jiang Nan found it hard to believe that he had broken up with Feng Liyue. After all, how could he part with something so precious? Xie Qingzhou seemed to see through her, kissing her hair and saying, "You're causing a stir over divorce. I can't keep threatening you indefinitely. I must tackle the root of the problem and show some sincerity, my dear wife." When news of Xie Qingzhou kissing the mysterious woman in the ancient city surfaced online, Feng Liyue realized she had been forsaken. However, in order to ensure that their separation did not adversely affect the company he held, numerous insider revelations emerged online, claiming that she and Xie Qingzhou had never been a couple. Xie Qingzhou had never publicly acknowledged her as his girlfriend. It was she who had been orchestrating the narrative of romance, proposals, and pregnancies, all of which were mere fabrications. Indeed, she had leveraged her connection to Xie Qingzhou to gain prominence. Yet this was tacitly approved by him. For the one who occupied his heart, he had meticulously crafted her into a star. Now, in pursuit of Jiang Nan, he was prepared to cast her aside, even to obliterate her existence. Revealing the heartlessness and indifference of Xie Qingzhou, he treated her devoid of any romantic affection. It was merely because he had given his beloved a protective pendant that he entered her life, leading her into a different realm. The clues she had provided him over the years were futile. He showed no mercy. Xiaozheng approached, his expression icy, and handed her the transfer records to Su Jiao. "Turn yourself in, Mr. Xie's orders, by tomorrow at the latest." Feng Liyue thought to herself that she was truly finished. Later that evening, her assistant hurried in, bringing a painting. In an instant, Feng Liyue felt a glimmer of hope and called Xiao Zheng, Assistant Xiao. I have news about that person. Chapter 62. Who is she? This phone call from Feng Liyue left Xiao Zheng utterly speechless. To be candid, over the past few years, Feng Liyue has provided scan information. He has traveled extensively with his employer, yet most endeavors have yielded no fruitful results. Were it not for his boss's unwavering belief in the existence of that individual, he might have considered Feng Liyue's reports mere fabrications. The absence of news for so long, only to be followed by a sudden revelation upon your confession, seems absurd. Xiao Zheng scoffed, abruptly disconnecting the call, unwilling to engage further. Does he truly regard everyone as fools? Despite the abrupt termination of the call, Feng Liyue felt a surge of excitement. She had deduced the identity of that person. She believed she had regained leverage, as her relentless pursuit of Xie Qingzhou over the years had bestowed that individual a unique significance in his heart. Thus, she would continue to thrive in the entertainment industry, living her best life. The following day, Jiang Nan and Ning rode horses, rode boats, and admired the snowy landscapes in the ancient town. Xie Qingzhou patiently accompanied them, even capturing moments on camera, and Ning inquired whether, if he truly wished to build a life with her without straying, she might reconsider the prospect of divorce. Jiang Nan found herself in a quandary. Her emotions were conflicted. After all, the feelings of her youth had been profoundly deep, and he was her first love. In earlier times, she had genuinely hoped for her desires to be fulfilled. Yet now, even with him by her side, exhibiting a somewhat ingratiating demeanor, her feelings remained rather muted. After a day of exploration, Jiang Nan and Ning gazed at the stars from the courtyard. The hotel owner, having brewed his own wine, treated them to a selection. The taste was delightful, though the after-effects were potent. Jiang Nan sipped a couple of glasses, lazily reclining on the sofa. Xie Qingzhou, having attended to some work matters, found her in a state of dreamy inebriation upon his return. Anning now gazed at Xie Qingzhou with considerable annoyance. She had no desire to even glance at him. Upon his arrival, she merely greeted Jiang Nan and hastily departed. Jiang Nan lifted her eyelids to glance at him, yet remained unmoved, her posture still languid. Had she been inebriated? No. Jiang Nan remarked that during her second sip, she had consumed a bit too eagerly, feeling slightly tipsy, yet remained quite lucid. In the ancient city, the temperature fluctuated greatly between day and night. She was wrapped in a blanket, nestled on the sofa, feeling far from warm. Xie Qingzhou enveloped her in his embrace. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, she was obedient, leaning against him, gazing up at the stars. He turned his head slightly and beheld her alabaster neck, with the gentle breeze tousling her hair. He lowered his head to place a kiss upon her, inquiring about the plans for the morrow. I intend to cycle with Anning to another ancient city for a little exploration. Shall I accompany you? He inclined slightly, assertively ensnaring her in his arms, their eyes locking. Jiang Nan remained silent, captivated by his handsome visage under the warm, yellow light. After marriage, this tenderness he bestowed upon her was indeed a rarity. As you wish, she replied. When she attempted to avert her gaze, he grasped her chin firmly. He kissed her deeply. Jiang Nan did not resist. The previous night, they had been intimately entwined. In the aftermath, she experienced a tinge of regret, for the issues between them remained unresolved. She was not one to be overly sentimental, pondering whether to regard this as merely a fleeting romance during her travels. Just as Xie Qingzhou became engrossed in the kiss, his phone buzzed in his pocket. His lips did not part from hers as he retrieved the device and answered. Boss, I sent you something. Please take a look. It's urgent, came Xiao Zheng's voice. Xie Qingzhou gasped lightly, his body leaning before Jiang Nan as he opened WeChat. Xiao Zheng had sent him a sketch. The figure depicted was none other than himself. The flicker of fire within him had dimmed considerably. In his embrace, the woman possessed glistening eyes and alluring crimson lips, exuding an enchanting charm on such a night. After a brief moment of internal struggle, Xie Qingzhou finally detached himself from her. He departed, the wind blowing coolly against him. She turned her neck, watching him walk away, assuming he was preoccupied with company matters. She nestled further into her spot, gazing up at the stars. With a soft exclamation, she observed him hastily making his way toward the room. Jiang Nan followed, leaning against the doorframe, watching as he carelessly tossed his clothes into the suitcase, not questioning him further. Upon arriving at Feng Liyue's residence, it was already past midnight. Feng Liyue sat on the sofa, appearing as delicate as ever. You know, the fire was overwhelming. I couldn't remember much. Suddenly, I recalled that she could draw. Xie Qingzhou abruptly grasped her arm. Do you know who she is? Chapter 63, Obedient. Feng Liyue fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Xie Qingzhou's strikingly handsome face, his jawline exquisitely defined. He was not in formal attire but donned a black wool sweater, making him appear exceptionally alluring. Yet, the coldness in his eyes sent a chill through her heart. Speak, must you flaunt your foolishness? Xie Qingzhou's patience wore thin. If it were not for the fact that the artwork genuinely originated from her hand, he would not have expended the effort to see her again. She remained mute. Xie Qingzhou's throat bobbed as he locked his gaze onto her. Feng Liyue, having immersed herself in the entertainment industry for many years, possessed an acute sense of perception. Upon observing Xie Qingzhou's demeanor, she had indeed deduced correctly. The mute individual residing next door to the Jiang family was the subject of her revelation. Xiaozheng, upon hearing this, instinctively thought, she has unveiled the identity of that woman. What shall we do, Mrs. Mr. Xie, given my actions? If I disclose who that person is, the consequences for me would undoubtedly be dire. Your sudden display of wit is quite disconcerting, Xie Qingzhou remarked, directing her to communicate any demands through Xiaozheng. He found her self-satisfied demeanor quite distasteful, as if she were attempting to manipulate others. As Xie Qingzhou entered the vehicle, he settled into the back seat, lowered the window, and lit a cigarette. The early morning breeze in Haiqing was brisk, striking his face with a biting chill, starkly contrasting the weather of the ancient spring city. Xiaozheng approached, his expression rather grim. Xie Qingzhou flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window, inquiring, "What is it?" There are numerous conditions, all revolving around fame and fortune, easily negotiable. The matter of her administering drugs to the madam is yours to resolve. Xie Qingzhou let out a soft laugh. Very well, I shall handle it. Xiaozheng parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further as he entered the vehicle. Once the car was in motion, Xie Qingzhou discarded the half-finished cigarette out the window. Yang Ji and Zhou Qian had been tirelessly searching for the mastermind behind the drugging of Jiang Nan, hadn't they? Indeed, he confirmed. Ensure that Jiang Nan remains unaware of this matter. I will take care of it. Understood. The afternoon following Xie Qingzhou's departure, Jiang Nan arranged for a flight. Whether it was he or Yin Fengxuan, the disturbance to their leisure was palpable. On the return journey, Anning learned that Jiang Nan had temporarily agreed not to divorce because of her. Is there something amiss with your mind? This concerns the Yin family. I do not consent. Do you expect to see him take you away? Such affection from her friend moved Anning deeply, and she gently embraced her. Jiang, I hope you remain by his side because you still cherish him and wish to be with him, not for any other reason. As for Yin Fengxuan, I am no longer the naive person I once was. I am not so afraid of him anymore. Jiang Nan scrutinized Anning, assessing the truth behind her words. I am not here to comfort you. My matters with him are ultimately for me to resolve, Anning stated. After a moment's contemplation, she continued. If you are resolute about divorcing him, then proceed. But if you wish to remain with him, I reiterate that he is the one you admired in your youth. If you truly sever ties with Feng Liyue, consider it a fresh start with him, if that suits you. Ningning, please do not counsel me in such a manner. Very well, my princess. Yang Ji awaited her, ready to report on some work-related matters. Aside from the urgent issue concerning the company's endorsement, everything else was relatively manageable. By the way, Su Jiao has gone abroad. When? Jiang Nan sensed something was amiss and called Chen Xiao, only to discover that Su Jiao's business affairs were being handled entirely by her partner. Just 2 days prior, Su Jiao's phone was still reachable, but today, no one was answering. No matter, let us not concern ourselves with her for now. Then, the clues to the mastermind are temporarily cut off, Yang Ji remarked, her unease evident as she had yet to locate that person. Jiang Nan turned her head to glance at Yang Ji and smiled. Over the years, nothing significant had occurred, and she assured him that she would be cautious in the future. The mention of the drugging incident still sent a shiver down Yang Ji's spine. Had it not been for encountering President Song that day, how could a young woman survive such a predicament? Jiang Nan felt a pang in her throat. Thankful for their fortune, she maintained a positive attitude, which Yang Ji admired, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. A young woman striving alone in the world without anyone to protect her. Jiang Nan, despite her naivety, was aware that someone was deliberately trying to shield the person behind the scenes. The phone was answered promptly, and just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, she heard a woman's moan. Feng Liyue's voice was particularly loud. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, apologizing for the intrusion. His voice was surprisingly calm, which caught her off guard. It did not seem like he was engaged in such activities, as one would expect him to be breathless. Perhaps you should finish what you're doing first? Jiang Nan's rehearsed words were interrupted by this unexpected turn. What was she even thinking? As his deep voice resonated, Feng Liyue's sounds seemed to drift away. In her moment of distraction, Xie Qingzhou remarked, "If you're busy, I need you to be busy with me." Jiang Nan responded with a soft "oh," and inquired if he was free for dinner that evening. Her proactive invitation left Xie Qingzhou momentarily perplexed. Was it a professional matter or a personal one? Personal. Do you prefer to dine out or at home? Out. I'll reserve a place and send you the details shortly. After completing his tasks, Xie Qingzhou arrived at the location. The car came to a halt in front of the establishment, yet he did not exit immediately. This is the establishment where Jiang Nan was nearly in peril due to poisoning. He made a phone call to Qiao Zheng, who was quite certain about the news, alleviating Jiang Nan's concerns. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Nan was already there, her gaze fixed on her phone. Hearing his voice, she smiled at him with a radiant grin, her eyes shimmering with purity yet possessing an alluring charm. His posture was intimate, his handsome face mere inches away. A slight movement from her would bring him closer. Jiang Nan remained silent, engaging in a silent exchange of glances with him. When Xie Qingzhou leaned in to kiss her, Jiang Nan evaded him, opting to eat first. The dishes ordered were all her favorites, and the food was quite delightful. He glanced over the spread, indeed finding his preferred dishes, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, unlike his previous irritation, a flicker of pleasure emerged within him. Today, she was exceedingly well behaved. Chapter 64. Aggrieved as Xie Qingzhou spoke, he affectionately ruffled her hair. His tender gesture felt unusual to Jiang Nan. At 26, she had long surpassed the age of being consumed by romantic infatuations. In contrast to his cheerful demeanor, Jiang Nan's spirit was somewhat subdued. Clad in a loose black V-neck sweater layered over a matching base shirt, she exuded a minimalist elegance, yet her appearance seemed a touch aloof, creating an air of distance. Xie Qingzhou settled beside her, pulling her gently into his embrace, and softly inquired, "What's wrong? Is work not going well?" In that moment, he resembled an exceptionally devoted husband, soothing her emotions and alleviating her frustrations. "It's not work, it's you," Jiang Nan responded. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet that of his beautiful wife, who smiled at him just as she had when he first entered. She perched upon his lap, the proximity allowing him to discern that her smile did not reach her eyes. "Did you not come to fetch me? Are you displeased?" he inquired. "Let us dine first," Jiang Nan replied, preparing to rise. However, the man's hand tightened around her waist, and as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, the warmth had long since vanished from his eyes. "Are you afraid you won't be able to eat?" Jiang Nan held his gaze, disregarding the chill emanating from his depths. "Yes. What troubles you now?" The use of the word now evoked a smile from Jiang Nan. If he possessed even a modicum of affection for her, he would not have employed such a term. This meal felt rather superfluous to her. "I wish to divorce," Jiang Nan played along with him. Xie Qingzhou's expression turned icy, and he glanced at the dishes laid out before them. "So is this a farewell feast? You certainly have a sense of ceremony." He regarded her with a frigid stare, lifting her to sit at the dining table, his hands braced on either side of her. With gritted teeth, he remarked, "You truly are impervious to coaxing. Once you've crossed the river, you burn the bridge." His body pressed forcefully against hers. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply. "I can forego the divorce. But I have one condition." "Do tell." "Feng Liyue must go to prison. I can agree to not divorce." Xie Qingzhou's lips pressed into a thin line. "When did you find out? How long have you known?" His manner of questioning made Jiang Nan's eyes well up with tears. The difference between suspicion and hearing it with her own ears was profound. She had believed she was indifferent, yet in that moment, her heart ached terribly. It was merely a matter of her donning his coat, merely a fleeting moment in the ancient city as they embraced under the stars, yet her mind spiraled into confusion, contemplating the improbability of a future where he genuinely wished to share a life with her. She felt utterly foolish, profoundly foolish. Regardless of how she came to this realization, the question remained, what would he choose? Xie Qingzhou gazed at her earnestly, feeling a pang of guilt regarding this matter. He carefully considered his words, suggesting that she could face imprisonment, but not at this moment. Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered. His decision, perhaps, was not entirely unexpected. She pushed him away, this time with less force, freeing herself from his grasp. She leaped down from the dining table, retrieved the divorce agreement from her bag and thrust it before him, demanding his signature. "I will not sign," he replied, his gaze unwavering. Jiang Nan felt her anger dissipate. Truly, after enduring numerous trials, one grows numb to many things. "Very well, you may refuse to sign, but let her accept the consequences she deserves," Jiang Nan stated, turning to leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, halting her. Jiang Nan turned to face him. "Are you attempting to stop me? I will handle this matter myself." "No need. I can manage it," he insisted. "Did you not say that she was to be dealt with at my discretion? Are you now reluctant?" Jiang Nan retorted, a sense of desolation washing over her. "Xie Qingzhou, did you not also assert that there would be no more rumors about her in the future? Indeed, the rumors may have ceased, yet they have merely gone underground. You mentioned that I should not constantly threaten you, that you would show some sincerity. I believed you. I nurtured expectations, but what about you?" Her inquiries left Xie Qingzhou at a loss for words. "Jiang Nan, there is something she requires assistance with. Please wait a moment." "You want me to wait for someone who has wronged me? Are you aware that she allowed others to confront me so brazenly?" The mere mention of that incident causes tears to shimmer in Jiang Nan's eyes. Had she not been cautious at that moment, had she not encountered Song Yunji, she could not fathom the consequences. The thought instills fear within her. Yet, what is her husband saying? For the perpetrator, he asks her to be patient. He is her husband. "Will you sign the papers?" Jiang Nan inquires. She truly does not wish to prolong this any further. She fights back the tears welling in her eyes, striving to maintain her composure in their conversation. Xie Qingzhou observes her silently, refusing to glance at the divorce agreement, opting for a cold response. However, Jiang Nan does not grant him that leeway. She seizes the phone on the table and proceeds to call the police before his very eyes. Just as the call connects, he snatches the phone from her grasp, disconnecting the line. "I will handle this matter," he asserts. His patience has worn thin. He sighs, gripping her shoulders, momentarily at a loss on how to explain Feng Liyue to Jiang Nan or how to broach his past. "Jiang Nan, please allow me a little more time, would you?" "Xie Qingzhou, in your heart, I am ultimately insignificant, which is why you repeatedly subject me to such grievances." Chapter 65. Disappointment. The expression on Jiang Nan's face, teetering on the brink of tears, evokes deep sympathy. Her nose is tinged with red, and the contours of her eyes are blurred by unshed tears. Yet she stubbornly refrains from letting them fall, resembling a fragile doll. As he reaches out to touch her cheek, she steps back, saying, "Mr. Xie, let us not squander each other's time any further." Jiang Nan had grown weary of the feigned tenderness that lingered in his gaze and sought to distance herself from him, casting the agreement onto the table before departing with her phone in hand. Upon exiting the establishment, the frigid wind outside sent a shiver down her spine, and it was only then that she recalled the coat and bag she had left behind in the private room, realizing that her composure had been nothing more than an act. A tumult of anxiety and embarrassment swirled within her. Why did she still feel this way for a man who cared so little for her? With tears brimming in her eyes, she stood in the biting cold, summoning a ride through her app. Zhou Qian, having come to dine with a client, spotted Jiang Nan as soon as he stepped out of the car. She was dressed too lightly, devoid of her usual poise and serenity, resembling a lost little girl unable to find her way home. He sighed softly, briefed his client, and made his way toward her, shedding his down jacket. The warmth of his garment settled over her shoulders just as she finally lifted her gaze, which had been cast downward. Zhou Qian beamed at her, remarking that even in 7 degrees below zero, she was beautiful enough that she needn't dress so scantily. Wasn't she cold? The mist in Jiang Nan's eyes dissipated into a smile at his jest. However, she noticed 2 other men waiting nearby. "Thank you. I must be on my way," she replied. As Zhou Qian approached the entrance, preparing to ascend, he winked at her. Meanwhile, seated in the private room, Xie Qingzhou stood at the dining table, lost in thought as he gazed at the untouched food and the divorce agreement before him. Jiang Nan's words gnawed at his heart uncomfortably. He noticed her bag beside him, her car keys nestled within, and her coat still hanging on the rack. Xie Qingzhou let out a sigh. She spoke the truth. He had indeed turned a blind eye to her grievances. If he had devoted even a fraction of the care he bestowed upon that other individual, he would not have only now realized how she braved the chill of this day. Jiang Nan boarded the vehicle, gazing vacantly at the radiant city adorned with neon lights. Before addressing the driver, "Please take me to Fengqi Bay." Jiang Nan's arrival took Feng Liyue by surprise. As she opened the door, the simplicity of the men's down jacket she wore was elevated by her charm. It reminded Feng Liyue of a saying: basic clothing relies on one's appearance for support. The greater the beauty, the more splendid the simplest attire appears. Jiang Nan epitomized this notion. In Feng Liyue's memory, she donned similar attire, basic, minimalist, yet undeniably eye-catching in both visage and stature. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Feng Liyue inquired, a sense of pride swelling within her. She believed she understood the matter concerning that individual, enough to drive a wedge between Jiang Nan and Xie Qingzhou. After all, the Jiang family held their pride in high regard. With Xie Qingzhou having treated her in such a manner, if she could not attain him, it would be futile for anyone else to aspire to. Is there something on your mind? Care to join me for a moment? Jiang Nan inquired with a smile. As Feng Liyue ushered her inside, she spoke of the home's decor, claiming that Qingzhou favored such a style, even boasting that he often dozed off on the sofa. Jiang Nan listened attentively and then took a seat on the very sofa where Xie Qingzhou frequently slumbered. It was indeed quite comfortable. Subsequently, she regarded Feng Liyue with an inscrutable expression. She did not burden the woman, fully aware of the challenges women face in their pursuits. Despite Feng Liyue's identity, she had never sought her out. The root of such matters lay with the man. However, with Feng Liyue repeatedly provoking her, it became necessary for her to engage in a serious conversation. Tea or coffee? Feng Liyue appeared quite the hostess. No need for drinks today. I'm here solely to confront you. Feng Liyue was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had misheard, but in the next instant, she found herself yanked by Jiang Nan. Her hair gripped tightly, and her head thrust against the wall. By the time Xie Qingzhou arrived, Feng Liyue was crumpled by the wall, weeping, her forehead swollen and her face marked with handprints, while Jiang Nan lounged on the sofa, feigning innocence. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou, Feng Liyue mustered her strength to lean into his embrace. The moment he uttered, "What has happened to you?" Jiang Nan realized that he had never reflected on their marriage. He had not wished to invest his heart, thus deeming notions of right and wrong irrelevant. At that instant, he became an inconsequential stranger in her heart. Therefore, whom he chose to embrace at that moment mattered little to her. Feng Liyue, tears streaming like rain on a pear blossom, recounted how she had been struck, how her head had been pushed against the wall. Jiang Nan, irked, retorted, "What was the purpose of my actions, and why not mention that?" She was, after all, a formidable woman carving her own path in the business world, and when she spoke with authority, there was an undeniable gravitas. Feng Liyue paused. Retreating further into Xie Qingzhou's embrace, her sobs silenced. Feng Liyue lamented that when Lei Wang toyed with her, he slapped her face, an act witnessed by all, leaving her with no face to remain in Haiqing. She pondered whether Xie Qingzhou would still want her. Letting Lei Wang bite the bullet in this matter would serve your interests. Following this, there was a recorded conversation between Su Jiao and Feng Liyue. At that moment, Feng Liyue could only timidly assert, This is fabricated." Xie Qingzhou pushed Feng Liyue aside and approached Jiang Nan, towering over her for a long moment before stating, "You have known all along that the five-fold penalty agreement was not meant to regulate her conduct, but rather a scheme you orchestrated." He had underestimated his wife. Jiang Nan gazed up at the handsome man before her. What use was his charm when he was so cold and indifferent? Upon hearing others conspire against his wife in such a manner, his immediate reaction was not concern, but an inquiry into whether she had known beforehand. A dull ache throbbed in Jiang Nan's heart as she stood up. Indeed, during the dinner where Su Jiao urged her to act as a negotiator, she had wondered who possessed the influence to summon Xie and Shao. When Su Jiao found herself cornered, "You sent a Ning to Beijing." "Yes," Jiang Nan replied. At that moment, she had already realized that Feng Liyue was the mastermind behind it all. It had been quite some time since she first learned of it, yet she was uncertain of what she had been waiting for. Now she understood. She had been awaiting Xie Qingzhou's reaction to this revelation. Yet again, he had disappointed her. "You are capable, Jiang Nan," Xie Qingzhou remarked, fixing his gaze upon her. "She has calculated everything perfectly. Whether it is the compensation for Feng Liyue as a high-risk artist or her desire for divorce, as long as she possesses the audio, he will be reluctant to sign. At any moment, she could release it online. Let alone the ruin of Feng Liyue's stardom, his film investment company is likely to face a significant stock decline." Observing the grim expression on Xie Qingzhou's face, Jiang Nan felt somewhat pleased. She playfully adjusted his collar, saying, "Darling, shall we meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow?" Chapter 66. Embraced. Jiang Nan had her hands tucked into her pockets, preparing to leave. However, Her arm was seized, pulling her into his embrace. "We are only divorcing tomorrow. Right, Mrs. Xie?" Jiang Nan remained silent, casting a cold glance at him. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Like a sack of potatoes. His actions provoked Jiang Nan's ire. She struck his back with force and attempted to grasp his ear, yet he seemed oblivious, carrying her into the elevator. Feng Liu stood stupefied. Was no one going to intervene on her behalf? Xie Qingzhou tossed Jiang Nan into the back seat of the car, then joined her, leaning over her. Jiang Nan reclined against the seat, not struggling as she usually would. Instead, she shifted back slightly, resting against the opposite car door. "We can still be a married couple for one more night. If you wish to sleep, then sleep. Although I find you rather distasteful, you do possess a decent appearance. That matter is manageable. I shall merely consider you a companion." In the driver's seat, Xiao Zheng could not suppress a chuckle. Xie Qingzhou, supporting himself with his body, fixed a cold, hard gaze upon her for a moment before grasping her chin. "Do you believe that victory is within your grasp, and that I am powerless against you? Will you comply? If not, then step aside." Jiang Nan pushed him away. The scent of Feng Liu's perfume on him was truly nauseating. "Do you find me distasteful?" He chuckled, lowering his gaze to her mail-down jacket. "In truth, neither of us should disdain the other." He lifted her into his arms, straddling his lap, pressing her neck to compel her to kiss him. Whether Jiang Nan complied was not a matter for him to ponder. The mingling of their lips and teeth was, for her, the most intimate and exquisite experience. Yet, in this moment, she felt uncomfortable. His fondness for such a position stemmed from a sense of conquest, devoid of any deeper sentiment. This brought to mind that night at the Xie residence when he had been drugged. He had refrained from kissing her. It turned out that kissing someone one does not care for can evoke tears. He had been forceful at times, gentle at others, yet none of it garnered her cooperation. Xie Qingzhou withdrew from her lips, breathing heavily as he regarded her. Despite being in his embrace, their lips merely inches apart. The glimmering tears in her eyes made her seem distant from him. "I am not what you presume," he asserted, his fingers caressing her cheek in a soothing manner. Jiang Nan remained silent. She truly disliked this kind of intimacy and slid off him. Yet, he gripped her waist, his eyes brimming with dominance. Resigned, she decided not to feign sensitivity over such trivial matters. He could do as he pleased. Her disbelief only served to frustrate Xie Qingzhou further. "I speak sincerely. If you ensure she receives her due punishment, then I shall believe you," Jiang Nan replied. Xie Qingzhou's lips pressed into a tight line, his expression deepening with cold severity. Jiang Nan's hand rested on his shoulder as she smiled at him, her fingers delicately tracing the contours of his face, reminiscent of a playful little fox. Xie Qingzhou's Adam's apple rolled slightly. She had never looked at him in such a manner, her smile imbued with charm. "Don't think about it. We're divorced now. What home could there be? Even if it were a home, what did you ever give me there?" she inquired, her voice tinged with nostalgia for a beautiful memory. There was nothing, not even a single ordinary moment shared between spouses. Jiang Nan's phone chimed, and she retrieved it from her pocket, glancing at the screen before answering. "Hello." Zhou Qian. In the confined space of the car, Zhou Qian asked if she was well. "Quite well. Where are you? Have you been drinking?" Jiang Nan remained seated beside him, her gaze fixed on Xie Qingzhou's eyes. Even if he chose to humiliate her as he once did, it no longer mattered. She had grown indifferent. "Xiao Zheng, please take me over. My car is over there," Jiang Nan stated, retrieving her bag and donning her coat. Xie Qingzhou fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. From now on, let's heed the boss lady's words. Jiang Nan appeared not to have heard, leaning against the car window, gazing at the desolate winter nightscape of Haiqing. The interplay of light and shadow danced across her face, her beauty enough to enthrall him. He pressed his lips together, ultimately saying nothing and averting his gaze. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the club, and Jiang Nan stepped out, clutching Zhou Qian's down jacket. Xie Qingzhou observed through the window as she handed the garment to him. Zhou Qian stood at the entrance, grinning broadly as he put on the jacket, his joy unabashedly evident. Jiang Nan stood beneath a streetlight, quietly watching him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Once dressed, Zhou Qian looked down at Jiang Nan, contemplated for a moment, then opened his arms wide. "Come here, let me give you a friend's embrace." Tears sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes, as her husband seemed oblivious to her distress, offering neither embrace nor comfort during her moment of anguish. She jested, while he chuckled awkwardly, masking his embarrassment. He reproached himself for placing her in such a predicament. Jiang Nan stepped closer and tenderly enveloped him in her arms, unable to suppress her sobs. Zhou Qian could only surmise that she had quarreled with Xie Qingzhou, her tears a testament to the depth of her grievances. He refrained from further inquiries, gently patting her back to provide warmth and solace. Xie Qingzhou, with furrowed brows, observed this scene, his gaze growing heavy. A strange pang of pain struck his heart. He recalled her ability to stand strong, yet he forgot that she was merely 26. He understood the implication of Qiao Zheng's words. He could indeed offer such affection, but he deemed her not sufficiently significant to merit it. Chapter 67. Letting go. Jiang Nan's nose was flushed from crying, and she felt embarrassed to see her tears and snot staining Zhou Qian's shirt. She wiped her tears and apologized for losing control of her emotions. Zhou Qian remained silent, lowering his gaze to her. From the moment he met her, she had always appeared composed and slightly aloof. Witnessing her vulnerability was both surprising and heart-wrenching. Her eyes were red-rimmed, resembling a pitiful rabbit. Yet, Zhou Qian felt a sense of joy. Perhaps her fragility was revealed only in his presence. "Are you hungry?" Zhou Qian inquired, offering his tie for her to wipe her tears. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, hastily drying her eyes and admitting she was somewhat hungry. "Shall I take you out for a delightful meal?" As Zhou Qian led her into McDonald's, Jiang Nan tilted her head to gaze at him. "Is this what you meant by delicious?" "Indeed," Zhou Qian replied, urging her to take a seat while he went to place their order. Moments later, he returned, balancing a tray laden with burgers and an assortment of grilled wings. "You must have not indulged in this for quite a while, right?" he remarked, handing her a cup of cola. "Here, enjoy this delightful drink. You are just like a little girl." Jiang Nan remained silent, yet a sense of joy blossomed within her. After the departure of her father and brother, she had ceased to regard herself as a young girl, for there was no one left to dote on her. Zhou Qian's affectionate gaze made her feel a tad embarrassed. She covered her face, feeling a bit foolish. Her sudden shyness elicited a chuckle from Zhou Qian, who realized that in the hustle of the marketplace, she had forgotten her tender age. Jiang Nan devoured a burger, savored some fries, enjoyed chicken wings, and drank a full cup of cola. Perhaps due to her satiation, her spirits were elevated. Zhou Qian observed her for a while before inquiring softly, Nan, is there anything I can do for you?" Jiang Nan felt immense gratitude towards Zhou Qian, both for his current kindness and the thoughtful arrangements made during their time in Spring City. The matters that had burdened her were nearing resolution. She no longer harbored any longing for Xie Qingzhou. A husband who remained indifferent while she faced humiliation was utterly inconsequential. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nan's heart quivered involuntarily. She no longer craved his affection, yet his indifferent demeanor truly pained her. Across the small table, Zhou Qian noticed her trembling eyelashes, filled with a sense of grievance. "I am here for you," he assured her. Jiang Nan looked up and smiled gently. "I know." Setting aside these distressing matters, she inquired about Zhou Qian's recent work. Zhou Qian sighed as he leaned back. "I've been running around tirelessly, yet not a single deal has materialized." There was a hint of despondency in his demeanor as he sipped his cola through a straw. "Nan, you come from a procurement background. Back when Xie's supply chain only dealt with fresh produce, how did you manage to achieve a monthly performance of 70 million? With 60 million attributed solely to your efforts?" Zhou Qian asked. He had learned that Jiang Nan was a prominent figure within her circle. Jiang Nan, taken aback, responded, "Rumors exaggerate. I am not that formidable. However, as your senior, and in light of your generous invitation to dinner, allow me to offer a piece of advice. The market is not devoid of products, but rather it lacks superior products. If quality goods can maintain controlled costs, their competitive edge is significantly enhanced. During my time in the supply chain, a major reason many sought collaboration with us was that Xie's pricing for comparable quality was the lowest." Xie Qingzhou lounged on the sofa at Feng Liyue's home, occupying the very spot Jiang Nan had once graced. "Mr. Xie, please spare me," Feng Liyue implored, wishing earnestly that she could kneel before him. He lazily lifted his gaze, his expression exceedingly indifferent as he regarded her. If it were not for her own astuteness and a stroke of good fortune, would that individual have shown her any mercy? Yet, she hesitated, finding it difficult to voice, "But you already made me." Feng Liyue could not bring herself to complete the thought. Xie Qingzhou remained as merciless and unyielding as ever. He had accepted all the terms proposed by Qiao Zheng without hesitation. At that moment, she felt a sense of joy within her, regardless of how enchanting Jiang Nan was. It held no significance compared to the one who occupied his heart. It was a near coercion. Which wife could endure such coldness from her husband? What she had been denied, Jiang Nan too had not received. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart felt remarkably unburdened. However, the following day, he arrived with Xiao Zheng in tow. Xiao Zheng unabashedly set up a high-definition camera before her, tossing a packet of medication onto the coffee table in the living room. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the wall of the entrance hall and said, "Go ahead." Feng Liyue, filled with trepidation, managed a smile and inquired, "Mr. Xie, what is this?" "It is what you gave her that night, returned to you." His dark eyes remained devoid of emotion, as if he were merely discussing the weather. She gazed upon his profile, so handsome, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Terrified, she implored him, almost pleadingly. He lit a cigarette, his gaze imbued with a chilling arrogance, momentarily forgetting her presence. "Consume it, and face the camera. If it doesn't capture the moment, continue until it does." Feng Liyue ultimately resigned herself to this grim reality. For Jiang Nan, he treated her in such a manner. Was it not enough? Was one instance insufficient? Was she not deserving of a return? "Do you think you are worthy to compare yourself to her?" Xie Qingzhou remarked, his expression laced with disdain as he regarded her foolishness, a waste of his time. Feng Liyue understood she had no choice. She ingested the medication as she had before. Just like the last time, Xie Qingzhou prepared to leave. Feng Liyue sat on the ground, gazing at the man's imposing silhouette. "Mr. Xie, you shamelessly bask in General Zhang's affection while awaiting the appearance of that other person. How despicable." Xie Qingzhou's back stiffened as he observed the alluring smile that danced upon Feng Liyue's lips, a smile that seemed to mock him. Regardless of his contributions to Jiang Nan, it was evident that they did not align with her desires. The rift that had formed between them was palpable, and it appeared increasingly difficult to mend. Upon returning home, Xie Qingzhou held Jiang Nan's professional resume in his hands. Graduating from the Parsons School of Design at the age of 21, she had joined the CF family as subsidiary, taking on the role of supply chain procurement. It is no exaggeration to assert that her efforts had been instrumental in transforming the company into a comprehensive supply chain leader within the industry. The financial reports were impressive, with revenue consistently on the rise, and she had cultivated a remarkably efficient management team. He had always believed that Jiang Nan's success was a result of her parents' influence. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 10:30. What had they been discussing for so long? Xiao Zheng observed the document in his hands and sighed, remarking on the impending divorce. Was it not a tad too late to delve into understanding his wife? Xiao Zheng stood by, and Xie Qingzhou shot him a look, urging him to take a seat. "Why do you advise me to divorce?" He pondered, recalling Shen Ke, who had often tried to match him with Jiang Nan. Much like his mother, recently, his mother had ceased all communication, showing no interest in his affairs. Shen Ke had followed suit. Even Xiao Zheng was now urging him to part ways. As Xiao Zheng contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, he heard Xie Qingzhou's voice. "If you all find it unbearable, how much disappointment must she feel towards me?" Xie Qingzhou recalled her question. What had he truly given her in this home? Apart from her 3 years of yearning, was there also the humiliation of having her lean over the coffee table before him? Feng Liyue had already discerned who resided in his heart, revealing that he held little affection for his wife, while being quite content with the presence of his beloved. Indeed, Xiao Zheng was correct. That person was someone he wished to steadfastly protect, the one he had tirelessly sought without yielding. Yet, when it came to Jiang Nan, he simply could not bring himself to divorce her or let her go. Chapter 68. Xie Qingzhou found merit in Feng Liyue's words. His feigned tenderness toward her allowed him to relish her affection while awaiting the arrival of his true love. For these past years, he had been in search of her, maintaining his integrity, occasionally feeling a sense of pride in his pursuit. He envisioned the moment they would reunite, relishing the opportunity to boast about his steadfast devotion. Leaning back against the sofa, he pinched the bridge of his nose. His feelings for Jiang Nan were not rooted in deep affection. Rather, he admired her tenacity and physical allure, a fleeting infatuation. The discomfort he felt was likely due to the promise he made to obtain a divorce, only for her to have Aunt Zhang drug him. Would the situation have been more bearable had nothing transpired that fateful night at the old residence? Upon concluding his call, Xiao Zheng's expression turned grave. Feng Liyue had suffered a miscarriage. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. She truly had been pregnant? His connection with Feng Liyue stemmed from a piece of jade, the ping and qua, bestowed upon him by his grandparents at birth. It was that very night, when they had declared their love, that it had hung around her neck, a rather cliché gesture. An unfortunate incident befell his father, leaving only the precious peace token as his sole valuable possession. Thus, his parents resolutely insisted that it was Jiang Nan's father who had saved them. He could distinctly perceive the faint, delicate fragrance that lingered around her as she led him to take refuge beneath the gently flowing brook's bridge. The peace token he had gifted her was now consigned to a jade shop, having changed hands several times, and after considerable effort, he discovered that the owner was Feng Liue. He vividly recalled the heart-wrenching moment he learned that Feng Liue was employed at a nightclub. How could she have fallen so low in less than a year? However, upon meeting Feng Liue, he felt a sense of relief. She was not the person he sought. Feng Liue was aware of the affairs and people involved, and while she possessed an appealing appearance, he had brought her into the entertainment industry. Their interactions were limited to work and the slightest acquaintance. He remained oblivious to the details of her private life and whether she had a boyfriend. Yet, it was somewhat unrealistic for a relatively attractive and resourceful star to be without a partner in these years. Should we visit the hospital? Xiao Zheng inquired of Xie Qingzhou, considering that Feng Liue had been assaulted by a lady, although it had resulted in a miscarriage due to excessive stress. Feng Liue's mischief would surely cast the blame upon the lady. What is there to see? I am not the child's father, Xie Qingzhou replied, believing Feng Liue would not dare to stir up unnecessary trouble again. However, the very next day, news of Feng Liue's suspected miscarriage spread wildly online, alarming the couple, Xie Qingzhou and his wife. As for their son, they were unwilling to interfere further, having encountered his reluctance to marry and his unwillingness to divorce. Madame Xie, filled with concern for Jiang Nan, promptly called her early in the morning. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's apologetic and caring voice, Jiang Nan felt a wave of emotion wash over her, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. After all, her strained relationship with Xie Qingzhou was not solely the fault of her in-laws. Over the past 3 years, due to his indifference, her in-laws had compensated for her discomfort in numerous ways. After engaging in a pleasant conversation with Madame Xie, she promised to visit the old residence on Saturday to accompany her in arranging flowers. Once she ended the call, Jiang Nan proceeded to her workplace. The young women in the office were abuzz with gossip about Feng Liue, even mentioning the woman who had traveled to the ancient city with Xie Qingzhou, who had audaciously intervened between him and Feng, resulting in the loss of a child. Recalling her days in the ancient city, Jiang Nan felt a sense of disconnection. However, she was indifferent to the external chatter and rumors. After all, a divorce was on the horizon. Chapter 69. To have a child? Early Saturday morning, Jiang Nan arrived at the Xie family's old residence. Upon seeing her, Madame Xie was filled with joy, warmly engaging her in conversation and discussing matters pertaining to Xie Qingzhou. She had called Jiang Nan the previous day to inquire about her intentions and learned of her firm resolve to divorce, promising to persuade him to agree, thus avoiding a messy confrontation involving Feng Liue. Jiang, I am truly sorry. Marrying into our family has undoubtedly caused you distress. As Madame Xie gazed at Jiang Nan, her sadness resurfaced. Our marital bond may be tenuous, but my connection with you is far more substantial, Jiang Nan replied, instructing the household staff to bring the floral materials from her car into the side hall. Since you wish to arrange flowers, let us begin. As Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs, he encountered Jiang Nan alongside his mother, elder sister-in-law, and Xie Xiangxiang, all engaged in the art of flower arrangement. On the long table in the side hall, the floral arrangements were numerous yet chaotic, but under her careful arrangement, complemented by exquisite vases, they transformed into something entirely different, both beautiful and sophisticated. What captivates you so? In his arms, a chubby little cherub blew bubbles and gazed back at him. Xie Qingzhou chose not to expose him, instead suggesting a conversation. The two brothers settled onto the living room sofa. Xie Qingzhou's position still allowed a view of Jiang Nan. Dressed casually in loose blue jeans and a relaxed red sweater, she radiated vibrant hues that appeared neither gaudy nor ostentatious, but rather striking and resplendent. What are you pondering? Xie Qingzhou inquired with a smile. Xie Qingzhou glanced at him, as if to say, you already know, why ask? He spoke while playfully engaging his nephew's tiny hands. Their mother often remarked that had Jiang Nan not been her father, her life would likely consist of flower arranging, attending art exhibitions, and living a carefree existence. Jiang had the means to ensure his daughter could live without hardship with minimal effort. If she were to find someone she truly adored, she could cultivate a harmonious marriage. If not, she could rely on him for a lifetime. Xie Qingzhou regarded her second brother for a long moment, pondering, Did Mom and Dad send you to persuade me? Not exactly, he replied. It's just that seeing Jiang Nan in this state has made me suddenly anxious about Xiangxiang's future. I realize that the hopes your father had for Jiang Nan mirror my aspirations for Xiangxiang. In other words, if Xiangxiang were to encounter a husband like you, I might resort to drastic measures. Xie Qingzhou remained composed, choosing silence. I hold her in high regard, a graduate of an esteemed art university. She chose to work for one of the less reputable subsidiaries of the CF family. This decision stemmed from her understanding that, with the loss of her father and brother, the weight of the Jiang family's legacy rested upon her shoulders. The future her father envisioned for her was consumed in that devastating fire. She immersed herself in procurement, tirelessly seeking the finest sources and highest quality products, traversing mountains in pursuit of excellence. In the realm of fresh produce, she needed to negotiate directly with farmers, despite having no prior experience in agriculture. How did she accomplish this? My father recounted that after 2 years in Jiangnan, she acquired a new car, covering nearly 100,000 kilometers in less than 2 years, not including out-of-province travels. This meant she was either on the road or en route to inspect goods. The supply chain company she managed was built upon her meticulous control of product quality. Xie Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words. He reminisced about Jiang Nan's elegant and poised demeanor during their time in the ancient city. Presently, she appeared equally radiant, bathed in sunlight with a smile adorning her face, harmoniously arranging different floral materials in a single vase. This was a stark contrast to the calculating nature she once exhibited, showing no mercy even towards him. Xiaozhou, my parents genuinely care for her and feel a sense of guilt. They wish for her happiness. Their insistence on your marriage was not solely due to her father's influence, but also because of her remarkable qualities, believing that once you got to know her, you would certainly grow fond of her. Who could have anticipated? I ran off right after we received the marriage certificate, Xie Qingzhou interjected. Indeed, it has been proven that mother possesses remarkable insight into such matters. Xie Qingzhou chuckled in response. It has not been long, yet her younger brother has shown considerable concern for her, perhaps even experiencing unacknowledged feelings. If not for her machinations against me, I would have left long ago, he murmured. Reclining in the back seat, his long legs naturally extending forward, somewhat resistant to the subject at hand. Are you referring to the incident where Jiang Nan drugged you? Xie Qingzhou conceded. Here. Xie Qingzhou withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the small tea table before him. He furrowed his brow, picking up the paper to examine it closely. Xie Qingzhou wiped his son's drool with a napkin, stating that the contents of the cup of milk you left behind had been tested by father, revealing several prohibited substances, indicating that this drug was procured from the foreign black market. Xie Qingzhou met his gaze, fully comprehending her second brother's intentions. After all the groundwork laid, considering Jiang Nan's struggles over the years, how could her character be so pristine? If she did not administer it, why should she admit to it? His Adam's apple bobbed, inexplicably recalling that day. She was frightened and vulnerable, yet unable to push him away, left to endure his tormenting humiliation. Xie Qingzhou fell silent. He did not believe a single word of her denial. Raising his eyes, he observed her placing the trimmed flowers into a diminutive vase, arranging them on the tea table. No one called for him, likely out of concern for Jiang Nan's displeasure. After lunch, Jiang Nan played a stick-picking game with Xie Xiangxiang on the carpet. The cacophony of Xie Xiangxiang's cries particularly irked Xie Qingzhou. Was the soundproofing of the old residence truly that inadequate? Before long, it seemed the sound of a baby's cries echoed. After a prolonged period of neglect, Xie Qingzhou approached his second brother's room, discovering only the chubby infant in the stroller. He lifted the child, who cried even more fervently. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow and murmured, "What have I done to you? Am I to sell you off? Why do you cry so bitterly?" Jiang Nan ascended the stairs, not anticipating that Xie Qingzhou would be at home. "Third uncle, you really have no talent for soothing children," she remarked. Xie Xiangxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Nan stepped forward and gently took the child from his hands, softly patting him twice. The little one, who had been wailing inconsolably, fell silent within seconds, obediently resting on her shoulder, tears glistening on his eyelashes as he gazed at him. "What are you staring at?" Xie Qingzhou shot him a stern look. The small creature pouted, and without exchanging a word, Jiang Nan carried the child downstairs. Xie Xiangxiang trailed behind her like a little tail. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow and followed suit. Jiang Nan did not do much. She simply cradled him, and the little one remained very well behaved. It is said that those who attract children, as well as puppies and kittens, possess a pure heart. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, observing her tenderly holding her nephew, while Xie Qingzhou nestled closely beside her, her demeanor towards her niece equally gentle. He thought to himself that she must be a wonderful mother. You love children. Shall we have one of our own? Chapter 70. Fatigued Jiang Nan lifted her gaze to Xie Qingzhou, who was seated on the sofa in simple knitwear and casual pants, his eyes alight with gentle amusement. He resembled a husband who truly cherished her, yet she was acutely aware that he was not. While tending to Xie Qingzhou, Jiang Nan wished to avoid conflict with him. Realizing that further arguments would be futile, they exchanged glances in silence, neither uttering a word. Xie Qingzhou found little amusement in her presence, yet remained fixated upon her as he observed her moving about the living room with her nephew, Xie Qingzhou. At just 5 months old, the child already weighed an impressive 19 pounds, and Jiang Nan, slender in frame, found the act of holding him somewhat strenuous. "Shall I hold him?" he inquired. Rising to approach her, Jiang Nan, unwilling to engage, and Xie Qingzhou, equally disinterested, pressed tightly against Jiang Nan, his small hands grasping her sweater with determination. Upon witnessing the chubby little hand resting on her chest, Xie Qingzhou frowned and gently pushed it away, declaring, "This is not yours." The audacity of an adult dismissing a child's hand left Jiang Nan astounded. "Are you unwell?" she questioned, utterly exasperated. During the hour that Xie Qingzhou and his wife were out, Jiang Nan cradled the infant, either holding him close while seated on the sofa or walking about, speaking softly to him. Although Mrs. Xie and the maids expressed a desire to hold the child, she did not yield. The warmth of the little one nestled in her embrace evoked an indescribable sensation, a comforting warmth that stirred a profound emotion within her. The newly arrived maid, unaware of the intricate nuances of Jiang Nan's relationship with Xie Qingzhou, complimented her. "With your beauty and Mr. Zhou's good looks, your child must surely be extraordinarily lovely." Jiang Nan chose not to respond, instead focusing on the pudgy little hands of Gigi. Children? She had once harbored hopes of having two, a boy and a girl, to form a harmonious family. Envisioning a son who resembled him, even in miniature, brought her joy. Yet here she was, contemplating the subject of children amidst the aftermath of a divorce. Her relationship with him was always inopportune. "Well, let us put it on the agenda," Xie Qingzhou replied. Jiang Nan did not engage in the conversation, and Mrs. Xie, observing the scene, remained silent, noting her discontent. When Xie Qingzhou was abroad, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but now she truly saw Jiang Nan's unhappiness and discontent. She was reluctant to have her son continue to torment her. After seeking a favor from Xie Qingzhou, she bid farewell to Mrs. Xie. "I will see her off," Xie Qingzhou said as he followed her. Just before she entered the car, he pressed down on the door. She stood before the vehicle, calmly gazing at him. "Are you not going to acknowledge me?" Xie Qingzhou inquired, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Sign the papers, will you?" "I truly have nothing with her," he explained. "Whether I do or not is no longer of concern to me." Yet he was acutely aware of the debt he owed her regarding feigned, especially after discovering that she was not the one who had drugged him. He reached out and grasped her shoulder, silently observing her. Jiang Nan forcefully shook him off, and Xie Qingzhou slightly bowed his head. "I have caused you distress." Her eyes reddened instantly as she stared at him, saying, "Indeed, I have endured grievances since marrying you. The previous grievances were willingly borne, self-inflicted, but your words now are a consequence of your choice of feigned. It is merely a continuation of my suffering. You need not say anything more. I do not wish to hear it, and I am truly exhausted." Jiang Nan sighed. "As a husband, you are inadequate, Xie Qingzhou. Since you cannot shield me from the storms of life, I see no reason to keep you." With that, she turned and entered the car. She sat in the car, brooding over her emotions, when Yang Ji called to inform her that Feng Liyue's leg had been broken by Zhou Qian. Chapter 71. Unable to resist. Jiang Nan, taken aback for a moment, inquired of Yang Ji. "Does he know?" "Yes, after learning of your incident, young Master Zhou has been investigating the matter." However, Yang Ji hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Jiang Nan felt a pang in her heart and interjected. Xie Qingzhou wanted to keep this matter under wraps, but it seems he was a step too late, wasn't he? Indeed. Jiang Nan cast a glance out of the car window, where Xie Qingzhou stood, his posture as upright and imposing as ever. Yet, Yang Ji's affirmative response compelled her to compare her husband to Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was protecting her, albeit in a manner she did not endorse, yet it genuinely moved her. What of Xie Qingzhou? He remained indifferent, brushing off her grievances as if they were inconsequential. What good was that? How could she not feel disheartened? Xie Qingzhou stood in the courtyard, gazing in the direction she had departed. Ronghua draped a coat over her son's shoulders. Second brother is in the second round. Inviting Jiang Nan today was also to allow him to witness firsthand that had it not been for Jiang Yuan's untimely demise, her life would have been entirely different, stirring a sense of guilt within him. The aim was to facilitate his divorce from Jiang Nan. Is the test report you had second brother show me genuine? Ronghua sighed. My son, to ask such a question is redundant. After spending time with her, do you truly believe Jiang Nan is capable of such actions? Xie Qingzhou remained composed, silent. If you truly wish to live a good life with her, to cherish and love her, would you still pose such questions? Madame Xie feels a profound disappointment in her son. It is not merely that Xie Qingzhou has betrayed Jiang Nan's sincere affection. It is that he has encountered certain issues in his conduct. Xie Qingzhou gazes at his mother, hesitating to speak. Madame Xie regards her son earnestly, asking him to reflect. Apart from her unwavering intention to marry you 3 years ago, has Jiang Nan truly erred in any way? There is none. Indeed, there is none. That night, you were not left with only that path to take. Xie Qingzhou's throat constricts. A sense of shame envelopes him as he realizes he has been seen through. On the night he administered the drug, there was a span of time from drinking the milk to the onset of its effects. Such a substance does not induce immediate unconsciousness or amnesia. When he sensed something amiss with his body, he allowed the situation to unfold. Had his resolve been steadfast, he could have entirely averted the events of that night. Instead of preventing them, he inappropriately vented his frustrations upon her. Yet now, with no justifiable reason remaining, to further mistreat her would be utterly contemptible. His mother's words, at this juncture, served to preserve his dignity, allowing him to grasp the situation. Much like with the matter of Feng Liyue, he is acutely aware of Jiang Nan's disappointment in him. He would rather witness her disillusionment firsthand than take action to amend it. Even if Feng Liyue were to leverage that situation against him, he is not devoid of options. It is simply that he has grown accustomed to her unwavering devotion and is reluctant to expend effort for her. It is not that Jiang Nan is unworthy. She is exceptional. In every conceivable way. He simply does not wish to, as if dedicating any thought to her would be a complete betrayal to that person. At this realization, a heaviness settled in his heart. He had ultimately overestimated his own willpower. He was, after all, an ordinary man, incapable of committing to a single person for a lifetime. May I have 2 days to contemplate this? Surely that is permissible? Xie Qingzhou remarked. I am your own son. How can a mother encourage her child to divorce? Mrs. Xie let out a cold snort, expressing her disapproval of his misguided choices. You little rascal, I have informed Jiang Nan that you require 2 days. So she should refrain from urging you. After Mrs. Xie departed, Xie Qingzhou sighed and lit a cigarette for himself. Time was indeed limited to just 2 days. It seemed his parents had reached an understanding with Jiang Nan. If he refused to sign, they would not hesitate to allow Jiang Nan to use whatever leverage she possessed to ruin him. Xie Qingzhou found himself regretting his earlier decision to fabricate rumors with Feng Liyue. While he had earned a considerable sum, this was undoubtedly a form of backlash. Was it not? Jiang Nan first consulted Yang Ji to gather information and discovered that he had been acting clandestinely, managing to evade Feng Liyue's grasp, which brought her some relief. Very well, Jiang Nan said, thinking to herself that Xie Qingzhou would likely not take such a course of action. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at her. Feng Liyue held a distinct place in his heart. For the moment, she could not dwell on such matters. She attempted to reach Zhou Qian by phone, but he did not answer, and she could not get in touch with him. With no other options, Jiang Nan drove to the Zhou residence. Upon learning of her visit, Mr. Zhou was somewhat puzzled but also quite pleased. Jiang Nan, during Jiang Yuan's time, you frequently spoke at numerous prestigious social events, and the Jiang family was always eager for alliances. In contemporary Jiang Nan, the reputation is quite commendable within certain circles. He has had several interactions, and though still in his youth, he exudes a demeanor that is both humble and pragmatic, coupled with commendable character. Young Master Jiang, please come in, called Mr. Zhou. Jiang Nan felt a tinge of embarrassment at being addressed in such a manner. Uncle Zhou, please refrain from calling me that. Is Zhou Qian at home? Mr. Zhou responded with an O, realizing she had come to seek Zhou Qian. Indeed. So, you are the mysterious girlfriend of Zhou Qian? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before affirming. I suppose so. Mr. Zhou clapped his hands in delight and promptly instructed a servant to fetch Zhou Qian from upstairs. Have you genuinely taken a liking to my wayward son? He inquired, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Jiang Nan. Having lost his wife to illness, he had single-handedly raised his son and struggled with his upbringing. The transformation in his son was so remarkable that it kept him awake at night with joy. Zhou Qian is truly wonderful, Jiang Nan replied. He treats me exceedingly well, and I cannot deny that. What is it that you see in him? Mr. Zhou pressed. Jiang Nan did not shy away from the truth. Being with Zhou Qian allowed her to navigate life without the burden of constant deliberation. When Zhou Qian descended the stairs, he caught her statement, and a smile spread across his face as he approached her. Nan, what brings you here? You didn't finish your call, Jiang Nan remarked, maintaining decorum in front of Mr. Zhou. Zhou Qian, not one to be easily fooled, glanced at his father and said, You entertain yourself. We have matters to discuss. He then led Jiang Nan away. Upon reaching the small living room upstairs, she said, Please don't scold me. If I were unaware, it would be one thing. But knowing and remaining silent, wouldn't that be too unfair to you? This matter, I will handle on my own. In Jiang Nan, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Zhou Qian genuinely held her close to his heart, distinguishing him from Xie Qingzhou. I am aware that this course of action is inadvisable, and with no evidence remaining, I find myself compelled to proceed as such. Zhou Qian reassured, Nan, do not harbor any burdens in your heart. I believe that if your family were present, they would undoubtedly make a similar choice as I. He was aware that it was Feng Liyue who was responsible, yet the absence of evidence rendered her immune to legal consequences. Jiang Nan's eyes grew warm as she gazed at Zhou Qian in silence. Zhou Qian felt embarrassed under her scrutiny. Scratching his head, Rest assured, I will be cautious. Nothing will happen. I merely intend to teach her a lesson so she dares not bully you again. All right, Jiang Nan replied, inexplicably reminded of Zhou Qian's earlier words. Do not be afraid. I am here for you. He truly lived up to his promises. Jiang Nan conversed with Zhou Qian, bringing the matter of Feng Liyue to a close. Zhou Qian nodded and invited Jiang Nan to stay for dinner that evening. Zhou's father personally prepared the meal, making it difficult for her to decline. Zhou Qian felt a sense of joy, having refrained from explaining his actions, for he could not bear to witness Jiang Nan being bullied by Feng Liyue under Xie Qingzhou's inaction. He chose silence to spare Jiang Nan any further sorrow. After dinner, Jiang Nan engaged in conversation with the Zhou father and son, and by the time she departed, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou, engrossed in a book on the sofa, learned of these developments, her own belongings still occupying the guest room. Could she not wait for the divorce? Xie Qingzhou felt a wave of discontent wash over her. She didn't have much to do with young Master Zhou Qian, did she? You didn't wait for a divorce before being with Feng Liyue. A sharp, cold glare shot over, causing Qiao Zheng to obediently fall silent. Xie Qingzhou closed the book, pinching his aching brow, and after some contemplation, he decided to go upstairs to retrieve that safe pendant. Qiao Zheng was somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Hang this pendant outside, Xie Qingzhou instructed. Huh, he replied, puzzled. We cannot entirely rely on Feng Liyue, can we? Xie Qingzhou remarked. He thought that as long as she saw the pendant, she would seek him out. Understood, Qiao Zheng responded, recognizing his employer's choice. No matter how enchanting Jiang Nan was, it could never rival the allure of the white moonlight. Chapter 72. Inside her it was said that Xie Qingzhou needed 2 days. Upon receiving such news, Jiang Nan felt grateful to her mother-in-law. Seeing her unhappy and discontent, learning of her firm decision to divorce, it was as if she were wholeheartedly assisting her just as she had during the wedding. Mom, thank you, Jiang Nan smiled, realizing that Mrs. Xie was not jesting. If she could not have her as a daughter-in-law, she would embrace her as a daughter. As night fell, Jiang Nan found herself restless. Deep down, she had a premonition that Xie Qingzhou would indeed pursue a divorce. After all, he was the son of the Xie family, and with Mrs. Xie taking action, there was no reason for him not to sign. It was clear that he did not harbor much affection for her. If there were even a shred of fondness, he would not be so protective of Feng Liyue. With this thought, Jiang Nan felt an unexpected calm wash over her, as if she had reached a profound understanding. He looked down upon her, lacked affection for her, yet there were those who cherished her, like Zhou Qian, who truly treated her as a treasure. After the divorce, she wished to cultivate a sincere relationship with Zhou Qian. Jiang Nan felt that 2 days passed swiftly. However, on the very next evening, an incident occurred, and Ning invited Jiang Nan to dinner. The peace charm you asked me to pay attention to was showcased online by the owner of a jade shop. This news startled her momentarily. Previously, She had been adamant about finding this peace charm because it was a token of affection from Xie Qingzhou, a symbol of their bond. Yet now, her desire to locate it was no longer connected to Xie Qingzhou. After all, everything she once believed to be lost in the flames has now resurfaced. Her father's brooch remained unscathed, indicating it had been taken before the fire. Could it be that the peace charm was also removed? She contemplated acquiring it, eager to discern whether the charm bore any signs of damage. Jiang Nan expressed her suspicions regarding Feng Liyue, sensing that she might be an insider. If she were an outsider, it would be improbable for her to casually mention that it was their father's relic, as she appeared to possess intimate knowledge about it. Do you suspect that there were others involved in Uncle Zhang's demise? Yes, Jiang Nan affirmed. Her intuition strongly linked this matter to Feng Liyue, although lacking evidence. Her instinct was compelling. Yet, she hoped it was not Feng Liyue, for with Xie Qingzhou present, he would surely protect her, even if she were implicated. Deep down, she wished to sever ties with both individuals. Of course, it was also possible that she was being overly sensitive. During their meal, Ning learned of Xie Qingzhou's decision, inciting her fury and causing her to tremble. That scoundrel, who feigned deep emotion in the ancient city of Spring City, should hastily leave. He is both filthy and despicable. Ning, upon learning that Zhou Qian had directly broken Feng Liyue's leg, felt an overwhelming surge of admiration for him. It was fortunate to have Zhou Qian around. She simply had to invite him over for dinner. As she spoke, she began to reach out to him. Jiang Nan interjected, "Well, now that you are divorced, you should pursue Zhou Qian. He will undoubtedly treat you like a princess." Ning replied, attempting to call Zhou Qian but finding the line dead. "How peculiar. I just praised him, and now he is unreachable. He must be quite busy." After dinner, Ning tried again, but the phone remained off. A sense of foreboding welled up within Jiang Nan as she dialed Zhou Qian's number, only to be met with silence. Just then, Yang Ji called, informing her that Zhou Qian had been taken away by the local police station that afternoon. "I just visited the hospital, and the security there backed up the surveillance footage. Someone purchased it at a high price." Jiang Nan exhaled sharply, realizing that this situation stemmed from her involvement, and she could not ignore it. She drove to the hospital. Upon seeing Feng Liyue, who was suspended by a leg and bore the marks of their previous altercation, her pallor was striking, and she appeared gravely ill, lacking her usual beauty. Feng Liyue glared at Jiang Nan with an intensity that suggested she wished to consume her. "Someone. Is it Mr. Xie?" Jiang Nan pondered. If it were not for this Mr. Xie, who could afford such an extravagant sum? On her way, she inquired with Yang Ji if it was Xie Qingzhou. Yang Ji responded that she was investigating, but who else could it be? "What would it take for you to withdraw the case?" Jiang Nan asked. "I will not withdraw the case. Zhou Qian deliberately harmed him. I want him imprisoned. Even if you were to kneel, I could never forgive him," Feng Liyue declared, filled with disdain for her appearance, and then boldly proclaimed, "Jiang Nan, your husband, ultimately aids me. You are a complete failure." Jiang Nan refrained from engaging in a fruitless exchange, but recognized the necessity of discussing this matter with Xie Qingzhou. She needed to ensure that Zhou Qian was adequately looked after. Chapter 73. A hasty retreat. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her presence. The pen in his hand tapped lightly against the table as he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Aunt Shui shook her head. "No? But the madam appears rather displeased." Xie Qingzhou rose from his seat, and after a moment's contemplation, Aunt Shui spoke up. "Sir, you mustn't always argue with the madam. Over the years, she has endured much in silence, and it is not easy for her. Even during disagreements, you should show some leniency. The madam has a gentle nature and is easily appeased." He acknowledged her words with a murmur. Indeed, her temperament was quite amiable. Yet she often found herself provoked by him. As he descended the staircase, he beheld Jiang Nan seated elegantly on the sofa, her fair skin and crimson lips adorned by a long black coat, exuding an air of grace. However, the coldness in her gaze rendered her beauty less striking. "You sought me. Is there something amiss?" He settled onto the sofa opposite her, meeting her piercing stare. Jiang Nan found his detached demeanor infuriating, but she understood that emotions would not resolve their issues. Moreover, she lacked the patience for superficial pleasantries. So she chose to be forthright. "I have evidence that Feng Liyue conspired against me, and I intend to exchange it for Zhou Qian's safety." "What?" He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her intently. The confusion on his face inevitably invited Jiang Nan's derision. Her expression inevitably dampened his mood, and with a slightly frosty tone, he remarked, Have you given no thought to my feelings as your husband? You have never achieved what you now demand of me. She did not love herself. She was intent on loving him, yet all she received in return was his repeated disregard. It was a lamentable situation, Jiang Nan thought. Xie Qingzhou pressed his lips tightly, and after a considerable pause, he recalled that Xiao had mentioned Zhou Qian's visit to the hospital, where he had broken Feng Liyue's leg. Her leg, so be it. It's her own doing, he mused, now coming to an understanding. Zhou Qian's carelessness had provided others with leverage, leading Jiang Nan to believe he was at fault. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth as he leaned closer to her, inquiring, "In your heart, is my character so despicable? Aside from infidelity and being unkind to my wife, am I not otherwise decent?" Jiang Nan scoffed, meeting his gaze. "Xie, my proposal is not without merit for you." Xie Qingzhou's body nearly pressed against hers, his demeanor slightly condescending as he stated, "This is your bargaining chip for divorce. Can you truly demand both?" She was well aware of this. In a marriage, what she desired required negotiation. Jiang Nan thought of Zhou Qian, who had offered her much warmth and kindness from behind. In contrast, she often found herself as the taker. Upon her arrival, she had resolved that regardless of his demands, she would comply for Zhou Qian's sake. "If Xie is insufficient, I can sweeten the deal. What is it that you desire? Speak up, it's just that trivial matter for you." He deliberately teased, his gaze appraising her as one would assess an object. Xie Qingzhou was filled with indignation. She was fully aware of his aversion to her mentioning Zhou Qian. Yet now she had the audacity to plead on his behalf. Jiang Nan felt a sharp pang in her heart, but readily acquiesced, saying, "Very well." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. He had never anticipated that she would go to such lengths for Zhou Qian. A bitter sensation swelled within him. She was his wife. Yet, at this moment, she was willing to negotiate with him for the sake of another man. The intimacy that once characterized their marriage had now devolved into a mere transaction. Xie Qingzhou grasped her arm, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. She hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck and pushing him onto the sofa, positioning herself atop him. She discarded her coat and leaned over him, teasingly kissing him. An indescribable sensation surged through his body. In such matters, even her reluctant advances drove him to the brink of madness. This woman seemed intent on claiming his very life. His hand tightened around her waist as he drew her closer, yearning to kiss her lips. She evaded him, opting instead to nibble on his ear. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, exhibiting an unprecedented willingness to comply, save for the absence of kissing. When he sought to kiss her, she would open herself to him and embrace him tightly. Yet, the stiffness of her body betrayed her true feelings. It reminded him of the moment she had intended to present the restored brooch to Zhou Qian, a scenario strikingly similar to this one. She had been equally reluctant then, and he had been indifferent to her feelings. Following that half-hearted encounter, he had left in despair without finding satisfaction. She reclined on the coffee table, her disheveled appearance stirring his desires. He felt as though, if he lingered even a second longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to please her. And this time, he acted without hesitation. Trapping her in his embrace, he began to worship her exquisite form, starting from her snow-white neck. Chapter 74. Fondness. Jiang Nan longed to curl up within herself. Reaching this stage with him brought her no joy, only humiliation and awkwardness. She could not control her body, biting down on her own hand to suppress any sound. Xie Qingzhou sought to discern her expression, observing her hair cascading beside the pillow. Her fists pressed against her lips, her eyes rimmed with red, captivating yet devoid of any pleasure, filled instead with discomfort. Xie Qingzhou's breath grew heavy. He had never sought to please a woman in this manner, not even her. But now it was too late. Jiang Nan found his touch unsettling. Xie Qingzhou propped himself up, gasping as he pulled the blanket over her. His clothes were disheveled as he turned to sit at the foot of the bed, murmuring, "Jiang Nan, I am truly sorry." He was not angry with her. He was furious with himself for his lack of resolve. He was also frustrated with himself for knowing she had done nothing wrong, yet still choosing to bully her and make her uncomfortable. He sighed, moving closer to her, his fingers resting on her head, caressing her hair, taking in the pitiful sight of her reddened nose. "From now on, unless you willingly permit it, I shall no longer disregard your feelings." He gently played with her hair, speaking tender words, though he had not fully formulated his thoughts. "Whether you care about my feelings or not, it matters not to me." Xie Qingzhou fell silent, refraining from pressing her further, and gently patted her head. "You may sleep here." Jiang Nan watched as he entered the dressing room. changing into attire suitable for going out. Before long, she heard the sound of the car starting. Jiang Nan did not heed his words and remained awake. She proceeded to dress, feeling a sense of awkwardness and discomfort despite not having done anything. She had never contemplated that he would exhibit such intimacy towards her. Rubbing her flushed face, she rose from the bed and gathered all her personal belongings. As she descended the stairs, Aunt Shui appeared, addressing her, but refrained from commenting further on the household's emotional affairs, deeming it inappropriate for a servant to discuss. Xiaozheng, coming down the stairs, spotted the boss sitting in the car, smoking. His gaze was dark and indifferent, carrying an indescribable emptiness. The tone of his voice was detached, the crimson glow of the ember flickering at his fingertips, and his expression was notably stern. What happened to young Master Zhou? Xiaozheng wondered. Upon hearing that he had been taken away by the police station the previous night, he was further perplexed. Zhou was no fool. The situation had escalated to such a degree that a broken leg could not be easily resolved. Let us not dwell on how it happened. We must first get him out, Xie Qingzhou stated. This revelation astonished Xiaozheng. Zhou Qian was currently enjoying a warm relationship with the lady, seemingly on the verge of reconciling after their divorce. The boss's actions were indeed unexpected. Did Xie Qingzhou not realize Xiaozheng's thoughts? It was unlikely that Jiang Nan could become a resentful partner. She had done nothing wrong. As her mother had said, it was merely because she liked him that she was determined to marry him. What he could not deny was that Jiang Yuan had saved his father's life. Now, she no longer held any affection for him. If he continued to bully her, it would be akin to taking advantage of her family's absence. You should discuss matters with Feng Liyue. I do not wish to see her. Xie Qingzhou remarked affirmatively, while Xiaozheng set off to seek out Feng Liyue. The leverage Feng Liyue held was firmly in Jiang Nan's grasp, desiring to align herself with Xie Qingzhou for fame and fortune. She found it not overly challenging to withdraw her case and relinquish all backups. Xie Qingzhou declined, stating, "You may handle it as you see fit." Whether it be for Jiang Nan or Zhou Qian. Reclining in the back seat of the car, he closed his eyes. Xiaozheng cast a glance and observed the tension in his jawline. Xie Qingzhou was being groomed as the heir to the Xie family business, having joined the company concurrently with his university peers. Chairman Xie maintained stringent expectations for his successor, and Xie Qingzhou commenced his journey from the ground up. Nevertheless, his vision and capabilities surpassed those of his contemporaries, rendering him an exceptional figure in any department. In a mere year, he ascended to the position of project manager, and it was during this time that Xiaozheng began to follow him. After more than 8 years, it was evident to him that Xie Qingzhou harbored a distinct sentiment toward Jiang Nan. After all, throughout the years, Xie Qingzhou's responses to those who were more attractive, more intriguing, or more intelligent than Jiang Nan remained remarkably subdued. Song Yunzitzi and Shun Ke had even jested about him, suggesting he favored men, yet his gaze upon Jiang Nan was one of both affection and admiration. Zhou Qian, meanwhile, remained silent at the police station, waiting for his lawyer. However, he was released early the following morning, with the investigating officers claiming it was all a misunderstanding. His instinct whispered that without Xie Qingzhou's intervention, he would likely not have been freed. His mind buzzed with the thought he must have bullied Jiang Nan once more. After retrieving his phone, he assured his father of his safety before heading to the Weiphone group. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was en route to see Zhou Qian and ascertain the situation when she received an unexpected call from Yangji. Upon seeing Zhou Qian, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of joy for him. "Is everything all right?" he asked, his face etched with concern. Jiang Nan recalled the events of the previous day and, deeming them insignificant, shook her head. Yangji stood nearby, visibly anxious. "Zhou Qian, come with me," Jiang Nan instructed, leading him upstairs for breakfast while sending Yangji to the department store to fetch Zhou Qian some clean clothes. Yangji complied, handing her a file that had been delivered early that morning by Xiaozheng, with no backup available. Jiang Nan felt a moment of confusion. Had Xie Qingzhou offered help without stipulations? Chapter 75. Utterly shameless Jiang Nan urged Yangji to attend to her tasks, while she accompanied Zhou Qian for breakfast. "Nan, your company's breakfast is quite delightful," he remarked. Jiang Nan sat across from him, silently observing. Zhou Qian sighed. "I shall be more thoughtful in my future endeavors. Just focus on your meal," Jiang Nan replied, as she truly found no grounds to chastise him in this matter. Moments later, Yangji returned with a shopping bag. "Once you finish, I'll take you for a shower." Zhou Qian froze. "A shower? Is that really appropriate?" Jiang Nan noticed the tips of his ears turning crimson and gently rubbed her forehead, questioning if he truly had remained untouched amidst the chaos of the past. Yang Ji chuckled softly. Young Master Zhou, you've just come from the police station. A shower might wash away the misfortunes. Zhou Qian cleared his throat, resolved to collect his thoughts, and finished his breakfast. Yang Ji gasped, Jiang Zong, this? Just give it to Qiao Zheng. Jiang Nan replied, as she did not wish to feel indebted to Xie Qingzhou. In this moment, Yang Ji felt an undeniable heaviness in her heart. The audio and video that Yang Ji had sent lay heavily in Xiao Zheng's hands, evoking a sense of gravity. As Xie Qingzhou prepared for a business trip, he felt an inexplicable urge to view the contents. From the polite exchanges at the dining table to Jiang Nan being carelessly tossed onto the sofa by Lei Wang, he observed with mounting tension. He witnessed Jiang Nan take the ashtray from the coffee table, heard Lei Wang on the phone questioning if he still intended to film her face, and then saw Jiang Nan being struck hard, crashing onto the dining table. His heart raced as he watched her frantically and desperately resist. The brief video, lasting only a few minutes, left Xiao Zheng drenched in cold sweat. Where is she, Mr. Xie? He inquired, his voice inexplicably hoarse. If we go to find Madam now, the plane might. Xie Qingzhou shot a cold glance at Xiao Zheng. Driving the car himself, Xiao Zheng remained lost in thought, while Xie Qingzhou gazed out the window. The vehicle halted outside a hot spring club, and as he lowered the window, he caught sight of Jiang Nan seated on the sofa in the lobby, her demeanor remarkably serene as she read a book. She possessed the rare ability to find tranquility easily. Zhou Qian emerged from the left, circling in front of her. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Zhou Qian, appearing relaxed and content, a stark contrast to her previous state. Zhou Qian was impeccably dressed in new attire from head to toe, a black turtleneck, a matching suit, and a brown overcoat, exuding an air of sophistication and refinement. Even if Xie Qingzhou was reluctant to acknowledge it, it was evident that she felt at ease and joyful in Zhou Qian's presence. Zhou Qian harbored feelings for her, willing to transform himself and protect her. In stark contrast, he had reveled in her physicality after she was manipulated by others. Yet he never inquired whether she had felt fear in those moments. Naturally, he was oblivious to the perilous circumstances she faced and how she managed to escape. After watching the video today, he pondered what her fate might have been had she not possessed her intelligence or been fortunate enough to encounter Song Yunji. He believed that by punishing Feng Liyue in his own way, the matter could be dismissed lightly. Yet, this was insufficient. Consequently, the last vestiges of affection within Jiang Nan's heart evaporated entirely. Zhou Qian grasped Jiang Nan's bag and walked alongside her out of the hot spring club. When confronted by Xie Qingzhou's piercing gaze, Zhou Qian instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Nan. This action elicited a frown from Xie Qingzhou, who called out, Zhou Qian, come here. Zhou Qian remained unmoved, his chilling stare locking with Xie Qingzhou's, asserting, I have told you before, we are no longer brothers. He had no intention of heeding his words any longer. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. I recall you mentioning that you would protect her in your own way. Yet your actions lack continuity, leaving her to deal with the aftermath. Zhou Qian, you are unworthy of her. Zhou Qian clenched his jaw, his fists tightening. Even if he wished not to dwell on it, he was acutely aware that, had it not been for Jiang Nan, and even Xie Qingzhou, he would not have emerged unscathed. And what have you, as her husband, provided for me? Jiang Nan stepped forward, smiling as she addressed Xie Qingzhou. Everything within Zhou Qian's capacity has been given to me. I believe he will only grow stronger in the future. What about you, Mr. Xie? Xie Qingzhou opened the car door and stepped out, seizing Jiang Nan's wrist. Jiang Nan furrowed her brows, questioning his actions and his apparent madness. Zhou Qian stepped forward, and Xie Qingzhou immediately enveloped her in his embrace, possessively pressing her against him. This is my wife, isn't it? He murmured, lowering his head slightly to brush against Jiang Nan's cheek, teasing her ear with his words. Jiang Nan, you have lost all your leverage. What do you still possess to seek a divorce? Zhou Qian, his eyes blazing with fury, seized Xie Qingzhou's collar. Why? Why do you humiliate her so? You treat her as if she were an object, disregarding her consent and feelings. Does being her husband grant you ownership over her? Xie Qingzhou's face remained impassive, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Zhou Qian, if you wish to condemn me, perhaps you should first consider your own position. Jiang Nan felt a wave of disappointment, accompanied by a creeping sense of despair. Xie Qingzhou was utterly untrustworthy. How could she have naively believed that he would aid her unconditionally? Zhou Qian gazed at Jiang Nan, his expression one of profound sorrow. I am so sorry. She recognized the extent of Zhou Qian's efforts to love and protect her. In that moment, he loathed himself intensely for having squandered the past, leaving him incapable of safeguarding the woman he cherished. Jiang Nan lifted her gaze to Xie Qingzhou. Release me. To her surprise, Xie Qingzhou complied, truly letting her go. Nan, I am sorry, Zhou Qian said, his eyes cast down, unable to meet her gaze. I have always been unable to assist you. This is not your fault. It is a problem between him and me that ultimately remains unresolved. Jiang Nan remarked that it was precisely due to her infatuation with his warmth that she repeatedly allowed him to find himself in such predicaments. As she settled into the back seat of Xie Qingzhou's car, she tilted her head to observe him. Last night, you seemed so earnest in addressing the matter concerning Zhou Qian, I assumed you had a change of heart. In reality, you were merely performing, attempting to deceive me and seize any detrimental evidence against your little lover. Is this your way of retaliating for my previous schemes against you? Not at all. Xie Qingzhou interjected. You have never genuinely contemplated divorce. This is merely your stratagem. The members of the Xie family are all quite amiable. Why must you behave so despicably? Jiang Nan posed her question with an unwavering tone. Xie Qingzhou stiffened, his gaze fixed on her tear-filled eyes, which defiantly refused to fall. He gently embraced her, saying, Jiang Nan, I am truly sorry. In response, Jiang Nan struck him across the face. Xie Qingzhou, your insincere apologies while you stab me in the back are utterly shameless. Chapter 76. Amends what's wrong? Yang Ji inquired with concern. Jiang Nan felt a pang in her nose. He had deceived her regarding the means to confront Feng Liyue. The surveillance footage concerning Zhou Qian that he claimed was irretrievable was also a fabrication. She had never anticipated such a base and shameless act from Xie Qingzhou. If he intended to make her life miserable, then they should both suffer. Inform the marketing department that we are terminating our contract with Feng Liyue. The company will issue a simultaneous official announcement and declare Ning as the new spokesperson. Will that incite unrest among Feng Liyue's fans? Yang Ji pondered over the implications for the company. Is Feng Liyue considered a high-risk artist? Jiang Nan inquired. Yang Ji quickly grasped the situation. At noon, Jiang Nan arranged a meeting with a prestigious luxury brand, aiming to reinstate the brand's presence in Breeze Plaza. During her father's tenure, Breeze Plaza was a landmark shopping destination in Haiqing. However, in the past 2 years, the plaza has suffered losses exceeding 200 million each year due to an unclear positioning, leading to the exodus of numerous brands. Other branches of the business have also performed mediocrely, lacking any particularly outstanding lines. The first task she undertook upon assuming control of the company was to recalibrate the brand portfolio. Tong Xin, the head of luxury goods, felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Jiang Nan. She had requested meetings with him 8 times over the past 2 months. He rebuffed her invitations, yet she remained undeterred, sometimes uncertain of her next steps. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize, but I am more inclined towards Wanxiang. The current Breeze Plaza is incomparable to Wanxiang, he explained. The poor management over recent years has led to consecutive losses, and what was once a premier hub for luxury goods in Haiqing has, in just a few years, fallen from grace. However, today does not dictate tomorrow. Breeze Plaza possesses operational experience in luxury retail, and with the endorsement of the Xie family in Haiqing, I am confident that we can redefine it as a new benchmark project within 6 months. Regardless of the position offered by Wanxiang, we can provide a space for a 2-story boutique. Tong Xin contemplated this proposition while gazing at the strikingly beautiful female executive before him. Not to mention a 2-story space. Even a standalone structure might lead to ruin given the current foot traffic at Breeze. In recent years, several luxury department stores like Edan and Yucheng have collapsed. How can Breeze Plaza, starting from such a low point, stage a comeback and secure its place in the market? Moreover, while Breeze has experience in this domain, Mr. Jiang has no prior market experience in this area, Tong Xin remarked. In regard to the present gentle Breeze, perhaps reform is beneficial. However, she holds little optimism for Jiang Nan, deeming her too youthful. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, acknowledging that Mr. Tong's assertions were both right and wrong. Having graduated from an art university and subsequently entered the trade sector, beginning her journey in procurement, she considered herself fortunate to have reached the wind after 6 years. She believed in herself and her capabilities, asserting that there was no rush regarding collaborations. Time was abundant for mutual understanding. Mr. Tong Xin ceased discussions on business matters, engaging Jiang Nan in light conversation before taking his leave. Once departed, Yang Ji felt somewhat disheartened. These brand representatives were indeed challenging to please. Many luxury brands possessed a certain arrogance, yet they had several alternative options. As long as one leading brand joined, the others would follow suit. Jiang Nan remarked that every endeavor begins with difficulty. Second brother, the matter you requested is settled. Jiang Nan smiled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, I will transfer the funds immediately. Xie Qingzhou chuckled. We are family, no need for that. That is unacceptable. This is a personal matter. If I were to succumb to such an unearned habit, what would become of me? Jiang Nan was resolute on this issue. Unable to sway her, Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment and suggested, in that case, I shall ask Qingzhou for the funds. The mention of Xie Qingzhou rendered Jiang Nan silent for a while before she replied, all right. After 3 years of marriage, due to his lack of affection for her, despite her being understanding, independent, and financially secure, she had never spent his money, choosing instead to wait at number 6 Wudong Road. Yet at this moment, she found her own pride and reserve rather laughable. Her refusal to spend was merely allowing other women to indulge in his wealth. After Xie Qingzhou landed in Shenzhen, he received a call from his second brother. Transfer me 49.6 million. Between brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Just give me 50 million. All right, Xie Qingzhou replied. Without inquiring about what she wanted him to assist with, he readily agreed. Had this settled the issue of divorce? Xie Qingzhou questioned him. Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Before meeting Jiang Nan today, he had not made up his mind. However, the moment he saw Jiang Nan laughing and chatting with Zhou Qian as they exited the Tangquan Club, the thought of not divorcing surged forth, unstoppable. While the divorce was off the table, the nature of her relationship with Jiang Nan remained uncertain. The one who would suffer the most was himself. Remember to transfer the funds, he said before hanging up. After the call ended, Xie Qingzhou instructed Xiao Zheng to handle the transaction. Xiao Zheng sighed. Why don't you explain things to your wife? Xie Qingzhou shot him a glance. Explain what? You approached her because you saw the video and wished to make amends. Xiao Zheng understood him well. Will she believe it? Xiao Zheng mused. Indeed, today Jiang Nan appeared to be genuinely angry, a sight he had never witnessed before. What surprised him even more was his boss, who usually remained as calm as still water, unfazed by tumultuous events, had lost his composure upon seeing Zhou Qian, resulting in such a ruckus. That evening, after work, Jiang Nan found Ning already at her home, having prepared a delicious meal. Come, princess, please dine. Jiang Nan smiled, taking a seat at the dining table. Yang Ji mentioned that you were feeling down and asked me to keep you company. What troubles you? Jiang Nan wished to avoid discussing Xie Qingzhou, fearing it would dampen her spirits. Yet Ning seemed to have guessed it. Yet again, it was an issue concerning Xie Qingzhou. Since you are feeling down, let me share something that might lift your spirits. Ning suggested looking at the trending topics online. Jiang Nan had terminated Feng Liyue's endorsement and subsequently elevated her position. Initially, the internet was rife with criticism, and numerous netizens maliciously attacked the company. However, Yang Ji's divorce shifted the media's focus onto Feng Liyue, labeling her a high-risk artist. Previously, many brands had hinted at Feng's diva behavior, and now, despite her contract not being expired, they opted for termination. If she weren't deemed a high-risk artist, why would such a popular figure be discarded in favor of Ning, an actress past her prime? Jiang Nan's maneuvering inadvertently granted her a wave of exposure, driving Feng Liyue into a frenzy. As for Xie Qingzhou's company, it likely fell into disarray due to this situation. In a fit of rage, Feng Liyue smashed items in the hospital while the company incessantly called to inquire about handling the matter. Xiao Zhang, hesitant to make unilateral decisions, awaited Xie Qingzhou's return from meeting with clients before reporting the situation. This Mrs. Xie possesses quite a knack for managing affairs. Xie Qingzhou remarked that although the evidence was lost, once Jiang Nan brandished the marriage certificate, Feng Liyue would be branded as the third party in another's marriage, effectively ruining her career. Assisting Feng Liyue left Jiang Nan utterly disheartened. Failing to manage the fallout would result in significant losses for the company. The strategy was to let the matter cool down and allow President Jiang to calm his temper. Chapter 77. Compassion. The incident surrounding Feng Liyue's contract termination escalated online. Jiang Nan, while handling official business, found herself troubled by the lack of tangible progress in her communications with the brand. After showering, Ning spent some time reading on the sofa before wandering over to Jiang Nan, who was still occupied, prompting her to pick up her book once more. Jiang Nan cast a glance at her friend. Do you have something to discuss? And Ning, reclining on the sofa, rose and nodded in response. What is it? And Ning cheerfully approached her. Look, Feng Liyue is still online. So what if she is? Well, didn't Xie Qingzhou fail to assist her? Aren't you a little pleased about that? And Ning inquired. Jiang Nan smiled. How could I possibly have time to feel displeased? I'm swamped with work. There's a plethora of tasks at the company. And Ning acknowledged this with an O, relieved that she wasn't distressed over Xie Qingzhou, that wretched person. Make sure to rest early. You have a shoot for the company tomorrow. Don't stay up late. You need to be in your best condition for the camera. And Ning obediently glanced at the brand list before her, feeling overwhelmed, aware of her lack of commercial acumen, and decided not to complicate matters further. The house fell into a profound silence, and Jiang Nan found herself momentarily lost in thought. Xie Qingzhou's obsession with Feng Liyue was astonishing. Previous incidents had vanished from the internet within 2 hours. The current lack of action was truly unexpected. Yet, it mattered little to her how he chose to conduct himself. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Nan arose, preparing her belongings for a business trip. And Ning genuinely felt for her. Jiang, how can I assist you? All right. If you want me to, I will, she replied without hesitation. Please don't. We are a professional establishment, Jiang Nan admonished. You handle your breakfast. I have the earliest flight to Hangzhou to meet with the brand. Upon assuming control of the Breeze brand, Jiang Nan immediately began to delve into the intricacies of the situation. It seemed that success was on the horizon. The former president of the Greater China region had been promoted, yet negotiations needed to be revisited. At 8:30, Jiang Nan, accompanied by Yang Ji, arrived at the brand's headquarters in the region. The newly appointed president, Li Ruo, had earnestly advocated for Jiang Nan, but the other party remained reluctant to collaborate. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Li Ruo suggested, Shall I show you around, General Jiang? Certainly, Jiang Nan replied. Li Ruo guided her through several renowned luxury department stores in Hangzhou, even making a trip to the southern city, before flying to Shenzhen in the afternoon. The counterpart remained silent, merely escorting her on the tour. Rain fell in Shenzhen, and the biting cold of the southern city in winter was somewhat unbearable for her. General Jiang, I must apologize. As you have observed today, we are not inclined to select Breeze for our high-end mall collaboration. Perhaps, if Breeze truly embodies the qualities you mentioned, we may reconsider at a later time. With that, Li Ruo departed, leaving Yang Ji somewhat irked. If they choose not to cooperate, then so be it. What's the point of this entire day's ordeal? However, she acknowledged that it was insightful, revealing the disparity between Breeze and other luxury retailers. Jiang Nan remained unfazed. In the realm of commerce, one seldom finds opportunities that arise in desperate times, only those that embellish an already flourishing situation. What shall we do then? Yang Ji inquired. There are other options. Since we are already in Shenzhen, let us visit other brands, Jiang Nan suggested with a smile. Yang Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Nan seemed impervious to any challenge that came her way. The department store was merely a 10-minute walk from their hotel. The rain was light, and she felt inclined to take a stroll to organize her thoughts. In a CAF within the CBD, Yan Fengxuan engaged in discussions while gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Catching sight of Jiang Nan, the rain in Deep City today was not heavy, yet walking in it felt somewhat pitiful. Yan Fengxuan lifted his phone and captured a photograph. Mr. Yan, do you recognize her? Yan Fengxuan was aware that Xie Qingzhou was in Deep City, and although the mark on her face was subtle, it was indeed this very Mrs. Xie who dared to lay hands on her. After forwarding the photograph to Xie Qingzhou, he contemplated for a moment and then sent it to another recipient. At the moment he received Yan Fengxuan's photograph, Xie Qingzhou was dining with a business partner. Jiang Nan was still clad in her black overcoat, her hair cascading loosely. The fine strands of rain fell around her, and due to the lighting, her hair seemed to shimmer as if painted in pearlescence. Yet, the slight air of defeat about her evoked a sense of fragility, stirring a pang of sympathy. He fixated on Jiang Nan's visage, recalling the despondent glimmer in her eyes from the previous day. After taking a sip of his drink, he felt the alcohol burn more fiercely than usual today. I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall indulge in 3 cups of self-penance and take my leave. We shall meet at the company tomorrow. The venue for his social engagements was not far from the hotel, and as he alighted from the vehicle, he spotted Jiang Nan waiting for a ride at the hotel entrance. She stood unprotected by an umbrella, enveloped in a veil of delicate rain. Since yesterday, Jiang Nan had contemplated sending a message to Zhou Qian to inquire about his well-being. However, she hesitated, feeling indecisive about whether to send it or refrain, ultimately choosing inaction. Although Li Ruo had not collaborated with Weifeng, she nonetheless introduced the head of another brand, and she intended to engage in conversation with them. The third young master of the Xie family is not merely an investor in the film industry. He owns a film company and is a top-tier investor, having backed several highly sought-after projects. Moreover, numerous companies have engaged him for corporate services, yielding excellent feedback. Any company he advises turns losses into profits. Thus, his presence here does not surprise her. Such a striking individual, yet living in such a rough manner, leaving home without an umbrella, he remarked, his tone carrying a hint of affectionate reproach typical of a couple. Jiang Nan regarded him with a detached expression, remaining silent. Where are you headed? Shall I escort you? He inquired. Just then, her ride called, and she replied, no need, my car has arrived. Like the previous time, she walked away without a backward glance. Xie Qingzhou stood under the umbrella, watching the departing vehicle, recognizing that his wife was still upset. Jiang Nan was en route to meet with a fragrance brand, and the discussion had gone quite well. However, without the involvement of those high-end luxury brands, it would be challenging for the company to pivot successfully. She still wished to give it another try. If just one were to agree, the rest would follow suit. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock, and she felt somewhat fatigued. Spotting someone on the lobby sofa, Jiang Nan found it more exhausting than a day of turmoil. Xie Qingzhou accompanied her into the elevator, and feeling weary, she leaned gently against the wall. His fingers brushed her shoulder, giving it a light massage, tinged with a touch of endearment. Do you wish to sleep with me? He asked. Understanding her reluctance, he nodded. I took the liberty of moving my luggage to your room. Jiang Nan. She truly lacked the energy to engage in his banter. After returning to her room, she headed for a shower while Xie Qingzhou settled on the sofa with a book. Upon seeing her, he patted the space beside him, saying, Come here, let me give you a massage. Mr. Xie, did that slap hurt yesterday? Jiang Nan inquired, her tone laced with sarcasm. The mask has been torn. Why pretend? Xie Qingzhou, not known for his patience, rose and guided her onto the sofa, pressing his hands on her shoulders. Jiang Nan, realizing her strength paled in comparison to his, ceased her struggles. His touch was unexpectedly gentle, and she gently closed her eyes. After a moment, she heard him ask, Is it comfortable? Jiang Nan murmured in response, Is there something even more comfortable? Chapter 78, Captivated. No, Jiang Nan firmly rejected. Brushing his hand away, clad in a loose sweater, Xie Qingzhou leaned against the sofa, his gaze meeting hers, a playful smile dancing in his eyes, clearly in high spirits. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. What do you think I am, a beast? I promised not to touch you without your consent, and I stand by my word. Misinterpreting his intent, Jiang Nan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I'm going to sleep. You can take the sofa. She rose to leave, but Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist, insisting, I'll make you comfortable. Come with me. Jiang Nan recognized his efforts to make amends for the previous day, yet she remained unyielding. I am not going anywhere. I just want to sleep. If you refuse to come, I'll carry you, he stated, his tone gentle yet commanding. Jiang Nan found his feigned kindness irksome. Beneath it lay a desire for obedience from women. Taking a deep breath, she said, Xie Qingzhou, I admit I cannot contend with you, but do not presume to dictate my life. He would not relent until he achieved his aim, leaving Jiang Nan with no choice but to concede. To her surprise, he had arranged an entire spa session for her. The room was suffused with a warm, golden light that fostered relaxation, while the aroma diffuser, infused with orange blossom essential oil, released tendrils of white mist that deepened her sense of languor. The soft glow of the lighting further eased her tension. Jiang Nan shed her clothing and reclined upon the plush bed, pondering how adept he was at orchestrating such experiences. Surely, he had indulged Feng Liyue in a similar manner. When Xie Qingzhou entered, he beheld the massage therapist applying oil to her pristine, supple back, the blanket having slipped down to her waist, revealing a distinct dip at her lower back. This sight evoked memories of their recent passionate encounters, when he had held her waist tightly, sharing fervent kisses. He had also witnessed her graceful movements while cradling her waist. Taking a seat on the sofa, he listened as she spoke softly to the therapist, requesting just the right pressure, adding that a firmer touch would also suffice. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. He recalled how, during their intimate moments, she would whisper in his ear to be gentler. She had called his name in that same tender tone. "Qingzhou, we are married now," she had exclaimed joyfully upon receiving their marriage certificate, her voice a gentle caress that stirred a sense of annoyance within him akin to the playful scratching of a kitten. "Qingzhou, today's fish is exceptionally tender. Qingzhou, the rainy season has arrived in Luo City. You must wear more layers. Qingzhou, do you like the new shirt I had tailored?" These once irksome sentiments were now etched clearly in his memory, and astonishingly, he found himself reminiscing about them. How fickle human emotions can be. The pressure from the therapist on her waist and legs remained light, and Jiang Nan did not awaken. The masseur departed, leaving Jiang Nan sprawled on the bed, still lost in slumber. Her hair was casually tied, revealing a glimpse of her delicate features, her rosy lips parted slightly, exuding an air of gentleness and innocence. He brushed his fingers lightly against her nose, prompting her to scrunch it in response, yet her eyes remained shut. Jiang Nan was uncertain how long she had been asleep, but upon opening her eyes, she beheld Xie Qingzhou seated on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in a book. Clad in a loose black sweater, he eschewed a jacket, exposing a slender neck of porcelain-like skin, a truly captivating sight. She turned over, realizing she was without attire beneath the covers, and hesitantly asked, "Could you fetch my clothes?" Hearing the languor in her voice, Xie Qingzhou lifted his gaze and kindly approached the bed, cradling her garments. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" he inquired. Jiang Nan replied, indeed feeling significantly more at ease. She clutched the blanket as she sat up, even using her chin to hold it in place, fearful of his gaze. "You seem unfamiliar," he remarked, leaning slightly closer. Having just awakened, her usual aloofness dissipated. Her face bore no adornments after her bath, and whether it was her beauty mark on her nose or her current appearance, she resembled a sleepy kitten, endearingly vulnerable. "Please move aside. I need to dress," she asserted. "Not just yet," he countered, as Jiang Nan lifted her eyes. His lips descended upon hers. The hours of restraint ignited a fervor that easily flared to life. After a few seconds of astonishment, she recoiled in distaste. Xie Qingzhou grasped the nape of her neck, compelling her to tilt her head back. The blanket slipped away, and under the soft, warm light, her form was exquisite. He reached out, drawing her into his embrace, seeking to caress his most cherished spot. He is both assertive and gentle, which proves effective for her, who has just awakened and lacks resolve. No matter how much Jiang Nan dislikes him, she ultimately cannot control her body's responses. In recent days, the two have been embroiled in constant quarrels. He yearns to kiss her, yet she evades him. In his grasp, Xie Qingzhou becomes somewhat unrestrained, consumed by a frenzy akin to devouring her whole. Jiang Nan finds herself unable to escape, struggling to catch her breath, taking a while to regain her composure. The light casts a yellow hue, far too bright for her sensitive eyes. Xie Qingzhou remains half-propped on the bed, his lips lingering on her shoulder and neck. "Isn't it said that if I disagree, you won't force me?" Jiang Nan speaks, her voice laced with trepidation, recalling how he had kissed her during her last visit to his home. There was a certain reverence in his actions that led her to feel a misplaced sense of being cherished. After all, he is Xie Qingzhou. How could he truly care for her? He is a master of disguise, merely captivated by her physique. Xie Qingzhou embraces her, greedily coaxing a few soft sounds from her before lifting his head. His fingers graze her cheek, enchanting as peach blossoms, her eyes reflecting a hint of flustered shyness. "The atmosphere is delightful today," he remarks, knowing that her consent would bring him joy. Jiang Nan gazes at him and retorts, "But you are quite vile." Jiang Nan is beautiful, intelligent, and spirited. However, to Xie Qingzhou, these attributes pale in comparison to her ability to spoil the mood. Ignoring him, Jiang Nan has taken a nap, emerging refreshed and invigorated, and now sits at her desk reviewing her recent work progress. Xie Qingzhou, awakening from his slumber, notices the untouched side of the bed. He glances at the clock. It is already 2 in the morning. This woman would rather sleep on the sofa than share his bed? Not a shred of consideration for him. He stepped out of the bedroom and found Jiang Nan sleeping, her head resting on her arms atop the desk. Instantly, the heaviness in his heart dissipated. Approaching her, he noticed a disarray of luxury brand follow-up reports scattered across the table, none of which had yielded results. However, solutions were forthcoming. Xie Qingzhou smiled softly. His wife never ceased to surprise him. Since they had been together, even when he tried to restrain himself, he could not deny her brilliance, which compelled him to admire her. His fingers brushed against her cheek, and in his gaze lingered a tenderness he had not even recognized in himself. She had come this far through great difficulty. These brands now shunned her. Yet when her father was alive, which of them had not clamored to be involved? He lifted her gently, and she opened her eyes. Close your eyes. Go back to sleep, he whispered. She indeed closed her eyes. He laid her down on the bed with utmost care. After turning off the light, Xie Qingzhou gathered her into his embrace and closed his eyes as well. Meanwhile, a woman hurriedly arrived from Haiqing and pressed the doorbell on the top floor of the hotel. The man pulled her inside and pressed her against the door, murmuring, "Darling, you have truly grown up, and it captivates me even more." Chapter 79. Jiang Nan, I adore you. The following day, just as dawn broke, the doorbell rang. Jiang Nan frowned, turned over, and fell back asleep. Xie Qingzhou went to answer the door. "Mr. Xie, I bring good news," Yang Ji began. But upon seeing Xie Qingzhou's stern expression, fell silent. "Thank you, Mr. Xie." Xie Qingzhou, clad in a robe, languidly leaned against the wall by the door. "You'd better have something of importance." "I'm looking for Mr. Jiang," Yang Ji replied, locking eyes with Xie Qingzhou, refusing to back down. Indeed, she is worthy of her title as assistant, not regarding him with any significance. "Yang Ji, come in," she called. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ji circumvented him and spotted Jiang Nan. Overcome with excitement, she grasped Jiang Nan's arm, stifling her enthusiasm. "President Jiang, you asked me to send the proposals to various brands, and they've scheduled a meeting with us." "Who?" Jiang Nan was equally astonished. "When?" "This afternoon at 4 o'clock. We have an hour to prepare." Jiang Nan calculated the time. It would only take 2 hours by high-speed train to reach Jiang City. "Book the tickets, and we shall depart at 10. After Yang Ji left, a flicker of excitement coursed through Jiang Nan. Opportunities were scarce, yet she had created this one herself. And she was determined not to let it slip away. Standing before her desk, her gaze swept across the scattered papers and documents, brimming with confidence. Xie Qingzhou, having overheard Yang Ji's words, approached and wrapped his arms around her waist. "It's still early. Shall we steal a few more moments of slumber?" His lips brushed against the skin of her neck, inhaling her fragrance. Was it the scent of essential oils from last night at spa? She smelled utterly enchanting. Jiang Nan, however, was not in agreement, but what did her descent matter? He hoisted her over his shoulder and tossed her onto the bed. Xie Qingzhou embraced her, saying, "I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Last night, I held you and hardly managed to sleep." His tone softened considerably as his head rested against her chest. Jiang Nan felt the weight of him pressing down, making it hard for her to breathe. "Get off me." The morning commotion was perilous. "You really are getting up," he responded, pinning her beneath him. Jiang Nan lifted her foot and kicked him, but he swiftly grasped her calf, pressing it against his waist. Her face flushed, and despite exerting all her strength, he remained unyielding. Jiang Nan surrendered, covering her mouth, and acquiesced to him. She could not struggle, only submit. Yet she harbored a profound disdain for him, failing to conceal her feelings, which vexed Xie Qingzhou greatly. The morning's playful banter between them transformed into a confrontation. The buttons on Jiang Nan's clothing burst open, falling to the ground, revealing several mottled marks upon her skin, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. Though Xie Qingzhou did not touch her, he possessed alternative means of eliciting pleasure. He breathed heavily, his gaze fixated on her flushed form and bashful eyes. In matters of intimacy, Jiang Nan was not as adept as she was in the marketplace. The man's breath grew ragged, drawing closer to her, murmuring, "Just a touch?" Her silence served as the most eloquent rejection. In the dim light of dawn, with the curtains drawn, the bedroom remained shrouded in a slight gloom. The woman's porcelain-white skin shone against the bed, while the man knelt before her, his gaze locked onto her. As his breath intensified, she felt compelled to close her eyes in embarrassment. "Look at me," he rasped, his voice gravelly. He relaxed, leaning over her, whispering in her ear, "Jiang Nan, I like you." Just by gazing at her, he found himself moved. Xie Qingzhou recognized the absurdity of his actions. How could he appear so vulnerable before her? In her presence, he wrestled with his desires, holding back from complete indulgence. Was it because Jiang Nan was his wife? He made no attempt to disguise his yearning for her body, nor did he conceal his true self, allowing her to witness his surrender to her allure. In the afternoon, as Jiang Nan departed from the deep city, Xie Qingzhou accompanied her, and she did not refuse his presence. Xie Qingzhou understood that Jiang Nan's compliance was merely a temporary resignation from which she could not escape. While reviewing materials in the car, Jiang Nan received a call from Ning. "Jiang, where are you? I need to make a trip to Jiang City suddenly." "What's wrong?" Nothing, it's just. Uncle Jiang once supported Feng Liyue. What? I learned of this by chance. Jiang Nan tightened her grip, asking, what role did Feng Liyue play in that fire? After hanging up, Jiang Nan found it difficult to calm her tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, Ning was forced to sit on the man's lap, who continued to caress her body, seemingly insatiable. As an old flame, I'm still quite appealing. Jiang Nan must be on her way to Jiang City. I even offered a little gift. Have you considered a long-term relationship with me? No, I want tea. Yin Fengshuan's eyes darkened as he grabbed her hair, forcing her to look up and kiss him, before pushing her down onto the sofa. Just this once. I must ensure I am well fed. Chapter 80. The Little Wife. Due to the commotion caused by Xie Qingzhou and her late-night work, Jiang Nan missed the 10 o'clock high-speed train and had to reschedule for the afternoon. Arriving just in time at the conference room, she felt it was inappropriate, as if she were disregarding the brand's representatives. However, upon meeting the manager, Mr. Su, she found him to be exceedingly friendly and enthusiastic. A sense of doubt lingered in her mind, yet she brushed it aside and elaborated on the development and advantages of the Breeze project in great detail. Mr. Su expressed even more confidence than she had, stating, Little Jiang, I believe in you. We will transform Breeze into a benchmark project for Haicheng. Jiang Nan and Yang Ji exchanged a glance, their lips curling into gentle smiles. Was Mr. Su expressing a willingness to collaborate with Wei Feng? Indeed. Jiang Nan fell silent. For after years of engaging in business and encountering various individuals and situations, he recognized that such amicable negotiations were a rarity. The other party hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. Of course, we can. Jiang Nan leaned back in his chair, getting straight to the point. Mr. Su, who has entrusted you with this? Mr. Su chuckled, recalling how he initially thought Mr. Yin was entangled in some romantic misadventure when he received the call. Little did he realize that Jiang was quite capable. His understanding of Wei Feng's future operational philosophy and his keen insight into this matter were far beyond what a mere ornamental figure could perceive. Your father, Jiang Yuan, has shown me great kindness. Jiang Nan was somewhat skeptical. This is indeed true. At first, I merely intended to offer this opportunity. Regardless, the conditions presented by Wei Feng are quite favorable. After hearing what Mr. Jiang had to say, my confidence has grown, Mr. Su declared, his subsequent words laced with sincerity. Xie Qingzhou, having concluded his dealings with the other company, awaited Yin Fengshuan at a tea house. He sat there from 4:30 until 6 o'clock, when Yin finally arrived. Glancing at the fresh marks on his neck, after sipping his tea, he remarked, just got out of bed? Yin raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, Oh, Mr. Xie, did you summon me to inquire how many times one can go in a single night? Since you're not going to join me, how many times is irrelevant to me? Xie Qingzhou's bluntness amused Yin Fengshuan. After all, the third young master of the Xie family was known for his refinement and gentlemanly demeanor, exuding a cultured charm. The deliberate act of malice from years past has undeniably transformed him significantly. Why did you ask me to facilitate the BR project instead of doing it yourself? Isn't this an astute way to curry favor with your wife? Such convoluted tactics leave Yin Fengshuan perplexed. While in a CAF, he inadvertently spotted Jiang Nan and captured her likeness in a photograph, sending one to Xie Qingzhou and another to Ning. Merely 2 hours after receiving the images, Xie Qingzhou had all pertinent information regarding BR delivered by Qiao Zhang, evidently aware of Jiang Nan's predicament from the outset. And Ning expressed unexpected delight, declaring that as long as he had a plan, she would willingly accompany him once. Who could refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? It was reminiscent of the time Ning unwittingly stumbled into his life, truly a fascinating occurrence. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Xie Qingzhou asserted. Yin Fengshuan raised his hands in resignation, stating, I shall not interfere, and I will keep my silence, allowing everyone to believe that Ning was instrumental in this. However, that foolish girl genuinely shares a deep bond with Jiang Nan. Despite enduring considerable distress, she persists in clinging to his neck, imploring him, Could you please convey to the head of BR that his assistance is due to Jiang Nan's father? Otherwise, with Jiang Zhang's intelligence, the truth will inevitably surface what a hopelessly sentimental fool she is. After all, her husband has previously invested in BR. Xie Qingzhou intended to remain in Deep City for a couple more days and attempted to call Jiang Nan that evening, but she did not answer. He tossed his phone onto the desk with a sigh. As Qiao Jing aptly put it, why would President Xie not desire such a charming little wife, who is so readily at his beck and call? Why does he refuse? Qiao Zheng rapped on the study door, and Xie Qingzhou approached in response. What is it? Young Master Zhou seems to be going abroad. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. When did this happen? Does she know? Chapter 81. Treasured like pearls. Jiang Nan did not anticipate that Zhou Qian's decision, after several days of silence, would unfold in such a manner. No number of days can compare to Zhou Qian, Jiang Nan remarked. She had once loved Xie Qingzhou, a love marked by restraint, a fear of imposing upon the other, a desire to offer as much happiness as possible, which was fulfilling in itself. Zhou Qian's treatment of her mirrored her past affection for Xie Qingzhou. She understood him. Thus, when Xie Qingzhou lay atop her, he murmured, Jiang Nan, I like you. Yet, she felt no joy. The words of a man in bed should not be taken to heart. Even if he genuinely liked her, what of it? They were merely sweet nothings intended to elicit her affection. Xie Qingzhou did not consider whether she was willing. As long as he was pleased, that sufficed. Her choice left Xie Qingzhou discontented, yet it also stirred a sense of unease within him. He was acutely aware that nothing untoward had transpired between them. Yet he remained deeply troubled. He pondered the notion of karmic retribution in this world. It was the consequence of his reckless rumors with Feng Liyue. Now, her heart felt distant, even after a previous day of intimate closeness. Xie Qingzhou lit a cigarette, remaining silent for a long time. There is one more thing. Xiao Zheng deliberated. You can't even report your work anymore? Xie Qingzhou's expression soured tremendously, seizing the opportunity to vent his frustration. If you can't handle it, find someone else to do it. Such news was anticipated, yet it ultimately left him with a sense of despondency, accompanied by an uncomfortable reflection on the past. He had, after all, broken his promise to her. A week after they had registered their marriage 3 years ago, he departed for abroad. Was this truly the wisest choice he could have made? Jiang Nan landed at Haicheng Airport, arriving at the Zhou family villa just as the clock struck 10. He was apprehensive about seeing her, torn between reluctance and regret, hesitating to leave. As the servant turned away, he thought, perhaps it would be best to bid her a proper farewell. With the new year approaching in a month and the chill of Haicheng enveloping the evening, she stood outside the Zhou villa, gazing at the surrounding lights, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Zhou Qian, without a coat, emerged to greet her. Jiang Nan stepped forward, his eyes filled with profound remorse. Why the sudden departure abroad? He asked, noticing her hands, red from the cold. Let us go inside and talk. The Zhou family's servant went to prepare hot tea, while Zhou Qian inquired, Have you eaten yet? Just a bit, she replied. You haven't tasted my cooking, have you? I've just learned to make noodles. Would you like a bowl? Yes, Jiang Nan responded. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles was ready. The eggs added only after they were well cooked, remembering her aversion to the fishy taste of egg soup. He was attentive to her needs, a fact she was well aware of. After finishing her meal, feeling warm and content, Jiang Nan looked up and smiled at Zhou Qian, saying, It's a bit salty. Next time, perhaps a touch less salt. Zhou Qian was momentarily taken aback. Next time? Very well, I owe you one. Have you made your decision? Jiang Nan inquired of him. Zhou Qian, I hope that every decision you make is in accordance with your heart and not influenced by anyone, including me. The most significant reason for this decision is myself. I do not wish to linger by your side like a spineless wretch. One day, I aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Your regard for me should stem not solely from my kindness to you, but also from the pride you feel in my achievements. Even though I am reluctant to admit it, I must acknowledge that the chasm between him and me is insurmountably vast. I am unable to assist you, nor can I find a solution. Thus, I shall refrain from complicating your path. This is the last thing I can do for you. Jiang Nan felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Much like that day when Xie Qingzhou confronted Zhou Qian, she possessed neither the identity nor the standing to intercede. Zhou Qian, I am deeply sorry for the embarrassment I have caused you. This was the only sentiment she could convey. No, I do not share that sentiment. One can dine well alone and lead a life filled with splendor. You are that kind of person. Our encounter alone suffices, and I am genuinely happy, even consider myself fortunate. For her sake, he yearned to embrace a different way of living. In the vast sea of humanity, amidst the throngs of people, some individuals shine like stars, illuminating the lives of others in an instant. Jiang Nan is that star. To her surprise, she received such high praise from him. Zhou Qian, I suddenly remembered something. What? At that moment, Xie Qingzhou declared his intention to take responsibility for the one he cherished and promised to marry her. I found myself envious of his beloved. And perhaps I too made a wish that one day a person would appear for me, treating me as a treasure. As she spoke, tears inexplicably fell from her eyes. My wish had been granted. Zhou Qian wanted to smile, yet his lips trembled, and ultimately, his eyes brimmed with tears. He truly adored her and couldn't bear to part with her. Jiang Nan rose, opened her arms, and stepped forward to embrace him. Zhou Qian, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Please cherish yourself. Zhou Qian held her tightly in his embrace, murmuring, Nan Nan. He had left her alone, wishing for her happiness and hoping she would achieve her desires. Everything ultimately whispered her name, Jiang Nan, his beloved princess. As Jiang Nan departed, Zhou Qian stood at the doorway, seemingly impervious to the cold. Above, Zhou's father overheard their conversation, realizing why his son was so infatuated. He had never considered that his son's growth could manifest in such a manner. Reflecting on it, he mused, heartbreak is the least painful and the quickest path to growth. Zhou Qian gazed at his stern father, feeling a surge of frustration that made him want to cry. I'm in such a state. Can't you offer me any comfort? Zhou's father pondered for a moment and then gently patted his son's shoulder. My son, I believe in you. You are no less than that boy from the Xie family. If she is unhappy, snatch her away from him. Don't let it be like this. She is facing such difficulties now, and you lack the ability to lend her a hand. Chapter 82, Separation Before Boarding. She posted a message on her moments, each striving, destined to meet at the pinnacle. The night had deepened, yet Xie Qingzhou remained awake. Her new update featured a large bouquet of roses that Zhou Qian had once gifted her. Zhao Zhang, while printing out his proposal, noticed him fixated on Jiang Nan's moments. Xie Qingzhou turned off her phone, remaining silent. He lingered in Deep City for another 2 days. Aside from a few minor incidents, everything proceeded smoothly. He was aware that Jiang Nan had not yet departed. She was closely following the BR project. And despite the counterpart's earnestness, she managed every detail with remarkable efficiency. During her leisure, she explored the luxurious department stores of Jiang City and engaged in conversations with industry peers, never wasting a moment. In the past, he had not understood her, merely perceiving her beauty. Now he realized that her appearance was the least remarkable aspect of her being. It was no wonder Zhou Qian was willing to go to such lengths for her, for she was truly deserving. In public, Jiang Nan also perceived herself as a resilient individual capable of shouldering responsibilities. When Zhou Qian left, he did not ask her to see him off. Nor did she offer to. The work schedule in Jiang City was demanding, keeping her busy. Yet, in moments of respite, she felt discomfort and sorrow. Although their acquaintance had not been long, his sudden departure left her feeling desolate. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Nan found herself nestled on the sofa in the lobby. Sitting in silence for half an hour, Yang Ji was at a loss for how to console her. She had been unusually reticent and quiet these past few days. Spotting the piano in the hotel, Jiang Nan approached it. Before long, the previously tranquil lobby was filled with the soft, melodic strains of her playing. When Xie Qingzhou arrived, he was greeted by the enchanting strains of a piano piece, the sadness in your eyes. The melody was exquisite, imbued with a subtle melancholy and sorrow. Xie Qingzhou's expression was one of utter discontent. Was she truly so despondent after Zhou Qian's departure? Was she using music to reminisce about him? Yang Jixin noticed him and rose from the sofa, raising his voice. President Xie, what brings you here? Jiang Nan paid no heed. She merely wished to play the piano and elevate her spirits. A shadow loomed as her wrist was seized, abruptly silencing the music. He then dragged her toward the elevator, her steps faltering as she struggled to keep pace. Upon entering the room, he pinned her against the door, gripping her chin with an intensity that revealed his ire. He merely went abroad. He has not passed away. To grieve so profoundly is unwarranted. We are on the verge of divorce, yet I have never witnessed you in such distress. You are unworthy of comparing yourself to him. Jiang Nan's mood was exceedingly bleak. Having endured his domineering nature, were it not for him, Zhou Qian would never have left. Indeed, you have found a new love, rendering me, your former flame, less appealing. His voice carried a hint of anger. She had indeed challenged him for Zhou Qian's sake. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Zhou Qian now? He tore off his tie, ensnaring her, looking down at her from a position of authority, one hand deftly unbuttoning his shirt. You know you are merely an old flame. He captured her lips, enveloping her in a moment of fervor, asserting his dominance over her. Her body trembled under his touch, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She offered no resistance, surrendering to his kiss and caresses. She had become numb. The garments lay abandoned at the entrance, his belt having fallen to the ground, producing a faint clatter that resonated with the tension in her mind. As if a string had snapped within her, he assured her that he would not coerce her should she dissent. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten. Her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, she gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying a profound sense of injustice. Xie Qingzhou recalled the lyrics of the English song she had played. Why, in your gaze, do I feel such unbearable pain? He sighed, approaching her with the intent of understanding her sorrow, wishing to offer her solace. Yet, it appeared he was ever forcing her hand. He breathed softly, striving to quell the restlessness within him. Her demeanor captivated him, and he found it increasingly difficult to relinquish her at such a critical moment. He kissed her back for an extended time, ultimately refraining from pressuring her. Nevertheless, such treatment left Jiang Nan feeling a sense of shame. Xie Qingzhou, you scoundrel. He smiled, relishing the tremors of her form, watching as she gradually succumbed to the moment. This brought him a modicum of comfort. With her back pressed against his chest, nestled closely in his embrace, he felt a sense of fulfillment. The flames of jealousy that had ignited within him were somewhat quelled by this fleeting joy. What do you think, Jiang? As long as you voice your desires, I would grant you anything. Yet, this wife of his resembled a proud little cat. This inevitably stirred within him fond memories of her past displays of affection, which had been extraordinarily beautiful. Jiang Nan consistently refrained from nodding in agreement, revealing her stubbornness to Xie Qingzhou. He held her closely against the sofa, unable to tear his gaze from her form. Jiang Nan kept her eyes shut, reluctant to confront him, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed the fact that she was not entirely devoid of feelings. In her eyes, there was little distinction between action and inaction. The sole difference lay in his desire to subdue her through this act. To elicit her compliance, he shamelessly toyed with her body, teasing her in a manner that rendered her utterly humiliated. Xie Qingzhou observed her flushed form, her eyes still glistening with traces of tears. Do not be ashamed. We are husband and wife, the closest of intimates. He had revealed to her his vulnerable state, and now he regarded his wife with a hint of pleasure, as if there were nothing amiss. Her disheveled hair clung to her cheeks, accentuating her fragility and charm. With tenderness, he brushed her hair aside, feeling a surge of compassion, and planted a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Jiang Nan erupted like a volcano. Leave me be, you pretentious fool. She received his affection with no gratitude, and Xie Qingzhou, perhaps still basking in the recent enjoyment, displayed remarkable patience. You never dared to speak to me in such a way before. You said it yourself. That was in the past. Her mood soured as she lamented. I was blind then, enamored with a scoundrel such as you. Xie Qingzhou softly enveloped her in his embrace, caressing her back gently. Jiang Nan resisted, struggling against him. The sound of his deep laughter echoed above, a mere insect. A pupa, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. I never intended to endure this. She had witnessed his audacity, feeling exhausted and powerless. Xie Qingzhou, what must I do for you to release me? You are not lacking in women. You have Feng Liyue. Why must you cling to me? Solely for the purpose of conquering me? I concede, I cannot compete with you. Will you not let me go? He continued to embrace her gently, responding to her unspoken thoughts. Do you still wish to cry? Cry to your heart's content today, and once you've finished, you must not dwell on him any longer. Xie Qingzhou, my relationship with Shou Qian is not as you perceive it. How so? There's nothing inappropriate, now that you are acting like this. Are you trying to infuriate me? He pinched her chin, his tone and gaze imbued with a certain tenderness. Jiang Nan, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, I am truly at my wit's end with him. He was fierce and intense before, and now he has transformed completely. Is this a case of split personality? Jiang Nan shut her eyes. Conversing with him felt utterly exhausting. The following day, Jiang Nan departed Jiang City early. Xie Qingzhou awoke alone in the hotel bed, oblivious to the woman's attempts to please him. Jiang Nan, seizing the momentum of securing the BR project, sought out Tong Xian once more. Manager Tong, before you finalize the contract with Wanxiang, I would like to make one last effort. Last time, you listened to my thoughts on the future of Weifeng and its advantages. This time, I wish to hear your perspective, or if you have any conditions, please feel free to express them. Tong Xian regarded her thoughtfully. General Manager Jiang, your proposed conditions and vision for Weifeng are indeed compelling, but I regret to inform you. We still believe the risks associated with joining Weifeng are too great. Perhaps we can explore collaboration in the future. This meal is on me. As Tong Xian departed, Yang Ji felt disheartened. Why does it always come to this? They clearly recognize our value and seem confident in our terms. Yet they still refuse to collaborate. Jiang Nan leaned back against her chair, contemplating. It is merely a lack of confidence in me. Although I graduated from an art university, that is merely a distant chapter in my life. Such prestigious luxury brands are reluctant to collaborate with someone like her, an outsider lacking experience in managing luxury department stores. How could that be? They simply do not understand your capabilities. You are capable of achieving anything. Yang Ji was filled with confidence. Jiang Nan felt pleased upon hearing these words, suggesting they should dine first. But what about Mr. Tong? As long as we do not sign a contract with Wanxiang, we still have a chance. Tong Xin exited the private room, eager to collaborate with Jiang Nan. However, decisions within the company were not solely his to make. He had assessed the risks and realized that entering the market with Wei Feng was indeed too perilous. As Tong Xin made his way to the parking lot, he spotted a man dressed in a brown overcoat, leaning against a car while smoking. The crimson glow of the ember flickered between his fingers, and Tong Xin recognized him, Xie Qingzhou. Beneath the streetlight, he appeared poised and elegant in a black turtleneck and brown overcoat. The city of Haicheng had reached its coldest point, leaving the surroundings desolate. Yet at that moment, he felt a touch of vibrancy in the scenery. Indeed, beauty knows no gender. Mr. Xie, what a coincidence, Tong Xin remarked. I was waiting for you. Xie Qingzhou did not keep him in suspense. Tong Xin was taken aback. He had little interaction with this third young master of the Xie family, a rising star in the investment circle. Mr. Tong, after all these years, have you considered the future? Xie Qingzhou inquired, opening the car door. Mr. Tong, do you have a moment? We could discuss matters. Tong Xin was well aware of Xie Qingzhou's capabilities. Numerous companies sought his counsel, and he had a remarkable talent for pinpointing issues and turning losses into profits. Tong Xin was uncertain of Xie Qingzhou's intentions. They often crossed paths in the business world, though seldom acknowledged one another. Upon entering the quaint and charming tea house, one finds oneself enveloped in the fragrant aroma of incense, as tea is meticulously brewed. In a corner, a graceful woman clad in a qipao delicately plucks the strings of a guzheng. If Mr. Tong does not wish to resign, he might contemplate his future, particularly his retirement. At present, Mr. Tong possesses absolute, unregulated authority over the operations, with shareholders lacking both a voice and the right to information regarding the management. The salary and bonuses he allocates to himself, regardless of their height, pale in comparison to the annual profits of the enterprise. Mr. Tong has drawn comparisons, particularly since he is surrounded by many founders of privately held companies, whose operations may not be as proficient as his own, yet they earn significantly more. Upon retirement, he will no longer receive such substantial remuneration, nor will he possess any enterprises to bequeath to his children. However, this is merely some insider information about the company. How does he come by it? What is the purpose behind Mr. Xie's remarks? There seems to be an issue with the structure of equity and management rights, a matter that is not particularly challenging for me. Why would Mr. Xie assist me, given the principle of no gain without effort? We are engaged in an exchange. You provide an opportunity for Wei Feng, and I resolve your current predicament. Mr. Tong is taken aback, pondering whether this is for Wei Feng Group or for Jiang Nan. After a refreshing bath, she resumes sifting through the troublesome partnerships with various brands. The brands she desires for collaboration are elusive, while those she wishes to avoid insist on partnership. Jiang, is everything all right at work? And Ning inquires, didn't you secure the BR project? Why the continued distress? You have already achieved a modicum of success, Jiang Nan replies. The Breeze Group stands as the largest shopping mall in Haicheng, with its extensive first floor naturally attracting a multitude of luxury brands. The addition of more brands could further solidify the luxury offerings on this floor. How have you been? I've been busy and Haven Tea had the chance to ask you. Minister Xiao has called me several times, mentioning your remarkable efforts. Jiang Nan remarked that several outfits are quite suitable for her. Ning, do you still aspire to fame? Of course, I certainly desire it. Once I achieve that, I will have ample wealth and resources to empower myself, allowing us to be free from constraints. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, recognizing the implication of her words. By the way, there has been new progress regarding Feng Liyue. Uncle Jiang has supported her since high school and during her university years. She has consistently worked at a resort during weekends and holidays. Does this mean she has a chance to obtain the brooch? Yes, and perhaps the safety pendant that Xie Qingzhou gifted you as well. And Ning speculated. Speaking of her safety pendant, it has been quite a challenge. It has changed hands several times, and the current owner conceals it very well. She has inquired with the owner multiple times, yet no information has been disclosed. She sighed, recalling how much she had mourned its loss in the past. Now, it holds little significance for her. Her feelings have changed, and material possessions have become trivial. I will find an opportunity to inquire about Miss Feng in the coming days, Jiang Nan said. Due to the breach of contract, Feng Liue's reputation has suffered, and with no resolution from Xie Qingzhou's side, her current situation is quite dire. Jiang Nan contemplated that if Feng Liue was connected to the fire, she would certainly not let her off the hook. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan chose to disregard it entirely. The following day, after concluding a meeting, Jiang Nan exited the conference room to find Yang Ji unusually jubilant. Inquiring about the source of her elation, Jiang Nan learned that General Tong was willing to collaborate. Jiang Nan expressed her disbelief, questioning the sudden change of heart. Upon reflection, she smiled and requested Assistant Yang to investigate General Tong's whereabouts from the previous day. It struck her as exceedingly odd that such a decision could be made after a mere nap. Chapter 84. Be a little kinder to her. Jiang Nan discovered that after leaving the restaurant, Tong Xin had entered Xie Qingzhou's car. They had discussions at the tea house for nearly an hour, but the details remained a mystery to her. She wished for their relationship to remain in a state of animosity. If he were to genuinely assist her, it would only bring her distress. In the afternoon, Tong Xin urged her to finalize the contract, but she fabricated an excuse to delay it. The trust between her and Xie Qingzhou had crumbled. Uncertain of his intentions, she was unwilling to accept his goodwill, preferring not to owe him anything. That evening, Jiang Nan entertained a representative from a trendy brand. As she emerged from the private room, she spotted Xiao Zheng and discreetly signaled Yang Ji. Understanding her cue, Yang Ji accompanied the brand representative downstairs first. Once they entered the elevator, Xiao Zheng and Xie Qingzhou followed suit. Xie Qingzhou, showing signs of inebriation, glanced at Yang Ji and remarked, "General Jiang, did she not come?" To which Yang Ji replied, "No, she has other matters to attend to." Xie Qingzhou merely smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her ruse. The venue for tonight's gathering was deliberately chosen by Xiao Zheng, as he was aware of her presence there. Did she truly wish to avoid seeing him? Jiang Nan descended the stairs after a 10-minute delay, while Yang Ji had accompanied a client. She stood at the entrance, preparing to hail a cab when Xiao Zheng approached. "All right," she replied, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment at being caught off guard. Once in the car, Jiang Nan continued to peruse work messages. Xiao Zheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and remarked, "The items I delivered that day were not backed up." Jiang Nan paused slightly, knowing he referred to the video concerning Zhou Qian's altercation with Feng Liue. Zhou Qian had already gone abroad. Those items held little significance now. She redirected her gaze to her phone's screen. "Madam, I speak the truth. I personally negotiated with Feng Liue for the video. You went to discuss it with Feng Liue?" Jiang Nan questioned, puzzled. Wasn't it Xie Qingzhou who had spent a fortune to acquire the video from the security? "Indeed, I did negotiate," he continued. "That day, when I saw you both exit the Tangquan Club, he actually intended to make amends with you." Jiang Nan chuckled at this revelation. Xiao Zheng. There's a saying, the intention behind an action is inconsequential. What truly matters is the action itself. Harm is harm, and there's no need to absolve Xie Qingzhou. But Xiao Zheng interjected, "I never realized you could be so talkative." Jiang Nan retorted, wishing for him to cease his chatter. Xiao Zheng, wearing a playful grin, replied, "When you sought me out to inquire about how the boss fared abroad, you didn't seem to mind my verbosity." Jiang Nan fell silent. She was not one to be ungrateful. The following day, she went to the office, carrying the contract sent by Tong Xin to confront Xie Qingzhou. The building is quite new, and having recently relocated for work, Jiang Nan waited downstairs for a while until Xie Qingzhou appeared. Upon seeing her, his tone was surprisingly gentle. "Why not come up?" She replied, "Is it appropriate for me to ascend under the guise of Mrs. Xie?" Her words carried a hint of sarcasm. Xie Qingzhou sighed, pondering when this tension would dissipate. "You sign, and it will be alleviated," Jiang Nan stated. She had previously hesitated, feeling remorseful towards him, believing she should pursue a divorce. However, at the moment she saw him emerge with Zhou Qian, her resolve wavered. He gazed intently at her as he spoke. "So, is it your sincerity?" Jiang Nan inquired. "No," he replied. "Do you wish to converse here?" With a scoff, Jiang Nan remarked on the bustling lobby of the office building, noting, if someone were to capture this moment, Miss Feng would surely be distraught. She had no desire to fuel rumors about them. Upon reaching his office, he settled onto the sofa diagonally opposite her and stated, "I hold no romantic feelings for Feng Liyue. Her child is of no concern to me." Jiang Nan interrupted, retrieving a contract from her bag. "Regarding General Tong, I still wish to rely on my own efforts." Thus, regardless of his sincerity or any other reasons, she remained resolute in her refusal. Xie Qingzhou observed her, recalling the night he sought out Tong Xian, when Xiao Zheng had also expressed confusion. He recognized his harshness and lack of compassion toward his wife. He simply wished to assist her, yet chose to turn a blind eye to her struggles, which was indeed a failure on his part. "But you do not possess any notable luxury brand," Xie Qingzhou remarked. "You are correct. However, I still aspire to achieve through my own efforts. After all, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on water may result in its depletion. If I seek assistance, would it not be more advantageous to approach Chairman Xie rather than you?" Jiang Nan has traversed this path alone, and although it may be challenging at present, given time, others will come to recognize her worth. She prefers not to elaborate further on this matter. From the moment he chose Feng Liyue, any possibility between them was extinguished. As Xie Qingzhou observed her approach the door, a shadow crossed his gaze. "If this were a favor from Zhou Qian, would you not reciprocate?" Zhou Qian is responsible for the overseas market of the Zhou Corporation, embarking for Luoqing via Shenzhen. Before his departure, he made a special visit to see me. At that time, he was engaged in a round of golf with a client. Zhou Qian, with a golf club in hand, proposed, "Shall we have a game, President Xie?" Golf, a sport that tests the player's endurance and patience, had never appealed to Zhou Qian in the past, as he found it lacking in excitement. Yet, when he finally took to the course, despite trailing behind, he exhibited a remarkable steadiness, gradually surpassing his opponents. Xie Qingzhou narrowly secured victory over him as dusk settled. Zhou Qian, seated on the ground, implored, "I will exchange my departure for you to treat her a little better, if that is acceptable." He cared for Jiang Nan, fully aware that he would forfeit numerous opportunities in doing so. Nevertheless, he stated it plainly. Zhou Qian remarked, "Your current situation is quite dire. I offer my departure in exchange for your assistance in securing a brand partnership. If you refuse, it matters not to me." He languidly reclined on the sofa as he spoke. "In previous years, during a prosperous time in real estate, my father constructed a villa estate nestled amidst the mountains and waters of a serene area. However, a catastrophic fire ravaged the landscape, affecting nearby villages significantly, and those responsible for the incident received severe sentences. My father-in-law, Xie Qingzhou, proved to be quite resourceful, arranging for someone who had been persistently appealing the case, claiming innocence and asserting that he merely accepted money for services intended to teach the Jiang family a lesson, denying any involvement in the arson. Jiang Nan met this individual, who, once arrogant and malicious, now exhibited a vacant, lifeless stare. He repeatedly insisted on his innocence, but my father and brother perished in that inferno. The entire mountain was engulfed in flames, causing great suffering to many residents nearby." Jiang Nan felt her heart rise to her throat. Yet there was more to uncover. Her phone rang. It was sisterly. "Hello? Jiang, you must hurry. Your mother has gone to the hospital and is causing a scene." On her way to the hospital, news spread online about the incident involving Feng Liyue, whose wheelchair was overturned, while her mother was seen furiously slapping Feng Liyue. Chapter 85. Transformation. An hour later, Jiang Nan arrived at the hospital from the northern part of the city. Sisterly informed her that Xie Qingzhou had already arrived and had taken Feng Liyue away. While undergoing an examination, Feng Liyue had exchanged some words with her mother, which triggered a distressing episode. Jiang Nan felt a pang in her heart. What did she say? After a long pause, Sisterly hesitantly revealed. She said, your father. What did she say?" Jiang Nan's anxiety heightened. "She said your father forced her." Jiang Nan felt a jolt of anxiety. Her words were sheer nonsense. She rushed into Feng Liyue's hospital room, intent on demanding clarity. As she pushed open the door, she beheld Xie Qingzhou slightly leaning over Feng Liyue's bedside. Perhaps due to the severity of her injuries, his expression was one of grave concern. The noise of her entrance caught their attention, and both turned to gaze at her. Startled, Feng Liyue recoiled into Xie Qingzhou's embrace. Meanwhile, her husband furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Nan and commanded, "You should leave." He would never choose her. He would remain indifferent to her. Was this his form of atonement? Jiang Nan disregarded his words and advanced towards them. Feng Liyue, shedding her previously aggressive demeanor, feigned fragility and fear as she burrowed deeper into Xie Qingzhou's arms. "Don't come any closer. My leg is broken. Your mother has beaten me to this state. What more do you want? She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Nan, please leave, Feng Liyue urged coldly. Jiang Nan let out a derisive laugh. What's wrong? Afraid I might retaliate against her? Leave now. Xie Qingzhou's voice grew stern. Feeling a pang of resentment, Jiang Nan gazed into his impassive, profound eyes. I shall not leave. I have questions for her. She reached out to grasp Feng Liyue, but Xie Qingzhou seized her wrist and forcibly dragged her out of the room. Stop this. What havoc have I caused? It was Feng Liyue who slandered my father, resulting in my mother's illness. Why is this my fault? Jiang Nan, fueled by anger, attempted to confront Xie Qingzhou, but Xiao Zheng intervened, saying, Madam, please heed Mr. Xie. Their relationship is not as you perceive. Jiang Nan let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Not a single word she uttered could be trusted. Please, calm down, Xiao Zheng urged as he gently guided Jiang Nan to take a seat. Yet, she found it impossible to attain any semblance of tranquility. She was engulfed by sorrow, heartache, and shock. The revelations of the day weighed heavily upon her, leaving her utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Feng Liyue could provoke her and flaunt her confidence, bolstered by Xie Qingzhou's affection. But Jiang Nan could not bear to harm her loved ones or falsely accuse her father. She simply could not endure it. Sitting on the hospital bench, Jiang Nan remained silent for a long while, pondering her next course of action. Xiao Zheng spoke again. Madam, Xie has no real connection to her. As you've observed in recent days, he has chosen to ignore her matters and instructed the company to do the same. Xie is quite fed up. Feng Liyue is incessantly attempting to exploit that person's information to manipulate others. The boss merely wishes to keep her at bay and maintain the upper hand, preventing the likes of Feng from taking advantage. Indeed, it was true. Over the past few days, Feng Liyue's news had dominated the internet, and Xie had not intervened. Speculations abounded online, suggesting a potential breakup between the two, and that Feng Liyue's resources might dwindle as a consequence. He had assisted her in finding Tong Xin, and Xiao Zheng mentioned his desire to make amends. Jiang Nan had allowed herself to believe that his attitude towards her might shift, but it was merely a figment of her imagination. Is it truly nothing? She thought. He treats her with such care and then casts me aside? Jiang Nan found herself perplexed by Xiao Zheng's unwavering defense of him, unable to comprehend how he could maintain an air of innocence despite his infidelity. Xiao Zheng parted his lips, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. Suddenly, Qin Shuang struck Feng Liyue, and before the incident could escalate online, it was swiftly addressed. Sparing Madame Jiang from the wrath of netizens. Her visit to the hospital was intended to reprimand Feng Liyue, yet she found herself at a loss for words. And her superior's demeanor shifted. Xie Qingzhou leaned slightly towards Feng Liyue and inquired, Where's the list? Mr. Xie, if you provide me with the list, I will be left with no leverage at all, she replied, having endured days of turmoil. Her assistant had attempted to reach Xie Qingzhou by phone, but he did not respond. Rumors circulated that the two had gone on a business trip together. Regardless of Xie Qingzhou's reluctance to acknowledge it, he was undeniably captivated by Jiang Nan. Even news of his beloved no longer stirred the urgency it once did within him. Xie Qingzhou's irritation was palpable. Feng Liyue consistently resorted to exploiting matters concerning that individual as leverage. With her reputation tarnished, she sought to exchange this situation for all the information he held about the one he cherished, hoping for a permanent resolution. Devoid of any bargaining power, she could only resort to past dealings with the Jiang family. Xie Qingzhou straightened his posture, growing increasingly impatient. He pressed his lips together and grasped her neck firmly, declaring, I am thoroughly exasperated by your foolishness in my presence. Feng Liyue gasped for breath, her words tumbling out. If anything were to happen to me, the list would be made public, and Jiang Yuan's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. I ask for nothing more than for Mr. Xie to secure me a role, allowing me to endorse Wanxiang. I will provide you with the list. Rather than release her, Xie Qingzhou tightened his grip. As her complexion turned an alarming shade of purple, he finally let go, asserting, Provide me with that individual's information, and I can assist you in resolving this public relations crisis. Feng Liyue finally inhaled the crisp air, coughing for a while. Mr. Xie, do you wish for the list first, or the information about that person? Please provide me with the list first. A sense of desolation enveloped Feng Liyue. Indeed, he had changed. He prioritized matters concerning Jiang Nan over his beloved. Chapter 86. Regret. Jiang Nan leaned against the bench, calmer than ever, enveloped in silence. After 10 minutes, Xie Qingzhou finally emerged, approaching her and leaning down to gaze into her eyes. Jiang Nan tilted her head slightly, taking in his handsome, striking visage. "May I enter?" Jiang Nan scoffed. "Are you afraid I might harm her?" "Not at all. What does that imply?" Jiang Nan inquired, her patience wearing thin. Jiang, please don't call me that," she retorted, truly repulsed. The scent of another woman lingered on him. Feng Liyue had embraced him, and he turned to embrace her. It was unbearable for her. "She has never been my lover," Xie Qingzhou clarified. "I have never laid a finger on her." "Believe what you wish." Jiang Nan's demeanor was indifferent, her interest in his explanation utterly diminished. Rising to her feet, Xie Qingzhou made no attempt to stop her this time. Upon entering the hospital room, Jiang Nan asked Feng Liyue, "What did you say to my mother?" Feng Liyue lay on the hospital bed, gazing at her weakly. "Miss Jiang, I truly do not understand what you are referring to. Do you wish to sever the other leg as well?" Jiang Nan stated, her eyes devoid of warmth. Tears began to stream down her face. Jiang Nan coldly laughed and seized a chair from the room. The sound of Feng Liyue's scream drew the attention of Xie Qingzhou. He abruptly pulled her chair away, declaring, "I will handle this." His approach mirrored the way Feng Liyue dealt with those who sought to harm her. She found herself uncertain of what she truly anticipated. Feng Liyue had orchestrated his troubles, yet Xie Qingzhou merely trivialized the matter, reducing it to a mere annoyance for her mother, ultimately inconsequential to him. Jiang Nan observed Feng Liyue, gaining insight into her cunning nature as she stirred the waters whilst feigning innocence. Her heart grew numb. She realized that continuing down this path held little meaning. After leaving the hospital room, she took a considerable time to calm herself before finally standing before Xie Qingzhou. "Xiao Zhang said you owe me a compensation, correct?" Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his gaze cast downward. "Is it true or not?" "Yes, I wish to make amends. I do not want our relationship to resemble that of resentful partners," he confessed earnestly. Since learning that she had not drugged him, a sense of guilt had settled within him. Witnessing the video of her nearly being bullied by Lei Wang only intensified his desire to atone. She disliked his constant coercion. Thus, he resolved to change his ways. She yearned for his respect, and he endeavored to grant it. He understood that the more he forced her, the further she would drift away. Consequently, he altered his strategy, seeking to assist her in various ways. These actions, tinged with a desire to please, were also aimed at transforming their relationship. "Very well, let her go. Allow her to escape this circle. Is that feasible?" Jiang Nan inquired, her eyes glimmering with hope. She thought that if he acquiesced to her request, she would genuinely believe in his commitment to change for the betterment of their connection. Time slipped by second, and though he remained silent, she awaited his answer. Expectations, when left unfulfilled for too long, dissolve into a void where disappointment and despair cease to exist. For one becomes accustomed to the absence. Jiang Nan did not linger any longer. She lifted her feet and departed towards her mother's hospital room. Shortly thereafter, the couple, Xie Qingzhou and his wife, arrived to visit her mother. Her mother lay in slumber, while her mother-in-law offered her constant reassurance. Jiang Nan wore a serene expression, conversing with her mother-in-law for a while. It was only at 10 o'clock in the evening that her in-laws took their leave. As the night deepened, Sisterly remarked that Xie Qingzhou had not left, but was instead waiting outside for her. "He was not merely guarding me. He was observing me. I must not act against his beloved." Her current composure was but the calm before the storm, harboring thoughts of vengeance. Of course, she would not indulge in such folly. For her mother's sake, she would refrain, especially since Feng Liyue was not worth it. Jiang Nan kept vigil at the hospital throughout the night. And by dawn the following day, news emerged from Feng Liyue's studio. She had secured the leading role in the highly anticipated project, The Female General, while the official WeChat account announced her as the new spokesperson. This revelation, though anticipated, pierced Jiang Nan's heart like a sharp thorn. The Female General was rumored to be an S-grade project from the Mountain City Film and Television, and until now, the lead role had remained unassigned, with Feng Liyue now confirmed as the protagonist. Just days prior, the controversy surrounding the contract termination with Wei Feng had caused public sentiment to shift, now criticizing Wei Feng for lacking vision and discernment. Feng Liyue's legion of fans unleashed their vitriol, targeting her as a scapegoat for Feng Liyue's supposed grievances. This incident reignited the board's dissatisfaction regarding her endorsement change. Yang Jie called her numerous times, stating that several board members had arrived, and Chairman Xie was attempting to placate them. At 9 o'clock, Qin Shuang awakened. Upon seeing her daughter, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Nan gently embraced her mother, resting her head against her bosom, and smiled as she inquired, "What is the matter?" Her mother replied, "Your father, under the guise of seeking assistance, is actually—" "Do you believe it?" Jiang Nan countered. "I do not, however. Mom, I cannot accept this. You trust an outsider, but not my father?" The parents, who had cherished each other throughout their lives, were now burdened with such an accusation after the father's passing. There was no way to verify the truth, even if unsubstantiated. Her mother's current state seemed to harbor seeds of doubt. The mere thought was distressing. Jiang Nan harbored resentment towards Feng Liyue, deeming her excessively cruel. Her mother, having suffered the loss of both son and husband in midlife, oscillated between despair and fleeting hope, regardless of the veracity of the claims. They inflicted profound harm upon her mother. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou seemed to be complicit. Jiang, I don't know. I truly don't know, Qin Shuang lamented, covering her head and beginning to weep. Jiang Nan held her close, offering comfort. It's all right, it's all right. After a prolonged gaze, Qin Shuang suddenly grasped her by the neck, demanding, "Have you ever done such a thing? Have you ever been unfaithful?" Jiang Nan inherited her father's looks, and her mother's affection for her, perhaps due to love's extension, had often made her brother envious. A man with a promising career, a keen aesthetic sense, self-discipline, and good looks was undeniably captivating. During her high school years, her father attended a parent-teacher meeting where a young English teacher had asked, "Jiang Nan, is that your brother?" This inquiry had filled her father with pride. For many years, her mother had ceased to recognize her as her father's daughter. Perhaps Qin Shuang was using this as an outlet for her frustrations. Yet such interrogations caused her deep emotional turmoil. The words of Feng Liyue have indeed affected her. Sister Li was terrified and tried to pull her away. But how could two people restrain a frenzied patient? Jiang Nan struggled to breathe, repeating, "No, no, I love only you." Qin Shuang released her grip, her expression one of confusion. If there was nothing then, why did others know about the birthmark on her waist? She was in distress until Xie Qingzhou and Xiaojing entered, providing her with relief. Xie Qingzhou summoned a doctor, and it took a while for Qin Shuang to regain consciousness. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou supporting Jiang Nan beside her, she asked, "Are you that guest?" "Not a guest, but Jiang Nan's husband." Jiang Nan shook off Xie Qingzhou and left the ward. She had always wished to sever any ties with Feng Liyue, and her suspicions were indeed correct. As long as Xie Qingzhou was present, Feng Liyue could rise again. Just like this time, such a significant upheaval. With a leading lady and an endorsement, he resolved it effortlessly. He did not foresee that his decision would thrust her into such a predicament. Jiang Nan's husband? How could he utter such words with a straight face? It was laughable. Jiang Nan closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented wave of regret, deeply lamenting her marriage to him. She even pondered whether her father regretted saving this pair of father and son from the Xie family all those years ago. Back then, she and her father encountered the Xie family at the foot of the mountain after their car had overturned. Xie Jingyuan was gravely injured, and Xie Qingzhou had lost his sight. In such a dire situation, Jiang Yuan feared further misfortune and insisted that she and her brother take Xie Qingzhou away while he waited for the ambulance. Knowing the danger, it was not in her father's nature to stand idly by in the face of death, rescuing others, yet falling victim to vengeance alongside his son in the fiery abyss. He witnessed his daughter fulfill her desire to marry the one she wished for, only to find herself devoid of her husband's affection, caught in a tempest of turmoil. She would never discern whether her father harbored regrets. However, she truly lamented. Chapter 87. The seizure. Jiang Nan sat in the VIP ward's lounge when Ning called to inform her that the peace token gifted by Xie Qingzhou had shown no signs of damage. During weekends and holidays, Feng Liyue labored at her family's resort. This indicated that both the brooch and the peace token were taken before the fire ignited. Was it possible that she was caught in the act by her father or brother? These remained mere conjectures, devoid of any substantial evidence. Had there been proof, the Xie family, with their considerable influence, would certainly have managed the situation differently. To uncover whether Feng Liyue's family tragedy held any connection, she must first be dislodged from her current position, allowing her to speak. The thought of Xie Qingzhou's unwavering support enveloped her in a profound sense of helplessness. Xie Qingzhou procured some ointment and knelt before her. Noticing a long, conspicuous mark on her porcelain skin, inflicted by her mother's inadvertent grasp, he gently cleaned and disinfected the wound with medical cotton. Jiang Nan did not flinch, her gaze cast downward upon him. Xie Qingzhou looked up, softly asking, "Does it hurt?" She remained silent, her eyes gentle yet exuding an indescribable feeling. He preferred her to erupt in anger, as she had in previous instances, striking him or even delivering a slap. She refrained from speaking to him, and he gently applied the medication to her skin. She remained composed, not uttering a single word. Xie Qingzhou held her hand, his fingers caressing the back of her hand. I had never felt a spark for her, nor did I harbor any affection. I kept her close solely due to another matter. Xie Qingzhou sighed, rising to envelop her in his arms. Today is not about scolding you. It's because I wish to visit the company, she interjected. At this point, filled with sorrow and hesitation, she believed that addressing the matter would resolve nothing, and it would be more prudent to focus on work. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze. Her serene demeanor had an almost fragile quality, as if she would shatter with the slightest touch. His heart ached, his fingers gently caressing her cheek. Jiang Nan turned her head away, pushing him aside. In the hospital room, Qin Shuang beheld her and wept once more. Jiang, I am so sorry. Jiang Nan simply embraced her mother, whispering, "It's all right." She truly felt pity for her mother, who had lost so much. She understood and reached out to soothe her back. "Mother, no matter what others say, I steadfastly believe in him. Please trust me. I have faith that time is the greatest healer, capable of unveiling the truth. Even if it is indeed the case, it matters not. I am still here, and I continue to love you." Qin Shuang nodded, tenderly stroking her daughter's face. "Mother understands. Then be good. I'll come to see you tonight. I must go to work." She needed to head to the company, and Xie Qingzhou intended to escort her. Jiang Nan still declined, saying, "You attend to your matters. I can manage on my own." "Then let Xiaozheng take you." "Very well. In summary, it is not about him. Everything is fine." Jiang Nan arrived at the company. The board meeting had yet to adjourn. Standing at the door of the conference room, she overheard several shareholders expressing their doubts about her abilities, criticizing her decisions, and revealing their lack of confidence, even contemplating her replacement. Xie Qingzhou defended her, advocating for her to be given time. Jiang Nan, unwilling to let others bear the brunt of her struggles, entered the room. "Chairman," she addressed him. Xie Qingzhou was taken aback. "What brings you here? I thought you had matters at home." "It has been resolved," Jiang Nan replied, urging Xie Qingzhou to take a seat. She then turned to Director Chun and inquired, "If you wish to replace me, do you have any better candidates in mind? We could seek professional management to oversee Weifeng." Another board member interjected, "Jiang Nan, while you possess considerable skills in the trade sector, you lack experience in managing chain real estate and luxury department stores. Look at the current issues with our spokesperson. It is a complete disaster. Your misjudgments have cost us dearly." In recent years, Weifeng had struggled financially. Having separated from the Xie family last year and taken on financial independence, much to the shareholders' discontent. Frustrated today, Jiang Nan was unwilling to engage in a futile battle of words. "If you wish to replace me, so be it. I am the largest shareholder. First, buy out all my shares, and then we can discuss further." "You, a young lady, are so domineering," one remarked. "If you have no constructive suggestions, let us end this meeting. Otherwise, choose to trust me," Jiang Nan declared. The shareholders exchanged uneasy glances. Turning to Xie Qingzhou. Once the official matters were settled, he inquired about her situation with Xie Qingzhou. "Jiang, whatever decision you make with Qingzhou, both your mother and I will support you. As for our son, Xie Qingzhou feels quite powerless. He was overly strict with Xie Qingzhou when he was young, which has led the child to conceal his true feelings from us." "Thank you, Dad." After bidding farewell to Xie Qingzhou, Yangji turned to her and said that Ning was looking for her. "No? She had called this morning." "Yes, she is in your office. Ning shoot went exceptionally well, vibrant, and ready for use at any moment. However, she feels that the overall promotional plan is lacking and has yet to be released." Just as she entered her office, Ning rushed in, exclaiming, Jiang, I may have caused trouble. I might not be able to be the spokesperson." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Nan asked, having never seen her friend so flustered. "Yin Fanshuan, weren't you too out of touch?" Jiang Nan focused intently. But what she heard was in Ning's voice, barely restrained, "Be gentler." Gently, Ning dislikes. Jiang Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she noticed in Ning's pallor. "I'm finished." "When did this happen?" Unable to hide it any longer, Ning recounted the entire situation. Jiang Nan sighed, realizing why Mr. Su had reacted that way at the time. "I just wanted to help you. It's so difficult for you," Ning lamented. "It was just once. Switching projects seemed worthwhile. But who would have thought Yin Fanshuan could be so despicable? Now that she has sent him a voice message, there must be a video as well." Only now do I realize that approaching him was akin to seeking safety from a tiger. I'm done for. I cannot allow you to be affected further. Jiang Nan gazed at her friend, unable to cast blame upon her. It's all right. I shall resolve this matter. How will you resolve it? And Ning inquired. Jiang Nan tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before responding. Ning, you should audition for the lead role in Female General. I will seize that role for you. Chapter 88. Only you, what do you think? Xiao Zheng had hardly rested throughout the night, meticulously reviewing the list provided by Feng Liu. He personally confirmed the identities of those he could meet and made detailed inquiries regarding those he could not. It was reported that Jiang Yuan initially engaged in lewd behavior, escalating to coercive actions that lasted for a maximum of 3 years. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou languidly leaned back in his office chair, lost in thought for a while. Is that so? Some even claimed they could testify. Does this imply that Jiang Yuan is indeed a hypocritical scoundrel, using the guise of sponsorship to engage in vile acts? Are they all quite attractive? Xie Qingzhou asked again. Some are appealing, while others are not. Xie Qingzhou raised his gaze, questioning, You have never met Jiang Yuan. Why do you speak on his behalf? If he truly were that way, Jiang Nan would not be so upright, would she? He remained silent, merely tilting his head to observe Xiao Zheng. A sudden pang of concern struck Xiao Zheng. My admiration for the lady is purely sincere. Do you not share that sentiment? Jiang Nan is indeed beautiful, with an excellent reputation. Those who have collaborated with her hold her in high regard. What do you think of Yang Ji's looks? He suddenly asked. Quite attractive, tall and slender, fitting the current mainstream aesthetic quite well. Why do you ask? Jiang Yuan has sponsored him. Xiao Zheng sighed, contemplating how someone so strikingly beautiful, who had once served as Jiang Yuan's secretary, was inexplicably absent from the list. Shall we investigate? He proposed. Investigate what? Jiang Yuan responded, somewhat bewildered. We need to uncover who is scheming behind the scenes. Feng Liu lacks the intellect for such machinations, Xie Qingzhou remarked. After all, at the old residence, the matter of who had drugged had yet to be resolved. Just as Xiao Zheng departed, he received a call from Yin Fangxuan. Your wife contacted me, insisting we abandon the collaboration with BR. What? Yin Fangxuan sighed. This is partly my fault. I was too hasty. I intended to pressure Ning, but Jiang Nan directly called and scolded me, asserting that she would not exchange friends for a project. Jiang Nan regarded her, saying, Let us cease this discussion. I merely hope that your motivations for being with him stem from genuine desire, not some ulterior exchange. Weren't you also once driven by me in a similar exchange? And Ning replied, recalling their time in Spring City. I can do so because that person is my husband, but you cannot. One of us must possess the freedom to choose, to accept or decline. Jiang Nan countered, while she felt momentarily trapped, and Ning had the option to avoid the mire. If you still harbor feelings for him, that is a different matter, Jiang Nan stated before using the intercom to summon Yang Ji. Spread a little information about Feng Liu's interference in other families. Yang Ji remained silent, observing his superior, while in Ning's eyes glistened with emotion. What are you planning? Are you confronting him head-on? No, I am employing strategy. My aim is to ensure Feng Liu loses everything, Jiang Nan replied. Xie Qingzhou is a person one cannot rely upon. Waiting for him to tire of the situation feels rather passive. Thus, she resolves to employ her own methods to achieve her objectives. During noon, Xie Qingzhou attempted to contact her twice, but Jiang Nan did not answer. After work, she visited her mother, who seemed to be in a slightly better state. Lisa informed her that Feng Liu had been transferred to another hospital. Jiang Nan pondered that it was likely to prevent any further harm to her. As she departed from the hospital, the clock edged close to 9. She made her way to a club wherein Ning had summoned several young men, all quite handsome and obedient. In her melancholy, she found solace in humor. Yet when she sought tranquility, she chose to remain aside, pouring drinks instead. Within the dimly lit private room, Jiang Nan somewhat grasped the pleasure men derive from the company of beautiful women, which indeed provided a measure of relaxation. The previous night, having scarcely slept at the hospital, she leaned back on the sofa, surrendering to a brief repose. She was gently enveloped in someone's embrace, refraining from opening her eyes. Content to rest her head against the man's shoulder, relishing the warmth as she nuzzled against his neck. The woman's lips were exquisitely shaped, full and rosy, parting slightly as a breath akin to orchids brushed against her skin, igniting a delightful tickle. He noticed her long, thick eyelashes, reminiscent of delicate fans. You make me feel wonderful. Stay with me tonight, Jiang Nan murmured, her tone soft yet laced with an enticing allure. "How would you like me to accompany you?" The man replied, tightening his grip around her waist, his voice equally gentle yet tinged with suppressed frustration. Jiang Nan found his voice oddly familiar and furrowed her brow slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Before her stood the magnified visage of a handsome man, and with a hint of intoxication, she felt uncertain. Xie Qingzhou? Or could it be someone else? How disappointing, she murmured softly as she withdrew from his embrace. In that moment, her eyes held a charm he had never encountered before, one he certainly did not permit. Disheartened, he thought, He pulled her close, yet internally seethed, vexed by the fact that she had flirted with several men since stepping out. "Isn't that right, you wretched cucumber?" she retorted, closing her eyes as though she wished to banish him from her sight. Xie Qingzhou attempted to placate her, cradling her face in his hands, and softly explained, "It is not so. Over the years, you have been the only one." Jiang Nan lazily opened her eyes, reclining on the sofa, lifting her eyelids to gaze at him. Her expression was a mixture of judgment and confusion, dreamy and almost as if she were intoxicated, failing to recognize him. Their gaze locked in an unwavering stare, the corners of her eyes lifted, her long lashes delicately curling upwards, creating an enchanting allure. Suddenly, she leaned in, biting his lower lip for a moment before drawing him in, as if savoring jelly. Xie Qingzhou felt a surge of sensations coursing through him. Of late, she had grown weary of him. Even in their moments of intimacy, her interest seemed to wane. When he sought to kiss her, she would evade him. Such boldness stirred excitement within him, and as he grasped her waist, she slipped away once more. Xie Qingzhou, tormented by her teasing, pinched her chin, their breaths mingling as he murmured, "Having had a drink, you mischievous sprite, what are you plotting?" She remained silent, her innocent gaze fixed upon him. Xie Qingzhou swallowed hard. That look in her eyes was far too enticing, igniting a fire within him. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. She let out a soft hum, her fingers tracing the back of his head, gently caressing the nape of his neck. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the sensation, kissing her with fervor, holding her close, and planting kisses along her neck and shoulder. Jiang Nan leaned against his shoulder, surrendering to his caresses and kisses, her eyes serene and devoid of any emotional turmoil or intoxication. In Chapter 89, You Kiss Me, Jiang Nan found solace in Xie Qingzhou's waist and shoulders. When they were closely entwined, she would caress his back, drawing him nearer, which evoked fond memories of their rare moments of intimacy. Her face nestled against his shoulder. She would whisper tender words in his ear during their passionate encounters. Today, under the influence of alcohol, she playfully nibbled on his ear. Xie Qingzhou held her slender waist, but after several struggles, he ultimately released her. The ambience in that place was quite enchanting, yet it was also a bit unruly, raising concerns about her comfort. Jiang Nan was dressed in a sharply tailored dark striped shirt and beige straight-leg trousers, exuding an air of elegance. After kissing for an extended period, her shirt, tucked into her waistband, had become disheveled, with buttons undone. She sank into the sofa, her delicate neck tilted gracefully, breath uneven, yet looking at him with an innocent gaze that was both alluring and ethereal. With a soft sound, she seemed to yearn for more, wrapping her arms around his neck and nestling into the crook of his shoulder like a contented kitten. This compliance filled Xie Qingzhou with immense satisfaction, making him long to remain in that moment forever. Ultimately, he retrieved her clothing, enveloped her in it, and embraced her as they departed. And Ning was intercepted by Qiao Zheng outside the private room and caught sight of Jiang Nan. "Release her. You took advantage of her inebriation," she admonished. Xie Qingzhou shot her a cold glance, asserting, "The games you play are not suitable for her. Do not lead her astray." And Ning scoffed lightly, "Oh, these little boys. How could I be the one to lead her astray? It is you who has corrupted her. You may indulge in your affairs, but she cannot seek companionship." Jiang stated that as long as you are not divorced, each of you can pursue your own pleasures. Jiang Nan slowly opened her eyes, a hint of satisfaction evident in her demeanor. Ning, he makes me feel quite comfortable." In that moment, Xie Qingzhou was entirely convinced that this inebriated soul was oblivious to his identity. After all, when intoxicated, one could very well embrace a dog and call it by name. Once in the car, he initially intended to teach her a lesson, to make her realize who truly brought her comfort. However, upon entering, she leaned against him, ready to sleep. Jiang Nan was genuinely exhausted. After a night of revelry and a day at work, she had spent considerable time entangled with him in the private room. She thought to herself, "Let this suffice for today. Her sleeping posture was serene as she nestled against him, her crimson lips radiant and enchanting. Despite their brief acquaintance, his attention was wholly devoted to her, and a genuine compassion blossomed within him. This compassion was fueled by desire, but also something deeper. The following morning, Jiang Nan awoke to find herself at number 6 Wudong Road, in bed, with no trace of Xie Qingzhou. She was clad in one of his oversized t-shirts and decided to freshen up before descending the stairs. Aunt Shui greeted her with a cheerful smile, remarking on how well the gentleman had cared for her while she was intoxicated the previous night. "You barely drank. You were hardly inebriated at all," she mused. He had indeed taken meticulous care of her, but what transpired behind closed doors? He washed his hands and sat down at the dining table, where she was having breakfast without even glancing at him. Yin Fengshuan inquired, "Have you ceased collaboration with BR?" Such a decision seems rather impulsive." "I do not believe so. I merely wish to achieve success through my own endeavors." "And what of it? I offer you assistance, yet you spurn it. Even in Ning extends her help, and you show no gratitude? Is it only Zhou Qian who is an exception? I am certainly grateful for Ning's assistance. But that surname Yin attempts to leverage this situation against her, which is unacceptable. The implication being that he does not appreciate his goodwill." Xie Qingzhou felt a tightness in his chest as he gazed at her across the table. After finishing her milk, Jiang Nan rose to leave. Xie Qingzhou took a few hurried bites before seeking her out. Jiang Nan was awaiting Yang Ji to deliver her clothes. Clad in Xie Qingzhou's oversized t-shirt that concealed her figure, engrossed in her phone while jotting down notes. Xie Qingzhou's gaze lingered on her long, fair legs, frowning. Previously, he had little interest in such matters. Why, then, was his mind now consumed with them? He exhaled in exasperation and draped a blanket over her legs. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nan frowned. "You're cold," Xie Qingzhou replied. She rolled her eyes. "Do you think I am cold just because you say so? The house is at a constant temperature, you know." She tossed the blanket aside, but Xie Qingzhou seized her, pressing her back onto the sofa. "Jiang Nan, you are deliberately teasing me, aren't you?" Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, tilting her delicate neck, rolling her eyes as if to convey his oversensitivity. Xie Qingzhou sighed and pulled her into his embrace. "It has been some time. I cannot bear it any longer. Cover yourself." As he spoke, he draped a blanket over her legs. Jiang Nan remained silent, yet did not push him away. After all, the art of seduction requires a delicate balance. "Shall we have a conversation?" he inquired, expressing his desire to avoid further coldness between them. As for her suggestion of remaining married while pursuing individual pleasures, that was out of the question. "If we're discussing that person, I have no time," Jiang Nan replied, shifting to sit beside him. "Very well. Shall we discuss work then? Are you not curious why so many brands are reluctant to collaborate with Weifeng?" Jiang Nan raised her eyebrows, intrigued by the topic. After all, she was eager to enlist Mr. Xie's assistance and was prepared to invest considerable resources. Her eyes sparkled with keen interest as she focused on him, awaiting his response. "You never suffer losses. You always seize opportunities," Xie Qingzhou remarked, although he found her unabashed nature quite endearing. "You may choose not to speak, yet I insist on speaking," he said, pulling her back into his embrace once more. "You need to find a highly professional manager and place him in that position." Jiang Nan responded with a soft acknowledgement, gazing at him. "So, you mean to say that my plans and strategies for Weifeng's future are indeed viable?" Gaining his validation certainly bolstered her confidence. "Do you have a suitable candidate to recommend? That comes at a different price. After all, you are my wife. And we can negotiate." Jiang Nan scoffed lightly, pushing him away before ascending the stairs. Leaning back on the sofa, Xie Qingzhou suddenly chuckled. On the coffee table lay another stack of paper, inscribed with several names, which he glanced at briefly. How coincidental. They are all industry leaders with experience in managing luxury goods and a keen sense of fashion. Xie Qingzhou suddenly comprehended why Zhou Qian had transformed so remarkably in such a brief period. As for himself, he was not faring any better. He found himself yearning for her incessantly. While her beauty played a part, the most significant factor was his realization that she had always been radiant. Yang Ji approached, nodding in his direction. Moments later, Jiang Nan descended the stairs, dressed in her usual commuting attire. Xie Qingzhou reclined on the sofa, gazing at her. This woman was so intelligent, so rational, and yet so captivating. She bent down to retrieve a stack of A4 papers from the coffee table. Suddenly, he asked, "Jiang Nan, would you give me a kiss?" Chapter 90. Sweetness. Jiang Nan stared at him in astonishment for a while before casting him a cold glance and walking away. Once in the car, Yang Ji laughed and remarked, "I never expected President Xie to act so coy." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. President Xie truly looks handsome. It's the first time I've seen him in casual attire, and he really exudes a youthful charm. Jiang Nan had to agree on that point. Xie Qingzhou possessed striking features. His skin was a cool white, his eyes were elongated, and his facial structure was well-defined, thanks to years of fitness. He also had an enviable physique, certainly making him quite alluring. A man who was both handsome and charming, but unfortunately, a scoundrel. Jiang Nan chose to dismiss thoughts of him and pondered over matters concerning the company. Recently, she had encountered repeated setbacks with the brand partners, prompting her to reflect on the situation. The brand partners lacked confidence in her abilities, although she could eventually prove her competence with time. The current microclimate could not afford to wait. She needed to see results swiftly. She sifted through the candidates she favored on paper, and in the end, one more name, Tong Xin, was added to the list. This individual was evidently added by Xie Qingzhou, and Jiang Nan was momentarily at a loss regarding his intentions. Upon arriving at the company and concluding the meeting, Ning approached her. The renowned domestic jewelry brand, Lucin, sought a spokesperson, and Jiang Nan wished for Ning to give it a try. Ning, lacking confidence after many years of dwindling influence, hesitated. Just be yourself. If you succeed, that would be splendid. If not, it's of no consequence, Jiang Nan encouraged, offering to personally drive her there. As Ning sat in the passenger seat, she took a moment before inquiring, "How is it?" "What?" Jiang Nan responded, "How is it between you two?" After a brief pause, Jiang Nan reflected on Xie Qingzhou's reaction and replied, "Quite good." The thought of seducing her own husband struck her as rather amusing. She found herself in a position where she was compelled not only to assist Ning in securing a role, but also to ensure that Feng Liu fell from grace completely. Since divorce was not an option, she resolved to make the most of her circumstances. However, the methods of seduction were indeed limited, necessitating some on-the-spot learning. While searching for instructional videos online, Ning caught sight of her. Ning was fully supportive, hoping that once Jiang Nan captured Xie Qingzhou's heart, she would discard it carelessly. Yet, hearing her friend express this with an inscrutable demeanor was peculiar, prompting her to laugh and ask, "Do you have many boyfriends? Shouldn't we be on equal footing?" Ning, however, had only ever had one boyfriend, Feigned. You may not comprehend this, but when you were with Xie Qingzhou, the two of you were quite innocent, were you not? Over the course of these 3 years of marriage, with him often absent from home, it is only natural that you might lack experience. However, I am not like you. Firstly, I am an actress, and you have no idea how much effort I expended to pursue Feigned, learning how to kiss and practicing how to flirt with him. In any case, this is a method I have personally validated. I genuinely liked Feigned. Feel free to use it, my dear sister. All right, I shall remember your contribution. Her attitude left Xie Qingzhou feeling quite helpless. After all, he was busy with work and could not chase after her every day. What? 50 million? Do you not know what was purchased in Jiang Nan? Put in a little more effort, will you? Xie Qingzhou opened the box to reveal an exceedingly rare Patek Philippe watch. One that had fetched nearly $7,300,000 at a Sotheby's auction. There was only this one, making it extraordinarily valuable. Did he buy this watch? To surprise me? Upon hearing this, Madame Xie rolled her eyes dramatically, dreaming beautifully. If it was not intended for me, then who was it for? Xie Qingzhou remained silent for a moment before smiling and suggesting to his niece, "Why not use Grandma's phone to call your aunt and tell her you miss her? Inviting her over for dinner?" Madame Xie snorted dismissively, now realizing the importance of being considerate. Does she not think it is a bit too late? Shou Qianyan suddenly went abroad, and it is evident that he was behind this. When Jiang Nan received a call from Xie Qingzhou, he was quite taken aback. The young girl sweetly expressed that she missed her, inquiring if she was busy and suggesting they dine together in the evening. Sure. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is your third uncle present?" To which the third uncle replied, "He is not here." Xie Qingzhou remained silent. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes. Feeling that the recent chill had lingered long enough, she had other matters to discuss with him. As she prepared to leave work, Yang Ji entered, stating, "President Jiang, the task you assigned me is beginning to yield results online." The situation surrounding Feng Liu intruding upon another's family, albeit lacking concrete evidence, had garnered some attention. The crew of female general would certainly take the potential repercussions into account. By tomorrow morning, we should amplify this issue and secure a spot on trending topics. Yang Ji added. As for President Xie's side, I will handle that, Jiang Nan asserted, contemplating. I shall not come over tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Xie Qingzhou felt a sense of pride, believing that Jiang Nan was not as indifferent as she pretended to be. Although the watch was purchased with his money, her thoughtful use of it brought him joy. Third uncle, are you dressed like a male model today to impress my third aunt? Xie Qingzhou glanced at him, remarking, this is rather extravagant, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. You are merely envious of my physique, he retorted, as the Xie family prepared for dinner. The sound of a car echoed in the yard. Xie Qingzhou stepped out to greet her, feeling buoyant, and approached her with a light-hearted stride to accept the items she had brought. Jiang Nan immediately recognized his attire as a high-end piece from Zegna, a linen gray shirt jacket paired with a matching turtleneck and trousers. His ensemble exuded elegance and refinement, and coupled with his striking appearance, he resembled a male model heading to the runway. Jiang Nan was seldom seen in such attire. It was quite striking yet somewhat peculiar. Are you going out? If he intended to leave, her plans would need to be altered. However, Jiang Nan merely acknowledged with a soft "oh" and refrained from further inquiries. At the dining table, Madame Xie inquired about her mother's condition. Much improved. I hope to have her discharged in a few days, Jiang Nan replied, noting her mother's stabilization, although she struggled to sleep at night, often in tears. The words spoken by Feng Liyue had indeed left an impact on her. That evening, Xie Qingzhou opened a bottle of red wine, which had a delightful taste. His sister-in-law, still in her nursing period, could not partake, and Xie Qingzhou, absent from social engagements, seldom indulged in alcohol. Jiang Nan felt a sense of discomfort upon kissing Xie Qingzhou while sober. After finishing the bottle, she found the sensation unsettling. Xie Qingzhou, however, did not intervene, as he preferred the intoxicated version of Jiang Nan, soft, sweet, and endearing. After the Xie family's dinner, Jiang Nan and Xie Qingzhou played in the side chamber. Her tolerance for alcohol was decent, but the lingering effects of the red wine left her feeling warm and lethargic. She leaned against the sofa, seated on the carpet, propping her chin as she gazed at the wooden stick on the floor. When she reached for it, her movement was slightly hindered, her focus wavering. Auntie, your face is quite flushed. Have you been drinking? Not to the point of drunkenness, Jiang Nan replied. Aside from a slight fuzziness in my mind, my awareness remains intact. Xie Qingzhou handed her a cup of tea, which she accepted obediently, looking up at him momentarily. Xie Qingzhou observed her from the sofa, at the wine table. They had consumed the red wine with such earnestness, just a few sips per glass, yet it had already taken effect. Think about it, stop playing. You certainly cannot win against your third aunt in this round, he remarked, gently ruffling Jiang Nan's hair. Xie Qingzhou let out a huff. Third uncle, are you hoping to play with aunt? The 7-year-old, quick-witted, darted away. Jiang Nan turned and leaned against the sofa, while Xie Qingzhou looked down and noticed her nestled against his leg. Is it uncomfortable for you? Would you like me to make you a hangover soup? She lifted her gaze to meet his, her clarity evident. I haven't even drunk too much. A hint of playful reproach sparkled in her eyes, undeniably alluring. Xie Qingzhou's fingers brushed against the tip of her nose as he leaned slightly closer. Why not stay here tonight? Don't go to the office to work overtime tomorrow. Xiang wants to continue playing with you. Jiang Nan remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at him intently. Is that agreeable? He inquired again, his tone remarkably gentle. Had it been in the past, Jiang Nan would have been utterly captivated by his tenderness. However, the complexities of their relationship had led her to perceive this as mere pretense. He was simply yearning for her physical presence. Why did you write Tong Xian's name that day? She asked, perhaps seeking conversation. She didn't want her principles to follow her senses, and this matter had long puzzled her. To her knowledge, Tong Xian was highly valued. Madame Xie, I only discuss business in the office, he replied, observing her somewhat dazed eyes. Jiang Nan scoffed, rising to leave. Xie Qingzhou grasped her waist, causing her to tumble onto his lap, his face nuzzling into the crook of her neck. Madame Xie, you are the exception. Jiang Nan turned her gaze towards him. Enough of that. Let go. Not a chance, he retorted, audaciously licking her earlobe. Jiang, please calm down, will you? He was truly in distress. Jiang Nan was aware that he was seeking intimacy. During their time in Deep City, he found solace in her embrace. Sister Li recounted how attentively he cared for her that night, and upon closing the door, Xie Qingzhou became lost in various sensations, oblivious to the world around him. What would one think upon witnessing such a scene? Jiang Nan remarked that his behavior was increasingly outrageous, showing a complete disregard for propriety. With a sigh, Xie Qingzhou released her. Shortly thereafter, second sister-in-law arrived, cradling Xie Qingzhou in her arms. Jiang Nan had consumed alcohol, barely managing to suppress her lethargy as she entertained the child for a while before exchanging pleasantries with second sister-in-law. Mrs. Xie approached her, suggesting that she might as well stay the night. She did not decline the offer. Xie Qingzhou, however, held her down, showing no regard for her feelings, as he fervently pursued his desires. After their marriage, she had envisioned moments of tenderness between them, yet she never anticipated such a state of disarray. Xie Qingzhou was downstairs receiving a phone call, while Jiang Nan nestled on the sofa by the window, on the verge of slumber. In 3 years of marriage, they had shared this space, and this was only the second occasion. The first had been that night, filled with unexpressed grievances, where he felt compelled to touch her despite the inner turmoil. She may not have found it particularly pleasurable, yet he craved her nonetheless. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt. Had he known it would unfold this way, he should have treated her with more kindness from the start. Approaching her, he gazed at her still flushed cheeks. Jiang Nan opened her eyes, ready to speak of Tong Xian. Xie Qingzhou studied her for a moment, reluctant to respond. Jiang Nan wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him, revisiting their previous lesson, gently pulling at his lower lip. As her tongue brushed against his, Xie Qingzhou felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. Then, pulling away from his lips, she inquired if she could speak now. Xie Qingzhou shook his head. Jiang Nan lazily rolled her eyes, keeping her distance from him. He chuckled softly as he wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "It's not that I don't want to say anything. It's just that my mind is clouded, enchanted by you." His words were laced with affection, causing Jiang Nan to momentarily lose herself. The man's lips once again brushed against hers, gently teasing before intertwining deeply. Jiang Nan pondered that compared to her, his kissing skills were quite refined, likely honed on feng liu. Staying here, Jiang Nan found herself contemplating this moment. However, tonight was not suitable. It would be best to wait until tomorrow morning. Both of their breaths quickened, their hearts reluctant, yet their bodies betrayed them. His face hovered before hers, her body trembling as she spoke. "Xie Qingzhou." The man in her embrace murmured softly, lifting his head to entangle her lips once more before asking, "What's wrong?" "I'll sleep with you, but you must grant Ning the role of the general." Xie Qingzhou's body froze, supporting himself as he gazed at the flushed and breathless woman in his arms. What did she take him for? And what did she think of herself? Hadn't she always looked down upon such matters? Learning that Ning had secured the project due to her liaison with Yan Fengxuan, she had resolutely refused even in her most difficult times. Yet now, for a mere role, she was willing to share his bed. "Jiang Nan, are you doing this on purpose?" During these days, he had missed her dearly. He had held back because he had once promised that as long as she disagreed, he would never force her. Thus, he had endured, resisting the urge even when he found it increasingly difficult, stopping short of crossing the final line. Last time, after she had drunk, she kissed him, setting his heart ablaze with excitement. Now, with the arrow drawn tight, she made such a request. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her, a sense of desolation blooming within him. Must the matters of husband and wife become a transaction? In the past, he had coveted her body, and still did. Yet now he found himself unsatisfied. He yearned for her heart, for her love. He half knelt on the sofa, pressing his body against hers. But after a moment of contemplation, he withdrew from her embrace. His expression darkened. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom as Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, attempting to calm the turmoil within her. He did not acquiesce, as she had anticipated. However, despite their circumstances, he still bore restraint for the one he cherished, which she found quite rare. Yet, she found it puzzling. How could he be so enamored with feng liu, yet appears so insatiable? On her phone, Yang Ji sent a message, inquiring whether she was certain about elevating the excitement to its peak tomorrow morning. Subsequently, she washed up and fell asleep. That night, Xie Qingzhou slept poorly, his anger and unfulfilled desires keeping him awake until the early hours. At 7:30, he remained asleep, causing Jiang Nan to furrow her brow. After a moment's thought, her fingers slipped into his sleeping robe. It must be said, Xie Qingzhou's physique was truly remarkable, with defined contours. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of his usually serious, slightly aloof wife, now perched on his waist, exuding an alluring charm like a fox. Unprecedentedly bold, unprecedentedly proactive, his breath quickened. "What are you doing?" She lowered her head slightly, her long hair grazing his chest, igniting a ticklish sensation. I intend for you to remain in bed all morning. Chapter 92. She was frightened. Even he, when caught in the crossfire, must face the consequences. As for Jiang Nan, every ambition she sought to fulfill was achieved not through pleas or flattery, but through her own relentless efforts. Insider sources revealed that Xie Qingzhou was allegedly married 3 years ago, and the mysterious woman accompanying him in the ancient city was none other than Mrs. Xie. The emergence of such news inevitably thrust Feng Liyue into the spotlight, raising questions about her involvement in Xie Qingzhou's marriage. The media, unable to reach Xie Qingzhou, swiftly discovered the address of the hospital where Feng Liyue was located, flocking there in hopes of obtaining first-hand information. Due to her limited mobility, Feng Liyue found herself trapped in her hospital room. When questioned about her knowledge of Xie Qingzhou's marriage and whether she was aware of the three's entanglement, the hospital staff exerted considerable effort to disperse the reporters. Feng Liyue's first instinct was to perceive this as Jiang Nan's retaliation against her. Her situation had been trending for an hour, yet the company made no effort to mitigate the situation, nor did anyone come forth to address it. Previously, whenever Feng Liyue faced negative press, the company acted promptly to contain the fallout. However, since the last incident, Chairman Xie allowed matters to unfold without intervention. Everyone began to speculate on the implications of the lack of guidance from their superior, treating it as if it were invisible. With no other options, Feng Liyue could only repeatedly call Xie Qingzhou, seeking to resolve the situation. Yet, despite her efforts, her calls went unanswered. Until 9 o'clock, when the call finally connected. Just as she was about to speak, she was rendered speechless by the sounds on the other end, a woman's stifled sobs accompanied by a man's heavy breathing. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou lay on the bed, feeling a sense of defeat. Due to Jiang Nan's flushed complexion, her body had long since lost the ability to resist, leaving her to succumb to his indulgent grasp. Even in such a state, she managed to reach for his phone, intentionally answering the call. He knew that this call would infuriate Feng Liyue to the point of rage. It also stirred within him a sense of annoyance at being manipulated. Last night, just as their emotions reached a crescendo, she had provocatively declared her intention to vie for a role in a Ning, fully aware he would refuse. This morning, at a moment when his resolve was at its weakest, her alluring demeanor rendered him unable to decline. To refuse again would not befit a man. The annoyance he felt was swiftly dissipated by the satisfaction of winning her heart. His wife truly understood him, as she had managed to keep him in bed all morning. Xie Qingzhou, feeling bored while sitting on the carpet, inquired of her father, and San never used to be one to linger in bed. Xie Qingzhou cast a glance at his daughter, occasionally. Shall I go wake them up? She asked. Absolutely not. Xie Qingzhou grasped his daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. As Xie Xiangxiang sighed and awaited lunch, her disappointment grew when only Xie Qingzhou returned. Where's Aunt San? She asked. The consequences of desire can be quite severe, Xie Qingzhou remarked. He had perused the online rumors, which varied widely. The media was at a loss for Xie Qingzhou's whereabouts, and Feng Liyue's side offered no useful information. Fearing collateral damage, the official account of female general hastily issued a statement clarifying that the lead role had yet to be determined, and at that time, Feng Liyue was merely one of the contenders. Xie Qingzhou could not help but admire Jiang Nan. She had handled the situation deftly, placing Xie Qingzhou in a precarious position. If one acknowledges a clandestine marriage, it is tantamount to infidelity. To deny it, however, leaves Jiang Nan with a marriage certificate in hand. Regardless of the choice made, it is fraught with error. At this juncture, Mrs. Xie exhibits no sympathy for her son. On that day in the hospital, one should have anticipated such an outcome. That individual surnamed Feng is utterly inconsequential. Even if you were to divorce Jiang, it would be impossible for her to gain entry into your life. Xie Qingzhou pressed his forehead in exasperation, claiming, What marriage? I have not even laid a finger on her. Mrs. Xie expressed astonishment. You haven't touched her at all? All these years, I believed she was your true love. She could have been a lucrative asset for the company. This marked the first occasion on which Xie Qingzhou endeavored to elucidate the matter to his parents. He subsequently exhaled a deep sigh, feeling an ominous sense that the more he understood Jiang Nan, the deeper he would become ensnared. When Jiang Nan awoke at 1 o'clock, meeting Xie Qingzhou's gaze, dark and abyssal, she felt no fear. She had anticipated the consequences of her actions in pursuing her objectives. His wrath or any ensuing punishment held little significance for her. Upon her awakening, Xie Qingzhou rose from the sofa and approached the bedside. The tempest she had foreseen did not materialize. He merely inquired, his expression grim. Are you hungry? What do you think? Jiang Nan replied, cocooned within the blankets. I haven't eaten since breakfast, and after all this commotion, I am quite famished. Serves you right, he retorted, leaning down to grasp her chin. Quite capable. Aren't you? Not bad at all. She accepted the action she had taken. After all, he was no fool. If her suspicions were accurate, Feng Liyue was unlikely to secure the lead role in The Female General. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her lips, swollen and alluring after their passionate encounter. He leaned down to kiss her, but she turned her head away. What's this? Now that your aim has been achieved, you won't even pretend anymore? He remarked. Could he refrain from feeling anger? The kiss and the subsequent intimacy had all been meticulously planned, and he had naively believed she still cared, even a little. Jiang Nan remained silent, appearing resigned to her fate. Xie Qingzhou grasped her chin and kissed her for a moment before rising. Jiang Nan, breathless, heard the sound of the door closing. Was this the end? It was far from what she had anticipated. Before long, Xie Qingzhou returned with food. Jiang Nan had just changed her clothes and was far too hungry to be polite. Xie Qingzhou lounged nearby, smoking. In the past, he had deliberately allowed her to misunderstand his relationship with Feng Liyue, a form of retribution for her insistence on marrying him. After watching the video, he genuinely wished to make amends, yet the incident in the hospital had transpired. Considering her perspective, it was only natural for her to be angry. He was expected to explain, but how could a man like him boast, I pushed you away for your father's reputation? That was not his nature. After some thought, he said, she truly is not my lover. I have never even touched her. Jiang Nan could not recall how many times he had clarified his relationship with Feng Liyue. She found it difficult to trust him. After all, just days prior, he had thrust her into significant trouble. She was genuinely frightened, terrified that every time she dared to hope for something from him, she would be met with a harsh reality. Therefore, whether his words were true or false, she resolved not to let them sway her heart again. Was there truly a connection between the Jiang family's tragedy and Feng Liyue? Chapter 93. The child Jiang Nan's explanation held less interest for him than the meal before them. He furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of frustration towards her. His wife certainly had a knack for manipulation. In his heart, Xie Qingzhou felt a mix of anger and a peculiar joy akin to encountering a worthy opponent. Previously, he had perceived her as dull and uninteresting, but now he recognized the charm of living alongside her. Despite being outmaneuvered, he could not help but admire her. As he drew on his cigarette, his gaze fell upon her. Had it not been for that box of contraceptive pills, he mused, he would have continued to indulge her, even wishing to pamper her. After all, a man who has just been well-fed is often in high spirits and possesses boundless patience. Once Jiang Nan finished her meal, she relaxed languidly against the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. Xie Qingzhou was aware that he had been rather indiscreet earlier, having tired her out, and he was more than willing to attend to her needs. As he cleared the dishes and prepared to ascend the stairs, a new maid called out to him, stating that a delivery had arrived from the courier. Xie Qingzhou accepted the package, noticing it bore the logo of a pharmacy. As he carried it upstairs, he glanced inside to find a box of contraceptive pills. In other words, she had ordered them online the moment she awoke, unable to wait even a moment longer. How desperately she seemed to avoid bearing his child. A man may indulge a woman, even spoil her. Though today's events were inconsequential, he could dismiss them as mere marital playfulness. However, this box of medication felt as though it had struck a nerve. Upon returning to their room, he tossed the pills at her, demanding clarity. Startled, Jiang Nan initially jumped in surprise, then picked up the medication, glancing at it before coldly stating, I do not wish to have children. Do you not wish to have children? Or is it simply that you do not want to bear my child? He interrogated, his previously tender demeanor morphing into one of fury directed towards her. Since her decision to pursue a divorce, she believed that both her attitude and demeanor had been commendable. Her ability to endure did not imply the absence of anger. She rose to her feet and declared, Indeed, I do not wish to bear your child. Who else would you bear a child for? Zhou Qian. Xie Qingzhou retorted, trapping her beneath him. Jiang Nan frowned. Do not lose your mind. What does this have to do with Zhou Qian? You are unwilling to divorce, and I feel that we should continue living in this muddled state without demanding too much from one another. It was evident that her love for him had dissipated. Their kisses and intimate encounters were devoid of any emotional connection. The two parted ways unhappily. The person who had previously been attentive and serving suddenly left with a cold expression, prompting Madame Xie to mutter a curse about their lack of ambition. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan leaned against the sofa upstairs, her eyes slightly moist. Over the past 3 years, she had endured countless grievances. What was today's incident in comparison? Merely intolerable. Jiang Nan did not linger long in the Xie family estate. After tidying up, she prepared to depart. Xie Qingzhou felt quite unhappy for not having spent time with her. Jiang Nan had urgent matters to attend to and informed Xiangxiang that once she was finished, she would allow her to stay with her for a few days. In the following days, the two remained out of contact, both preoccupied with the endorsement of the Ning Lucen brand. Xie Qingzhou was significantly agitated by her indifference, showing no intent of reconciliation, which further darkened his countenance. Xiaozheng, too, refrained from provoking him during this time. She intended for Ning to serve as the brand ambassador for Lucen, did she not? Indeed, Anning's temperament is quite fitting. Xie Qingzhou let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Let Feng Liue join the fray as well." The founder of the Lucen brand has consistently sought a spokesperson who aligns with the essence of the brand, opting against high-profile celebrities. To this end, a series of auditions have been held in major cities, effectively enhancing the brand's visibility, though some speculate that the founder is merely creating a spectacle. At the grand auditions for the esteemed Lucen brand, one could find both ordinary individuals and familiar faces from the entertainment industry. Even Feng Liue, who had sustained a leg injury, neglected her recovery in the hospital to attend, underscoring the brand's significance. Upon seeing her, Feng Liue was filled with self-satisfaction. "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize for what happened that day, even though I was treated poorly by your father." Jiang Nan suppressed her rising anger, recognizing that acting out in public would be foolish. Feng Liue aimed to provoke her. Anning, unaware of the events that transpired in the hospital, wore a puzzled expression and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. You go ahead first," Jiang Nan replied, casting a glance at Feng Liue. "Liue, President Xie has arrived. I truly feel for you." Chapter 94. Brother Xie Qingzhou stepped out of the car, dressed in a deep blue suit paired with a black shirt. Sans a tie or heavy coat. In the weather of Haicheng, his attire appeared somewhat insubstantial, yet he exuded an air of effortless elegance. The auditions for Liusen's brand spokesperson had progressed to the regional finals, and numerous media outlets flocked to Xie Qingzhou. "Is today's visit for business or pleasure?" "Is it for Miss Feng?" a reporter inquired. At that moment, Feng Liue sat in a wheelchair, her complexion pale, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Gazing adoringly at Xie Qingzhou, the clarification Xie Qingzhou offered about their merely professional relationship held no persuasive power at that instant. "What did you mean?" And Ning furrowed her brow, on the verge of exasperation. Was Jiang Nan digging a pit for Feng Liue while Xie Qingzhou was filling it in? Why was Xie Qingzhou acting so despicably? Jiang Nan looked at Ning, questioning her understanding of the situation. She should focus on her own affairs. All of this fell well within her expectations, did it not? As long as Xie Qingzhou was present, she had no means to deal with Feng Liue. He consistently undermined her, while simultaneously expecting her to bear his children. A suffocating frustration settled in Jiang Nan's chest. Meanwhile, Feng Liue appeared bashful, further amplifying the suspicions surrounding her. Whispers began circulating, suggesting that Xie Qingzhou likely did not love his wife, but rather held genuine affection for Feng Liue. Otherwise, he would not be there to support her at such a time. Upon hearing such remarks, Jiang Nan remained composed. This was typical of Xie Qingzhou. While he explicated that his relationship with Feng Liue was not of that nature, he simultaneously cultivated an ambiguous atmosphere, amplifying the situation, as if he were afraid others might not recognize how much he doted on her. Thus, his explanations always seemed so feeble and unconvincing. If he truly cared for her even a fraction, how could he remain silent at such a moment? If he merely clarified, she would not be perpetually thrust into such an embarrassing position. That day, he mentioned Shou Qian. Xie Qingzhou was not oblivious to these dynamics. Jiang Nan felt a profound sense of ennui. Continuing in this manner seemed devoid of meaning, yet she found herself ensnared, which only heightened her sense of tedium. Her husband bore no distinction from his former self. In the past, she would have felt utterly wronged, but now he seemed intent on openly slapping her face. That was intolerable. With a cold laugh, she parted the crowd and, under the astonished gazes of many, approached Xie Qingzhou, gently linking her arm with his. Feng Liue stared at Jiang Nan with a pallid face, exclaiming, "You." Jiang Nan tilted her head, her gaze shimmering as it met Xie Qingzhou's. "May I inquire?" "Mr. Jiang, what is your relationship with Mr. Xie?" He is my brother, she replied, the term brother casting a hook. Xie Qingzhou's eyes darkened slightly, his expression remaining impassive as he regarded Jiang Nan. His reaction made it difficult to believe her words. Brother, and Ning is waiting for me over there, Jiang Nan added. Without allowing Feng Liyue the opportunity to respond, she tugged Xie Qingzhou toward Ning's side, and then, under the scrutiny of numerous media personnel and reporters, they entered the venue together. Once distanced from the crowd, Jiang Nan released his arm and turned to leave, but Xie Qingzhou grasped her wrist. I need to speak with you. I have my own matters to attend to. She firmly rejected, speaking the truth. She had come solely to escort Ning and would not linger. Had she not observed Feng Liyue's ostentation, she would not have staged such a display. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her for a long moment. Then, grasping the nape of her neck, he pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Nan inhaled sharply and looked up at him. Are you out of your mind? Every time I try to have a sincere conversation with you, you never listen. In that case, let her comply. Jiang Nan instinctively glanced outside, where a throng of media and reporters awaited. She had just declared him her brother. Yet now, in such a public setting, the implications were decidedly ambiguous. How would the media portray her? And Ning was equally alarmed. At this critical juncture, any negative publicity could inflict significant damage upon the corporation. Xie Qingzhou, are you truly a man? Apart from threatening women, do you possess any other talents? And Ning attempted to confront him. Xie Qingzhou responded with a cold smile, tightening his embrace around Jiang Nan. Jiang, tell me, am I not a man? Chapter 95. The most beloved Jiang Nan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As the current manager of the Weifeng Group, she found herself unable to behave in a manner that would compromise her dignity. Xie Qingzhou was acutely aware of this, which emboldened him to pressure her in such a public arena. I shall wait. Surely you can manage that, she remarked, her eyes furtively glancing outward, fearful of being photographed. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, seizing the opportune moment to release her as someone approached. Jiang Nan maintained a frosty demeanor, glaring at him from a distance. The watch you requested from my second brother is in my possession, he stated leisurely, aware of the necessity to avoid reneging on his word. Having interacted with her frequently, he understood her character. She was not one to easily acquiesce, especially to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan scoffed. Is that truly your only trick? This is what I call a decisive maneuver, he retorted, a hint of amusement lingering at the corners of his lips. Jiang Nan was resolute in her refusal to yield, locking eyes with him defiantly. The sibling dynamic between them incited frustration in Feng Liyue, who then dragged Ning away in exasperation. It won't be long before the media reports on his intention to elevate Ning's popularity. Jiang Nan, at present, considers him merely as a tool, and he wields it with increasing dexterity. Mrs. Xie, do not overstep your bounds. Should I choose not to cooperate, I could utterly dismantle your position. His tone shifted, the mirth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a chilling malice and an oppressive aura. Xie Qingzhou, are you not merely relying on your resources to ensure I cannot secure the endorsement for Lucen? I can forego the endorsement, but you ought to refrain from threatening her. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, tilting his head to regard Ning. Missin, you truly lack discernment. From the moment she facilitated your endorsement for Weifeng, she has been strategizing on your behalf, aiming to catapult you to fame within the shortest span. If you continue to reject this endorsement and that role, do you wish to witness her downfall from Weifeng? And Ning opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Nan. I shall await your decision, cease scaring her. Jiang Nan offered a few words of comfort to Ning, urging her to maintain a calm mindset and perform normally. At last, she relented, and his expression softened slightly. He entered the elevator alongside Ning, while Jiang Nan proceeded to his vehicle. As she prepared to get into her car, she was halted by an assistant of Feng Liyue. Miss Sin, Liyue wishes to speak with you, the assistant stated. I have no desire to converse, she replied curtly. Who knows what trickery Feng Liyue is conjuring now? She entered the vehicle, awaiting Xie Qingzhou, uncertain of what he intended to discuss with her. Yet, her thoughts lingered on Feng Liyue's antics. Such petty skirmishes would not undermine Feng Liyue fundamentally. How can one ensure that Feng Liyue completely falters, leaving Xie Qingzhou unable to salvage the situation? Upon seeing Feng Liyue, she furrowed her brows yet lowered the car window. Seated in her wheelchair, her eyes were red, presenting a particularly pitiable sight. Miss Jiang, how can you facilitate my relationship with Qingzhou? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Was it not Xie Qingzhou who refused to divorce? Leaning against the driver's seat, She gazed at the seemingly innocent woman and suddenly recalled Xie Qingzhou's earlier words, that he and Feng Liyue were not lovers, that he had not even touched her. Those words began to seem somewhat credible. But he said, "He hasn't touched you at all," Jiang Nan remarked, observing Feng Liyue. A fleeting hint of panic crossed her eyes, which Jiang Nan noted. One cannot trust a man's words, yet his body cannot deceive, can it? Jiang Nan stated deliberately. Feng Liyue forcefully struck the armrest of her wheelchair. What are you so pleased about, Jiang Nan? Once he finds that person, he will cast you aside. What he desires is merely your body. That person is his true love. Chapter 96. A second chance. Xie Qingzhou ascended to the top floor via the elevator, where he was met with laughter from Nanxiu. He was already aware of the commotion downstairs. Raising an eyebrow, Xie Qingzhou regarded him for a moment before saying, "Did you not mention that it is only natural for one to be moved by emotions, as we are not made of stone?" "Oh, so you are admitting to being moved?" Nanxiu chuckled, inviting him to take a seat. "What is there to deny?" Xie Qingzhou settled down, recalling his beautiful wife, her beauty and ambition setting her apart from the affluent young ladies he was accustomed to. In other words, she is a captivating soul and an intriguing individual. Such a person would easily inspire affection, wouldn't she? Since you have broached this topic, what of your beloved? Xie Qingzhou fell silent for a moment, contemplating that one must first locate the person of interest. After all, he had already changed his heart. What more could he demand? Yet, to disregard her entirely was something he could not bring himself to do. Does one not regret such a choice? Your beautiful wife appears to be impervious to your charms. Mr. Nanxiu chuckled again. Xie Qingzhou rubbed his forehead. Indeed, she is not easily swayed. Provoke her, and her temper flares even more, like a spring that rebounds with greater force the harder it is pressed. Nanxiu observed him, a hint of indulgence and pride emerging in his expression as he spoke of Jiang Nan. After their casual conversation, Mr. Nanxiu inquired whether the purpose of his visit was related to the endorsement matter. "No, you are the one well-versed in endorsements. I shall not interfere. However, if you could lend a helping hand, I would not be averse to it." Nanxiu understood. "So you wish for me to assist in causing trouble for Jiang Nan? I see. Pursuing a lady should not always involve creating complications, little Zhou. I understand, rest assured." Jiang Nan, seated in her car, pondered the words of Feng Liyue, spoken in haste. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzhou emerged and entered her vehicle. Upon settling in, he frowned and remarked, "Your car is too small. I cannot stretch my legs." Jiang Nan retorted, "This BMW 3 Series, priced under 400,000, suits me perfectly. You need not ride. We cannot compare to you, with your luxury cars and ostentatious pursuits. The Xie family is rather unassuming. Xie father's vehicle is an older Model A6, and she is indifferent to cars, having grown accustomed to it. In stark contrast, Xie Qingzhou flaunts his opulent Bentley worth several million. He reaches out, pinching the delicate nape of her neck. Have you lost your senses? Jiang Nan recoils, evading him. Let us get to the point. First, I'll take you to dine. She exhales, tilting her head to regard him. I'm not hungry. What is it you wish to discuss? Jiang Nan, if I were in your position, I would obediently go for a meal. A certain limited edition Patek Philippe watch from our little circle was purchased by a mysterious figure. Were you the one orchestrating this behind the scenes? Jiang Nan glares at him. What are you up to now? Just days ago, he had been pleased, believing her to be thoughtful, wanting to gift him a watch. Ever since she resolutely expressed her disinterest in pregnancy, he realized he had been mistaken. That watch was not intended for him. Observing some online chatter about the timepiece, he surmised it was likely meant for promoting a Ning. His wife is quite adept at marketing and knows how to create a buzz to capture attention. Shall we dine? He inquires with a gentle smile. Very well. What does General Xie wish to eat? Anything you desire, he replies, the sweetness of his words evident. In truth, Jiang Nan does not wish to dine with him, yet his remarkable intelligence makes her endeavors seem trivial in comparison, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. She decides to playfully torment him over minor matters instead. Jiang Nan opts for hot pot. Xie Qingzhou's journey abroad over the past few years has been fraught with challenges. As a compatriot in a foreign land, he has endured cultural differences and even instances of racial discrimination, all in an effort to establish his own identity and prove his worth. Moreover, having ventured overseas, he could not rely on his father's resources, necessitating a reliance on his own perseverance and efforts to navigate his path. Consequently, he has not neglected his health, as he now grapples with some stomach issues. He is not fond of heavily seasoned dishes, which makes his reaction to the bubbling hot pot, his brows furrowed in mild discontent. Understandable. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He muses. Yet, she smiles sweetly, undeterred. Observing her now, with her head lowered and her eyes cast downwards, he cannot help but feel a pang of disappointment. I am indeed doing this on purpose. You needn't eat it. You may not know, but I absolutely adore hot pot. Xie Qingzhou purses his lips, opting for silence. The fiery broth, laden with spices, proves too much for him. After just a couple of bites, he sets down his chopsticks. In stark contrast, she relishes her meal, savoring each bite with grace. Through the rising steam, her delicate demeanor as she eats exudes a certain elegance, tinged with a hint of fragility. Grant me another chance, he implores, leaning back in his chair and gazing at her. Jiang Nan blinks in surprise. What? You heard me, he replies, looking into her ever-clear eyes. I may not excel in many areas, but I assure you, in that regard, I am quite capable. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Nan rolls her eyes in exasperation. What on earth are you talking about? In the past, Xie Qingzhou was often described as a refined young gentleman, profoundly cultured. Yet, the influences of foreign culture have undeniably shaped him. Nonetheless, he does speak some truth in his assertions. Even though there are numerous barriers between two individuals, the experiences in that regard may not be as frequent, yet they can be quite delightful. She now possesses her own considerations and understands that it is unwise to engage in a severe conflict with him, leaving no room for compromise. However, when he truly seeks this opportunity from her, she is reluctant to grant it. That watch, could it be exchanged for another chance? After all, it originally belonged to me. Jiang Nan furrowed her brow. He was always like this, nothing more than a threat. It was you who wished to purchase it, and I provided the funds. Who cares about your money? I could return it to you immediately, she remarked, refusing to even eat, and once again clashed with him. Xie Qingzhou recalled his once gentle and delicate wife, now akin to a fiery pepper, and felt a sense of helplessness. All right, I know you are not short on funds. Miss Jiangxi, let us eat first, he suggested, ordering beef for her. After their meal, Xie Qingzhou prepared a cup of tea and handed it to her. Miss Jiang, have you considered my proposal? The watch, please, she replied, accepting the tea. He nodded, and 5 minutes later, Xiao Zheng delivered the watch. Jiang Nan lowered her gaze to examine it. Indeed, this watch was exquisite. Xie Qingzhou encircled her waist from behind, nuzzling her delicate neck and planting a kiss on her ear. What are you doing? She asked, frowning. I am trying to please you, he responded. When I lose my temper and you ignore me, I must coax you back, but you refuse to respond. Being your husband is quite challenging. Jiang Nan lowered her eyes, contemplating for a moment, and then said, Xie Qingzhou, this reflects my previous attitude towards you. Neither too warm nor too cold, lacking fervor. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback as he turned her around, encircling her waist and planting a kiss on her crimson lips. You needn't feel wronged, she remarked. Yet, her lips remained ensnared by his. He pressed her head gently, rendering her unable to escape. His kiss was tender yet assertive, compelling her backward until she met the tea table within the private room. As she leaned back, her palms braced against the tabletop, the man swiftly maneuvered to guide her arms around his neck, preventing the tea cups from toppling over. Their breaths became shallow. He held her close, kissing her softly, occasionally playfully entwining with her. His demeanor was low and intimate, which she found quite gratifying, reminding her of Ning's words about the joys of affluent women. After Jiang Nan departed, Xie Qingzhou leisurely prepared tea for herself. When Xiao Zheng entered, he said, Find a moment to clarify what transpired at the hospital that day. Xiao Zheng responded with an acknowledgement, reasoning that if it were disclosed that Jiang Nan's poor demeanor towards her at the hospital was for the sake of Jiang Yuan's reputation, she would harbor less resentment and naturally be more forgiving. Boss, you are indeed quite calculating, Xiao Zheng remarked, a hint of confusion evident. Wouldn't it be more effective for you to explain the incident directly? Why beat around the bush? Your explanation would yield doubled results. Chapter 97. Assistance. One's heart and love cannot be acquired without cause. Ultimately, effort must be invested, correct? Xie Qingzhou sipped her tea. Xiao Zheng sighed, pondering how the situation had shifted for Jiang Nan, as if it were merely due to Feng Liyue's phone call. He once explained to him that he had never been enamored with Feng Liyue. It was merely due to an unrelated matter. At that time, she did not take it to heart. Thus, is this matter concerning a woman? Who is Xie Qingzhou's true love? What is their connection to Feng Liyue? If that beloved is not Feng Liyue, it would be a fortunate circumstance for her. However, she finds herself momentarily perplexed by his intentions and can only rely on Yang Ji to investigate. Presently, her endeavors are not progressing smoothly, whether with the brand or her personally chosen spokesperson, Ning. Fortunately, Ning has proven her worth. Although she has not been in the core circle for several years, she has maintained her posture and the clarity and purity in her gaze, successfully advancing to the final round. Moreover, capitalizing on Xie Qingzhou's popularity, many of Ning's former fans have begun sharing her candid photos, garnering substantial attention. Jiang Nan invested some funds to ensure subsequent promotions were in place, yielding some results by evening. Nonetheless, the competition for the spokesperson position at Lucen is exceedingly fierce. Unlike other talent show selections, Liusen's nationwide auditions are marked by limited exposure. The brand prefers not to be overly entwined with capital, wishing to retain autonomy, while also maintaining an air of mystery. As such, the mere uncertainty of who the spokesperson will ultimately be is sufficient to sustain interest. However, the identity of the final spokesperson remains unpredictable. Therefore, it is prudent not to place all eggs in one basket, and Ning must seek additional avenues for exposure. Gazing at the watch, Ning cannot help but marvel. Such a beautiful lady, you truly are affluent. The money spent by Xie Qingzhou will be returned to him once it is exhausted. Jiang Nan suggested sharing some daily moments online, treating them merely as a backdrop. All right, my esteemed benefactor, she replied, a light chuckle escaping her lips as she began sifting through the brands in her hands. Her greatest headache lying therein. Jiang Nan had truly exhausted herself traveling to Beijing for this matter. Since her mother's discharge from the hospital, she had become unnaturally quiet, a silence that tugged painfully at Jiang Nan's heart. She no longer mentioned her father, and merely thinking of him tightened Jiang Nan's chest with anxiety. On the other end of the line, Sister Li hesitated before speaking, inquiring about the situation. It's just, Sister Qin has been online quite a bit lately. Sister Li revealed, adding that her mother was searching for Xie Qingzhou. I see, Jiang Nan acknowledged. Xie Qingzhou had transformed from a mere guest into her mother's husband, entangled in rumors with a woman who had a dubious connection to her father. What thoughts might her mother entertain upon discovering this? The mere thought made Jiang Nan's heart ache with a bittersweet pang, leaving her feeling particularly distressed. Seated in the airport lounge, she pondered for an extended period before ultimately deciding to call Xie Qingzhou. Since their decision to divorce, she had rarely taken the initiative to reach out. Hello? His voice was deep, cool, yet unexpectedly melodious. Could you do me a favor? Qin Shuang wishes to browse the internet at home, but Sister Li always prevents her from doing so. Jiang, you're married? How was I unaware of this? Qin Shuang questioned, guilt creeping in as she realized she had forgotten her daughter's wedding amidst her illness. It's not like that, Sister Li struggled to explain. Why don't you go online for a bit? Jiang's husband is quite the gentleman, and his abilities are commendable, Sister Li suggested. The online presence of Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue has vanished entirely, with no relevant articles or photographs remaining. As for that, his parents are quite amiable and frequently come to visit me. Qin Shuang remarked that in such a family, Jiang would fare well. Sister Li nodded in agreement, affirming that regardless of the severity of the illness, a parent will always think of their child. As Qin Shuang perused some online interviews, she felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Xie Qingzhou. However, all traces of news about Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liyue have been eradicated from the internet. Even the images and messages on Feng Liyue's social media that hinted at her relationship with Xie Qingzhou have been removed. Speculations began to circulate online, and it was particularly disheartening for Feng Liyue, whose social media account had been taken over and now had those photographs deleted. She understood that this was yet again due to Jiang Nan. Originally, Xie Qingzhou would never have done such things for her, yet he had made an exception once more. Even if she were foolish, she grasped his intentions. The information she held about that individual was dwindling, and he was perceiving her worth as diminishing. When she found herself unable to save herself, she realized he was trading all knowledge about that person for her future. At that juncture, their relationship would be irrevocably severed. Feng Liyue felt a profound sense of resentment, but was at a loss for a solution. She contemplated confronting Jiang Nan, yet she knew she could not best her in a confrontation. With her frustration having no outlet, she resolved to go to the Jiang family's ancestral home, hoping to unleash her fury by causing distress to Jiang Nan. When Feng Liyue stormed in, Sister Li was powerless to stop her. Upon seeing Feng Liyue, Qin Shuang was filled with excitement and trembled as she pointed a finger at her. Chapter 98. Hatred. As Jiang Nan disembarked from the plane, his phone's battery was critically low. As she stepped through the gate, she spotted Xiao Zheng waving at her. Approaching his side, Jiang Nan inquired, "What brings you here?" "Your husband sent me to fetch you. Coincidentally, I have some matters to discuss with you," Xiao replied. Assistant Xiao coming to report work is truly an honor. Jiang Nan smiled, and together they made their way to the parking lot. Once inside the car, Xiao Zheng handed her a document. Jiang Nan, puzzled, flipped through it, only to find the first page filled with names. "What is this?" she asked. "During our last visit to the hospital, Mr. Xie and I arrived first. Feng Liu mentioned Mr. Zhang's situation and referred to a list. You were inquiring about it at the time, and understandably, your tone was somewhat sharp," Xiao explained. Jiang Nan recalled the events of that day, realizing the hidden complexities involved. "I personally investigated the list and conducted inquiries. For those who prefer to remain anonymous, I have detailed recordings, and those willing to speak have stated that if legal measures are pursued, they are prepared to cooperate. They had previously received assistance from Mr. Zhang and do not wish for his legacy to be tarnished after his passing." Jiang Nan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She had always known her father was incapable of such actions. "I intended to inform you of this immediately, but locating these individuals and conducting the investigation required time. Rather than explaining hastily, I thought it best to provide you with some reassurance," Xiao Zheng continued. Jiang Nan examined the details of each person involved, learning how the situation had transpired. Errors during their work, combined with substantial bribery, had led to the unfounded accusations. Additionally, there was a record of her father's donations to Hope Primary School during his lifetime, along with a multitude of contributions to various students, both male and female. Some were even unaware that it was her father who provided the support. Jiang Nan felt a deep sense of pride for her father and was grateful for her unwavering belief in him, having never harbored the slightest doubt. After a considerable pause, Jiang Nan finally spoke, expressing her appreciation for the effort put forth in this matter. If Mother were to learn of this, she would surely be pleased. As the vehicle entered the airport expressway, Xiao Zheng received a call from Xie Qingzhou and promptly handed the phone to Jiang Nan. Upon seeing Xie Qingzhou's name on the screen, she answered, "Hello? What is it?" Xie Qingzhou offered little elaboration, which only heightened Jiang Nan's anxiety. Instantly, she dialed Li Sa to inquire about the situation. Jiang, please do not worry. It is just, your mother suddenly fainted. Mr. Xie has brought the family doctor over, and after an examination, there is nothing to be alarmed about. She received an injection and has fallen asleep." Jiang Nan felt a surge of urgency within her. It took her over 40 minutes to reach home. Upon her arrival, Li Sa's eyes were red-rimmed as she grasped Jiang Nan's hand, nearly shedding tears. "You may go inside first." In the living room, Xie Qingzhou was conversing with the doctor, while Ning stood with her arms crossed, waiting for another individual on the sofa. To her astonishment, Feng Liu was also present in her home. She feigned an innocent demeanor that was strikingly convincing. Had Jiang Nan not known her well, she might have believed it. Jiang Nan first went to check on her mother, who was in stable condition, merely a victim of excessive stress. While on the plane, her calls had gone unanswered, and in desperation, Li Sa had resorted to contacting Ning. Upon Ning's arrival, she encountered Feng Liu, who appeared sincere in her expressions of gratitude and apology, making it difficult for anyone to dismiss her. Ultimately, she had no choice but to summon Xie Qingzhou. Sister Li ventured into the kitchen, preparing a modest meal as she quietly recounted the unfolding events. Jiang Nan trembled with indignation, striving to compose herself. Did she truly utter such words? Indeed, those profane remarks escaped her lips, and she even claimed responsibility for the fire, causing Sister Qin to faint from the distress. Sister Li recounted that upon witnessing Qin Shuang's collapse, Feng Liu had a moment of triumph, smiling before she settled in and put on an act. Jiang Nan's fists clenched tightly as she turned her gaze toward the beautiful girl on the sofa, who resembled a weeping pear blossom. Feng Liu was indeed immaculate, as pure as the moon in the sky. Yet, who could have imagined that this woman harbored such malice? Her audacity stemmed solely from the fact that, apart from Sister Li, no one could corroborate her claims. Any outburst from Jiang Nan would merely incite anger in Xie Qingzhou, potentially leading to discord between them. Feng Liu's presence here was nothing more than a ploy to provoke her and Xie Qingzhou into conflict. Releasing her tightly clenched fists, she reminded herself that patience was paramount in a grander scheme. Upon hearing her speak, Xie Qingzhou's gaze drifted toward her, and after a brief pause, he declared, "I will escort her." Jiang Nan's heart sank. Very well. And Ning, on the verge of an outburst, was restrained by her. Xie Qingzhou donned his coat and personally pushed Feng Liyue's wheelchair. Jiang Nan watched as he guided Feng Liyue through the Jiang family's courtyard, their figures eventually vanishing from sight. Was he out of his mind? And Ning was infuriated, while Xie Qingzhou continued to will Feng Liyue out of the Jiang family's villa district. For her, this moment of solitude was sweet and blissful. "Mr. Xie, you are exceedingly kind to me." Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly, expressing his unwavering patience towards women. Feng Liyue, feeling a sense of pride, was abruptly thrust into the middle of the road by Xie Qingzhou. Chapter 99, the one they seek. The wheelchair glided into the center of the thoroughfare, prompting oncoming vehicles to swerve urgently to avoid her. The glaring headlights and the blaring horns sent Feng Liyue's heart racing to her throat. In a fluster, she attempted to maneuver the wheelchair, yet amidst the chaos of traffic, she hesitated to act recklessly. The blinding lights from the approaching cars rendered her nearly helpless. When Xiao Zheng arrived, he was taken aback by the scene. Feng Liyue's disheveled state was one thing, but what truly astonished him was his boss, Xie Qingzhou. Standing at the roadside, his cigarette glowed ominously, yet it could not quell the palpable aura of menace and chill surrounding him. Upon seeing her, he finally lifted his eyelids, his gaze as unfathomable as an abyss, silently scrutinizing her, uttering not a single word. His silence was the most terrifying aspect of all. Xiao Zheng, too, refrained from speaking to her. The biting winds of Haiqing whipped about, yet her back was drenched in perspiration. "Boss, have you lost your mind?" Xiao Zheng questioned, unable to fathom why the usually composed Xie Qingzhou was behaving so recklessly today. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zheng received several photographs of Feng Liyue in the middle of the road. "Proceed with it," he instructed. He lifted his gaze to her, asking, "Should we withdraw from the circle? Then, will that person still be sought after?" Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment upon hearing those words. "Both of us are well aware that Feng Liyue is utterly oblivious to the identity of that individual." With no prior clues available, he had no choice but to tolerate Feng Liyue's repeated foolishness. Such an indiscreet simpleton is bound to attract trouble, persistently disregarding his counsel. Keeping someone like her around is nothing but a source of endless complications. Her mother remains unconscious, and she lacks the inclination to engage in conversation with him. Standing at the threshold of Qin Shuang's room, Xie Qingzhou observed her for a while. Her eyes were red-rimmed, reflecting her sorrow, prompting him to turn and depart. Antli, upon seeing him, was at a loss for how to proceed and remained silent. It was only when he inquired about the location of her room that Antli hesitated to respond. And Ning, overhearing, chuckled and remarked, "Mr. Xie, you have been married for 3 years, yet you do not know where your own wife's room is?" Xie Qingzhou shot a glance at Ning, warning, "You would do well not to provoke my displeasure." "Xie Qingzhou, are you threatening me? Who do you think you are, an emperor? You caution me against irritating you, but it seems you are the one who excels at ruffling others' feathers," and Ning retorted, her disdain for him palpable. "And Ning, if I were in your position, I would refrain from engaging in verbal sparring. After all, I possess considerable resources. Achieving swift success could be advantageous for you. Having tangible strength is far more beneficial than anything else." And Ning opened her mouth, contemplating a retort, yet found herself inexplicably convinced by his reasoning. Were it not for Xie Qingzhou's insufferable demeanor, she might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. At such a late hour, no matter the circumstances, Xie Qingzhou remains Jiang Zhang's husband, and she, as a mere servant, lacks the authority to expel him. She could only inform him that the room was on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, she conveyed this to Jiang Nan. At present, Jiang Nan was too preoccupied to attend to Xie Qingzhou, her only wish being for her mother to awaken swiftly. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, Qin Shuang finally stirred from her slumber, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, tears silently streamed down her face. Jiang Nan gently wiped away her mother's tears, asking, "Why are you crying? Let me show you something." Qin Shuang shook her head, replying, "I am not in the mood. Just sit up and keep me company, will you?" Jiang Nan urged. Aware of her daughter's exhausting business trip, Qin Shuang complied quietly, leaning against the headboard. Jiang Nan proceeded to share the documents given to her by Xiao Zheng, turning the pages one by one for her mother to see. Initially, Qin Shuang was taken aback, but soon her eyes brimmed with tears. In Jiang Nan's eyes, her father was handsome and possessed a profound inner character. He accomplished many things without boasting. even instilling in her and her brother the virtue of humility, thus remaining low-key. Therefore, he had engaged in numerous charitable endeavors, and she felt an immense sense of pride. You are the person Dad loves the most. You should know this better than anyone, right? After a prolonged period of weeping, Qingzhou finally spoke of Feng Liyue. But that woman, I suspect she was stealing, and Dad caught her in the act. However, he was caught off guard, and at that time, someone was retaliating against him for intervening in the affairs of the Xie family. This series of unfortunate events culminated in the catastrophe of that year. Mother, though many years have passed and countless clues have vanished, trust me, if she is indeed responsible, I shall ensure that she faces her due retribution. To bring solace to father and brother. Qingzhou could not abide such words. Jiang, mother is utterly helpless, always relying on you. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. Then please, focus on your recovery, and allow me to depend on you, shall we? Xie Qingzhou found himself in Jiang Nan's chamber, a girl's sanctuary adorned with soft yellow bedding, impeccably tidy. Shelves brimmed with numerous books, the decor possessing a vintage charm, exuding a sense of refinement, with tasteful ornaments and paintings gracing the walls. Xie Qingzhou's gaze was drawn to a particular artwork. The canvas depicted a dazzling city illuminated by countless lights, yet at its heart lay an entirely different realm, where an eagle soared through the forest. This jarring contrast somehow resonated harmoniously. In this world, there existed cities, humanity, and wildlife. A solitary white stroke cleaved through the center of the painting, as though traversing the fabric of time and space, imbuing the entire piece with profound significance. When his vision was obscured, a girl seemed to share a similarly expansive imagination. She delighted in painting, inscribing letters with every stroke of her hand, posing questions to him. What if a desert and a whale coexisted in a single canvas? Or a desert and a penguin? She declared her aspiration to become a surrealist artist. At that time, deprived of sight, he had never beheld her creations. Thus, he ventured to numerous surrealist exhibitions over the years, in search of any trace of her artistry. Little did he anticipate encountering the very essence of her words within Jiang Nan's room. His heart inexplicably stirred with emotion. Jiang Nan. Could it be that Jiang Nan is the person he has been searching for all along? His grip was quite strong, causing her shoulder to ache. She glanced at the painting on the wall. It was her creation, painted during her college years, but over the past few years, her skills had deteriorated, and she could no longer replicate it. She found herself lost in thought, as Xie Qingzhou's breath grew tense. Jiang, tell me, is that painting yours? Chapter 100, a date? Xie Qingzhou's reaction left Jiang Nan both puzzled and somewhat disheartened. She reminisced about the past. She had hidden away in her father's secretary, Uncle Zhang's home, tending to the unconscious Xie Qingzhou. When he awoke, he had injured his eyes and was left blind, his temper volatile. Even the slightest sound would set him off. Eventually, he improved and became quieter. She would entertain him, sharing her dreams. She aspired to be an artist. Yet, despite her aspirations and the words she had spoken, in the end, only she remembered them. When Xie Qingzhou asked if that painting was hers, it seemed almost absurd. It was reminiscent of their 3 years of marriage, during which he had never asked her why she had chosen to entrust herself to him. After all, back then, he had held her close and whispered in her ear that he liked her. Whether that affection was genuine or merely a product of loneliness, it ultimately mattered little to Jiang Nan, who had endured so much. Since he had forgotten, there was no need for her to bring it up again, as it would only serve to create awkwardness and entanglement. No, she pushed him away and settled onto the sofa by the window, oblivious to the despondency reflected in Xie Qingzhou's eyes. These 2 words jolted him awake. A bittersweet pang gripped his heart. Indeed, he was losing his sanity. He was acutely aware that she was not the one, yet he could not help but entertain such thoughts. He found himself doubting the evidence that Xiao Zheng had sought, choosing instead to trust his own feelings. Nonetheless, the affirmation of not her brought him a measure of relief. If it truly were she, how could he possibly face her? After all, he had inflicted upon her so much pain and humiliation. The initial thrill had abruptly transformed into a sigh of relief for her. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan nestled on the sofa, vigorously rubbing her face, her mind in disarray. Upon exiting her mother's room, Ning had shown her the latest entertainment news, which featured Feng Liyue. Feng Liyue sat in a wheelchair, positioned in the middle of the road. The report was intriguing, stating that Feng Liyue's leg injury had yet to heal, leading to severe depression and thoughts of self-harm. Such news undoubtedly indicated that Feng Liyue was unfit for work. Moments after the announcement, her studio released a statement declaring that she would be pausing her current projects to focus on her health, expressing gratitude for her fans' support and anticipation for a reunion. Even Jiang Nan, in her naivety, recognized that Feng Liyue would never resort to such drastic measures. She was more likely to drive others to madness. Xie Qingzhou approached to see her off, but did not hear the sound of the car. Truth be told, she would have preferred to avoid this entirely. In a short while, Xie Qingzhou returned, his expression composed. She looked up at him. Lacking the energy to ponder his earlier agitation, her body reclined against the sofa as she gazed into his eyes. I would like to express my gratitude. Which gratitude, you ask? Xie Qingzhou gazed down at her and inquired about the incident where she had tarnished my father's reputation. How do you intend to repay me? He questioned, revealing the mercenary nature of his character in that moment. What do you wish for in return? She continued to meet his gaze. Jiang Nan understood that it was not the right time to assert herself and settle scores with him. She should be patient, graciously accepting his overtures, and gradually dismantling Feng Liyue's standing, rendering her powerless. Furthermore, since her mother was aware of her relationship with Xie Qingzhou, it was inevitable that she would ask questions. If tensions arose, and he chose not to cooperate, the repercussions would fall upon her, causing sorrow for her mother. If her marriage was fraught with unhappiness, it would indeed be a greater blow to her mother. Therefore, when Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist, she did not resist. You asked for my assistance, so this could be considered a favor, couldn't it? He said, his voice deep yet melodious. Yes. Shall we arrange a date, then? Chapter 101. Cooperation, a date? Such an innocent proposal caught Jiang Nan by surprise. She leaned back on the sofa, observing him in silence. Xie Qingzhou, as if he could see through her, smiled and remarked, What? Do you think I would only seek your company for a more base purpose? After a long pause, Jiang Nan finally spoke. You could view it that way. Only for you. He replied, a hint of frost in his tone. Jiang Nan nodded. Could you cooperate with me in front of my mother? Xie Qingzhou scrutinized her for a while, remaining silent. Jiang Nan pressed her lips together, reluctant to express her thoughts so bluntly, yet unable to quell the unease in her heart. All right. 5 times. Jiang Nan remained silent. Xie Qingzhou also refrained from speaking, sitting beside her in a sullen mood. Observing her weary form curled up on the sofa, he ultimately embraced her. She exhaled softly, gently closed her eyes, and sought to empty her cluttered mind. However, what she intended as a brief respite turned into a deep slumber. Xie Qingzhou felt a weight on his shoulder and glanced at her. She had succumbed to sleep, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her cheeks. A sight that stirred a pang of sympathy within him. His fingers delicately brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face as he stole a glance at the painting on the wall. Lost in contemplation for an interminable stretch of time, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. The following day, when Jiang Nan awoke, she found herself alone in bed. During the night, she had risen to change into her sleepwear and wash her face, while Xie Qingzhou lay beside her fully clothed. Descending the stairs, she was greeted by cheerful voices in the dining room. Is Jiang really that impressive? Indeed, she is remarkable. When I watched her then, she seemed to radiate light. He reminisced about her captivating presence in the sterile workshop. Who could have anticipated that in such a brief span? His resolute desire to divorce her and fulfill his obligations to another would transform into thoughts of how to accommodate that person. Jiang, intelligent and diligent. Qin Shuang spoke of her daughter with a sense of pride. Zhou, you must cherish her. I will. I have a great fondness for her, rest assured. That declaration of affection caused her heart to flutter. It was indeed a challenge for him to speak falsely. However, she felt gratitude towards him, for it seemed her mother had not experienced such joy in a long time. As Jiang Nan entered the dining room, Xie Qingzhou's gentle gaze settled upon her. He rose to assist her in pulling out her chair. Aunt Li brought forth breakfast, and Jiang Nan obediently began her meal. Jiang, Xie Qingzhou said, You can stay here for a while. Qin Shuang was overjoyed. Jiang Nan tilted her head to glance at Xie Qingzhou, who affectionately patted her head, exuding a loving demeanor. For the next 2 days, they both resided at the Jiang household. Her mother's condition improved steadily, while Feng Liyu, it appeared, truly could no longer work. Jiang Nan asked Yang Ji to investigate, discovering that Feng Liyu was confined to her apartment, her mobility severely restricted. Jiang Nan sought an opportunity to inquire about her situation. Near the end of the workday, Jiang Nan received a call from Xie Qingzhou, inviting her to dinner. It reminded her of their previous conversation about a date. Sure, what would you like to eat? How about hot pot? Jiang Nan paused, recalling their previous hot pot outing and the way he had looked at her. All right, since you want to eat it, I will accompany you, Jiang Nan replied, aware that he was indulging her. However, as she prepared to head out after work, Yang Ji called, informing her that the head of BR had arrived. To her surprise, it was not only Mr. Su who had come, but also a tall, remarkably handsome man accompanying him. Mr. Su introduced him as the head of their entire domestic market. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, the man said with a subtle smile. President Jiang, greetings. Rongzhang. Chapter 102. Jealousy. As Xie Qingzhou arrived at the hot pot restaurant where they had dined together previously, he received a message from Jiang Nan canceling their appointment. This was their first date, and he felt a surge of frustration. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call her. Jiang Nan glanced at the name flashing on her screen and silently hung up. Rongzhang smiled. President Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the unannounced visit. I truly did not mean to intrude. President Rong, your courtesy is appreciated, but may I inquire the reason for your visit? She replied, intrigued. Especially since she had already declined collaboration with BR. President Su offered an explanation, stating that President Rong was quite interested in partnering with her. Jiang Nan harbored some skepticism, wondering if it was merely due to President Yan's influence. Rongzhang, hearing this, smiled slightly. Even if it were indeed President Yan's connections, there is no harm in that. He merely provided an opportunity. What truly captivates BR is your own merit. I have witnessed your sincerity and have faith in your capabilities. Surely that should suffice? If that is indeed the case, then it is excellent, Jiang Nan replied. While Weifeng certainly requires BR's support, if BR's interest were not rooted in confidence in Weifeng's potential and the operational prowess of its team, any partnership would be fraught with resentment, precluding a win-win scenario. This was the very concern I shared with President Su regarding our inability to collaborate. Rongzhang nodded, observing Jiang Nan intently before extending his hand. President Jiang, I trust my judgment, as well as Weifeng. Jiang Nan grasped his fingertips, responding, President Rong, may our collaboration be fruitful. Rongzhang's sincerity was palpable. The unique establishment in Haiqing promised much potential. Once the business was settled, Yang Ji had already reserved a restaurant. During their conversation at the dining table, it became apparent that Rongzhang was her senior at the university, several years her elder. This revelation brought them closer together. In high spirits, Jiang Nan indulged in some wine that evening. After dinner, the two engaged in a delightful chat by the tea table, where he recounted amusing anecdotes about a certain professor from their alma mater. The restaurant chosen by Yang Ji was splendid, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the city's brilliance, and a traditional Chinese tea table exuding a fragrant aroma. Rongzhang was quite the conversationalist, making the dialogue flow effortlessly. Perhaps due to their shared educational background, Jiang Nan felt an instinctive sense of camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. Mr. Rong, it seems to be snowing, Su Zong remarked to him. Rongzhang rose and approached the window, exclaiming, Indeed, it is quite beautiful. He then turned back with a smile towards Jiang Nan, saying, I apologize, Mr. Jiang. Having lived in the south for so long, I lose my composure at the sight of snow. Mr. Rong, where are you from? Jiang Nan inquired. I was born in Haiqing, but moved abroad at a young age, Rongzhang replied. As the clock struck 9, their engaging conversation, no matter how harmonious, grew increasingly inappropriate for the hour. Yang Ji handed the room key to the two gentlemen, and Jiang Nan added, if Mr. Rong's schedule permits, you might consider staying a couple more days in Haiqing. There is a splendid ski resort nearby. I have never skied before, but with such favorable weather, it would be a shame not to take advantage, Rongzhang remarked. The group departed from the restaurant, and as the snowflakes fell like large, delicate petals from the draping sky, the entire city radiated with an enchanting beauty. However, as Jiang Nan descended the stairs, she slipped unexpectedly. She was so frightened that her heart felt as if it might leap from her chest. A firm hand grasped her arm, steadying her unbalanced form. Due to inertia, her back pressed against his chest. Thank you, Jiang Nan said after a prolonged gaze at him. Yang Ji shook his head, asking, familiar? How could it be familiar? Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Perhaps she was overthinking it. As she prepared to walk towards her car, she sensed an intense gaze upon her. Turning to look, she saw a black Bentley parked diagonally across from the restaurant's path, its rear window ajar, snowflakes cascading into the vehicle. The occupant inside seemed oblivious. Only the flickering crimson glow of a flame danced at his fingertips, his visage slightly inclined, yet unmistakably more austere than usual. Jiang Nan took out her silenced phone. Xie Qingzhou had called her 6 times. "You needn't see me off. The road is slippery. Please drive carefully," Jiang Nan told Yang Ji before crossing to the other side of the street. Xie Qingzhou leaned back in the rear seat, allowing his handsome features to be shrouded in shadow. Yet amidst the interplay of light and darkness, he appeared ethereal. Jiang Nan stood outside his car, observing him. He took a drag from his cigarette, shaking off the ash towards the window, deliberately ignoring her. The two remained in a standoff for about 2 minutes until Qiao Zheng could no longer endure the silence. "Madam, please get in the car. No one has answered your calls, and Mr. Xie has been worried. Knowing you were here for a gathering, he rushed over. You talk too much. Our concerns are truly unwarranted. Mr. Jiang is indeed busy. I hadn't anticipated such a discussion about work," Qiao Zheng replied. "This is how I conduct business. If you disapprove, then do not look." Jiang Nan was not accustomed to being indulged. What was with the sardonic remarks? She turned to leave, but Xie Qingzhou discarded his cigarette, opened the car door, and grasped her arm, exclaiming in frustration, "Did I permit you to leave? My legs are long. I can go whenever I please." He suppressed the fire raging within him and pushed her into the car. Once inside, however, he fell silent, brooding. Missing their first date was one thing, and ignoring his call was another. Yet, seeing her in the embrace of another man made him endure even more. What did that lingering gaze of hers signify? The atmosphere in the car grew stifling, and Xiao Zheng found himself at a loss for words. "What about Zhou?" Qin Shuang inquired. "Does Zhou not like it?" She pressed. "If he doesn't, I shan't call him that." "Mom, I like him very much," Xie Qingzhou interjected, snatching the phone away. After exchanging a few words with Qin Shuang, he hung up and glared at her. "Are you attempting to sow discord between me and my mother-in-law?" Jiang Nan rolled her eyes, ignoring him. "Are you taken with that man from earlier?" Jiang Nan merely responded with silence. Xiao Zheng remained equally speechless. Upon arriving at his home, Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened further. Jiang Nan placed a pair of women's slippers by his feet. "How am I supposed to wear these? They're far too small," he grumbled. "Wear them if you like," she retorted, leaving him to go change in his bedroom. Eventually, he donned the exceedingly ill-fitting women's slippers and made his way to the living room. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan entered the kitchen, frying eggs and meat, and prepared a bowl of noodles for him. "No," the man said, gripping her waist. "You must tell me that this meal is for me, or I shall explode with anger." "Indeed, it is the noodles I have prepared for you," Jiang Nan remarked, expressing her slight remorse for having kept him waiting. Upon hearing her words, his mood lightened considerably, and he buried his handsome face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, captivated by her delightful fragrance. Moments later, the noodles emerged from the pot, appearing both nutritious and delectable. Xie Qingzhou sat at the island, savoring his meal, while Jiang Nan, positioned diagonally across from him, diligently worked on her laptop. The legal department had sent over the contract with BR, which she was currently reviewing. After Xie Qingzhou finished his dinner and washed his bowl, he noticed that she was still engrossed in her tasks. Frowning slightly, he approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace and playfully nibbling on her ear. "What do you say?" Jiang Nan closed her laptop, exclaiming, "Xie Qingzhou, must you always act like a teddy bear?" The man's expression froze momentarily. "Jiang Nan, is this truly how you perceive me? A rotten apple, a spoiled cucumber, and now a teddy bear?" He placed his hands on his hips, regarding her with an exaggerated frown, which only elicited amusement from Jiang Nan. "Isn't it true? Besides that incident, is there anything else to note?" Leaning against the island, her phone chimed with a WeChat message from Rong Zhang, expressing gratitude for her hospitality and conveying his enjoyment in their conversation. "Did you have a pleasant chat with the client today?" he inquired. "No wonder you were socializing until after 9. Jiang Nan nodded, affirmatively responding, "Yes, it was quite enjoyable. Our perspectives align remarkably well." "Are you implying that our viewpoints differ?" He pressed his lips together, raising his eyebrows inquisitively. "You are absolutely correct. I am indeed a teddy bear, especially when I am with you, as it makes me want to. Well, you know." He spoke, then unfastened the buttons of his shirt, entrapping her, pressing her back against the somewhat cool edge of the island countertop. Chapter 103. A hidden agenda. When Xie Qingzhou's lips entwined with hers, she did not resist. He feigned affection in front of her mother, and in recent days, Mrs. Qin's mood had noticeably improved. Jiang Nan was not one to forget kindness. and given that they had enjoyed a delightful evening together, it was only natural that she would not maintain a stalemate if she wished to win his heart. I haven't bathed, Jiang Nan remarked, propping herself up. She did not refuse, which greatly pleased Xie Qingzhou. Let's wash up together in a bit. Soon. Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of her somewhat disheveled appearance in the floor-to-ceiling glass. As for Xie Qingzhou, she did not wrong him nor keep count. She seemed insatiable. Jiang Nan's hair cascaded in his embrace, languid yet exuding an ineffable allure. He brushed aside the strands that fell across her cheek, admiring her flushed face, delicately softened by the warm water. The mole on her nose was a touch of brilliance, eliminating any sense of distance while captivating him, an exquisite contradiction that harmonized beautifully. She was ethereal and untouchable on the outside, yet fervent as fire. Xie Qingzhou recalled how she had deliberately bitten his Adam's apple, a gesture that rendered her more uncontrollable than ever. With this thought, he leaned down to kiss her. She furrowed her brow, attempting to evade him. Having been well-fed and content, Xie Qingzhou displayed remarkable patience, coaxing her, "Let me kiss you again." In the tranquil night, amidst the warm, golden glow of the ambient lights. Such words were enchanting to Jiang Nan, who was already weary. He merely kissed her gently for a moment, his fingers grazing the mole on her nose. "Do you not like this mole?" After all, she concealed it during her daily work routine. "I adore it. It is my fortune mole." Thus, covering it up was merely an attempt to appear less naïve. This topic, he recalled, she had mentioned before. Remembering the time he had taken her to a matchmaking event, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Xie Qingzhou held her close, and before long, he could hear her steady breaths. Instead of succumbing to slumber, he ventured into the living room to retrieve his phone, which displayed a call from Yan Fangxuan, a 34-year-old man, successful in his career, unmarried, and an alumnus from Jiang Nan. Feng Liyue found herself nearly confined by Xie Qingzhou in the apartment. She had never anticipated his ruthless nature. Had it not been for Qiao Zheng's timely intervention, he might have truly wished for her demise. Yet, she could not resign herself to such a fate. All these years, it had been her by his side. Why had Jiang Nan so easily taken her place? Therefore, she resolved that she could not simply sit idly by and lose everything. Feng Liyue contemplated for a moment before instructing her assistant to seek someone out. As the night deepened, the apartment door swung open. A man, clad in a tailored suit, stepped inside. Feng Liyue, slightly inebriated, blinked her eyes open. "You're here?" The man remained silent, merely observing her with quiet intensity. "He does not love you. Why must you demean yourself for him?" She lamented, her legs still healing. Yet she continued to drink. "You do not understand. He was the one who took me away from that place, granting me a different life. Otherwise, I would still be there, selling myself for you." Feng Liyue remarked that she would forever remember how he burst into her world, captivating her existence. How could there be such a strikingly handsome individual in this world? Outside, he always approached her with an unhurried demeanor, as if endowed with endless patience and tenderness. In the preceding years, it was precisely this facade of Xie Qingzhou that had deceived her. Only in recent years did she come to realize that his gentleness and amiable temperament were mere acts. He was, in truth, the most callous and indifferent of souls. The warmth in his eyes had never truly resonated with her heartstrings. "What do you desire?" She mused. "I do not wish to be forgotten like this. I long to shine brightly, to become the esteemed Feng Liyue that all regard with admiration." As she spoke, she climbed towards him. "You will assist me, won't you?" The man, seated on the sofa opposite her, smiled faintly. "Liyue, during your pinnacle of fame, he never regarded you with esteem. Do you know that Jiang Nan is investigating you?" Feng Liyue was taken aback. "Investigating me? For what?" She had previously visited the Beishir prison. Did she know? Was that fire connected to her? Fear gripped Feng Liyue. The conflagration had merely been an unfortunate accident, and she had never anticipated it spiraling out of control, claiming so many lives. It was your own revelation that led her to the clues. Do you truly believe that someone who insisted on divorce would suddenly become affectionate again for no reason? Feng Liyue pondered for a moment, realizing that Jiang Nan was not genuinely devoted to Xie Qingzhou. If such a proud individual were to discover that Jiang Nan's intentions were ulterior, perhaps even exploitative, what grave consequences might ensue? Chapter 104. Embrace. When Jiang Nan awakened, Xie Qingzhou was no longer in bed. Stepping out of the bedroom, she found him on her treadmill, clad in athletic pants and bare-chested. Xie Qingzhou's skin was remarkably fair, so much so that a small black dot, no larger than a grain of millet, was visible on the side of his neck. His physique was impressive, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with well-defined contours that exuded a subtle yet undeniable sense of strength. Often described as sexual tension, Jiang Nan, being an ordinary person, could not help but admire a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Moreover, this man had spent the previous night entwined with her in bed. He tilted his head back, inviting her to bite his Adam's apple, exuding an air of desire and sensuality. Yes, a fine physique, Jiang Nan remarked, considering herself an objective observer. If he dared to inquire, she would not shy away from responding. Xie Qingzhou pulled her into his embrace. His body, warm from exercise, radiated heat. Jiang Nan noticed beads of sweat gliding down his well-defined physique, evoking memories of their shared intimacy just the day before. They had been sweaty and intimately intertwined. Should she, perhaps, touch him as she did last night? He whispered near her ear, feeling her blush deepen, as she reveled in holding his waist or back, trembling and enrapturing his gaze. Once more would be delightful, he added. Jiang Nan, however, was uncooperative, feeling no inclination to reciprocate in his embrace. Do not move, he cautioned, tightening his grip around her waist and lowering his lips to hers. Their morning kiss was a tender yet fervent exchange, lacking ferocity yet brimming with warmth and intensity. Jiang Nan could not help but acknowledge that Xie Qingzhou was truly adept at kissing. As she nestled against him, a sense of comfort enveloped her, causing her toes to involuntarily curl. Xie Qingzhou half embraced her, guiding her to the sofa where she sat upon him, indulging in another kiss before he inquired about her breakfast preference. Anything will do, she replied, feeling languorous from his affection. You go wash up, and I shall prepare it. He affectionately caressed her waist, prompting her to ponder how wonderful it would be if there were not so many complications between them. Dismissing the thought, she proceeded to wash up and change her attire. After breakfast, the two departed together. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the doorframe, unmoving. What is it? She asked. Input my fingerprint. He replied, gazing at her intently. Jiang Nan contemplated for a moment before agreeing to have his fingerprint registered with the door lock. He could now enter her space freely, and a sense of joy washed over him as he held her hand on their way to her company. Feng Liyue has terminated her contract with the company, he revealed. Jiang Nan glanced sideways. Did you agree to this? Why would I not? He queried, his fingers gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his gaze tender. She understood the implication of his words. She was now free to deal with Feng Liyue as she wished. This lingering topic had finally found resolution. A tumult of emotions surged within Jiang Nan as she leaned back in the car's rear seat, studying him earnestly. Xie Qingzhou, can I truly trust you? Will you genuinely handle this matter? You won't change your mind like last time, will you? That depends on you. Or perhaps, grant me another chance? He replied, his eyes burning with intensity. The atmosphere between them, reminiscent of the previous night, hung palpably in the air. Jiang Nan, intelligent yet not particularly adept at concealing his emotions, especially in intimate settings, found himself eager to seize the moment and encourage a nod of agreement from her. Let me think it over, she replied. All right, shall I pick you up after work tonight? He suggested. This morning in Haiqing, a blanket of snow enveloped the entire city, rendering the roads rather treacherous. Very well, she concurred. Upon arriving at the Weifeng Group, Xie Qingzhou watched her enter the office building. The two walked side by side into the structure, their contrasting heights surprisingly complementing one another. Does she enjoy coffee? At that moment, Jiang Nan welcomed Rong Zhang into his office, taken aback by her early arrival. Good, he responded. During the contract signing, Jiang Nan escorted Rong Zhang on a brief tour of Weifeng Plaza, securing the prime location for BR while sharing some of his future plans. The remainder of the time was entrusted to Yang Ji, who was tasked with preparing ski attire and accompanying Rong Zhang for a skiing experience. Dressed in ski gear and goggles, Jiang Nan appeared dashing against the backdrop of the pristine snow-capped mountains. He was proficient in skiing, his technique fluid and graceful. Meanwhile, the coach attended to Rong Zhang, who, feeling somewhat inhibited, opted to sit in the snow and observe Jiang Nan glide effortlessly. Come now, give it a try. Just relax and believe in yourself. Once you let go, remember the key movements, and you'll find your way forward. I assure you, I won't let you fall, Jiang Nan encouraged her, extending his hand toward her. Rong Zhang remained seated in the snow, gazing at her for a while, captivated by her clear, expressive eyes, a stark contrast to the businesslike demeanor she exhibited during negotiations. She regarded him not merely as a business partner, but as a friend. However, when it came to discussing matters, the same sincerity emerged, seemingly pure and evoking an irresistible trust. Ultimately, he extended his hand towards her. Although Rongzhang was skiing for the first time, he possessed a clever mind and remarkable adaptability, quickly becoming proficient. Jiang Nan diligently remained by his side, closely following along with the coach. Yet, during one descent, Rongzhang lost his balance and was on the verge of falling. Jiang Nan, quick to react, attempted to shield him but ultimately failed, opting instead to serve as a cushion. The two tumbled down the snowy slope together. When Xie Qingzhou witnessed this scene, he was utterly infuriated. So, they were embracing one another now? Chapter 105. Choice. Upon hearing from Xiao Zheng that the two had gone skiing, Xie Qingzhou harbored suspicions about this individual named Rong. It seemed rather dubious for someone who had long resided in the southern regions and was unfamiliar with skiing to undertake such an activity. As expected, the two rolled down the slope together. He removed his ski goggles and looked down at Jiang Nan, who lay in the snow, choosing silence. Jiang Nan turned over, got up, and asked, "Are you okay? Are you the one who is injured? How could you act as a cushion? It's so dangerous." He was perplexed, his brow furrowed, wearing an unusually serious expression. Jiang Nan was momentarily lost in thought. His stern demeanor felt hauntingly familiar. "Where does it hurt? Are you all right?" Rongzhang inquired, his gestures measured, embodying a refined demeanor. Jiang Nan merely shook her head and smiled as she replied, "I'm fine. When I fell, I absorbed the impact, so it's not too serious. The beginner slope isn't very steep." As she spoke, she supported herself with the handle of her ski pole and stood up. As soon as he steadied himself, a figure clad in a black and white ski suit barreled toward the two individuals. The onlookers on the snowy slope watched in astonishment, their hearts racing with trepidation as the imminent collision loomed. Jiang Nan squinted, realizing that the stranger's speed exceeded her expectations. Just as she intended to lead Rongzhang away, it became evident that there was no time left. However, at the very moment of impending impact, the newcomer skillfully halted his descent. Were it not for the ski boards separating them, he would have nearly collided with her. The ski resort stretched out in a vast expanse of white, and Jiang Nan squinted in his direction. Observing this, Rongzhang instinctively stepped in front of Jiang Nan, his tone icy as he addressed the man. "Sir, one does not ski in such a reckless manner. What if someone gets hurt?" Xie Qingzhou did not acknowledge Rongzhang, his gaze fixated on Jiang Nan instead. "I truly apologize," he replied, though the apology felt somewhat insincere. Jiang Nan had not anticipated his presence at the ski resort. She gently rubbed her forehead and reassured him, "It's nothing." Subsequently, she turned her attention back to Rongzhang. Xie Qingzhou's irritation flared, wondering if she truly did not recognize him. Gripping his ski pole a tad tighter, his eyes behind the goggles turned frigid as he stood silently, observing the two. Rongzhang tilted his head, glancing at the newcomer with curiosity. "Do you know him?" Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he is a friend." Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. A friend, was it? A friend with whom she had just shared a bed the previous night? She couldn't help but sigh, perceiving Xie Qingzhou's demeanor as rather juvenile. This was his client, who had come to ski, and her untrusting husband had pursued her here. What a spectacle it all was. As Rongzhang's gaze fell upon the two individuals, he ultimately assumed a gentlemanly stance, positioning himself in front of Jiang Nan. Although they were friends, such a manner of scrutinizing others was undeniably impolite. Xie Qingzhou observed his eyes, where the shallows shimmered with gentle radiance, yet the depths resembled an unfathomable abyss, seemingly harboring a hint of provocation. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, intending to voice something further, when Shun Ke interjected to halt him. "Brother, come here, you should come over first." Jiang Nan, wishing to avoid inciting his wrath, declared, "I shall take my leave." Rongzhang cast a glance at him, remaining silent. As the two turned to depart, Rongzhang addressed Jiang Nan. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize if our skiing excursion has caused you any inconvenience." Jiang Nan immediately shook his head, insisting, "No, not at all." Xie Qingzhou let out a cold snort. "If it weren't for my intervention, your antics would not only have embarrassed my sister-in-law, but also made our client perceive you as overly dramatic. Moreover, the more you stir up trouble, the more it accentuates his elegance and courtesy." Shen Ke scrutinized the man's retreating figure, pondering why he seemed increasingly insipid. Yet, this was indeed a client. Xie Qingzhou smirked coldly, also sensing something amiss. He watched as the two made their way towards the mountain elevator. Brother, do be cautious. This gentleman is not Zhou Qian. His expression darkened. Jiang Nan went to the changing room to don her attire. Shortly thereafter, a knock at the door interrupted her, as a staff member from the ski resort presented her with a bottle of medicinal oil. Miss Jiang, a gentleman has sent this for you. Jiang Nan received it, instructing the attendant to convey her gratitude. Some areas of her legs bore bruises from her falls, and it was evident that the medicinal oil was a gift from Rongzhang. She set aside the unused soft stool. As the door to the changing room swung open, she sighed upon seeing Xie Qingzhou. This was indeed the women's changing room. Xie Qingzhou immediately noticed the medicinal oil beside her and the bruise on her leg, his brow furrowing in concern. Who is this person you are protecting? Are you infatuated with him? He grasped her leg, revealing the abrasions on her knee. On the snowfield, an improper stance could lead to fractures. Jiang Nan glanced up at him, noting his troubled expression as he scrutinized her leg. When she attempted to dismiss him, Xie Qingzhou's demeanor darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, I simply have a strong intuition that this individual harbors ill intentions. Jiang Nan tilted her head, inquiring, and then what? Do not collaborate with him, Xie Qingzhou advised. The man perplexed him, yet how did he appear in her eyes? Suddenly, Jiang Nan laughed. The contract has already been signed. I will compensate you for the breach of contract. It was only then that Xie Qingzhou realized she was not jesting. Is your sole reason for not collaborating based on your suspicion of his intentions? Is that not sufficient? This person likely seeks more than a mere partnership with you. Jiang Nan found herself at a loss for words, staring at him for a moment before responding. Xie Qingzhou, over the years, many have wished me ill, yet I have persevered step by step. Therefore, refrain from meddling in my career. Rongzhang's willingness to offer assistance in times of need was why she endeavored so diligently, not wanting others to exploit her mistakes. Xie Qingzhou felt a tightness in his chest and posed a question. If you had to choose between this matter and me, what would you decide? Certainly, I would choose work, for work does not deceive. Jiang Nan exhibited no hesitation. It seemed that even a moment's doubt would constitute a betrayal of oneself. Xie Qingzhou felt a sharp pang in his heart, let out a cold laugh, and turned to leave. The door to the changing room slammed with a resounding bang. Was it not true that he had harbored feelings for him for 3 years? Was this all there was? Chapter 106. Irreplaceable. As Xie Qingzhou prepared to depart, he caught sight of Rongzhang in the CAF of the hall. Their eyes met, and he rose to his feet. Mr. Xie, I failed to recognize you just now. I sincerely apologize. Xie Qingzhou approached him, and Rongzhang directly seized his collar, inquiring, where did you spring from, and what do you intend to do? The BR project was indeed a testament to Mr. Xie's efforts. He had enlisted Yin Fengshuan for this endeavor, relying on personal connections. This compelled him to reassess the individual before him. The CAF staff arrived with coffee. Sir, your coffee. And Miss Zhang's mocha. Jiang Nan enjoys mocha? Noticing Xie Qingzhou's gaze fixed on the coffee, Rongzhang inquired with a smile, aren't you her friend? Do you not know that she loves mocha? His tone was calm, even courteous, yet it struck a discordant note. So, you are here for her? A graceful lady is a worthy pursuit for a gentleman. Is there any fault in that? Is this an admission? Upon entering the hall, Jiang Nan beheld Xie Qingzhou gripping another's collar. She hurried over and grasped Xie Qingzhou's arm, exclaiming, what are you doing? After a considerable moment, he finally released his hold. Jiang Nan offered an apology to Rongzhang. Xie Qingzhou suppressed the discomfort within, fully aware that he had lost control today. Suddenly, he realized how distant the concepts of calmness and composure felt in relation to his encounter with Jiang Nan. Shen Ke pursued and whisked him away. It was then that Jiang Nan elucidated their relationship. Oh, so he is the husband of President Jiang? Rongzhang chuckled softly, no wonder. Jiang Nan sighed in relief, truly apologetic for any inconvenience caused. Rongzhang, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, then jestingly remarked, if I had a wife as beautiful as President Jiang, I would likely behave similarly. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, flattered. While sharing coffee, they discussed a few work-related matters before parting ways. After leaving the snow resort, they lost all contact, and Ning, having finished her tasks, found Jiang Nan nestled on the sofa, clutching a cushion and lost in thought. What's wrong? Is Xie Qingzhou unwell? Just yesterday, you two were so affectionate, and today, things have soured? You're being rather indecorous. Yet, Jiang Nan was no longer as resolute as before. She pondered whether it was due to his aversion to Feng Liyue, or perhaps his recent demeanor had altered. And Ning, upon hearing her, suggested, if you have even the slightest inclination towards him and he genuinely wishes to change, it wouldn't hurt to grant him another chance, would it? And Ning hoped for her friend's desires to be fulfilled, yet the memories of the past still stirred discomfort within her. Jiang Nan recalled his choices, his indifference, and the hurt he caused. What if he truly wants to make amends? And Ning inquired. They sat closely together, and Jiang Nan tilted her head to look at Ning, asking, what if Yin Fengshuan wishes to make amends with you? My sentiments towards him differ profoundly from yours concerning Xie Qingzhou. I genuinely harbored affection for Yin Fengshuan. However, he never reciprocated even a fraction of sincere regard. You and Xie Qingzhou are united in matrimony, fortified by a foundation of emotional connection. If he were truly to cherish you as a precious gem, it would be commendable. Yet Yin, devoid of sentiment, would never compensate for my losses. Such an assumption is unfounded. Jiang Nan remained silent, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou was engrossed in a card game at the club. As the clock approached 11, the woman had failed to reach out with a single call or message. His countenance was more frigid than the weather outside. Song Yunji cast aside his cards, lamenting the fickle nature of fortune. Shen Ke sighed, brother, it's truly ironic. When your wife held you in the highest regard, you scarcely acknowledged her, constantly referring to Miss Jiang. Now look at the situation. Minutes passed as he anxiously glanced at his phone, wishing to ascertain whether it was devoid of signal. A belated affection is as insipid as grass, my friend. Xie Qingzhou flung down his cards and shot a glare at Xiaozhang. Your suggestions are utterly nonsensical. To treat her well, to make amends, to show respect, none of it bears any fruit. She unhesitatingly chose her career over him. Xiaozhang replied, if she does not appreciate his efforts, then he need not be so infatuated with her. Chapter 107. Care the following day, as Rongzhang departed from Haiqing, Yang Ji presented him with a carefully selected gift from Jiang Nan. President Jiang wishes for you to sample this and see if it evokes memories of your childhood. Thank you, President Xie, Rongzhang responded, lowering his gaze upon the items. The renowned traditional pastries from Haiqing, though not extravagant, were crafted with great care and were quite rare to procure. The boundaries maintained with male clients are handled with great discretion. Jiang Nan rose early to attend a meeting at the company, successfully securing a collaboration with BR Company, which served as a morale booster for the employees before the year's end, instilling confidence in everyone. After the meeting, Jiang Nan glanced at her phone. There were no calls from Xie Qingzhou, nor any messages on WeChat. This mode of interaction between the two brought her a sense of tranquility, devoid of the previous entanglements and confusion. Jiang Nan harbored no regrets about the words she had spoken to Xie Qingzhou that day. A woman's existence, if solely centered around love, ignorant, empty, and devoid of affection, would likely lead to a rather unfulfilled life. Over the course of 3 years of marriage, Jiang Nan had taken the initiative and waited patiently. If Xie Qingzhou could not even endure a single statement, then whether or not opportunities were offered mattered little. He had not made any calls, nor had she reached out. Recently, top luxury brands had joined the Breeze Plaza, with Jiang Nan successfully securing another brand collaboration, making future endeavors somewhat smoother without her needing to oversee every detail. As the year-end approached, Jiang Nan returned to the Jiang family home, having promised Xie Xiangxiang that she would stay with her for a few days for some quality time together. Xie Qingzhou had not visited in recent days, prompting her mother to inquire if they had quarreled. When Xie Xiangxiang arrived, the sweet-talking little girl managed to cheer up her mother, which eased some of Jiang Nan's worries. Aunt, did you and Uncle Sen have a disagreement? She suddenly asked while they occupied opposite corners of the desk, engrossed in their books. No, why do you ask? I have been staying here for 2 days, yet he has neither called nor video chatted with you. Whenever my father is on a business trip, he makes it a point to call and video chat with me daily. Jiang Nan set down her book, cradled a pillow, and rested her chin on her desk. Lost in contemplation for a while, it seemed as though she and Xie Qingzhou had never been this close before. In 3 years of marriage, their shared moments were scarce, with only a few joyful memories to count. Why do you like him so much when my third uncle treats you poorly? Jiang Nan raised her eyes to meet the tearful, grape-like gaze of Xie Xiangxiang. In the past, I adored him and was determined to marry him, always believing that one day he would come to love me in return. Yet, that day never arrived. Not only did he never inquire why she was so insistent on marrying him, even now, it was clear that he did not care enough. His affection for her whether it was genuine or merely a plea for another chance, seemed to linger only in the physical entanglement that was deeper than mere sentiment. Xie Qingzhou gazed at her third aunt with a sigh. Wise individuals do not fall in love. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Oh, how do you know such a phrase at your tender age? My grandmother says that. Jiang is so clever and beautiful. How could she possibly love our foolish son? Xie Qingzhou mimicked Mrs. Xie's tone. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. The truth remained that the Xie family treated her well, except for Xie Qingzhou. She went to take a shower, while Xie Qingzhou picked up her phone to video call her parents. After hanging up, she proceeded to initiate a video call with her third uncle. At that moment, Xie Qingzhou had just finished his social engagements, and upon seeing Jiang Nan's call, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, he leisurely answered the call. However, upon seeing Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why are you here?" "Aunt is in the bath." Xie Qingzhou merely hummed in response, pondering whether she was seeking an excuse to avoid the conversation. "Aunt, did you call her?" "No. If it weren't for me, Aunt wouldn't even mention you." Third uncle. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, contemplating the woman who had not reached out to him in several days. "Once she finishes her bath, have her take the call. I have matters to discuss with her." Seated on the sofa in the club's lobby, the lingering effects of the evening's drinks weighed heavily on his mind, casting a shadow over his thoughts. The uncle and niece exchanged glances, each with their phone in hand, until finally, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom. "Aunt, my uncle said he needs to speak with you." Jiang Nan acknowledged with a soft "oh" and approached him. Before long, Xie Qingzhou's gaze fell upon Jiang Nan. With her hair partially dry and adorned in a black nightgown emblazoned with a rabbit motif, her cheeks flushed and the small beauty mark on her nose added an air of innocence, contrasting starkly with the image of a high-ranking executive. To him, she appeared even more enchanting than the night she had clung to his neck, breathless in his embrace. "What is it?" she asked, her tone faintly curious. "Didn't you ask Xie Qingzhou to call me?" he inquired, observing her puzzled expression. "Zhou, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be taking care of me?" As her sweet voice resonated, a figure flitted before the lens, and once it steadied, Jiang Nan saw the woman who warmly embraced him before leaning in to kiss him. As Jiang Nan covered Xie Qingzhou's eyes, the camera of Xie Qingzhou went dark, yet the voice of the woman could still be heard. "Brother Zhou, touch me. Is my heartbeat fast?" Jiang Nan promptly terminated the video call. "Who was that woman? This is not your concern. It's time for you to sleep, Xie Qingzhou. Did you not mention that you would go to watch Sister Anning's final round of endorsement editions tomorrow? I'll take you there." Jiang Nan had studied the products of Lucin, and this particular product, both in design and craftsmanship, showcased some elements of Chinese style, enriched by the cultural heritage of our nation. Since entering the auditions, Anning, especially after her previous collaboration with Xie Qingzhou, had garnered a measure of popularity. Subsequently, she began to share glimpses of her daily life on social media at a rather infrequent pace. The camera inadvertently captured the now discontinued Patek Philippe watch, revealing it to be Anning's possession. Furthermore, in the leaked videos from earlier editions, Anning's makeup was minimal and her attire exuded simplicity. When she tried on a necklace from Lucin, it accentuated her exquisite charm. She adorned the jewelry, rather than the jewelry overshadowing her. As is often the case with others who wear expensive pieces yet fail to embody them. Thus, the media and the public eagerly awaited Anning's final ensemble. True to expectations, Anning donned a black, new-style half-stand collar shirt, devoid of cumbersome buttons, paired with a long, matching knitted vest that elegantly cinched at the waist, accentuating her figure flawlessly. Her long hair was lazily styled into an elegant updo, revealing her delicate and fair neck. With a graceful posture and angular shoulders, the contrast of black and white was striking against her vibrant red lips. Adorned with pearl earrings reminiscent of those from the brand Lucerne, she captivated everyone upon her entrance. When Anning appeared on stage with her hands tucked into her pockets, she evoked the image of a refined heiress returning home after completing her studies in the Republic of China era. This exquisite look garnered her immense popularity even before the preliminary selection had concluded, inspiring countless makeup imitations across various video platforms. Anning soon became the most sought-after spokesperson for the Lucerne brand. The prospect of returning to the stage she cherished filled her with joy, as she believed that regaining her former glory would take considerable time, perhaps several years. To her surprise, it took merely a few fleeting days. As she perused the online news, she joyfully embraced Jiang Nan, exclaiming, If I secure the Luzerne endorsement, my confidence will soar. The endorsement for Wind Breeze Plaza will be in my grasp, and my heart will feel much steadier. It's practically a certainty. Anning celebrated Jiang Nan's achievements, marveling at her refined taste, which she attributed to her education at one of the world's top art universities. Jiang Nan's understanding of the founder's vision for the Luzerne brand, combined with her own aesthetic sensibility and operational prowess, enabled her to rise to prominence so swiftly. Not only did the online community take notice, but even Mr. Nancio was impressed by Anning's ensemble. Initially, her simple attire allowed the jewelry to shine in a more casual light, devoid of excessive formality. Yet, when paired with the currently trending new Chinese-style garments, the effect was nothing short of harmonious. Anning undoubtedly emerged as the most fitting ambassador for Luzerne. The company engaged Anning and inquired about her fashion inspirations as well as her insights regarding jewelry brands. Anning, without reservation, credited her style guidance to her friend Jiang Nan, and her perspectives on jewelry were quite satisfactory to Nancio. This revelation astonished Mr. Nancio, as it was evidently linked to Jiang Nan. It was indeed surprising to see such a remarkable woman associated with Xiaozhou. No wonder, the last time Xie Qingzhou specifically sought him out. The company expressed great contentment with Anning. However, Mr. Nancio, at a crucial juncture, simply remarked, "Let us wait a bit longer." Originally, the results of the open selection were to be announced in 3 days, but both the official website of Luzerne and the organizing media released a statement, postponing the announcement of the spokesperson, with no specific rescheduled date provided. Anning's heart sank at this news, prompting her to call the Luzerne representatives for clarification. When Jiang Nan heard this development, she remained relatively composed. After all, one must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Many endeavors require a touch of luck to reach fruition. Therefore, she did not feel rushed. In contrast, Anning, after considerable effort, discovered that the predetermined candidate was named Yin Yuxi, the sister of Yin Fengxuan. Anning was infuriated and shared the photo with Jiang Nan, seeking her counsel. Jiang Nan, upon examining the image, felt a sense of unease. Why? Just a few days prior, the girl who sweetly addressed him as Zhou Gu was clearly under Xie Qingzhou's care. Chapter 108. Thank you. Jiang Nan was uncertain to what extent Xie Qingzhou had involved himself, yet she had an inkling. After all, the young lady from the third branch of the Yin family was indeed strikingly beautiful and remarkably youthful, merely 20 years old, in the prime of her beauty. It is said that the university is currently on holiday, and I wish to immerse myself in this circle for a while. And Ning remained silent. Even she, despite her simplicity, understood that if the endorsement from Luzerne were not of such paramount importance, she would not need to exert herself so diligently. Gaining Liusen's approval, along with Mr. Nancio's, would undoubtedly yield different results. And Ning contemplated quietly, thinking that if she found herself at an impasse, she could seek out Yin Fengxuan. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Nan rapped on the table, forbidding her from seeking out anyone with the surname Yin. Did you hear that? And Ning responded with a soft acknowledgement. With merely a week left before the new year, the position of Liusen's spokesperson remained unresolved. For Ning, this decision seemed to suggest that she still had a chance. Her desire for fame was not born from a mere obsession with wealth and status, but rather from her awareness of how crucial this opportunity was for Wei Feng and Jiang Nan. This awareness birthed within her a strong and uncontrollable, albeit frightening, notion. While Jiang Nan was attending to some personal matters as the year drew to a close, he encountered Xie Qingzhou at a club. The tall and slender girl, with her nose slightly reddened, trailed behind him, appearing rather pitiful. As they crossed paths in the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Nan paused momentarily, locking eyes with him. After a week apart, he still exuded an unparalleled sense of style, charming and dashing. When Yin and she spotted Jiang Nan, they rushed toward him as if facing a formidable adversary, warmly linking their arms with his. Xie Qingzhou observed Jiang Nan. She wore no outer garment, just a black hoodie paired with gray suit trousers and white shoes, an ensemble both sharp and comfortable. She always managed to carry herself with an air of elegance, making even the most mundane attire appear exceptionally refined, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. The couple exchanged a glance, after which she brushed past him. "Zhou, you're finished. Your wife doesn't care about you at all." "I care about you. Why not consider being with me?" Yin Yuxi remarked. That evening, Jiang Nan indulged in a modest amount of wine. Upon leaving the club, she visited the restroom to splash some water on her face, seeking to refresh herself. A figure approached from behind, and with droplets clinging to her cheeks, she raised her eyes to meet the penetrating gaze of the man reflected in the mirror. Xie Qingzhou's expression was a mix of satisfied anger and displeasure as he gripped her waist, cupping her face before kissing her. Jiang Nan, in her defiance, attempted to grasp his face, yet her tactics were all too familiar to him. He confined her against the sink, his body wedged between her legs. Unable to break free, she tilted her chin up to meet his gaze, calmly inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" The endorsement for Ning was arranged by me to suppress Mr. Nanxiu. And then, Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly, her eyes icy. This cool demeanor was something Xie Qingzhou found particularly distasteful. He had once genuinely cared for someone, yearning to share a lifetime with her. Yet, even now, despite Jiang Nan's undeniable allure, he found himself unable to sever ties with the past, unable to ignore it. Her heart appeared to be growing cold swiftly. When Lucen commenced auditions in Haiqing, it was by design that Feng Liyue was sent to the scene. Now that Feng Liyue had been shelved, Yin Yuxi stepped in. This situation remained an unspoken understanding between the couple. "Should you wish to indulge, you have 4 more opportunities," Jiang Nan remarked, her tone as detached as if discussing mundane affairs, unaffected by the ambiguous posture they found themselves in. This left Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened. In the past, he would have undoubtedly pressed her down, compelling her to submit to the humiliation of such matters. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to do so. "Just hold me," he implored, his words imbued with a humility and yearning that even he was unaware of. Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment before responding. "This arrangement seems quite advantageous. I agree." She took the initiative to embrace him briefly, then leaned back, supporting herself as she gazed at him. "Must you be so perfunctory? Could you not simply say that a hug would suffice? I have embraced you. Now, hold me sincerely," he replied, caressing her chin before leaning down to capture her lips with tender kisses. Xie Qingzhou was handsome, and she found no aversion to his gentle touch. Rather, she softly closed her eyes. As their lips and tongues danced together, intertwining deeply, their bodies instinctively drew closer. Jiang Nan cherished the moments spent kissing him, her fingers trailing along the nape of his neck and the ends of his hair. He held her waist firmly. In the brightly lit washroom of the club, like an irresistible attraction between mature lovers, they kissed passionately, unable to part. Upon hearing footsteps nearby, Xie Qingzhou paused, his eyes glistening with a hint of crimson as he regarded her for a moment before carrying her into a bathroom stall. He pressed her against the cool marble wall, and as Jiang Nan's lips parted slightly, her breath, fragrant like orchids, brushed against his neck. Xie Qingzhou caressed her face and kissed her deeply once more. Jiang Nan did not resist. Outside the restroom, footsteps echoed, accompanied by murmurs, while they remained ensconced within, entwined and lost in each other. Jiang Nan's attire was disheveled, her top pushed up by him as she sat upon his lap, lost in a trance induced by his kisses. Xie Qingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of intoxication upon encountering Jiang Nan's body, akin to being under the influence of a potent elixir, rendering him unable to exercise restraint. Yet ultimately, he did not engage in any indiscretions in that moment. Leaning against the adjacent wall, he observed her fastening the buttons of her blouse, taming her disheveled hair before departing through the door, without uttering a single word. His demeanor was nonchalant, as if he were a man who had encountered a woman willingly offering herself, and once their indulgence was complete, their connection was severed. Xie Qingzhou's mood was more tumultuous than when he had arrived. Yin Yuxi concealed herself nearby, watching Jiang Nan's retreating figure. It turned out the encounter was related to the endorsement. Should Xie Qingzhou renege on his word, what repercussions would follow from the formidable Mrs. Xie? Chapter 109. A fortuitous encounter. Do not allow yourself to be disheartened over the endorsement. I believe we are nearing a resolution. And Ning abruptly sat upright. Did you go to seek out Xie Qingzhou? I encountered him, came the reply. Why is it so challenging for ordinary people to accomplish anything? The cruelty of capitalism. And Ning could discern that Jiang Nan had exhausted every avenue in her pursuit of the Lucen endorsement. She had even delved into the inspirations and intentions behind each series created by the designers, all to gain a more profound understanding of the brand. Hence her presentation was meticulously crafted to align with its essence. In contrast to her indignation, Jiang Nan remained composed, recognizing that the world is devoid of absolute fairness. And Ning was aware of this truth, yet still felt a sense of injustice for Jiang Nan. What injustice is there? It was merely a kiss. Just a kiss? And Ning could scarcely believe it. How could Xie Qingzhou, so dogged in his pursuits, settle for merely a kiss? Upon hearing that Xie Qingzhou had requested a hug as a form of endorsement, she was momentarily taken aback. Xie Qingzhou, resorting to such humble pleas for her affection? And Ning was equally astonished. To be honest, Jiang Nan was also quite surprised. The moment he gazed into Xie Qingzhou's eyes, he discerned that his words were not mere theatrics. Thus, when it came to the kiss, she did not refuse. However, the following day, she anticipated an announcement from Lu Xin regarding the spokesperson, yet no news emerged. And Ning felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, fearing that Xie Qingzhou might falter and leave Jiang Nan heartbroken once again. After all, she found herself somewhat swayed, though she was uncertain of the true catalyst for her wavering feelings. Yet, she genuinely wished for Jiang Nan to avoid disappointment due to Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan had gone to a meeting, leaving his phone behind in the office. At 10:30, an unfamiliar call interrupted the silence, and Ning glanced at the screen. Initially indifferent, but the caller's persistent attempts compelled her to answer. "Sister," the voice prompted in Ning to roll her eyes. The scent of insincerity was palpable even through the screen. "Sister, Zhou Gu said that the endorsement from Lu Xin is mine, so your friend need not wait any longer." And Ning recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to Yin Fengxuan, her half-sibling. Without uttering a word, Ning abruptly terminated the call and deleted it without a second thought. Surely, Xie Qingzhou would not be foolish enough to orchestrate such a scheme. It was she who was being set up. And Ning let out a cold chuckle. Yang Ji informed her that Ning had left a message, stating her intention to visit the Lu Xin headquarters to discuss collaboration matters. Jiang Nan harbored no suspicions. YNYX lacked the ability to influence the endorsement of Li SN. Moreover, from the very beginning, she was acutely aware that at her age, Mr. Nexi would never allow her to serve as a spokesperson. Thus, her intention was merely to postpone the announcement of the endorsement for a few days, thereby creating a slight rift between GNGNN and Xie Qingzhou. This delay necessitated the involvement of YNFNGXN. Upon hearing her intentions, YNFNGXN abruptly hung up. Left with no alternative, YNYX was compelled to reveal her trump card. The spokesperson was Ning. "Brother, this is an opportunity to bring her closer to you." She understood that the unattainable always stirs restlessly. All she required was a single day. In the interim, she made a phone call to GNGNN, and the matter was set in motion. By the time Ning arrived at Xie Qingzhou Airport, it was already afternoon. After settling herself, she donned a khaki trench coat and proceeded to the office building where YNFNGXN was located. The weather in Xie Qingzhou was considerably more pleasant than in Chiching. The YN family's company was situated in a renowned CBD district, offering views of a beautiful bay. As YNFNGXN left work, he spotted Ning across the street. She approached him, and he had known long before of her arrival. Clad in a khaki long trench coat, her hair cascading loosely, she wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Complemented by white shoes, her demeanor exuded both ease and elegance. This sight evoked memories of their first encounter, where her eyes were filled with youthful innocence and purity, seemingly untouched by the mundanity of the world. That once naive girl had blossomed into a striking beauty, even with a mask on and amidst a crowd. Her allure was unmistakable. He had not brought an assistant, instead choosing to weave through the throng until he stood before her. Ning gazed at him, standing firmly before her. "Waiting for me?" He feigned surprise. Yes, Ning had sought him out, bypassing the triviality of a CAF rendezvous and heading straight to the hotel. "Is that long-term relationship you mentioned last time still valid?" Yin Fengxuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ning. "Are you yearning for a man?" he inquired. "The condition for maintaining a long-term relationship with you is that you must keep an eye on your sister." He had seen the video. That black outfit truly was stunning. Many netizens remarked on Ning, noting that there were no substitutes available online. Even the dramas and films she had previously starred in held no grounds for criticism. After all, her acting skills were undeniable, and she approached her work with sincerity, leaving no scandals in her wake. Indeed, she seemed to be the ideal candidate for the spokesperson in Mr. Nanxiu's mind. She had not anticipated that the troublemaker Yin Yushi would be of assistance in such a manner. However, it is often said that when a man is presented with something easily obtained, he tends to undervalue it. "What makes you think I lack women around me?" And Ning replied softly, "Then I shall take my leave." Yin Fengxuan chuckled, noting her stubbornness remained unchanged. And Ning hailed a taxi, but mere moments later, The taxi was forced to halt by Yin Fengshuan's vehicle, which cornered it at the roadside. He pulled her into his car. The vehicle parked in the underground garage of the hotel, where Yin Fengshuan demonstrated his decision through tangible actions. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo account of Lucian announced that Ning had been chosen as the spokesperson. Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news on her behalf. This concern has been resolved, and she wishes to congratulate Ning at the earliest opportunity. However, at this moment, Ning is being restrained by Yin Fengshuan, her feet dangling in the air, unable to answer her call. Jiang Nan assumes she is unavailable and refrains from calling again. Raising her gaze, she notices her mother standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. As Xie Qingzhou has run off, Jiang Nan turns her attention to Xie Qingzhou. What brings you here? I came to see you, he replies, realizing that without his initiative, she would not take the first step. Jiang Nan looks up at him. Do you believe that I would not react in my own home? Indeed, he concedes, then discards the shovel. Let us not bicker any longer, shall we? Jiang Nan remains silent, only to hear him add, I will behave myself and maintain an appropriate distance from women. Chapter 110. The peaceful pendant. Xie Qingzhou received a call from Yin Fengshuan, who informed him that Yin Yushi had leveraged the Yin family's influence to delay the announcement of the spokesperson for the Lucin brand by 2 days. Upon hearing this, he rushed over to prevent any misunderstandings with Jiang Nan. Regarding the endorsement, I did not interfere. Mr. Nanxio is a man of principles, and the final decision regarding his brand's spokesperson rests solely with him, Xie Qingzhou states. Jiang Nan remains silent, stepping towards the house. Xie Qingzhou seizes her wrist, urging, let us talk. I have nothing to discuss. Xie Qingzhou's expression turns cold as he tightens his grip on her wrist. Do you want your mother to witness our quarrel? He truly knows how to handle her. As they step outside, Jiang Nan, dressed lightly, wraps her arms around herself, awaiting his words. Xie Qingzhou gazed at him for a moment before finally removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. Jiang Nan did not refuse. Instead, she tightened the collar around her. Cuddled within his garment, seeking warmth, she appeared quite endearing, which lifted his spirits slightly. You schemed against me to prevent Feng Liyue from securing the role of the female general, showing no regard for the aftermath. Did I not care about my pride? Thus, I conferred with Mr. Nanxio, intending to await your affectionate advances. Jiang Nan raised her eyes to meet his gaze, as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, asserting that all men value their pride, and I shall not allow Yin Yushi to sign with my company. She remained silent, merely gazing up at him. He stepped closer, gently enveloping her in his arms, asking if she could consider him as a man of some interest. Jiang Nan. He was quite aware of how she defined him. If I present myself so readily, would you then harbor a modicum of interest in me? Jiang Nan. The one most delighted by his arrival was her mother. A few days prior, when Xie Qingzhou stayed over, he learned her preferences and instructed Aunt Li to prepare dishes tailored to his love for light flavors. Jiang Nan furrowed her brow, questioning why there were none of her favorite dishes. Xie replied, recalling a dish of cola chicken wings. Aren't you on a diet? Your meals should be light. Jiang Nan. When did she ever mention wanting to diet? Besides, she hardly needed to lose weight, did she? Qin Shuang urged Xie Qingzhou to eat more, saying, Zhou, have some more. She had already eaten very little that evening, just a morsel, before retreating to the living room. After dinner, Qin Shuang remarked to her that the kinder she was to Xie Qingzhou, the more he would reciprocate her affections. How could she be so jealous over such trivial matters? Jiang Nan was well aware of her mother's intentions. This conversation was overheard by Xie Qingzhou, who hurried upstairs to share it with Xie Qingzhou. Nestled on the sofa in Jiang Nan's bedroom, Xie Qingzhou was engrossed in a book. After observing his niece for a moment, he reflected on his own behavior. In comparison to Jiang Nan, he indeed had not treated her as well as he ought to. Xie Qingzhou leaned in closer. Really? Indeed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was downstairs attending to some official matters. Xie Qingzhou approached her from behind, embracing her and whispering something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. Is that true? Can't we give Uncle San another chance? Jiang Nan pinched her soft cheek. Are you acting as a negotiator for your uncle? It's not for Uncle San, it's for myself. You? I like you and don't want you to leave our family. Xie Qingzhou tightened her embrace, adding, Aunt, Uncle San was blind to your virtues before, but now I think he sees a glimmer of them. Jiang Nan chuckled at Xie Qingzhou's words. I will give your advice, due consideration. Xie Qingzhou, still seated on the sofa with his book, glanced up at her. She remained silent, and proceeded to take a shower. These past few days had been quite exhausting for her, especially with the new year approaching and the preparations yet to be made. After drying her hair, she lay down on the bed, and before long, Xie Qingzhou joined her under the covers. "Are you thinking?" he asked, taken aback. He did not deny it. But his response was not wholly affirmative either. "Are you thinking about what you mentioned before? You said there were still 4 more times." Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and then reclined, remarking on his calculative nature. The harmony between husband and wife, he noted, is crucial. His gaze was heavy as his fingers grazed her chin. In this matter, he and Jiang Nan shared a greater harmony than in other aspects of their relationship. She neither acquiesced nor declined, and the two exchanged glances, the temperature seemingly rising, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. "We indeed have many issues between us. Let us resolve them one by one, shall we? Please, let us not remain indifferent," he spoke gently. The man's lips brushed against hers, tenderly entwined. Laced with a hint of supplication, Xie Qingzhou was astute, adept at summarizing situations. She had noticed in the washroom that Jiang Nan responded well to such advances. Their lips parted, tongues intertwining deeply. The initially passive woman ultimately wrapped her arms around his neck. A woman's understanding of marriage often encompasses a keen sense of warmth and coldness. After years of marriage, this was the first time Jiang Nan sensed a semblance of her husband's essence in Xie Qingzhou. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her head away. Xie Qingzhou seized the opportunity, kissing her neck and exploring her body, watching her tremble. Their forms intertwined, fingers clasped tightly. Jiang Nan, stirred by emotion, playfully nibbled at his ear. The equally passionate man lifted his head, gazing at her for a moment. "I will go buy something," he said. It seemed unlikely he would choose to leave this marriage. As Xie Qingzhou donned her clothes, she caught sight of the painting on the wall. Taking medication was ultimately detrimental to her health. After Xie Qingzhou's departure, Jiang Nan lay on her side in bed, enveloped in a blanket. The painting on the wall caught her eye, prompting her to wonder whether she should inquire if he still remembered their shared past. And Ning. Each time she found herself in the company of Yin Fangxuan, felt utterly tormented. After consuming a small meal to regain her strength, she asked him, "Have you taken your medication? I want to take it to end your existence." And Ning was left speechless, questioning the necessity of her inquiry. "I also wish to ask you, what exactly are you up to? If you are to act, then act. Who permitted you to meddle in other matters?" Detecting the tone in his voice, and Ning realized it was about Yin Yushi and leaned in to eavesdrop. In a brazen act of eavesdropping, Yin Fangxuan seized her and placed her on his lap, activating the speakerphone. "Zhou Ji's wife lacks subtlety, and I shall seize this opportunity. You could leverage this situation to manipulate Ning. After all, haven't you had your fill of her?" And Ning snorted coldly. "I regret to inform you that it is I who has shared a bed with him, and he has had a change of heart. Let me advise you, should you dare to trouble Jiang Nan, I will whisper sweet nothings into his ear to infuriate you." The call was abruptly terminated. "How are the Yin family taught? Do you not distinguish between right and wrong? Know your place." And Ning rose from Yin Fangxuan's lap, stating, "Our relationship spans merely 3 months. During these 3 months, should you seek me, I shall arrange a place." She was not one to sever bridges, maintaining her dignity. Yin Fangxuan chuckled, observing this feisty little hedgehog. 3 months, does that count as long-term? You are in your probation period. After 3 months, we shall see whether I cast you aside or grant you permanence. Anning, indifferent now, traversed this realm of fame and fortune, rendering love and affection seemingly inconsequential. She yearned to depart, yet he restrained her once more. "Ning Ning, you have been searching for a particular peace buckle, yet progress has been elusive. Has it not? How do you know?" She immediately regretted her words and hastily amended. "What do you mean? My meaning is quite straightforward. I have always kept a watchful eye on you and never intended to release you from my grasp. Hence your words carry little weight." He grasped her chin, leaning in for a prolonged kiss, devoid of tenderness, before stating, "The peace buckle currently circulating online belongs to Xie Qingzhou. He has sought this buckle for many years before it finally came into his possession." In the bedroom, only an orange essential oil humidifier cast a warm glow. The delicate mist mingling with the scent of bitter orange oil, lifting the spirits significantly. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, her long hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders. From his vantage point, he admired her exquisite nose and ruby lips. Xie Qingzhou had never encountered a sleeping beauty, yet this enchanting woman, even in slumber, stirred a deep yearning within him. He felt a chill in the air and, with a hint of mischief, leaned down to kiss her lovely shoulder. She instinctively recoiled, remaining with her eyes closed. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gazed at her, a tumult of love and resentment swirling within him. How could one possibly sleep at such a moment? After all, the ambience had been so perfect. If she were truly his, fatigue would not have claimed him. Ultimately, he was destined to wait for her. He pressed his lips to her shoulder and nuzzled her neck, only to find her frowning as she attempted to turn away. Xie Qingzhou sat at the edge of the bed, captivated by her slumbering form. Her features were exquisite, her skin as radiant as jade. She was not the archetypal girl next door, sweet and innocuous, but rather a striking presence, unforgettable at first glance, perhaps owing to her experiences in the marketplace. Yet, in this moment, she appeared as docile as a sleeping kitten. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, ultimately refraining from further advances. The following day, when Jiang Nan awoke, she beheld Xie Qingzhou sitting on the stool, his back turned to her, seemingly engrossed in sending messages. His posture was commendable, exuding strength and vitality. Having just bathed, droplets of water clung to his skin, cascading down the defined contours of his physique, an alluring sight. As Jiang Nan attempted to rise from the bed, he grasped her ankle effortlessly, pulling her down beneath him. Her hair, dark and lustrous, spread across the pillow like seaweed. Enchanting and beguiling, reminiscent of a seductive siren. Xie Qingzhou captured her lips, kissing her while murmuring that he had restrained himself all night. With the hour still early, indulging in a moment of desire seemed quite permissible. Just as her nightgown and the towel around her waist fell to the floor, a gentle knock interrupted them. "Auntie, are you awake? Are we still going for a walk this morning?" Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, the unwelcome interruption coming from Xie Qingzhou. He lifted his head from Jiang Nan's embrace, declaring that they would not be going for a walk, as they were quite busy and preferred not to be disturbed. Silence ensued outside, but just as he leaned back to reclaim Jiang Nan, the knock resounded once more. "May I come in?" Jiang Nan nudged his shoulder gently. Xie Qingzhou closed his eyes for a brief moment before ultimately rising to dress. "Please wait for me for a moment. I have just woken up and need to change my clothes," Xiang said as she sat at the door, grinning and cheerfully suggesting, "Uncle San, let us go for a brisk walk. The park beside Aunt San's house is truly beautiful." However, in the end, Xie Qingzhou accompanied them. Despite the chilly morning air, a stroll outside brought a pleasant uplift to the spirits. After breakfast, Xie Qingzhou escorted her to work. Along the way, Jiang Nan sighed, lamenting over Ning. Xie Qingzhou had come by the previous day to clarify matters, and she instantly grasped that Ning's claims about the contract were dubious. She must have gone to Xie Qingzhou, sighing over Ning. At that moment, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Jiang Nan responded with a soft marking one of the rare instances of conversation between the two. There are certain individuals and circumstances from which one cannot escape. Just as I have evaded you for 3 years, yet here I am, firmly in your grasp. She was taken aback by his words, momentarily at a loss for a response, surprised by his unexpected candor. With the new year approaching in just a few days, Jiang Nan, as the head of a fashionable department store, found herself exceedingly busy, often working late into the night. That evening, despite having purchased 2 boxes of items, Xie Qingzhou ultimately refrained from approaching her upon seeing her weariness, and Ning's quest for a safety pendant had stirred a sense of urgency in Feng Liyue. What was Ning seeking that pendant for? Moreover, she must be patient and remain inactive. How long had it been? Xie Qingzhou had been residing at Zhang's home and would frequently pick Jiang Nan up from work. Their relationship was evidently blossoming. If 2 individuals have reached an understanding, what opportunities remain for her? She finds herself at a loss, compelled to make a phone call to demand answers, to inquire how much longer she must wait. With a sigh on the line, one realizes that it is only in the throes of intense emotions that the revelation of betrayal ignites the fiercest anger. What is the point of a lukewarm engagement, after all? Chapter 112. Opportunity. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Jiang Nan was still busy tending to the shop, while Ning took charge of preparing the festive goods and pasting spring couplets at home. This year, with the addition of Xie Qingzhou, her burdens had lightened considerably. And Ning reclined on the sofa, observing Xie Qingzhou as he brought Xie Xiangxiang to paste the couplets, along with some homemade dishes prepared by Madame Xie. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang busied herself in the kitchen, preparing to fry some meat for the celebration. Although they lacked nothing, they still chose to uphold certain traditions. He organized the Jiang household meticulously, and Ning found herself less exasperated by him. Contemplating, She realized his search for Ping and Qua might indeed be linked to Jiang Nan, and he was not as inconsiderate as she had thought. As he prepared to leave, Ning leisurely followed him. Are you looking for someone? I ask you, are you searching for someone? He remained silent, merely gazing at her. Previously, Feng Liyue had mentioned that the person he sought was connected to Jiang Nan. Clearly, those words held truth. Xie Qingzhou nodded, confirming his search. How did you know I was looking for someone? To be honest, the two of them made a striking pair, and if they held feelings for one another, it would indeed be a cause for mutual joy. However, such delightful surprises should not be the concern of an outsider like her. If you treat Jiang Nan with more kindness, you may find what you seek. Xie Qingzhou's heart settled for a moment, yet he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Uttering a soft "oh," Mrs. Xie, observing her rather dull son finally taking an interest in Jiang Nan, felt a surge of happiness. In previous years, he had been like a stone at home, offering no assistance and devoid of any smile. Now, she found this change quite delightful. As noon approached, Mrs. Xie handed him a food box. Confused, Xie Qingzhou inquired, "What is this?" Although he had expressed some dissatisfaction with Jiang Nan's busyness in recent days, her demeanor towards him had improved significantly. She was no longer as distant, offering affectionate gestures without rejection. However, Mrs. Xie was preoccupied, leaving him uncertain whether she had truly decided to grant him this opportunity. Xie Qingzhou carried the food box to the Breeze group. Most employees had taken leave, leaving the office eerily quiet, with only a few stragglers remaining. This was Xie Qingzhou's first visit to Jiang Nan's office, which boasted a minimalist style reminiscent of her own fashion sense. A large bookshelf filled with numerous volumes stood prominently, while her desk displayed a family photo album featuring her four-member household. As he gazed at the photograph of Zhang Yuan, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Would his father still be present if not for him? Previously, he had never contemplated such matters, finding them burdensome and undesirable. Now, reflecting upon those 3 years, he realized he had been excessively harsh towards Jiang Nan. Had it not been for the unforeseen events of yesteryear, Jiang Nan would have found a husband of suitable standing, one who loves her and would be living a carefree life as a wealthy heiress. Rather than in her current predicament, he sat in her office chair, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the photograph of a girl with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she stood at the entrance of her university. Yang Ji was equally astonished upon seeing him. Xie Qingzhou, with his arm cradling his head, observed her as she leaned over her desk. Today, she wore a fitted black sweater paired with gray trousers, and due to her store visits, she sported a pair of casual white sneakers, exuding both competence and elegance. She arched her slender waist as she leaned over the table to sign documents. Were he not familiar with her, he might have thought her actions flirtatious. Xie Qingzhou rose, intentionally pressing against the contour of her body, enveloping her in his embrace. His lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "Is there anything I can assist you with, General Manager Jiang?" His hand rested on her waist, the posture decidedly intimate. Jiang Nan stood, handing him the documents in her hand. "Please file these and also tidy up my office." Xie Qingzhou turned her around, lifting her to sit on the desk, positioning his hands on either side of her body, gazing intently at her without uttering a word. His handsome features and the slightly teasing glint in his eyes were undeniably captivating. Jiang Nan felt a deep gratitude for him in recent days. Her mother had not experienced joy in quite some time, and his presence in her home alleviated her worries considerably. Leaning back slightly, she tilted her head to meet his gaze, and he smiled before lowering his lips to hers. As their lips met, the kiss quickly intensified. Xie Qingzhou kissed her for a moment before releasing her. Jiang Nan's arm rested gently upon his shoulder. Her lips, kissed by him, glimmered enticingly, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, particularly captivating. Xie Qingzhou felt a surge of joy, his fingers caressing her slightly swollen lips. "Were you willing to grant me this opportunity?" He was no fool. He could sense the shifts in their marital dynamics. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? He inquired, his voice slightly husky, pulling her closer to him by her waist. "I certainly have my own considerations," she replied, gazing at Xie Qingzhou for a moment before lowering her eyes and adding, "Do not let me down." Xie Qingzhou pinched her cheek firmly, convinced that Xiao Zheng still held significant value. Patience is key. Treat her well, for women respond to such gestures. Specifically, Jiang Nan does. "Let us dine first," he suggested, lifting her off the desk. Jiang Nan was genuinely hungry. Her mother-in-law had brought her soup, which she gulped down in one go. Xie Qingzhou meticulously arranged the dishes, waiting for her to sample a bit of his cooking before he spoke. Our first date is in your office? Jiang Nan looked up at him, surprised that this matter still lingered. I owe you one. Is that acceptable? She stated earnestly. You owe me quite a few, don't you? He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eye. I know. Jiang Nan replied with a hint of impatience, quickly finishing her meal before returning to her tasks. He listened as she spoke on the phone, discussing trivial matters regarding the Plaza department store. Once she concluded her call, he wrapped his arms around her waist, reminding her, I instructed you to find someone with experience in managing luxury department stores, yet you seem to have absorbed none of it. It was satisfactory to coexist with someone like him. Jiang Nan felt a flicker of hope, contemplating that perhaps this arrangement was acceptable. Chapter 113, Gratitude Naturally. Xie Qingzhou did not assist her with the cleaning. His stature was too esteemed for such menial tasks devoid of skill. Although Jiang Nan was busy, she did not neglect to prepare items for the home, gifts and clothing for the New Year's celebration. Xie Qingzhou, reflecting on the joyful scene, watched as she busily transported her belongings into the house. Leaning against her cart while smoking, he glanced at her, noting with amusement that as the owner of a department store, her gifts were delivered in abundance. Jiang Nan regarded him calmly, inquiring, Are you going to help move the items? Of course, I will, he replied, extinguishing his cigarette. Such a harmonious atmosphere delighted Mrs. Xie the most. Once everything was relocated, Xie Qingzhou settled onto the sofa, observing that even the gifts for the household staff were thoughtfully selected by Jiang Nan. At last, he comprehended why every member of the Xie family adored her. However, amidst all the gifts, conspicuously absent was one from her husband. Xie Qingzhou squinted, pondering if this was an opportunity presented to him. With arms crossed, he remained seated, watching everyone engage with their presence. Noticing his furrowed brow, Jiang Nan explained, The gifts were ordered in advance. I will prepare something for you next year. Xie Qingzhou responded with silence, eliciting light laughter from the family. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Xie Jingyuan summoned his two sons to the study. Within the confines of the study, he inquired of Xie Qingzhou whether he still wished to pursue a divorce. We cannot set a precedent for divorce in the Xie family through my actions, can we? Xie Qingzhou could not suppress his laughter, remarking, Oh, have you forgotten the words you spoke 3 years ago when you married Jiang Nan? In his pursuit of divorce, he left no stone unturned. Xie Qingzhou awkwardly touched his nose and shot a glare at his elder brother. Xie Jingyuan advised him that since he had made his decision, he ought to treat the other party well, before handing over the share transfer document for him to pass on to Jiang Nan. He then cautioned his two sons that while life may be comfortable, one must remain vigilant. The two boys exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by their father's words. A chill ran through Xie Qingzhou. He had completely forgotten about the matter of the drugging. He pressed his lips together, pondering whether Aunt Zhang had revealed who was responsible. On New Year's Eve, Xie Jingyuan summoned his sons upstairs, intending to instill in them the importance of vigilance and to prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. The tranquility enjoyed by the Xie family was sustained by their own strength, which did not imply that others were not lurking with ulterior motives. While Jiang Nan played with Xie Zhizhi, she received a phone call regarding a delivery. This puzzled her, as after she and Xie Xiangxiang had gone out, the delivery man presented her with a large bouquet of blush roses. Staring at the flowers, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Xie Xiangxiang exclaimed, What beautiful flowers! Entering the house with the bouquet, Jiang Nan was met with a question from Madame Xie. Did Zhou Qian send these? She shook her head, asserting that it was unlikely. Since Zhou Qian's departure from Haiqing, he had not been in touch. When Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs, he noticed the striking bouquet, its brilliance almost blinding. Jiang Nan, seeing him, parted her lips, as if to say something. At that moment, Shun Ke and Song Yunji approached, seeking red envelopes from Madame Xie. And the atmosphere in the home was remarkably pleasant. Jiang Nan stood composed before the bouquet, which contained only a single card that read, Happy New Year, with nothing more. Xie Qingzhou arched an eyebrow, observing her lost in thought, and let out a soft sigh. Jiang Nan exchanged pleasantries with the two individuals before making a phone call to Rongzhang. Before long, a warm body pressed against her from behind. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan was adorned in the gray backless sweater she had worn at the club last time, which allowed her to distinctly feel the warmth of his palm. As she glanced at him, the call connected. Jiang Nan? Mr. Rong. Happy New Year, she replied. The man's hand slid along her lower back, drawing her into his embrace. Mr. Rong, you are quite considerate. After a moment of silence, Jiang Nan finally spoke. "Thank you for the flowers, Mr. Rong." The phone carried Rong Zhang's cheerful laughter, as he readily admitted. "Seeing your social media cover featuring such flowers is my way of thanking you for the gift you gave me last time." Upon hearing this, Xie Qingzhou coldly curled his lips. He perceived the surname Rong as cunning and rather calculating. Xie Qingzhou bit her ear with considerable force, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Jiang Nan. Rong Zhang, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, paused momentarily before smiling and saying, "Jiang Nan, Happy New Year." He stood before her, innocently inquiring, "What is the matter?" The expression he wore was disarmingly innocent. "Didn't Tishan K and Song Yin come to find you? Is it appropriate to leave them?" She replied, her tone surprisingly gentle. Jiang Nan did not wish to provoke him during the New Year festivities. After all, it was rather inappropriate for a man to present flowers during this celebration. She acknowledged her mismanagement of the situation and chose to accommodate him in her demeanor. Xie Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor resembled the past, soft and gentle as she conversed with him, evoking a sense of conquest within the man. He instinctively lowered his head to kiss her, but Jiang Nan interjected, urging him, "Everyone's waiting for you. Must you be so reckless?" He embraced her, nuzzling against her neck, and reluctantly inquired, "Shall we play mahjong?" His gaze, lowered, seemed to ensnare her with an almost magnetic allure. "I don't know how," she replied. "You should go ahead." No sooner had she finished speaking than Shun Ke was calling out to him, "Brother, are you ready?" Xie Qingzhou grasped her. I'm coming. "You don't know? I can teach you." Jiang Nan found herself awkwardly seated at the mahjong table, much like a duck forced into a pond. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Shun Ke offered him a cigarette, which Xie Qingzhou took between his lips but did not light. Clueless about the rules of mahjong, Jiang Nan held the tiles as if they were searing hot potatoes, with a smile playing on his lips. Xie Qingzhou tightened his hold around her waist and directed her gaze toward the game. However, every time Jiang Nan played a tile, it either got claimed by another player or was eaten up. Xie Qingzhou could only raise an eyebrow and chuckle softly, offering words of comfort. "It's all right." After several rounds of losses, his opponents, Shun Ke and Song Yun, had amassed a considerable win, eagerly awaiting her next move. Though Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the rules, she no longer sought his assistance, having finally grasped the essence of winning in the game. Yet, in her pursuit of victory, she lost several rounds. Xie Qingzhou leaned on either side of her, gazing at her profile illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, her features delicate as jade. Her hair carried a subtle fragrance, and although she appeared slender, there was a softness about her that was truly breathtaking. Xie Qingzhou simply watched her, refraining from assisting her with her cards, eager to witness her triumph. Jiang Nan was wholly engrossed in the game, drawing cards round after round with the others. He rose and stepped outside, igniting a cigarette. Squinting, he reflected on her earnest demeanor. It was precisely that spirited energy that captivated him the most. Memories of her visage under the shimmering lanterns flooded his mind. He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, exhaling a few wisps of smoke before descending the stairs. In the kitchen, he rummaged about. Where was that orange liqueur? Ah, he remembered. Upon returning upstairs, he found Jiang Nan grinning triumphantly, his fingers dancing over the mahjong table, clearly having won a round and eagerly demanding his winnings. His demeanor resembled that of a little money grubber. Noticing his presence, she turned, beaming with delight, her eyes sparkling. Xie Qingzhou approached her, bending down to glance at her hand, where a pair of winning tiles lay beside her, her brows raised as if seeking praise. After claiming a victory, her luck seemed exceptionally favorable. It wasn't long before she began to win again. Xie Qingzhou lowered his gaze, observing her wide grin that reached her ears. He reached out, ruffling her hair affectionately, chuckling softly. "They say you have $1 billion in savings. Are you truly so delighted over this little sum?" Shun Ke, having been outplayed by her successive wins, added playfully, "Well then, why not share a few good tiles with me, sister-in-law? How could it be otherwise? When you defeated me, you showed no mercy, bullying me with your superior skills. In Jiang Nan, the tides of fortune have truly turned. It feels as though nothing can impede my luck. Not to mention, I might even achieve a self-drawn victory." This has rendered Jiang Nan somewhat addicted to the game. Downstairs, Madame Xie called for them to come down and celebrate the new year, yet Jiang Nan found himself lingering, reluctant to part with the moment. In the north, it is customary to share a meal to usher in the new year. The orange wine brewed in Jiang Nan was served, And after a couple of glasses, Xie Qingzhou gazed into her eyes and remarked, "The flavor is delightful." Shen Ke rubbed his arms, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. By the time everyone dispersed, Jiang Nan and Madame Xie had finished tidying up, and it was already 2 in the morning. There were coats, shirts, and even cufflinks. Standing aside, Xie Qingzhou suddenly broke into a smile. Gifts, after all, bring joy when given. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Jiang Nan was enveloped in Xie Qingzhou's embrace. "Isn't it the next year?" she mused. "This is the new year," she replied, her complexion radiant and her eyes particularly bright after her bath. He gently cupped her face, gazing at her for a considerable time, relishing this delightful surprise. His fingers traced her crimson lips, and he swallowed hard. Jiang Nan stood before him, simply observing. Their eyes locked, and Xie Qingzhou felt a wave of gratitude for that fateful day. Although he was uncertain who had orchestrated the circumstances, he felt fortunate nonetheless. In this moment, she slightly tilted her head back, meeting his gaze. Somehow, he recalled her dazzling presence in the private room of the club. The way she had calculated her moves against him, her eyes gleaming with audacity and cunning, even her triumphant demeanor. Such a tantalizing sensation made it difficult to endure. Xie Qingzhou grasped her by the back of her head and pressed his lips heavily against hers. He discarded her bathrobe onto the floor, pinning her against the bed as they shared a tender kiss. Jiang Nan breathed rapidly, suddenly cupping his face and saying, "I have never discussed the operational status of the gentle breeze with Zhou Qian." Thus, he provoked her, asserting that the project was indeed assisted by Zhou Qian, a notion she had long since unraveled. In truth, Jiang Nan had never confided in Zhou Qian about the company's matters, especially regarding the brand side, which she had kept entirely to herself. She believed that Zhou Qian had sought out Xie Qingzhou, yet the details of the project were fabrications spun by Xie Qingzhou himself. Nevertheless, she sensed a distinct change in his demeanor, particularly concerning her mother and the slanderous accusations made by Feng Liyue against her father. Were it not for him, she would undoubtedly have struggled to focus on the company's affairs. When he suggested granting them both another chance, she found herself in agreement, influenced significantly by this matter. She was not one to be obstinate. Having promised him an opportunity, she felt compelled to maintain her own stance. "There is only one chance. Let us give it a try. I will be earnest, and I hope you will not disappoint me," Jiang Nan declared, gazing intently at his cigarette. Xie Qingzhou looked at the woman in his embrace, a sense of profound fulfillment swelling within him, knowing that it was not merely for her friend or to put on a show before her mother. "Say it again." Xie Qingzhou smiled at her, genuinely pleased. He lowered his gaze to Jiang Nan, her long hair cascading across the bed, freshly bathed, her makeup pristine. Her appearance was undeniably alluring, bathed in the soft, yellow glow of the lights that enveloped her entirely. "Summoning my courage, I offered you another chance, which you must seize." She entwined her arms around his neck, leaning in for a kiss. It was reminiscent of their early days of marriage, when she, with a radiant smile, would sidle up to him, calling his name. Xie Qingzhou recalled how, in those times, her voice, cool and refreshing, carried the unmistakable clarity of a northern girl, pleasant yet unpretentious. He had once found her calls irksome, but he could not help but notice that there was something captivating about the way she uttered his name, as if it were a hook. She smelled delightful, rendering his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Moments later, Jiang Nan's eyes glistened with unshed tears from his kisses. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xie Qingzhou knocked on the door, announcing that some younger members of the Xie family had come to pay their New Year's respects. They were also preparing to go out for the festivities. Xie Qingzhou had barely slept for half an hour. Given the protracted duration and the unprecedented harmony between them, this experience was extraordinarily delightful, leaving her insatiable. After wrapping the freshly bathed Jiang Nan in the blankets, he found himself unable to fully succumb to sleep, stirred instead by his second brother's incessant knocking. As Jiang Nan stirred awake at the noise, Xie Qingzhou switched on the bedside lamp, and she gazed up at him, her head slightly tilted back. Jiang Nan felt rather awkward. It was the New Year's, and they lacked decorum. By the time she fully awakened, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and her mother-in-law had already bestowed upon her a generous red envelope. And Ning observed Jiang Nan's gait and pulled her aside, inquiring if she had stayed up too late. Jiang Nan replied, "Is it that obvious?" And Ning responded, "Quite evident, indeed. Look at those dark circles under your eyes." And Ning inquired softly, "Have you reconciled?" Jiang Nan nodded, merely granting him an opportunity to demonstrate his worth. After a moment of contemplation, and Ning pressed on, "Did he mention the peace charm?" Jiang Nan shook her head, puzzled by the sudden mention of it. And Ning offered a brief explanation. Suddenly, Jiang Nan recalled that Xie Qingzhou had once mentioned being with Feng Liyue for other reasons. And Feng Liyue had hinted at additional information. Her gaze deepened. Thus, Xie Qingzhou's chosen companion was her. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of sweetness blossomed within her heart. She inexplicably remembered the time he stood at the forefront of the industrial park and told her that someone occupied his heart, promising to marry her. Vowing not to break his word, she also recalled the day he inquired about the painting on the wall. Did that mean he had never forgotten her? Was his kindness towards Feng Liyue merely because she had taken the piece charm? If it were in pursuit of clues, it could indeed make sense. Yet, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of uncertainty. She needed to seek an opportunity to question Feng Liyue, and also to ask Xie Qingzhou. As Xie Qingzhou entered, burdened with numerous bags, he observed the two still engaged in hushed conversation, intentionally walking between them. And Ning rolled her eyes. Xie Qingzhou, in such a spacious area, must you pass right through us? Xie Qingzhou's expression remained indifferent, yet he incongruously rolled his eyes in response. And Ning muttered, he's quite eccentric. Lunch was being prepared by mother and sister Li, while Xie Qingzhou adeptly assisted in the kitchen, much to Qin Shuang's satisfaction and delight. Naturally, the flavors of the dishes leaned towards his preferences. Hearing Xie Qingzhou request the preparation of Jiang Nan's favorite foods filled her with immense joy, and during lunch, she generously presented him with a substantial red envelope. After the meal, Jiang Nan and Ning were engaged in conversation on the sofa in the side hall. Xie Qingzhou, having not slept all night, contemplated catching a brief nap while holding Jiang Nan. However, Ning occupied Jiang Nan's attention, and upon waking from his short slumber, he found them still engrossed in conversation. The two, having spent the entire day together, seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of topics to discuss. The Jiang family treated Ning as one of their own daughters. Yin Fangxuan was particularly well acquainted with Ning's circumstances. Thus, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, he had traveled from Xiangqing. Oh, Xie Qingzhou responded. Whom were you speaking to? He inquired about Ning to Yin Fangxuan. Jiang Nan, rendered speechless, shot him a glare. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, suggesting, let us rest for a while. Mrs. Xie, aren't you tired? He maneuvered her onto the bed, nestling her in his embrace. Jiang Nan gazed up at him, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of him seeking someone like her. She found him quite pleasing to the eye. Do you truly have no affection for Feng Liyue at all? She asked, considering that Feng Liyue was indeed quite beautiful. What do you think? He countered. Jiang Nan remained silent, wrapping her arms around his neck. Xie Qingzhou, propped up on the bed, admired Jiang Nan's exquisite features, pondering whether her warmth was solely a result of that particular matter. He rather enjoyed her current demeanor, reminiscent of how she used to be when she liked him. Not entirely. I possess my own means of judgment, Jiang Nan replied. Xie Qingzhou gently lowered his head and kissed her, then softly inquired, are you tired? Would you accompany me for a brief slumber? Jiang Nan shook her head, replying, my mother said that one must not sleep on the first day of the new year. Then let us refrain from sleeping and engage in other pursuits, he suggested, as he continued to kiss and caress her. When the phone rang, Jiang Nan found herself pinned against Xie Qingzhou's waist. He glanced at the incoming call, his brow furrowing slightly. What is the matter? Without hesitation, Xie Qingzhou ended the call, dismissing it with a simple, nothing. He then wrapped his arms around her and reclined, teasing her about her superstitions. He presented her with the red envelope that Qin Shuang had given her, stating, here, you must surrender this. Jiang Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, you wish to give this to me? Indeed, you are quite adept at saving money, Xie Qingzhou remarked, gazing at her with admiration. Jiang Nan's features were flawless, her eyes radiant with intelligence. When she focused on him, she possessed an enchanting allure. The moniker Jiangxi had originated from Zhouqian. Upon inquiring with Qiao Zheng, he learned that this Mrs. Xie not only earned a substantial income, but also excelled at saving. Last year, she amassed nearly 100 million through her trade company. Combining her salary with commissions, it was said that her savings amounted to approximately 1 billion, thus earning her the nickname Jiangxi. Truly, this lady possessed considerable wealth. Her reluctant acceptance of the money resembled that of a little money enthusiast. After tending to you all night, I'm utterly exhausted. Allow me to rest with you. Do not be so superstitious, she murmured as she nestled into his embrace, not declining his offer. Very well, I shall accompany you to sleep, she agreed. When Xie Qingzhou awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As Jiang Nan conversed with Qin Shuang, Xie Qingzhou received several WeChat messages from Feng Liyue. It pertains once again to that individual. He has made his choice, and aside from compensation, there seems to be no better recourse for that person. Thus, despite knowing that Feng Liyue possesses no information about him, his mood remains affected. He tucked away his phone, unwilling to let the day spoil the spirits of both. This is it. The moment has finally arrived. Since the eve of the Lunar New Year, the Xie family has been hosting a series of family banquets. Xie Qingzhou is merely 2 years younger than Xie Qingzhou. However, the latter already has 2 children. During the family gathering, the uncles and aunts of the Xie family began to press for marriage, commenting that the couple has been together for nearly 4 years and should consider having children. Xie Qingzhou draped his arm over Jiang Nan's chair, attempting to stave off their insistence. His voice, deep and melodious, resonated with the allure of a mature man in his 30s, inadvertently warming Jiang Nan's ears. Aunt Xie inquired of Jiang Nan, "Is there a plan in place?" "Well, we shall let nature take its course," Jiang Nan replied. The cousin-in-law posed a similar question, asking whether she preferred a boy or a girl. Should they choose to have a child, she expressed a desire for a daughter, one reminiscent of her. That evening, Xie Qingzhou indulged in a slight inebriation, his gaze deepening and becoming somewhat enigmatic. He pondered the prospect of having a child, deeming it a delightful idea, particularly if it were a girl, akin to her. However, the subtle intimacy shared between husband and wife was interrupted by the arrival of Xiao Zheng. Upon stepping outside, Xie Qingzhou was met with a grave expression on Xiao Zheng's face. This is precisely how she conveyed her message. Xie Qingzhou furrowed his brows, expressing disbelief, unless Xiao Zheng, following his gaze, caught sight of the charming Jiang Nan through the floor-to-ceiling window, who stood out among the crowd with her exquisite beauty. But if she were to find out, what would her thoughts be? Xie Qingzhou's expression darkened. Then let us ensure she remains unaware. Chapter 116. The desire for a child. Xie Qingzhou was content with his current life. Seeing Jiang Nan brought him a measure of joy. He wished for nothing and no one to disrupt the harmonious dynamic between the two of them. Yet Xiao Zheng felt a lingering unease. If the lady were to discover the truth, it would not be a trivial matter. Ever since he had met her, he had discerned that Jiang Nan was an exceptionally sincere individual, both in her work and in matters of the heart. Even if her intentions were pure, once actions were taken, wouldn't he that amount to deception? Xie Qingzhou remained silent, and Xiao Zheng understood his resolve. The words he had nearly spoken were left unvoiced. Upon returning to the dining table, Jiang Nan greeted him with a smile. Today, he wore the shirt she had gifted him, the crisp collar enhancing his handsome features. Jiang Nan had to admit, his physique was indeed impressive, exuding an undeniable charm. Their eyes met, and he subtly raised an eyebrow at her, a gesture both flirtatious and captivating. He sat beside her, noticing her discerning palate, despite his mother-in-law's claims of her fondness for shrimp and crab. She delicately refrained from indulging this evening, appearing rather fastidious. The family banquet at the Xie residence was quite harmonious. Even when some of his sisters-in-law attempted to make things difficult for her, Jiang Nan, seasoned in the business world, effortlessly navigated through the challenges, maintaining her composure. Xie Qingzhou placed shrimp and crab meat before her, and Jiang Nan paused for a moment, taking a couple of bites before leaning in quietly to murmur, "Delicious." Whether intentional or not, her breath brushed against the skin of Jiang Nan's neck, sending a tingling sensation through her. After the family banquet concluded, it was still quite early. The in-laws, busy preparing for the new year, had gone to bed early due to fatigue. Jiang Nan felt no weariness at all. She sat on the sofa, gazing at Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou reached out, pulling her into his embrace, and gently kissed her hair. "What's the matter? Are you bored?" Jiang Nan blinked and then replied, "Shall we go find Song Yunji to play mahjong?" Xie Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Are you addicted?" She nodded honestly. "All right." As Xie Qingzhou went to fetch his coat, he sent a message to Song Yunji asking him to organize a game at Qinyang Mountain. The Song and Shen families lived close to the Xie family. Upon arriving at the Song residence for mahjong, accompanied by Shen Ke, the family members teased Xie Qingzhou for bringing Jiang Nan along. Holding Jiang Nan's hand, Xie Qingzhou listened to the playful banter directed at him, and although she felt a bit shy, Jiang Nan's heart was filled with sweetness. At the card table, despite being a novice, she had good fortune, and with Xie Qingzhou consistently supporting her, she won quite a bit throughout the evening. Song Yunji and Shen Ke, thoroughly defeated, watched as the young master entertained his wife. The more Jiang Nan won, the more her spirits soared. Even at 11 o'clock, she had no desire to conclude the game. Glancing at Xie Qingzhou, Song Yunji suggested, Jiang, how about we go on a road trip during the New Year holiday? Jiang Nan, focused on her cards, looked up and asked, where shall we go? To Qingliang Mountain to pay respects? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Oh, you believe in Buddhism? I seek wealth, as it is said that Qingliang Mountain is particularly effective for this purpose. Jiang Nan, holding the mahjong tiles, gazed at Song Yunji. You seem quite greedy. Are you going or not? Song Yunji then turned to Xie Qingzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qingzhou replied, I shall heed my wife's words. Shin Ke let out a sound of exasperation. Brother, if you go, what will you ask for? A child, perhaps? Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, looking at Xie Qingzhou. The walk home would take merely 10 minutes. Xie Qingzhou held her hand, his fingers playfully grazing her palm. Jiang Nan tilted her head to observe him and inquired, Are you truly intent on asking for a child? Actually, I find myself somewhat inclined towards the idea. This was the first time the two of them discussed their marital future, akin to a couple. Jiang Nan lowered her gaze, watching as their shadows stretched under the streetlights. Last time at the old residence, I thought, having a child wouldn't be so bad. Jiang Nan paused, lifting her gaze to him. That occasion had been intentional on her part, aimed at diverting his attention from Feng Liyue. Thus, it had been quite reckless, lacking restraint. She gently stepped forward to embrace him, assuring him that such a situation as before would not occur again. I will cherish you well. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her. Shall we head to Qingliang Mountain then? Certainly. They decided to drive to Qingliang Mountain. It was said that seeking a child there was effective, and Qin Xuan even prepared numerous offerings for them, including fruits. The drive from Haiqing to Qingliang Mountain would take 9 hours. The four of them would travel in a spacious SUV. The journey was marked by a leisurely pace, unhurried and calm. However, upon reaching Qingliang Mountain, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Shin Ke owned a property not far from Qingliang Mountain, where they had sent someone ahead to tidy up. Although Jiang Nan did not drive, the long ride had left her feeling quite fatigued. After taking a refreshing shower, she nestled under the covers, preparing to sleep. The incense offerings at Qingliang Mountain were abundant, prompting her to rise at 6 in the morning. Yet, she was not particularly knowledgeable about the rituals of incense burning and worship, especially with the plethora of temples scattered throughout the area. Among them, she noticed a statue surrounded by numerous children, leading her to offer her own prayers. Upon returning to the villa, the day was still young. Shin Ke's residence was exquisite and exceptionally well appointed. Even in winter, the mountain view was splendid. The magnetic energy of the mountains was invigorating, and Jiang Nan leaned over the balcony on the second floor, gazing down, her chin resting on her hand. She observed a striking woman in a black trench coat alight from a vehicle, her figure appearing rather slender. The servants seemed to be communicating with her through gestures. As the woman turned her face slightly, Jiang Nan stood up in surprise. Xie Qingzhou approached her, holding a blanket, and steadied her, inquiring softly, What is the matter? Jiang Nan replied, It's just. I felt as though I recognized someone. Xie Qingzhou remained silent, yet her reaction seemed to affirm Feng Liyue's words. Jiang Nan did indeed know that individual, thus confirming that Feng Liyue had spoken the truth this time. Just yesterday, Feng Liyue had called her, expressing her desire to return to acting and become famous, offering to divulge all information regarding that person. However, he remained skeptical of her intentions. Feng Liyue felt no trust towards him. She did not believe a single word he uttered. However, having spent many years in his company, she was well aware of his temperament. During a phone call, he stated that the person known as Jiang Nan was someone he had already mentioned to her. If she doubted him, she could take Jiang Nan to meet her, for she resided at Qingliang Mountain. Feng Liyue further explained that this individual visited Qingliang Mountain each year to pray for the souls of her deceased parents. What acquaintance? Xie Qingzhou inquired. He had caught a distant glimpse of the person, slender yet striking, exuding an air of cold elegance, untouched by the dust of the world. Jiang Nan's mind was a whirlwind. It seemed Xie Qingzhou was speaking to her, but she was so stunned that his voice felt distant, almost ethereal. After all, she had vanished in that great fire those years ago. Perhaps she had mistaken the identity? Chapter 117. Cruelty. Jiang Nan was momentarily lost in thought, but soon regained her composure. Xie Qingzhou, seemingly oblivious to her disarray, wrapped a cashmere blanket around her shoulders. The breeze on the balcony was refreshing as he embraced her from behind, both gazing at the entrance of a secluded villa. He had imagined countless times what it would be like when his eyes finally beheld that playful woman who had once stolen kisses in his arms. In his memories, she was slender and whimsical, a stark contrast to the striking yet aloof beauty before him now, a visage that seemed to repel intimacy. Xie Qingzhou could scarcely fathom the hardships she must have endured in the wake of that catastrophic fire. Jiang Nan was oblivious to Xie Qingzhou's thoughts as she stood on the balcony of the second floor, watching the woman enter and then vanish from sight. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt a sudden urge to cry. Turning away, she nestled into his embrace. Xie Qingzhou gently stroked her hair, his mind clouded with contemplation. Before long, Xie called for them, announcing plans for hot pot dinner. Xie Qingzhou descended first, while Jiang Nan took the opportunity to call Yang Ji during her change of clothes. Yang Ji, I just saw Zhang Qin. Upon hearing that name, Yang Ji was taken aback. How could that be? Zhang Qin was not unfamiliar to her. She was the daughter of Zhang Hua, Jiang Yuan's assistant, and had grown up alongside Jiang Nan, both of them attending Parsons School of Design together. However, the tragic fire that had claimed the lives of Zhang's entire family lingered in their memories. But that person bore a striking resemblance. Can you help me investigate? Jiang Nan implored. Unbeknownst to Xie, the visit to Qingyang Mountain had been orchestrated by Xie Qingzhou through Song Yunji. Jiang Nan was lost in her thoughts, and Xie Qingzhou seemed somewhat distracted as well. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Are you tired? She pondered, feeling that their relationship was solidifying as they envisioned a shared future. She yearned to confide in her partner, yet Xie Qingzhou appeared oblivious to her subtle unease. Forcing a smile, she chose not to elaborate further. Dinner was delightful, the hot pot exquisite, but her appetite was lacking. Just then, her mother initiated a video call, prompting Jiang Nan to step outside the private room. As she left, Xie Qingzhou took a drag from a cigarette, a hint of worry etched across his brow. Song Yunji cast him a glance, inquiring, "Why have you come to Qingliang Mountain?" Xie Qingzhou tilted his head, lighting his cigarette, "Just some other matters." Xie was savoring the exquisite hot pot, observing him, realizing it was not merely a vacation. Xie Qingzhou pondered for a moment, reflecting that the person he had been searching for all along was a neighbor from Jiang Nan. He began to recount the sequence of events, and Xie furrowed his brow, putting down his chopsticks. "What do you mean? A neighbor of my sister-in-law is here? Is that why we came to Qingliang Mountain? If my sister-in-law knows this person, it validates Feng Liyue's words, and we can find the individual you seek?" Xie was utterly taken aback. "I merely wished to offer her some compensation. There was no ulterior motive," Xie Qingzhou clarified. "If she desires my assistance, I am willing to extend my help. Even if she chose Jiang Nan, I cannot simply disregard her." Song Yunji remained silent, quietly observing Xie Qingzhou. In that moment, Xie felt an overwhelming sense of pity for Jiang Nan. But what about her husband? What was he doing? To an outsider like him, Xie Qingzhou's actions seemed excessively cruel. Although Xie Qingzhou harbored feelings for Jiang Nan, this affection ultimately paled in comparison to his relentless pursuit of the person he sought. After Jiang Nan concluded her call with her mother, her spirits lifted considerably. Her mother was right. Even if this person was not the one she yearned for, and even if they bore a striking resemblance, it was still a cause for joy. If it truly was Zhang Qin, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. On the evening of the third day of the Lunar New Year, snowflakes began to fall upon Qingyang Mountain. She linked her arm with Xie Qingzhou's, leisurely strolling along the path, snowflakes dancing upon her hair and shoulders. "Does this count as growing old together?" She tilted her head to ask him, her slightly turned face captivatingly enchanting. Xie Qingzhou felt a twinge of guilt towards her. He harbored no ulterior motives, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings to Jiang Nan. He pondered the trajectory of his life had she not been a part of it. His emotions were intricate and difficult to convey, ultimately leading him to lean beneath the snow-dusted street lamp and kiss her. Her eyes shimmered, and her lips were slightly swollen as she nestled against his neck, whispering, "I think Qingliang Mountain is splendid. We made the right choice. In fact, we could consider having a child." Chapter 118. Truly fond of you, Jiang Nan mused that they had both reached an age where becoming parents was a viable consideration. The idea of having a child seemed acceptable now, and she found herself less resistant than before. Although her current workload kept her occupied, she recognized that pregnancy was not a trivial endeavor. It was feasible to manage her professional responsibilities prior to childbirth. Under the street lamp's glow, Xie Qingzhou's dark eyes held a depth that captivated Jiang Nan as he inquired, "Is this truly how you feel?" Jiang Nan met his gaze and smiled, affirming, "Yes, that's precisely how I feel. After all, I must take your thoughts into account. Since we are at Xingliang Mountain, seeking a child, it would be quite disappointing if I disagreed, wouldn't it? Though she did not adhere to any particular belief, she accepted the situation with a sense of reverence. Here at Xingliang Mountain, to declare a desire not to have children could lead to regrets should they remain childless in the future. Xie Qingzhou was inexplicably struck by the purity of her sentiments, reminiscent of the unadulterated joy she had shown him when they first married, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He embraced her tenderly, murmuring, "Jiang Nan, I will cherish you." Coming to Xingliang Mountain had been an act of resignation on his part. Cradled in his embrace, Jiang Nan gently wrapped her arms around his waist, her face resting against his chest as she whispered, "I believe in you." Xie Qingzhou looked down at her, captivated by the sparkle in her bright eyes. In the vicinity of Xingliang Mountain, they found themselves at a luxurious five-star hotel. As soon as they entered, Jiang Nan was pressed against the door. She stood on tiptoe, engaging in a fervent kiss with him. Jiang Nan had often envisioned such an intense romance, filled with mutual delight and fervor. Leaning against the wall, she tilted her neck slightly, gasping for breath. When he lifted his head from her embrace, she cradled his face and whispered earnestly, "Xie Qingzhou, I truly like you." The man's spine stiffened as he gazed into her eyes, then sealed her lips with another passionate kiss. In that moment of mutual affection, Jiang Nan felt she had finally found the one she had been waiting for. Although he seemed somewhat insatiable, she indulged his lack of restraint. The following morning, Xie Qingzhou was roused from his slumber by the soft rustling of clothing. The warm, golden light bathed her fair skin, making her radiate with brilliance. He encircled her from behind, planting a gentle kiss on her shoulder, his voice husky as he inquired why she was up so early. "I wanted to rise early to seek blessings," she replied, having made the decision on a whim. As they embraced, memories of last night's passion flooded her mind, leaving her slightly bashful. Biting her lip, she asked, "Do you think it would be insincere if I went?" After all, they had indulged for half the night. Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. Xingliang Mountain was a place accessible even to dogs, so what significance did human desires hold? Jiang Nan pondered this as well. What was she truly seeking? The snow had fallen throughout the night. Though it was light, the mountain paths remained treacherous. This time, she truly beheld the visage of that person. It was Zhang Qin. However, after years of separation, her demeanor had evolved beyond recognition. Yet, as childhood companions, she was certain she had not mistaken her identity. Wandering alone in the villa, she noticed that Xie Qingzhou was nowhere to be found, preoccupied with his own affairs. Jiang Nan contemplated the resolution regarding Zhang Qin and decided it was time for a heartfelt conversation with her. They had mutually agreed to embrace life together, and certain matters required forthrightness. In Shun Kei's villa, Jiang Nan still found solace in ascending the mountain, for Xingliang Mountain was home to numerous temples. Although it was winter, the air remained invigorating, and she treated her excursions as leisurely strolls. Perhaps fate would grant her a chance encounter with Zhang Qin. Yet, in the ensuing days, Zhang Qin remained elusive. The only presence she noticed was that of the neighbor's servant, who ascended the mountain daily. Jiang Nan struck up a friendship with the servant. Learning that the neighbor bore the surname Xiao, she ventured to the mountain that morning, hoping for a stroke of luck, but once again, Zhang Qin was nowhere to be found. Instead, she unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest, Feng Liyue, standing at the foot of the mountain. Adorned in opulence and exuding an air of someone who had been waiting for a significant duration. "Waiting for me?" Upon seeing her, Jiang Nan felt a wave of discontent wash over her. "Yes, Mrs. Xie," Feng Liyue addressed her for the first time in such a manner. Rather than seeking her out, Feng Liyue had come directly to her. In light of this, Jiang Nan decided that there was no time like the present. "Do you know about the peace lock?" Feng Liyue seemed taken aback by her candor. "I know. If it weren't for the peace lock, I would never have crossed paths with Mr. Xie." Jiang Nan's heart tightened. Had Xie Qingzhou truly been searching for her all these years? "Madam Xie, I have mentioned before that even you cannot compete with the one he has long sought after. Otherwise, you would not be at Xingliang Mountain." Jiang Nan furrowed her brow, inquiring about her meaning. "Jiang Nan, he has been preoccupied with the person who gifted him the peace charm. She is here at Xingliang Mountain. You are acquainted with her as well." Upon hearing Feng Liyue speak, an ominous premonition arose within Jiang Nan. Chapter 119. Significance. Jiang Nan listened to Song Yunji, who stated that seeking fortune at Xingliang Mountain is remarkably effective. The deity overseeing the most critical KPIs resides here. Shen Kei also mentioned that this place is quite auspicious for matters of love, enhancing righteous connections while dispelling ill-fated ones. During their initial conversation, she merely entertained their words. Is it true that today's youth are torn between work and aspirations, opting instead for offerings? She had come here not in pursuit of wealth, however. She did indeed find the realm of love to be quite potent. Xie Qingzhou, alas, he is truly her ill-fated connection. She had come to Qingyang Mountain ostensibly for a vacation, yet Xie Qingzhou remained elusive. She was oblivious to his preoccupations until now. Their purposes aligned. Both sought to investigate Zhang Qin, the person he held dear in his heart. Jiang Nan found this absurd. For a moment, she was uncertain whether Xie Qingzhou loved her or not. If he did, she had been before him for 3 years of marriage, yet he continued his quest. Oblivious to her identity. If he did not love her, how could he still cling to the past, persistently searching for what once was? Feng Liyue continued her discourse, revealing that long ago, she had called Xie Qingzhou to inform him that the person he sought was none other than the mute neighbor. Madam Xie, are you satisfied? Feng Liyue chuckled. Her words were imbued with a biting sarcasm reminiscent of Mrs. Xie. He does not love me, Jiang Nan. He does not love you either, so you cannot claim victory. Feng Liyue declared, her mood remarkably buoyant. She had once believed that Xie Qingzhou cherished her deeply, but now her heart felt considerably more at ease. Jiang Nan remained silent, observing this frenzied woman. Feng Liyue, disturbed by her calm demeanor, pondered briefly before continuing. Haven't you always been investigating the events of that year, Jiang Nan? Allow me to enlighten you. I was responsible, yet there is no evidence. Just as there was none back then. I was initially unaware that the person he sought was your neighbor. My recent state of affairs compelled me to reconsider. I must leverage this incident as a bargaining chip. If I can prove the veracity of this information, I shall regain my prominence. And there is little you can do to hinder me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan lifted his eyelids and inquired, Did you confess to starting that fire? Indeed, she replied. But the fire was not intentional. I merely sought to exchange that brooch for some money when your father caught me. In the ensuing struggle, I injured him. Ironically, on that fateful day, someone retaliated against your family, leading to an unexpected fire, and I merely took advantage of the situation. Who would have thought your father would meet such a tragic fate? Jiang Nan regarded her with an expression devoid of remorse or regret, recounting past events as if discussing the weather. In the sanctity of the Buddhist realm, there was no shame for the deceased or the actions taken. Yet she continued to pour salt into the wounds of others. Jiang Nan suppressed the seething fury within him and turned away, departing from her presence. She ascended 2 steps before suddenly breaking into a smile. With a swift motion, she turned and seized Feng Liyue by her hair. Her legs, already unsteady, faltered under Jiang Nan's considerable strength, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. In that moment, Jiang Nan lost all reason. Consumed solely by the desire for this deranged woman to pay for the lives of her father and brother. How could such a person exist in this world? So utterly unhinged. On Qingliang Mountain, the 5th day of the Lunar New Year saw a multitude of worshippers. In this sacred realm of Buddhism, such brutality naturally drew the attention of onlookers. As someone began to take photos, a servant from the Shao family, who had previously engaged in conversation with her, rushed over to embrace her, whispering, "Child, do not act this way." Xie Qingzhou was taken aback when he received a call from the police station while packing his belongings. His heart sank upon seeing Feng Liyue, tearfully recounting her story. That night, Xiao had remarked that Feng Liyue was a madwoman. He wished to shield Jiang Nan from that truth, though it proved difficult. Yet, he harbored a flicker of hope. When the police escorted her to meet Jiang Nan, she was confined alone in a room, remarkably calm, her eyes betraying no emotion upon seeing him. The female officer led her out, and Xie Qingzhou grasped her hand tightly, his voice laced with anxiety. "Are you all right?" She entered the car first, sitting by the window, while Feng Liyue stood before him, crying and at a loss for words. Jiang Nan averted her gaze and remained silent. As Shun Ke drove up, he turned from the driver's seat and said, "Sister-in-law, my brother is a man of deep feelings. If it weren't for, he likely wouldn't have survived. He has now come to understand his heart and has chosen you." Jiang Nan smiled faintly before retorting, "Is that so?" She truly finds it impossible to feel joy. Whether seeking fortune at Qingliang Mountain or worshipping at the temple, it all feels insincere. That phrase, once sweet in her ears, "I listened to my wife," now sounds like a mere jest. In a marriage, who is without a past? If he truly regarded her as a partner for life, he would not resort to such deception and calculation. Had he confided in her earlier, she muses, their fates might have diverged. As the car door swings open, a refreshing breeze rushes in, and he joins her inside. Jiang Nan gazes into Xie Qingzhou's eyes, which are profound and inscrutable, leaving her wondering what thoughts lie beneath. Xie Qingzhou, I offer you a chance to inquire why I was so determined to marry you back then. Xie Qingzhou, his lips pressed tightly, holds her gaze for a long moment before responding. Jiang Nan, I am sorry. Jiang Nan studies his deep-set eyes, imploring. Xie Qingzhou, ask me why I was so resolute in marrying you. Xie Qingzhou parts his lips, but ultimately refrains from voicing the question. He already feels a sense of guilt toward her. How could he confront her profound affection? Tears slip from the corners of Jiang Nan's eyes, which she wipes away. Jiang Nan, oh Jiang Nan. He does not truly cherish the person she has become. Even Feng Liyue is aware of this, as she seeks evidence from the past. As her husband, Xie Qingzhou likely remains oblivious to the reasons behind her animosity toward Feng Liyue. Perhaps there is a hint of affection, but love is a distant concept. Jiang Nan finds herself rather ridiculous. Years ago, he had brought her lunch to her office, and they kissed. She had felt that continuing their lives in such a manner was perfectly fine. She genuinely adored him. She had even knelt before the Bodhisattva in earnest prayer, wishing for their happiness together. She had a daughter as delightful as Xie Qingzhou. How amusing those moments of joy and madness now seem. She no longer inquired, nor did she anticipate that he would ask. Turning her gaze toward the window, she contemplated and said, the person you seek is not Zhang Qin. Inside the car, silence enveloped them. Jiang Nan let out a self-deprecating smile. How could a man of such conviction believe her words? Perhaps she had overestimated her own significance. Chapter 120. Misunderstanding her in Shun Kei's villa. The atmosphere in their room was tranquil. Xie Qingzhou approached her, grasping her shoulders. Jiang Nan, I merely wish to shield our relationship from any external influences. I desire to make amends. Tears shimmered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Amends? Xie Qingzhou, is it possible that the person you have been searching for is not Zhang Qin, but rather me? Xie Qingzhou parted his lips, but remained silent, simply gazing at her. Disappointment surged within Jiang Nan, whether directed at him or herself, she could not discern. Upon realizing that he had been seeking her all along, she felt no joy, only a sense of absurdity. Look, he was searching for her. Yet that knowledge offered her no happiness. What if the person he sought was someone else? How pitiable she felt, like a fool, deceived, manipulated, and led in circles by him. He passionately embraced her, kissed her, and spent countless nights entwined with her, all for someone else. Even if that someone were her former self, she could not bear to accept it. His silence only served to chill Jiang Nan's heart further. Xie Qingzhou, you mentioned that your arrival here was driven by a desire for our relationship to remain unaffected by anyone or anything. However, this assertion is not entirely accurate. In truth, you harbor a deep-seated fear. You dread the possibility of me taking any detrimental action against the person you hold dear, do you not? Through our interactions over these past days, he has come to know her to some extent. He has chosen to conceal the truth, opting instead for deception and manipulation. For the first time, Xie Qingzhou found himself disliking Jiang Nan's astuteness. Her piercingly incisive intelligence left him defenseless. She saved my life and is also my first love. Xie Qingzhou explained that he did not wish to complicate your relationship with her. He genuinely considered this aspect. Once close friends now entangled in such a predicament. It is undeniably awkward. Very well, let us leave it at that. Further explanation is unnecessary, she said, evading his touch. Such a feeble explanation was not to her liking. She wished to avoid hearing it, yet he cradled her face in his hands. She expressed that for these years, Zhang Qin had been imprisoned by that man. Devoid of freedom, like a mere shell of a person, he could not remain indifferent. Upon hearing about Zhang Qin's plight, Jiang Nan felt a profound sadness. They had been companions since childhood, sharing school, examinations, and even studying abroad. Living in such close proximity made indifference impossible for her. Naturally, she wished for Zhang Qin to be well. However, she could no longer place her trust in the words he spoke. Zhang Qin's circumstances required her own discernment and decision-making. She felt utterly disoriented and reluctant to confront Xie Qingzhou. She retreated, sitting on the bed, and raised her hand, asking, "Could you allow me some time alone?" Xie Qingzhou stepped closer, expressing his concern. "I worry about you being by yourself." Jiang Nan exhaled and gazed at him. "Very well, Xie Qingzhou. Since you choose to stay, let us not dwell on that. I shall speak of Feng Liyue. Where is she now, and how do you intend to arrange for her?" "She is no longer affiliated with the company. I had no intention of providing for her." Jiang Nan nodded. All right, go on. Can I dispose of Feng Liyue at my discretion? Is that promise still valid? Xie Qingzhou recalled the events of the day and frowned. What do you wish to do? Engage in another violent confrontation like today? I shall handle her affairs. Your handling consists merely of idle words, followed by plans to resurrect her fame as a form of recompense? Jiang Nan retorted, his composure beginning to fray. Xie Qingzhou, you truly disappoint me. He was oblivious to her true desires. He simply did not comprehend her. Chapter 121, Disgust. You have genuinely let me down. Those words struck Xie Qingzhou profoundly, reminiscent of the day of the new year when she had wrapped her arms around his neck and uttered, opportunities come but once. Let us give it a try. I shall be earnest, and I hope you do not let me down. This was the reason he hesitated to reveal the truth to her. They were not as familiar with one another as they ought to be, yet he understood one thing. He did not wish for the relationship, which he had cultivated for so long, to end abruptly like a fleeting blossom. Jiang Nan, sometimes it is perfectly acceptable not to be so astute, he said, leaning against her, his profound gaze pressing into her. He hoped she could grasp the depth of his intentions. Jiang Nan furrowed her brow, discerning the implicit meaning behind his words. Whether in their interactions or in the intimacy of their bed, they were perfectly in sync. In those intimate moments, as their bodies glistened with sweat, she would whisper her affection for him, expressing her fondness. In the throes of passion, playful words would escape her lips. Between a husband and wife, fostering each other's physical and emotional pleasure is an act devoid of shame. It is a pursuit of shared joy. Even in the fervent embrace of tightly interlocked fingers, she felt that having him in her life was truly wonderful. Yet, he remained indifferent. This was merely her solitary revelry, a fleeting corporeal delight. Jiang Nan scoffed, reflecting on it now only eliciting feelings of disgust. What merit does a husband who does not truly invest himself possess? He was deceitful and manipulative. Disgusted? Xie Qingzhou's gaze shifted, gripping her chin. Disgusted, yet you yearn for it repeatedly? Were those days of sweet embraces and passionate kisses to be reduced to mere disgust? Guilt weighed heavily on him for the way that man had treated her. Nevertheless, he had indeed chosen her. She was the one he desired. Such encounters could be exchanged for another without consequence. Jiang Nan wished only to free herself from him. However, she had forgotten the true nature of Xie Qingzhou. He seized her wrist, propelling her effortlessly onto the bed. She still wore her down jacket over a beige hooded sweater, and she heard the sound of the zipper crashing to the floor. The ripping of her white undershirt sent shivers down her spine. He furiously buried himself in her, leaving Jiang Nan feeling utterly overwhelmed. Yet, in the man's eyes, the sight of her exquisite, fair body beneath the disheveled garments only intensified the urge to ravage her further. He confined her, kissing and caressing her. Before long, she began to tremble. Disgusting? He chuckled, licking her ear, asking if another man could make her feel this way so swiftly. Jiang Nan's face turned pale, yet she found herself unable to break free. Their clothes remained mostly intact, as he incessantly inquired about her comfort, repeatedly grinding against her, coercing her to confess her affection for him. Xie Qingzhou had mastered the reactions of her body, exposing her hypocrisy in the most humiliating manner. Jiang Nan thought that even physical pain could be bearable, yet Xie Qingzhou was skilled. Her body reveled in pleasure beyond her control, while her heart felt pierced by a relentless blade, bleeding profusely. Xie Qingzhou fastened his belt, his shirt disheveled and unbuttoned, seemingly indifferent. He addressed Jiang Nan, inquiring how she wished to deal with Feng Liyue, offering to take action. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, her shoes still on, her pants bunched around her ankles. She had believed that 3 years of marital life would leave her in a state of utter despair, yet it was only now that the reality set in. Her silence irked him greatly. He lit a cigarette, tilting his head to observe her as he spoke. In truth, the indifference that lay within him, his lack of patience towards her, was his authentic self, the one she was familiar with. Jiang Nan remained silent, gradually trying to piece together her shattered self. Her quiet demeanor only heightened Xie Qingzhou's frustration. He extinguished his cigarette and insisted that she cease with such talk. Regardless of anyone or anything, they would remain together. For what he desired was her. He offered her a promise. Jiang Nan's expression remained indifferent. He gently caressed her face, observing her swollen lips, fully aware of the recent events. With tender strokes, he touched the crown of her head, saying, "Do not be upset. I will bring Feng Liyue to you right now. You may handle her as you wish." Jiang Nan merely glanced at him before heading off to take a shower. Xie Qingzhou descended the stairs. They had agreed to depart at noon, yet the commotion from upstairs had been quite considerable. Song Yunji and Shin Ke exchanged a fleeting glance with him, both at a loss for words. "Where is Feng Liu?" Xie Qingzhou inquired of Shin Quebec. "She is at a small inn near the police station," Shin Ke replied. "I have hired 2 individuals to keep watch over her. Do you wish to go?" Jiang Nan changed into clean clothes, booked a flight, and arranged for a car. She was unaware of Xie Qingzhou's endeavors and had little desire to find out. In truth, the choices she had made in the past were, at that moment, the best she could have made. She stood outside the villa, awaiting her transportation. The cool mountain truly lived up to its name. In just a few minutes of waiting, she felt thoroughly chilled to the bone. Yet, this piercing cold was somewhat refreshing, awakening her to the realization of her own folly. Foolish enough to let a fleeting moment of warmth allow her to forget her past pain. It also brought to light the truth that Xie Qingzhou did not love her. If he truly cared for her, he would not remain unaware that the person he had been searching for all along was, in fact, her. If he cherished his former self, how could he be so enamored with her physical form? Once she was inside the car, the ride-hailing driver, noticing her light attire, cautioned, "Miss, you might want to dress more warmly. Be careful not to catch a cold." She was wearing the outfit she had climbed the mountain in, now soiled beyond wear. As Jiang Nan closed her eyes, the thought of his relentless pursuit to conquer her surged through her mind, and a profound pain spread from her heart to her entire being, rendering her breathless. Soon, they would arrive at the airport, and all would be well. The considerate driver adjusted the heating to a more comforting level. The journey from Qingyang Mountain to the airport would take 2 hours. Yet her flight was not until 7 in the evening. She had called Yangji earlier to inquire about any news regarding Zhang Qin. "Mr. Jiang, I am truly sorry I have confirmed that Zhang Qin indeed passed away 7 years ago." A sense of desolation enveloped Jiang Nan. She would never mistake a childhood friend. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter any further." Xie Qingzhou had been busy at Qingliang Mountain for several days now and must have uncovered a great deal of information. As they neared Shin Ke's villa, she calmly dialed Xie Qingzhou's number. When he answered, his voice was deep and tender. "What is it? Where are you?" "Feng Liu." Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment. Not far from the police station stood a dilapidated inn, starkly contrasting with the luxury vehicles, beginning with the character for C. The inn's already cramped lobby felt even more constricted due to the presence of the 3 men. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Shin Ke, dressed in a hoodie and jeans, paused in surprise. "Sister-in-law, why are you dressed so lightly?" Ignoring his remark, Jiang Nan inquired, "Where's Feng Liu?" "She's upstairs." Jiang Nan pushed open the door to the room, revealing Feng Liu with bruises on her face, her already injured leg appearing to be broken anew. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Feng Liu merely scoffed, displaying no remorse for her actions. She sat awkwardly on the ground, casting a glance at Xie Qingzhou outside, and then at Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, I find you quite pitiable." Jiang Nan leaned by the small window of the room, observing her in silence. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not want your legs anymore?" Shin Ke was utterly exasperated with this foolish woman, who persistently stirred up trouble. Feng Liu couldn't help but laugh aloud, recalling how Xie had just reprimanded her, mistakenly believing that Jiang Nan harbored ill will towards her, thinking that after all these years by his side, she intended to poison him. "Jiang Nan, Xie Qingzhou has no idea why you are targeting me. He remains blissfully unaware of your disdain for me. What does it matter to him that he chose you? You are merely a bedmate. Truly, the boss treats his wife as a mere companion." Feng Liu laughed until tears streamed down her face. "He simply desires to sleep with you, You cannot compare to the one who resides in his heart. I give him a hint, and he deceives you into coming over to confirm. Jiang Nan, you are truly a joke." Jiang Nan remained remarkably calm, observing Feng Liu's madness born from unrequited love. "I am not here to witness your frenzy. I have come to propose an exchange. How much do you know about Zhang Qin? I will let you go." Feng Liu tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Nan. "Really?" "Yes. That is insufficient. I still have to film." Jiang Nan nodded. "That can be arranged." Shin Ke frowned. "Sister-in-law, step outside and close the door." Meanwhile, Xie Qingzhou stood outside the inn, where the view of Qingyang Mountain was blanketed in a pristine white. The words spoken by Feng Liu struck like a slap across the face. He was truly unaware of the connection between Jiang Nan and Feng Liu. He simply assumed that Jiang Nan sought revenge due to Feng Liu's actions towards her and her mother. However, it was not so. He seemed to grasp Jiang Nan's disappointment. In Chapter 122, a bit foolish, within the confines of a modest hotel room, the The two engaged in conversation, the content of which remained elusive to them. As Jiang Nan descended the stairs, her expression was calm, yet distant, exuding an air of untouchable elegance. She wore little, and when Xie Qingzhou draped his jacket over her shoulders, she subtly evaded it and promptly slipped into the car. Xie Qingzhou's expression momentarily stiffened before he also entered the vehicle. Over the years spent in the mall, Jiang Nan mastered the art of concealing her emotions, no matter how uncomfortable she felt internally. The four of them had come together to Qingyang Mountain. Her discord with Xie Qingzhou had no bearing on her relationship with Song Yunji, and she had no desire to dampen anyone's spirits. On the return journey to the villa, Jiang Nan conversed with Shen Quebec. Originally, they had agreed that she would descend the mountain to purchase some local specialties. However, due to Feng Liyue, this plan had changed. Shen Ke, would you accompany me to buy a few things? All right. She never spoke another word to Xie Qingzhou. She had long since exhausted any conversation with him. Song Yunji's belongings were minimal, just a few articles of clothing, and she found herself at a loss for words with Xie Qingzhou. Despite Jiang Nan's attempts at humor, her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. It is indeed challenging to truly conceal one's emotions. Xie Qingzhou ascended the stairs, and the room was in a state of disarray. In the early morning, Jiang Nan discarded the down jacket she had worn while climbing the mountain into the trash bin. Xie Qingzhou recalled how he had just been so harsh with her. He could not bear her definition of their relationship. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he thought of the tears that had glistened in the corners of her eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He believed he liked Jiang Nan, yet it seemed insufficient, at least not to the extent of her affection for him. Xie Qingzhou pondered whether resolving the matter with Zhang Qin would alleviate his heart's burden, allowing him to love only her. However, he found no answers to his musings. Let us leave early tomorrow. Safety first during the festive season, Jiang Nan suggested. Song Yin agreed. And naturally, Xie Qingzhou acquiesced to her wishes. After dinner, Jiang Nan retreated to her room to explain the delay in their itinerary to her mother via video call. Shortly thereafter, Xie Qingzhou entered. She hastily uttered a few words before ending the call. As he sat beside her, she instinctively stood up, distancing herself from him. Must we continue like this? I have given you opportunities. It was you who failed to seize them, Jiang Nan stated, looking into his eyes. Xie Qingzhou, you are the one who has transformed the situation into this. She had been sincere, granting him numerous chances, all of which he squandered. As for the person he sought, let him continue in his misguided pursuit. Jiang Nan felt indifferent. Regardless of whether that person was her or not, it no longer held any significance. She truly did not want Xie Qingzhou anymore, nor would she ever love him again. Once was enough for such foolishness. Jiang Nan, sometimes you really ought to refrain from being so astute, he sighed. He lifted his eyelids and gazed into her eyes. Your relationship with Zhang Qin is quite good. I assent it. Jiang Nan observed him from a distance and suddenly chuckled. Xie Qingzhou, are you attempting to threaten me, much like you once threatened Shou Qian? Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. He realized that if he were to let this woman go, she would truly vanish from his life. Deep down, he was reluctant to take such a risk. If he did not involve Zhang Qin this time, she would undoubtedly create a scene and demand a divorce. This was the only option available to him. Jiang Nan sighed, reflecting on how life had ultimately ensnared her in the same old predicament. It was reminiscent of the day when Feng Liyue asked her with a smile, "What have you gained?" Feng Liyue continued, "You've been married to him for 3 years. You must be particularly fond of him, right? Yet, the man you love favors your good friend. How does that make you feel?" Honestly, Jiang Nan felt little emotion regarding it. However, Xie Qingzhou's ambivalence, his lack of genuine affection for her coupled with his unwillingness to let her go, left her rather speechless. Xie Qingzhou, are you certain? Are you truly going to use Zhang Qin to keep me by your side? I am certain. Jiang Nan nodded. Very well. Then I shall feign a bit of ignorance. Chapter 123. Illness. Xie Qingzhou studied her eyes, which were elegantly shaped and slightly upturned, surrounded by a faint blush. Their clarity was striking. Such eyes could not merely be feigned. At that moment, her gaze resembled a spring brook, seemingly imbued with laughter. Yet the profound meaning hidden within those depths eluded his understanding. She was not a woman easily subdued or resigned to fate, especially since she had once plotted against him. Yet, Xie Qingzhou thought, as long as she remained by his side, there would be room for maneuver and opportunities would arise. The struggle that afternoon left him somewhat unable to face her. He prided himself on his self-restraint and composure. However, towards her, he had rarely lost control, even to the point of rudeness. Having soothed her, he departed the room. Jiang Nan's gaze darkened as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the snow-laden world outside. She made a call to Yang Ji, requesting assistance with a matter. Before leaving Qingliang Mountain, she wanted to meet Zhang Qin. Night had deepened. Jiang Nan was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. As she stirred, she realized that her entire body ached. Even swallowing felt agonizing. Lying in bed, she felt a heavy fog enveloping her, her heart racing erratically. Surely, it was due to the scant clothing she wore that afternoon, which had caused her to catch a cold. She struggled to sit up, only to find the other side of the bed devoid of Xie Qingzhou's presence. Moreover, she closed her eyes, perhaps due to her illness. Her dependence on others and her needs had heightened. In his absence, a flicker of resentment blossomed within her. Jiang Nan felt dizzy, alternating between hot and cold, a tormenting sensation. She reached for her phone and glanced at the time, 2 in the morning. She descended the stairs and drank 2 glasses of water, yet the pain in her throat persisted. The villa was eerily quiet at that hour. She rummaged through the cabinets, hoping to find some medicine. In this temporary residence, where would she find any regular supplies? Sitting on the sofa, she listened to the frantic beating of her heart, as if it might leap from her chest. Time passed relentlessly, each second amplifying the discomfort within her, as if it sought to overpower her and render her unconscious. She was acutely aware of the occurrences in the adjacent villa, events orchestrated by her instigation, compelling Yang Ji to take action. In the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound reverberated through the winter air, accentuating the profound solitude that enveloped her. Jiang Nan glanced at her phone, compelled by an inexplicable urge to dial Xie Qingzhou. As she awaited his response, the persistent beeping echoed in her heart, a dull ache taking root. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Yet she found herself compelled to pursue a resolution, to seek a closure. After terminating the call, Jiang Nan opened a ride-hailing application to summon a vehicle. She ascended the stairs, breathless and weary, changing into warmer attire. At 2:30 in the morning, flames erupted from the neighboring villa, illuminating the night sky. Firefighters and property management congregated, a throng of concerned onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nan staggered into a car not far from the chaos. The journey from the villa to the hospital left her physically drained, her body devoid of strength, yet her mind remained startlingly alert. The driver, catching a glimpse of her dazed expression in the rearview mirror, expressed concern. "Miss, you appear quite unwell. Where are your family members?" Jiang Nan longed to articulate her thoughts. She wished to convey that her family resided far from this city. She yearned to express that the one she loved, her husband, was preoccupied with saving the woman he cherished, ignoring her calls and remaining oblivious to her illness. Words hovered on the tip of her tongue, but she felt as if she had lost the strength to utter them. "Miss, please do not frighten me." Jiang Nan felt the driver's voice fading into the distance, leaving her utterly speechless. When she awoke, the daylight was bright. A gentle hand rested upon her forehead, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a Ning. "You've finally awakened," and Ning exhaled with relief. "How?" Jiang Nan attempted to speak, her voice hoarse and painful, and Ning swiftly covered her mouth. "You have a fever, soaring to 40 degrees. The doctor warned that had you lingered any longer, you might have met your great-grandmother. Yang Ji called me. She is preoccupied with other matters and couldn't come, so she entrusted me with your care." Jiang Nan tilted her head in confusion. How did Yang Ji know she was ill? Her mind was awash with questions as she gently patted in Ning's hand. Ning released her, and she hoarsely inquired, "What else did Jiang Ji say?" "Nothing much, just that I should take good care of you." Jiang Nan's mind was still swirling with uncertainties. "My phone." And Ning handed her the device, only for Jiang Nan to discover it was out of battery. Her neck bore numerous marks. Even for 2 individuals with a close bond, this seemed excessive. After burning with fever throughout the night, she leaned against the headboard, feeling somewhat drained and lacking the strength to converse extensively. After consuming some porridge, feeling a tad better, she finally spoke. "He has indeed been searching for someone all these years." And Ning nodded. "The person he seeks is you." Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered. She believed that person to be Zhang Qin. And Ning abruptly stood. Who? Qin. How? How could that be possible? She is not. I have just discovered this as well. Jiang Nan spoke slowly, her heart filled with urgency as she gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, It's all right. No more words." Embracing her, she softly stroked her back to comfort her. Once her phone was charged, Jiang Nan glanced at the incoming call. The call log revealed that at 5 o'clock, Rong Zhang had called, and the call had been answered. A frown creased her brow, prompting Ning's inquisitive nature to surface. What's wrong? Where is Xie Qingzhou? Jiang Nan blinked, realizing that he hadn't been entirely silent. At 7 o'clock, he had messaged her on WeChat. Where have you gone? A few cold words that Jiang Nan interpreted as him thinking she was sulking. She shook her head, signaling her reluctance to discuss it. Hello, Jiang Nan. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Mr. Xie, she said hoarsely, her voice barely reaching his ears, causing him to frown slightly. Do not speak. It's nothing. Jiang Nan replied, this is not a significant matter. Once, when she had been severely ill, the blood drawn from her had been dark. This was indeed trivial. May I express my gratitude in person? All right, I will come to Haiqing. No, Mr. Rong is at Qingliang Mountain. On the other end of the line. Rong Zhang paused momentarily. How do you know? It's a feeling, and it seems that my intuition was correct. Very well, since you are awake. Please send me a detailed plan via email. Jiang Nan agreed, recognizing his urgency. After all, who would call at 5 in the morning? I'll come by around noon to see you. When she called him, there was no answer. On her second attempt, the call was finally picked up, and Ning's cold voice resonated, asking if there was something wrong. This remark irked Ning immensely. A hospital visit. And the man didn't even know his own wife was admitted. How could he call himself a husband? She promptly hung up the phone. Jiang Nan underwent another examination, which fortunately revealed no signs of pneumonia. Around noon, Rong Zhang arrived, gently knocking on the door, carrying several bags, and Ning raised an eyebrow at the handsome gentleman, tilting her head to glance at Jiang Nan. Mr. Rong, please take a seat. How are things? Much better, Jiang Nan replied, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a coincidence, Rong Zhang responded, revealing that he had brought lunch for both of them. It's quite inconvenient to be at Qingliang Mountain. Rong Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her, recognizing the complexities of the situation, and Ning assessed the man before her. Realizing he was astute enough to understand that Xie Qingzhou was a jealous individual, hence the awkwardness. When Xie Qingzhou arrived at the hospital, he first spotted Rong Zhang, followed by the sound of a Ning asking, Mr. Rong, are you married? No. Do you have a girlfriend? No. What do you think of Jiang Nan? Xie Qingzhou's expression stiffened, and he pushed the door open, muttering, Jiang Nan is not suitable for him. Chapter 124. The desire for retribution. Xie Qingzhou's demeanor was grim as his gaze swept across everyone in the hospital room. Jiang Nan's complexion was pale, yet composed. Upon seeing him, her expression remained tranquil. You are suited for her, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with incredulity. In such a state of illness. Do you not realize how absurd that sounds coming from you? And Ning was truly incensed. Jiang Nan's condition had deteriorated to this extent. And what had Xie Qingzhou occupied himself with all morning? He had left Jiang Nan alone in the hospital. Had it not been for Rong Zhang's timely phone call, she would have been utterly isolated. The more Ning pondered this, the angrier she became. Drawing a deep breath, she rose and approached Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Xie, are you upset? You do not cherish her, yet there are those who do. Rong Zhong is not Zhou Qian. He can certainly offer her the support she needs. And Ning remarked, her smile devoid of warmth. This prompted a puzzled glance from Rong Zhang towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, unwilling to engage in conversation, lowered her gaze. Xie Qingzhou slowly approached Jiang Nan, bending down to regard her. He was determined to maintain his composure and decorum, refraining from an overt display of anger in front of Rong Zhang. After observing the two, Rong Zhang remarked, I have assessed the illness, and I have dined as well. Jiang Zong, I have highlighted the inadequacies in the proposal. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement, and Ning discreetly accompanied Rong Zhang out. Once only the two of them remained in the ward, Xie Qingzhou sighed, placing his hands on the edge of the bed as he spoke. Is it true that our discontent must manifest in this manner? Jiang Nan raised her eyes to meet his, her expression serene, devoid of sorrow or joy. She had no desire to clarify his misunderstandings. Her demeanor seemed to test Xie Qingzhou's patience. Jiang Nan, does your current stance imply agreement with Ning's words? Do you also find Rong Zhang commendable, as choosing to remain silent? Jiang Nan furrowed her brow. He was always like this, excessively assertive when addressing their issues. Indifferent to her feelings. In the realm of their relationship, she deemed Xie Qingzhou's approach to be inadequate. Yet, at this juncture, she felt it unnecessary to voice her thoughts and opted for a cold treatment instead. Her retreat beneath the covers thoroughly infuriated Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan, speak, he commanded, his deep-set eyes ablaze with fury as he grasped her wrist, compelling her to meet his gaze. Fine, I shall speak, Jiang Nan finally uttered, her voice raspy and unrecognizable. The moment she began to speak, Xie Qingzhou could nearly feel the indescribable pain in her throat. He stared at her, stunned. Jiang Nan, you appeared so pallid. Upon seeing the call I made to you in the early hours, what were you thinking? Xie Qingzhou was taken aback by her inquiry and gazed into her eyes. The neighbor's place was ablaze. You thought I called to prevent you, didn't you? Jiang Nan continued. Hence, the lackluster inquiry about her whereabouts ensued. Xie Qingzhou opened his mouth, only to realize he was at a loss for words. She was right. He indeed thought that way. In contrast to Jiang Nan's understanding of him, he truly did not comprehend her. At that moment, when you were next door, what were you contemplating? Did you ever consider that I was seeking your help? Jiang Nan's voice was fragmented and hoarse. When she was agitated, her brows would knit together. Yet she persisted in speaking, disregarding the pain in her throat. Xie Qingzhou grasped her shoulders. Do not speak further. Am I not allowed to voice my thoughts now after you insisted I should? You are truly a figure of amusement. Cease to harbor your sordid thoughts regarding me. I shall not indulge in erratic displays of emotion, nor shall I find myself torn between two options. Do not linger idly, feigning jealousy, as it utterly disgusts me. If you wish for me to feign ignorance, refrain from your wild antics, and spare me those melodramatic displays of affection. She appeared frail, yet each word she uttered was imbued with strength and determination. Upon concluding her statement, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Her throat ached, and the act of swallowing was painful, especially considering the effort it took to articulate such sentiments. After her coughing fit, tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes. She pushed Xie Qingzhou aside, insisting, keep your distance from him. I have truly misjudged you. Your gaze is even less clear than when you were blind. Jiang Nan leaned over the edge of the bed, gasping for breath to calm her turbulent emotions. Jiang Nan, I am unable to. Xie Qingzhou attempted to clarify. In the past, had it not been for her, I might not exist in this present form. That disastrous fire years ago left her utterly alone. I merely seek to amend some of the past. Jiang Nan, with reddened eyes, regarded Xie Qingzhou. Her emotions were a tangled web of anger and pain. Yet, he had saved Jiang Qin, which rendered her speechless. Xie Qingzhou, all choices must align with the heart. What remains unattainable, what has been forsaken, ultimately lingers in memory. It simply indicates a lack of affection. Why fabricate so many excuses? How splendid the white moonlight seems. If he were truly to be with the white moonlight, he might feel as though she had bound him with her benevolence. Xie Qingzhou, perhaps even he himself cannot fathom what it is that he truly desires. Anning could no longer bear it. She exclaimed, could you please leave? As long as you are here, she will not recover. If you possess even a modicum of compassion, can you not spare a thought for her well-being and allow her to recuperate in peace? Without regard for Xie Qingzhou's willingness, Anning forcefully pushed her outside. After ensuring Jiang Nan had some water, Anning sniffed and thought, perhaps it is time to divorce this despicable man. Jiang Nan shook her head, stating that it was not the right moment. Anning, puzzled, inquired, if you are not divorcing him and are unwilling to disclose the truth, then why not? Jiang Nan replied, he has chosen the wrong person. I have given him the opportunity to choose, yet he has failed to do so even once. Thus, I intentionally withheld the truth from him. My desire for revenge is coupled with another reason. In chapter 125, why is she so insistent on marrying me? Xie Qingzhou was expelled from the hospital room by Anning, while Song Yunji silently witnessed the entire scene. The previous night, a fire had erupted in the neighboring villa due to a servant's negligence, and he had been summoned in the dead of night to assist. I understand you, Song Yunji remarked. Rolling his eyes, he contemplated for a moment before speaking again. All these years, you have been burdened with guilt, haven't you? Years prior, when the incident occurred, Xie Qingzhou sustained an eye injury that rendered him blind. He only underwent surgery after the Xie family had settled. Yet neither the Jiang family nor the Zhang family escaped unscathed. He believed that his presence had led to the Zhang family's tragic downfall. His reckless bravery during the fire seemed to serve as a form of atonement for the past. This also offered Song Yunji some insight into why he had treated Feng Liyue so kindly over the years, promoting her success and even allowing her to rise to prominence at his own expense. Previously, he was unaware of the reasons behind it, merely sensing that he appeared as if ensnared by some malevolent force. This visit to Qingyang Mountain saw him exhaust all his resources in pursuit of someone with the surname Xiao. He had also come to learn of the events from that year. Zhang Qin was not only his first love, but also a genuine source of warmth, tangible and palpable. You used to be so refined and cultured. It seems your demeanor has shifted since your eyes have improved. Could it be related to her? Song Yun raised an eyebrow. Reclining on the long bench outside the hospital room, observing his friend, Xie Qingzhou remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Although you are following your heart's desire, it is rather unfair to Jiang Nan. How innocent she is, wouldn't you agree? After a prolonged silence, Xie Qingzhou leaned against the wall before responding. A lack of romantic experience is not ideal, is it? From a young age, he had understood that his fate was preordained, having been raised alongside his parents to become the heir of the Xie family. Unlike his elder brother, who faced misfortune, or his second brother, who had been sent away, he was afforded the freedom to choose his own path. Consequently, his marriage was largely a matter of alliance. He had never struggled with it, at least not before encountering her. He maintained a respectable distance, awaited the appropriate age, assumed control of the Xie family, and married a woman of equivalent standing, living a life neither too fervent nor too tepid, yet marked by mutual respect. However, that year's unexpected events and those fleeting moments of insomnia became rare, cherished days in his otherwise monotonous, predetermined existence. That person truly illuminated the dullness of his life, serving as a beacon of hope. In his heart, only an indelible sense of gratitude remained. He undeniably harbored deep affection for Jiang Nan, profound, unwavering affection. He is reluctant to lose her, yet whenever it comes to making choices, he invariably disregards her feelings. He even recalls the rather unsatisfactory affair from the afternoon, realizing he is coercing her. Is his approach to relationships akin to that of a child fixated on a beloved toy, striving to possess it at all costs? Song Yunji gazed at Xie Qingzhou for a moment and remarked, "Your inquiry is rather beyond the scope. I have indeed discussed quite a bit, but I have never sought emotional connections from anyone. I merely pursue physical desires. Therefore, I am unable to offer you advice on this matter. However, I suggest you resolve your issues with Jiang Qin. Once you have settled your concerns, she will no longer affect you, and you can embark on a fresh start with Jiang Nan, correct?" Song Yunji continued, "Moreover, are you certain that Jiang Qin is the person you wish to pursue?" "What do you mean? If I understand you correctly, the two of you have genuinely been involved. Yet why did she seem so unfamiliar when she saw you yesterday?" Song Yunji expressed her confusion, considering they had shared profound moments together. In last night's critical situation, Jiang Qin had been escorted out by a servant. Upon seeing her safe, he sighed in relief. However, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, displaying an expression that suggested they were strangers. That shouldn't be the case. Perhaps you should find an opportunity to inquire directly with her. Do not misinterpret the situation, advised Song Yunji. Furthermore, arranging a private meeting with that woman is indeed a formidable challenge. Were it not for the fire originating from the kitchen, rendering the house uninhabitable, and subsequently moving to a hotel, the presence of several bodyguards next door complicates the prospect of a private encounter significantly. Xie Qingzhou complied, and somehow, the words spoken by Jiang Nan echoed in his mind. "Xie Qingzhou, the person you have been searching for, could it be that it is not Jiang Qin, but me?" Taking a deep breath, he found himself once again standing at the threshold of the hospital room. His jaw tightened as he pushed the door open. "Jiang Nan, why were you so determined to marry me back then?" Chapter 126. Urgency. Xie Qingzhou's words left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned before she regained her composure. When she posed a question, he fell into silence. Now, having inquired, she found herself reluctant to respond. And Ning, unaware of the events that had transpired between them, felt a surge of anger at Xie Qingzhou's remarks. She insisted on marrying you, foolishly enamored, loving you. Why this insistence? You still dare to ask such questions, piercing her heart like a dagger. Do you possess any empathy? And Ning's reminders caused Jiang Nan's heart to race. Was he testing her? Or was he doubting Jiang Qin? Just moments ago, he had been so resolute. Now, doubts seemed to cloud his mind. If she had merely encountered Jiang Qin, he should have sensed it once he calmed down. It was true that she harbored a desire for revenge. Yet the most significant reason was that he could liberate Jiang Qin from her suffering. That man named Xiao had taken advantage of the fire, fabricating Jiang Qin's death and deceiving everyone. Currently, Jiang Qin was far from happy. Jiang Nan longed to sprout wings and meet Jiang Qin, yet the more anxious she felt, the more she compelled herself to remain composed. In truth, he regretted not questioning her when she had asked him. "I will wait for you," he stated. "No, I truly do not wish to see you. I am quite exhausted," she replied, turning away. Upon observing her pallid complexion, so frail and devoid of vitality, Xie Qingzhou contemplated for a moment before departing the hospital room. Perhaps it was the reminder from Song Yunji that had momentarily shaken his resolve, leaving him in a daze. I must see Jiang Qin, Xie Qingzhou declared, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Perhaps it was an instinct too overpowering to ignore. Or perhaps the words spoken by Jiang Nan lingered incessantly in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Song Yunji exclaimed, "What? You wish to see Jiang Qin? Now, that seems rather challenging." And Ning closed the hospital door, pondering the implications of his visit to Jiang Qin at this juncture. Just as she was musing, she noticed Jiang Nan, despite her discomfort, rising with determination to change her clothes. "What are you planning to do?" And Ning inquired. "I aim to meet Jiang Qin before Xie Qingzhou does," Jiang Nan replied. "You now? You are unwell. There is no need to rush. I am quite anxious." Setting aside the fact that Jiang Qin visited Qingliang Mountain annually to perform rites for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, it was evident that Xie Qingzhou was harboring doubts. And Ning felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information she had absorbed that day, struggling to fully process it. Earlier, Jiang Nan had mentioned that withholding the truth from Xie Qingzhou stemmed from a desire for retribution and a wish to grant Jiang Qin her freedom. However, the specifics of her lack of freedom and the nature of her liberation remained unclear to her. Jiang Nan, always brimming with ideas, had a pace of thought that Ning found difficult to follow. "I will accompany you," Ning insisted. "You should stay in the hospital," Jiang Nan countered. Disregarding her own discomfort, she donned her hat and mask before rushing outside. As she stepped out of the inpatient department, a cool breeze swept over her, causing her to shiver slightly. She hurriedly ran to hail a taxi, yet a car honked in her direction. "You must take me to the Marriott Hotel at Qingliang Mountain," Jiang Nan stated as she entered the vehicle. Rong Zhang patted the driver's seat, prompting the driver to nod in understanding. "Understood, Mr. Rong." Seated in the back, Jiang Nan tilted her head to gaze at Rong Zhang. "Why haven't you left yet?" The man reclined against his seat, expressing his reluctance to part with her. Jiang Nan smiled softly, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. She dialed Yang Ji to inquire about Jiang Qin's specific room number. "Mr. Jiang, it is quite difficult to arrange a meeting with her," Yang Ji replied. The previous day, Jiang Nan had called, expressing her desire to have Jiang Qin leave that particular house, wishing to see her just once. Yang Ji had truly exerted herself, contemplating various methods to contact the servant who had once assisted on the mountain. During a prayer ceremony, while burning paper offerings, an unfortunate incident had ignited the villa. "I understand. I will find a way myself," Jiang Nan concluded. After hanging up with Yang Ji, she turned to Rong Zhang. "Do you have any cash?" "How much do you need?" he inquired. 100,000. Rong Zhang tilted his head. "As an outsider, you truly hold me in high regard. When do you require it?" "It would be best if I could have it now." "Well, I don't have it on hand," Rong Zhang replied, clearly indicating his lack of capability, though the urgency in her voice was palpable. "However, once we reach the hotel, you should be able to obtain it." "Very well," Jiang Nan agreed, listening as he made a phone call. However, upon her hurried arrival at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, she discovered that Xie Qingzhou had already entered the hotel lobby with Song Yunji. Rong Zhang was uncertain about her intentions and, observing her anxious demeanor, inquired, "Do you still need the money?" Jiang Nan, gazing at his retreating figure, thought to herself, "Of course I do." Chapter 127. Worth or not. Jiang Nan accompanied Rong Zhang as they alighted from the vehicle to procure the funds. With her mask and hat securely in place, she still felt a chill as the brisk wind swept past, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she forced herself to remain composed. Given the presence of Xie Qingzhou and Song Yunji at the hotel, it was evident they intended to meet her directly. Given the actions of that individual surnamed Xiao, with an entourage of bodyguards surrounding her, it was highly unlikely they would gain immediate access to her. Therefore, if Xie Qingzhou wished to see Jiang Qin, it would undoubtedly require some effort, and time was on her side. Rong Zhang handed a wad of cash to Jiang Nan, while the hotel's front office manager trailed closely behind them, offering assistance. Jiang Nan entrusted all the money to the manager. At the entrance of the presidential suite in the Marriott Hotel, two imposing figures stood guard. Song Yunji raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Xie Qingzhou. "So your brilliant plan is to force your way in?" Xie Qingzhou chuckled softly. "In Nanqing's Qingliang Mountain, it's better to be forthright than to sneak around." Song Yunji whispered, "If you meet her directly, won't you be unable to conceal it from her man? Do you really think someone like Xiao Chong could be deceived, even for a moment?" Xie Qingzhou replied. He is a notorious arms dealer in country E, navigating a treacherous trade. Ruthless, well-connected, and resourceful. He certainly would not have placed Zhang Qin in Qingliang Mountain without being fully aware of the implications. Zhang Qin is his wife, surrounded by numerous bodyguards and servants, all merely to ensure her safety, rather than to confine her. Xie Qingzhou possesses an extraordinary demeanor, exuding confidence and openness, as if the two were mere strangers. He presses the doorbell. The two bodyguards exchange glances and inquire whom he seeks. Xie Qingzhou then reveals his identity. When the door swings open, a servant lady, upon recognizing the two, is momentarily taken aback, for they are the neighbors from the previous night. Is there something you need? She asks. Miss Zhang is an old acquaintance from Haiqing. I wish to inquire about a matter. There is no Miss Zhang here, the servant replies, promptly shutting the door. At that moment, Zhang Qin is seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. She has overheard the conversation outside. Madam, it is said he is an old acquaintance from Haiqing. Haiqing. It has been nearly 7 years since anyone has mentioned that name. The passage of time has been so extensive that she is on the verge of forgetting it was her hometown. It was merely the person next door who had lent a helping hand last night, the servant reminds her. Zhang Qin contemplates for a moment. The night had been too dark and chaotic. She only recalls the young man from next door, tall and distinguished, resembling a scion of a wealthy family. Moreover, the darkness had obscured her view, rendering him unfamiliar, thus casting doubt on the claim of being an old acquaintance from Haiqing. Xiao Chong has offended quite a few in the business realm, and she has lived a life of seclusion. However, if someone truly wished her harm, they would have had ample opportunity amidst the turmoil of the previous night, rather than seeking her out at the hotel. She closes her book, adjusts her shawl, and rises, making her way to the door. Upon opening it, she is greeted by the sight of the man standing against the opposite wall. His features are strikingly handsome, imbued with an indescribable aura that words fail to capture. She has seen him before. To be precise, she had seen his photograph. Their reunion was as breathtaking as their first encounter. Jiang, the man she admired. You. I have seen you before, you are. Zhang Qin expressed through sign language. The sound of the cleaner's cart crashing against the wall abruptly interrupted her words. The two bodyguards glanced over. The CAF downstairs. Zhang Qin signed. She wished to change her attire as well. Jiang Nan crouched down to gather the fallen items. Xie Qingzhou and Song Yunji passed by on the other side of the cart. He furrowed his brow, feeling utterly bewildered.